Chapter 446. Utter Defeat. A vast cloud of black mist once again erupted from Rocky's body, exuding a malevolent aura all over him. In the next second, countless threads of black mist spread to the Eve sword and abruptly transformed into a black snake, lunging viciously at Russell. In a flash, Russell took a large step backward, followed by a swift sword slash, releasing a sword energy that obliterated the black mist. Taking advantage of the gap, Rocky attacked again. In an instant, his figure appeared before Russell. The overwhelming aura emitted by both clashed together with a rumbling sound. Under the heavily overcast sky, their figures flickered repeatedly, emitting two different kinds of brilliant lights. As they collided, even the sky quivered in response. The thick clouds were shattered forcefully. The two fought fiercely, simultaneously giving the demon realm a moment to breathe. Confronted by the overwhelming forces, the demon Gersons prepared for a counterattack. Russell's appearance had brought the demon realm's morale to its peak. Without Rocky, the remnants crumbled rapidly, driven out of the demon realm within minutes. Across the expansive demon realm, countless eyes were fixed on the sky. They all knew that the outcome depended on Russell's victory or defeat, which also decided their fate. Everyone clenched their fists tightly, silently praying. Above the cloud did his hair. At this moment, Russell exuded an enigmatic aura. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot from behind him, illuminating his back like a god. Golden scales spread over Russell's body, as if an impenetrable armor, transforming his demeanor dramatically. At the same time, a dragon's roar echoed from the horizon, resonating through the clouds. A burst of light broke through the darkness, landing on Russell. Next, a golden dragon emerged from the clouds, landing behind Russell with bared fangs and claws, a menacing expression on its face. Its presence completely overshadowed Rocky. When the golden dragon appeared, Rocky's essence blood boiled and trembled with fear. It was supreme suppression from lineage. Though both were dragon blood combat bodies, Russell's essence blood could rival that of a peak ancestral dragon. Just one glance revealed the disparity between them. Additionally, since entering martial arts, Rocky's cultivation relied heavily on external forces. Even after refining the Black Catastrophe, his internal aura remained unstable. In summary, Rocky was all show and no substance. Rocky, after so many years, our grievances should come to an end. Every time before, I let you live by luck. But today you must die. Afterward, I will ensure your entire dynasty perishes with you. At least you won't be lonely in the underworld. A gentle breeze blew. Russell's robe fluttered, while a mighty torrent of essence blood raged within him, producing deep rumbling sounds. As Russell lowered his arms, the golden dragon moved forward, directly clashing with the black dragon. In just an instant, the black dragon was torn to shreds, unable to retaliate. Then, the golden dragon turned its gaze to Rocky, and the scales covering its body glowed brightly. With a deafening roar, the golden dragon charged at Rocky. A loud boom resounded. The sky shook violently. The surrounding clouds dissipated, and fire engulfed Rocky's body. Russell stood suspended in midair, hands clasped behind his back, a complex expression in his eyes. Soon, the flames finally subsided. Rocky still hovered in the air, but he was covered in glaring wounds, his robes drenched in blood, his face pale, and his breath erratic. This battle, Rocky was utterly defeated without a single chance to fight back. Actually, Russell hadn't fully revealed his true strength. If he went all out, he could have annihilated Rocky instantly. Subsequently, Rocky's body slowly fell to the ground. He clutched the soil tightly, eyes filled with unwillingness, face contorted in anger, a murderous glint appearing in his eyes. Why is this happening? I pursued martial excellence with the support of the entire dynasty. Why do I keep losing to you? You're just a nobody without any backing. How can you compare to me? I should be the most outstanding genius of this era. Rocky had long been blinded by greed. To him, pursuing martial excellence wasn't an inner aspiration. He only wanted to conquer the continent and rule it. Unfortunately, obsessed with profit, Rocky strayed onto a wrong path, leaving no way to turn back. He was destined to go against all the powers of the land. Perhaps, this was Rocky's fate, to strive with all his might only to become a stepping stone for Russell. At this moment, Russell appeared before him. Their fates were clear. Russell ultimately triumphed with absolute dominance. Hashtag chapter 447, Rocky's downfall. The situation was now sealed. Rocky had no means left to retaliate. He was completely mired in the dark, muddy swamp of despair, and regardless of life or death, he would live in perpetual darkness without any chance of turning things around. One defeat after another. Russell had long become an insurmountable psychological demon in Rocky's heart, a barrier he could never overcome in his lifetime. Rocky lacked the heart of a true, strong person. His path to growth was filled with calculations and seizing others' blessings. Hence, he was destined to live in the shadows. Russell drew the Eve sword and placed it against Rocky's neck, his eyes calm. If not for Rocky's meddling from behind the scenes in those early years, Russell wouldn't have become the commanding figure he is today. Honestly, his achievements today were partly due to Rocky. Rocky, are you still unwilling to admit defeat? You will never stand on the same level as me. You can never reach my heights. This outcome was always inevitable. Do you have any last words? Russell looked at Rocky with a composed expression. Years ago, Rocky was the influential crown prince of the dynasty, but today he became a prisoner in Russell's hands. The stark contrast between these two states was too great for him to accept in an instant. He kept his head lowered in silence, only letting out a cold snort, showing that he had completely given up on resistance. Edgarth and death hung by a single thread. What he hadn't expected was to be defeated so thoroughly, without even a chance to retaliate. The gap between them was all too apparent. Russell, whether you kill or torture me, do as you wish. Why bother humiliating me further? Although I may fall, countless subjects remain loyal to me. They will carry on my legacy. Perhaps one of them will be the ultimate victor. Rocky raised his head defiantly, his face revealing a fearless look. Although he pretended to be calm, his heart was already in turmoil. His defenses had collapsed, and he was fated to die by Russell's hand. But he never thought his end would be so pitiful. For what had he strived all his life? Ultimately, he ended up forcing himself into this situation. Speak of these things on the road to the underworld. With that said, Russell struck down with a single blow, showing no mercy at all, his expression unchanged. Blood splattered everywhere. Russell's state of mind remained undisturbed. His lifelong enemy was finally dead, but Russell didn't feel relieved. Long ago, he had stopped considering Rocky a true opponent, knowing that the gap between them would only grow wider and unbridgeable. Now, the Braden was Russell's true adversary. This existential threat, capable of destroying the entire continent, instilled a sense of wuxing Weinangan in Russell. Should be edited to. This existential threat, capable of destroying the entire continent, instilled a sense of wuxing Weinangan in Russell. Further refinement for natural fluency and accurate conveyance. This existential threat, capable of destroying the entire continent, instilled a profound sense of impending danger in Russell. Moreover, he carried the hopes of countless people who viewed him as the only one capable of countering the Braden, adding immense pressure. In just a few years, this issue had been nagging at him incessantly, like an invisible hand pushing him forward. Even the slightest mistake could lead to irreversible disaster. Though the chances were slim, Russell had never given up. From start to finish, he fought tirelessly. Victory in this battle marked the end of this chapter. Russell emerged victorious, and tens of thousands of demonic Jersons roared as they surged out of the demon realm, annihilating countless remnants of the Braden forces. This overwhelming victory secured the continuation of the demon realm and bought some breathing room for other regions. Inside the grand hall of the demon realm, countless individuals awaited Russell's triumphant return. The next moment, Russell appeared in the center of the hall. Edgardal friend Edgarn. Indeed, you are a rising star among dragons and phoenixes. A problem that plagued the demon realm for years has been resolved by your swift actions. Had it not been for Edgardal friend Edgarn's aid, the demon realm might have fallen within half a month. Since Russell's disappearance 2 years ago, the demon realm had suffered constant assaults by the Braden forces. However, the unique geographical position of the demon realm, along with its 1,000-year-old legacy, made it temporarily impregnable to the remnant forces of the Braden. In just 2 short years, the once glorious demon realm had declined drastically, now reduced to ruins. Many were severely wounded, unable to fight again. There was fear that the remaining forces of the Braden would not relent in their attacks on the demon realm, with the next assault likely to be more intense. Russell's expression grew serious. Across the continent, the remnants of the Braden expanded their influence in all directions, causing even previously hidden experts to suffer consecutive defeats. With a major enemy before them, everyone must unite. At critical moments, we must unite, set aside past grievances, and prioritize the greater good. In the near future, a group will be stationed in the demon realm. According to investigations, the intact regions of the continent are few. For now, the Tianyuan mountain remains unaffected, and there are experts guarding the frontier. Despite being in tatters, the demon realm has not yet fallen to the Braden. We must swear to defend this land at all costs. Time is running out for us. Places like Ronald Mountain and Bujo Mountain had already fallen to the Braden. Even many hidden experts had perished defending their lands. Do you agree to follow Edgardal friend Edgarn's commands? From now on, Edgardal friend Edgarn will be our guest Rani in the demon realm, with authority over everything here. Hopefully, with Edgardal friend Edgarn's help, the demon realm can weather this storm. A wise man knows when to yield. The Amberley recognized the reality and understood that only by relying on Russell could they survive. If it weren't for Nellie acting as an intermediary, Russell might have had no connection with the demon realm at all. Everything was destined. Soon after, a group suddenly appeared in the sky, above the demon realm. It turned out to be the Venerable of Ronald and other experts. Russell went out to greet them. In the grand hall, it was crowded with people. Venerable of Ronald. The demon realm is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Given your current state, retreating to the demon realm for regrouping is a wise move. Do not act rashly. Consider the bigger picture. Gentlemen, let us set aside our differences and work together to expel the enemies from this land. Russell exuded the aura of a leader. He had the most say in the room. In this era, he had reached a level beyond ordinary people. At this point, Russell had ascended to a realm unmatched by anyone else, and naturally, no one opposed him. Chapter 448. Re-entering the Sacred Altar. Devin, can you open the Sacred Altar for me one more time? I need to retrieve something that can reverse the entire situation. This concerns the survival of all living beings and the fate of the continent. The last time Russell ventured deep into the secret realm of the Sacred Altar, he vaguely sensed a familiar presence calling to him from the depths. However, at that time, surrounded by enemies, Russell had no time to dwell on this feeling. His priority was getting Tammy out of the perilous realm. Moreover, the secret realm of the Sacred Altar was considered a forbidden area, as treacherous as the hopeless sea, where death could strike at any moment. With Russell's strength back then, venturing deeper would have been courting death. Now, revisiting this place, Russell couldn't suppress his curiosity and was determined to explore it thoroughly, even if it meant causing chaos within the secret realm to uncover its secrets. Times have changed. Below immortals, who can surpass Russell? As long as no immortal appears, none can be his match. Edgardal friend Edgarn, why do you say such things? You are a guest scholar in the demon realm. With your command, the millennium-old power of the demon realm is yours. The Devon wore a pleasant smile. Although he couldn't fathom Russell's thoughts, he still supported him unconditionally. The greater good was paramount. As the only one capable of turning the tide, Russell needed all their support for any chance of success. Do not waste time. With that, the Devon stood up and flew toward the rear mountain. Moments later, they both arrived before the entrance of the divine sanctuary at the back mountain. The Devon expression remained calm. He waved his sleeve, summoning elemental energy to gather at his fingertips. Then, he extended his fingers slowly forward, and golden light emanated, gently landing on the sacred altar. A loud rumble followed. The sacred altar emitted an ancient aura, as if it had been sealed for ages. A white mist spread throughout the forest, transforming it into a paradise-like wonderland. Russell gazed intently at the vortex above the sacred altar, a grave sentiment now evident in his eyes. Then, with unwavering courage, he took a step forward. Edgarl friend Edgarn, please be cautious. Remember, this is a forbidden area. Before leaving, the Devon warned him. Should anything happen to Russell, there would be no one left to withstand the overwhelming darkness. Russell nodded, leaped forward, and disappeared into the vortex. Outside the secret realm, the Devon looked grave. Suddenly, another cry came from the sky. The enemy has attacked again. All demon Jersons, heed my order. Fight without mercy and slay the rebels. Roaring voices echoed through the clouds. In an instant, the land turned crimson from the raging battle. Numerous experts personally engaged in the battlefield, including unfamiliar faces. The Devon, solemn-faced, glanced back at the sacred altar, seemingly having made a decision. This time, you will not return alive. It's time to show this continent the true might of the demon realm. Sealed away for so long, perhaps everyone has forgotten our former glory. Saying this, the Devon floated into the air, heading toward the distant sky. Another great battle loomed over the demon realm. Inside the secret realm, Russell traversed through spatial rifts, strengthened by 2 years of cultivation. His physical body could now move through space effortlessly. Almost instantly, he re-entered the secret realm. The scene inside was much the same as before, with little change. Russell soared into the air and headed deeper in. Along the way, he passed the blood pond where he had trained previously, but after his use, it was nearly drained. He didn't stop but continued advancing until he reached a towering tree blocking his path. The tree was massive and lush, nearly reaching the heavens, radiating immense vitality. Young man, ahead lies the forbidden zone. If you insist on going further, this may become your burial ground. To achieve immortal level strength at your age is rare, but even immortals dare not easily enter these lands. With your strength, proceeding deeper means certain death. The vines from the tree suddenly danced, blocking Russell's path. Russell was resolute, and nothing could hinder him. Glenn, please step aside. I have urgent matters requiring me to delve deeper. Russell revealed his Eve sword, its sword aura flaring, cutting through the air with each movement. He did not attack directly, sensing no hostility from the tree. Let us see if you have the qualifications to enter deeper. At once, countless vines sprang up around him. Leaves fell from the giant tree like sharp blades, gleaming white and slicing through the wind. Russell's expression hardened, emitting a heavenly sword chi that repelled the falling leaves. Yet, the situation was dire. Vines surged towards Russell, slamming into his body, forcing him backward, crashing onto the ground heavily. Despite this, the vines did not injure him. Instead, his aura grew stronger. Suddenly, a black shadow shot upward. Golden light filled the sky, breaking through layers of mist, converging on Russell's fingertips. He raised his hand, pointing forward, and golden beams streaked toward the giant tree. However, the beam was deflected by a protective barrier around the tree. Russell's face darkened. Then, with a loud roar, he shouted, "Heavenly Sword Gate." A colossal light sword appeared, level with the sky, its grandeur awe-inspiring, its sword chi piercing his vision. Since reaching the peak of Swordmaster, Russell had never truly tested his sword prowess. Hashtag chapter 449, Emperor Darren. The sword chi radiated outward from within, enveloping every inch of Russell's body without reservation, forming an invisible armor that guarded his body. Russell stood with his hands in front of him, as steady as a mountain, unmoved. A golden light emanated from his eyes. This golden light was interwoven with the aura of slaughter, especially from the colossal sword behind him that aligned with the sky. With a deafening roar, the colossal sword cleaved down, splitting the soil before him in two. Golden light burst forth, dazzling and blinding, almost filling the entire secret realm. When the golden light finally dissipated, a massive crack appeared before him, revealing a deep abyss beneath it. The crack continued to emit startling sword chi that refused to fade or diminish. The sudden appearance of sword light above had already vanished, and the world once again became tranquil, as if no wave had ever been stirred. Examining the towering tree before him, obvious scratches now marked its thick trunk. Moreover, a strange, blood-like liquid flowed down its branches. The vines that previously blocked Russell's path had long vanished into nothingness. It was clear that the towering tree, having resisted the force of sword opening Heaven's Gate, was now heavily injured. At the same time, it had gained some understanding of Russell's true strength. At this moment, Russell slowly sheathed the founding master sword, holding it in front of his chest with an air of confidence. His breathing was perfectly steady. Earlier, he had only shown a fraction of his true power. If he were to reveal all his cards, he could uproot the towering tree entirely. Russell had come to delve deeper into the secret realm and did not intend to waste energy here. Besides, the giant tree hadn't displayed any hostility, so there was no need for conflict. Glenn, can you show me a path to follow? The world outside is engulfed in war, yet I must be the hero who saves it from suffering. Although dangers lurk deep within this realm, I have no choice but to go forward. His tone was resolute. Facing a possible dead end, surrendering was not his style. Having come this far, Russell had no retreat. Stepping back would mean countless lives lost to the darkness. Driven by countless unseen hands pushing him forward, how could he turn back? Young man, your courage is admirable. A true warrior should stand firm amidst trials, carving out a path to survival amidst peril. I was too lenient earlier. The road ahead is long. Don't let it cloud your mind. Follow your heart and achieve greatness. The vines entwining the path slowly retracted, clearing the way for the towering tree. Russell gazed straight ahead, his eyes filled with complexity. The path ahead was shrouded in mist, obscuring its mysteries, possibly leading to death at any moment. In the end, Russell took a step forward, heading deeper into the realm, never looking back. The depths of the secret realm were enveloped in dense white mist, completely isolating all other presences. Even as Russell spread his divine sense, he couldn't perceive anything around him. Amidst layers of fog, Russell felt like a blind man, relying solely on his hands to feel his way forward. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds came from ahead. An unusual noise emerged from the thick underbrush. It sent a chill down Russell's spine, making the hairs on his body stand on end, and he involuntarily trembled. He stared towards the source of the sound, but saw no movement. Heh. Another reckless soul has arrived. A voice suddenly spoke before him, childlike and innocent. The voice lingered in Russell's ears, refusing to fade. Suddenly, a figure darted past Russell, accompanied by a gentle breeze. He turned to look but saw nothing. Who are you? Stop playing tricks. If you have the guts, show yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, endless sword chi once again enveloped Russell's body, separating the surrounding mist. But the next moment, a slender figure climbed onto Russell's shoulder, grabbing his collar. Russell turned and was startled, his body trembling involuntarily, fear flickering across his face. Who are you? Before Russell could make out the figure, swish, it shot into the founding master sword on his back. How potent this sword chi is. Truly a fine weapon. From now on, I shall be the spirit of this sword. As for you, little cultivator of the transformation of soul realm, you will temporarily serve as my slave. If not for my great injuries, you wouldn't even be worthy to carry my shoes. Treasure this rare opportunity. Following me will bring you countless benefits in the future. The childlike voice echoed incessantly in his ear. Russell quickly grabbed the founding master sword and swung it wildly, trying to extract the spirit attached to it. Now, the founding master sword emitted a formidable aura, distinctly different from before. Russell also clearly felt that the sword's power had become even more potent. Want to catch me? Dream on. My soul has fully merged with this sword. If you want to destroy me, you'll have to destroy the sword too. Upon hearing this, Russell's expression darkened, his lips twitching uncontrollably, and his demeanor stiffened. After a long while, Russell could only accept reality. However, Russell did gain one advantage. Though the spirit chattered non-stop, somewhat annoying, the vast energy within the founding master sword had indeed increased. Oh right. In the future, address me as Emperor Darren. In my prime, I was a formidable existence. On your continent, a mere finger could split the entire land. Immortals were like ants to me. Throughout their journey, Emperor Darren rambled on continuously, but Russell ignored everything he said, focusing instead on moving forward. Are you listening? I'm talking to you. Chapter 450, The Dragon's Legacy. Russell remained calm, his heart still as a stagnant pond, devoid of any ripples. So how did you end up like this and fall to such a state, trapped in this secret realm? From the looks of it, the legendary Emperor Darren isn't as powerful as people say. The words hung in the air. For a moment, silence descended, and neither of them spoke, holding their breaths. After what seemed like an eternity, the young voice spoke again. Emperor Darren sighed deeply, a palpable sorrow lingering in his tone. To explain is long and complex, perhaps I can tell you another day. But know that not a single word I speak is false. In my prime, I could obliterate immortal realm beings with a snap of my fingers. With my guidance, achieving even the highest realms would be as easy as drinking water. Darren spoke with unwavering confidence. For some reason, Russell found himself involuntarily believing Darren, perhaps because he really had such power. Moreover, this Darren was clearly not from the mainland. He might have been a master from the upper realms, which explained his presence here, though how he ended up stranded was a mystery. The immortal realm shouldn't be underestimated. Yet this secret realm possessed methods to confine Darren. Clearly, this sacred ground held many secrets, but one day, he would uncover them all. But I must advise you not to delve deeper into this secret realm. I sense an extremely dangerous creature lurking within. One misstep, and you'll lose your life. That creature could likely match my peak strength, Darren said, his tone now more serious, seemingly sincere. However, Russell wasn't about to give up halfway. The deeper he ventured, the more strongly he felt the boiling ancestral dragon blood within him. He sensed something calling to him from the depths, urging him on. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the depths of the secret realm, making Russell's hairs stand on end, causing involuntary tremors throughout his body and activating his bloodline. Instantly, scales emerged on his skin, golden and shiny, adding a faint light to the dark mist around him. At the same time, the Eve sword in Russell's hand trembled, emitting a brilliant glow. Dragon blood? I didn't expect to find someone like you, a true dragon among men, in the 3,000 minor worlds. Such rich blood essence is exceedingly rare even in the upper realms. Boy, I admit you have potential. You're worthy of becoming one of my guards. Perhaps there is something deeply connected to you within this secret realm. Darren sounded genuinely surprised by Russell's ancestral dragon blood. Had the minor world not been so low on spiritual energy, Russell might have already transcended to the immortal realm. Before Russell could ask more, Darren added, 100 years ago, I fell into a deep slumber due to severe injuries. Upon awakening, I often heard the sounds of dragons roaring and tigers growling from deep within this secret realm. Initially, I sought opportunities here to recreate my physical body and return to the upper realms to strike back. However, the creatures in the depths were too formidable. Even as a spirit, I couldn't match them. Indeed, Russell's suspicions were confirmed. The secret realm harbored secrets related to dragons. Though Darren lacked a physical body and was only a spirit, few could pose a threat to him, highlighting the terrifying power in the depths. This only strengthened Russell's resolve to explore deeper and uncover everything. Since he had come this far, why not press on? Let me test the waters. You may be the legendary emperor, but now you're under my command. Obey my orders, or I can release you from the Eve sword. With that, Russell strapped the Eve sword to his back and quickened his pace towards the depths. Though the mist rushed at him, it couldn't slow his steps. The deeper he went, the more vigorously his blood boiled, burning like a fire. Not only that, he felt the unrefined ancestral dragon blood within him continuously fortifying his body. Time slowly passed, and Russell grew stronger, his physical prowess nearing the immortal realm. If he harnessed the vitality within 1,000 miles, it wouldn't be an issue with his current strength. Soon, Russell arrived at a mountain range. It appeared severed, with a massive crack emitting a faint red light. In the distance, gazing at the red glow emanating from the crack, Russell's expression grew solemn. He was certain the source of the mysterious call resided within. Thinking of this, Russell couldn't help but feel excitement, hastening his pace. He soon reached the peak of the mountain. Peering down into the crevice, a wave of heat hit him, wrapping around his entire body. Russell instinctively stepped back, a trace of weariness flashing across his face. There's something strange down there. He immediately recognized the peculiarities in the canyon below. Chapter 451, Glen Predecessor. The canyon's bottom was filled with endless magma, the heat rushing straight towards Russell, permeating his entire body. A sense of intense heat spread through him. He faintly felt the essence blood within him beginning to boil as well, even emitting a roaring sound. The sound reverberated in the air above. What is this? Russell glanced down into the canyon, muttering to himself, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, the Founding Master's sword detached from Russell's back, hovering in midair and radiating a sharp sword aura that could cut through metal like butter. There's something hidden beneath the magma. Boy, don't be careless. Just as he spoke, the entire mountain range began to shake violently, making Russell stagger and almost fall. At the critical moment, he also floated into the air, gazing down into the canyon. The magma began to bubble incessantly, releasing a series of bubbles. Russell frowned, sensing that something significant was about to happen, giving him an inexplicable feeling of unease. Sure enough, with a loud rumble, a burst of flames shot out from the depths of the magma, heading straight for Russell. In an instant, the magma transformed into a fire dragon, coiling before Russell. Who dares intrude upon this sacred place? The fire dragon snarled and roared, looking fearsome, quite intimidating at first glance. In comparison, Russell seemed like a mere ant next to it, their size difference being immense. Do you know of the dragon's inheritance here? Could you point me in the right direction? Russell asked, clasping his fists in respect. At this moment, he could clearly feel a killing intent emanating from the fire dragon. Boy, that thing wants to kill you, run. Sullivan suddenly shouted. When Russell looked up again, the fire dragon had already formed a ball of fiery red flame in its mouth. In the next second, it spat directly at Russell. Unable to dodge in time, Russell could only raise his hand to defend himself. The flames enveloped him without hesitation. His fate was uncertain until the firelight dissipated. Russell remained motionless, his body covered in golden scales which had turned red-hot from the intense heat, but remained unscathed. Boy, how can it be that you have the essence blood of dragons flowing in your veins? The fire dragon caught a hint of a familiar scent from Russell and instinctively moved closer, circling around him. It seems we share a common lineage, though the bloodline in your veins isn't pure. It appears to be acquired rather than innate. The fire dragon discerned Russell's origins at a glance, and the murderous aura around it gradually subsided. Russell remained respectful and showed no fear despite the fire dragon's menacing presence. The Founding Master's sword flew out, positioning itself before Russell. Does a mere spirit clan member dare to be insolent before this venerable? Even your ancestor once showed respect to me, let alone a descendant. The fire dragon continued to hover in the sky, glancing at the Founding Master's sword before exhaling a breath of dragon fire. The dragon fire enveloped the sword completely. Despite the sword's fierce resistance, it couldn't break free and was trapped without any means of fighting back. Sullivan sighed. Perhaps he hadn't expected there to be such a powerful entity here, far surpassing his prime. How did you know I belong to the spirit clan? Finally, Sullivan gave up and countered with a question. Earlier, Sullivan hadn't revealed even a hint of his presence, yet the fire dragon had detected him effortlessly. In my time, I was close friends with the Founding Master of the spirit clan. Your clan's tricks are child's play to me. The fire dragon's voice was low and hoarse, echoing across the heavens and earth. Russell's respect grew. It was clear that this fire dragon had held considerable status during its peak days in the higher realms. Why are you also trapped in this realm? Russell asked curiously. What kind of power could imprison such a legendary figure from the higher realms? I was approaching my natural end, and in search of a chance at survival, I wandered through countless lands, nearly exploring all 3,000 minor worlds. Eventually, I discovered this realm but found myself trapped here, unable to break the seal regardless of my efforts. To preserve my spirit, I had to sacrifice my physical form as my end approached. Without breaking the seal, my spirit would remain imprisoned in this realm. Not only that, there are many other world-class figures who met the same fate here. They are volatile and aggressive. Stop here. Once you grow stronger, delve deeper into the secret realm. Upon hearing these words, Russell felt perplexed. How could he move freely while they were trapped in this secret realm? It was disconcerting. When the time comes, perhaps you can save us. This trip deep into the secret realm must be because you sensed the dragon's breath and wanted to try to find the dragon's legacy. Though I am not the progenitor of dragons, the bloodline I carry, or the legacy I hold is almost identical. Now, however, I lie here in this desolate place, with no one to inherit my legacy. During my absence, the dragon race has likely declined long ago. The fire dragon shifted slightly inside, a look of reluctance appearing in its eyes. Its gaze returned to Russell, and its eyes sparkled with new interest. Boy, though your talent and strength are somewhat lacking, if you receive my legacy, even a wild chicken can soar and become a phoenix. The fire dragon's words made Russell frown, a hint of embarrassment showing on his face. He was hailed as a prodigy on the continent, yet the fire dragon found him unworthy. This caused a mixed feeling within him. Despite his frustration, he maintained a composed demeanor, smiling warmly at the fire dragon. Chapter 452, Dragon Bone. Perhaps, his prided talent was indeed nothing special in the upper realm. After all, the upper realm gathered heroes from the 3,000 great worlds, each with their own glorious story. Once you accept my legacy, you will undoubtedly cause an uproar in the upper realm. Don't tarnish my reputation, or I'll do whatever it takes to reclaim that power. The Jackson waved its body, speaking seriously, not joking around. Russell's expression became serious as well. If he could obtain the Jackson's legacy, Russell would soar to new heights once more. The hope of reaching immortality would grow, possibly allowing him to avert this calamity for the continent. Thinking of the dark, heavenly Greysaster, Russell felt renewed determination surge within him, his blood boiling with vigor. I'm ready. Russell's face revealed eagerness. Suddenly, the Jackson spiraled into the sky, plunging into the lava. Moments later, the lava began rolling, radiating intense heat, and slight movements occurred at the bottom. A booming sound erupted, and a skeleton slowly floated up, emitting powerful energy. Russell's expression changed as he sensed the profound nature of the bones. This was a dragon bone. With the Jackson nearing its end, its mortal body died, leaving behind the dragon bone. And dragon bones were invaluable treasures. Compared to the primordial dragon's essence he previously obtained, this couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. Once the dragon bone was refined, Russell would transform like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, reaching a new realm with limitless potential. Considering this, a greedy look appeared on his face. Then, the Jackson re-emerged from the lava, hovering in midair, gazing intently at Russell. This dragon bone embodies my lifetime of cultivation. Many in the upper realm have sought it out, knowing that possessing it can lead to boundless achievements. Today, I entrust it to you. Do not disappoint my intentions. This revision ensures the sentence is clear and natural in English while accurately conveying the original meaning. The repetition of disappoint in the user's input has been corrected for fluency. From the Jackson's face, one could see traces of reluctance. Of course, for the Jackson now, the dragon bone held no use. It might as well benefit future generations, perhaps rekindling the glory of the dragon clan. Meanwhile, the dragon bone slowly landed before Russell. Thank you, Denver. I am eternally grateful. If I ever reach the upper realm, I will restore the dragon clan's glory there. Russell bowed, his eyes brimming with excitement, reaching out to touch the dragon bone, feeling its residual power. Don't waste time. Not just anyone can refine a dragon bone. It all depends on your abilities. Failure means death without dragon blood, which was previously hidden deep within his dantian, surged into the dragon bone, continuously nourishing it until all the blood had been absorbed. At this moment, Russell had once again ascended to a new level. He could clearly feel an unstoppable energy coursing through his body, and his veins were erupting with boiling power. Although he was still at the peak of the soul transformation stage, his strength was almost on par with that of a celestial being. He now possessed the capability to engage in combat with a celestial, and even if he couldn't win, he could escape unscathed. Roar. A resounding dragon roar erupted from Russell's body, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Below in the canyon, lava began to spurt upwards. A Jackson hovered in midair, gazing down at Russell with an appreciative look in its eyes. Given time, Russell would undoubtedly become a formidable overlord who dominated a region in the upper realms. Standing out too much invites envy. As long as he could rise above countless prodigies, he would certainly become a peerless figure in the world. Possessing the dragon bone destined Russell for an extraordinary life. He would never be confined to just this world. Russell slowly exhaled, having been frowning intensely. Just as he was about to relax, suddenly, a piercing pain spread from his limbs and throughout his body. He involuntarily shivered, a puff of smoke. Golden light radiated from Russell's body, isolating everything around him. From this moment on, he was seamlessly integrated with the dragon bone. Suddenly, Russell opened his eyes, a flash of golden light shooting from them. This light emitted an aura of dominance, making many dare not challenge him. Following this, a roaring sound emanated from his body, so deafening it drowned out half the sky. Faintly, a golden dragon shadow appeared behind him. Though it quickly dissipated, it carried the genuine might of a true dragon, incomparable to anything before. Russell's face lit up with joy. Boy, don't be too hasty in your celebrations. Possessing such treasures may invite disaster upon entering the upper realms. Even supreme experts wouldn't hesitate to degrade themselves to snatch the blessings you possess. Remember, do not reveal your abilities until you've gained enough strength. Years ago, in the upper realms, there were those who ruthlessly attacked the dragon clan just to obtain a dragon bone. With the dragon bone, one's cultivation realm soared. Consequently, many view dragons as enemies, leading to their near extinction. Today, those with dragon blood are rare, and those with dragon bones are as scarce as phoenix feathers and chelan horns. I will remember your words and not disappoint your expectations, Russell said respectfully, bowing slightly. His face glowed with happiness. This treasure would allow him to stand out among celestials one day. Just don't forget to rescue me when you achieve success, the Jackson added. In mere decades, millennia pass. I have spent nearly 10,000 years in this dark, desolate place. A note of loneliness tinged his tone. 10,000 years was a vast stretch of time. Even if he returned, everything would be different. Of course, it wasn't his era anymore. The Jackson placed all his hopes on Russell. If Russell became prominent in the upper realms, there was a chance he could be rescued from this secret realm. Why can I come and go freely, while you remain trapped. Honestly, Russell was puzzled. Why was a powerful expert like the Jackson trapped, whereas he, a newcomer, could move freely? Earlier, the secret realm was a barren land wandering through spatial rifts, not controlled by any force, nor constrained by anyone. We were developers of this area. Let me show you. Suddenly, the Jackson dove into the lava below, merging with it. Moments later, the ground shook violently. Then, the Jackson re-emerged, soaring towards the sky. Just as he was about to break through, an array formation appeared in the sky. Chapter 454. The overall situation changes. Boom. An ancient aura emanated from the formation array. An energy that did not belong to this era, clearly surpassing the boundaries of the continent. Russell merely glanced at it, and a hint of fear surfaced in his eyes. This fear originated from deep within his soul, making his bloodline tremble. Even when he faced the Jackson, such profound dread had not been felt. Suddenly, countless intricate shackles materialized atop the formation array. These shackles landed on the Jackson's body, tightly binding him within this world, and more so, emitted bolts of thunderous power. In an instant, thunder rained down upon the Jackson. Certainly, thunder affected not only the physical, but also the ethereal form alike. After nearly 15 minutes of torment, the shackles finally dissipated, and the Jackson slowly descended, its radiant glow dimming slightly. Just then, Russell was utterly stunned by this scene, unable to recover for a long time. Had the thunder struck him, he would have instantly vanished, perhaps without a trace. Only now did Russell realize the disparity in strength, which far exceeded simple measurements. Had he not ventured into the higher realm, Russell might never unravel the secrets of this mystical domain. Who would have thought? Such profound mysteries lay hidden within this mere 3,000 small world. Not just the Gravine altar of the demon realm, but also the Sea of Despair. Regarding the Sea of Despair, Russell still knew nothing. However, in time, he believed he could grasp its essence. Of course, these were future matters. If he couldn't combat the Dark Cataclysm, he wouldn't even qualify to enter the higher realm. Glenn, meeting you again is fate. I am powerless now, and can only watch as you endure suffering. A surge of determination flickered in Russell's eyes. His body radiated unwavering resolve. No matter what, he must try. Though the journey to this point was long, none could predict what would happen next. The Jackson nodded approvingly. To him, freedom no longer mattered. Instead, he hoped his legacy wouldn't be lost, hoping Russell would carry it forward. However, whether Russell possessed the ability was yet to be seen. Boy, don't waste time here. The earlier commotion may have already awakened those troublesome beings inside. Even I might not stand against them. Their tempers are unpredictable. A flicker of wariness crossed the Jackson's gaze. Clearly, Russell had only glimpsed the tip of this realm's iceberg. It might take years before the true secrets came to light. Thus, Russell bowed to the Jackson, then extended his hand to summon back the Eve sword. Earlier, the Jackson's intimidating presence had silenced Sullivan from start to finish. Facing the comrade of his ancestor instilled deep reverence. Boy, I, the Emperor, will assist you. Once you step into the higher realm, let us carve out a bloody path together. The Eve sword hovered midair, its tone genuine. Naturally, facing his ancestor's comrade, it wished to lend its support. You didn't seem so fierce just now before Glenn Jackson, boasting of great prowess. It turned out to be nothing. Russell retorted with a smile. Naturally, there was no mockery in his tone. He understood Sullivan's strength well. Ever since the Eve sword incorporated it, he could feel the uncontrollable energy within. This mystical journey brought substantial gains for Russell, transforming him profoundly. Now, he had sufficient power to ensure the remnants of the Dark Cataclysm met a miserable end. After some time, Russell appeared at the boundary of the mystical domain. In a flash, he vanished, entering a spatial vortex and feeling faint. When he opened his eyes again, Russell found himself in the demon realm. Suddenly, thunderous roars echoed around him. Looking back, the entire demon realm was engulfed in flames, ruins everywhere. The once glorious demon realm had vanished. Startled, Russell quickly regained his senses. It must be due to the invasion by the Dark Cataclysm. As he prepared to rise, a heavy figure plummeted from the sky, landing before Russell and raising it all. Russell loomed like a towering mountain. Chapter 455. Russell returns. The voice echoed across the entire demon realm sky, and countless eyes turned to focus on Russell. At this moment, Russell was like a beacon of hope. He stood in midair with one hand behind his back, bathed in the glow from the horizon. Facing the light, his expression was hidden, but to countless people, he had become a godlike figure, bringing a sense of security wherever he appeared. Everyone, the dark calamity rages unchecked. Can you all tolerate this? Break through with me. Under Russell's control, the ancestral sword charged into battle. The sword energy erupted irresistibly, obliterating countless remnants of the dark calamity in an instant, immediately lifting the previously low morale. Countless gazes were fixed on the sky. Seeing Russell bravely fight the enemy, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. In an instant, the tide began to turn in favor of the demon race. Kill! Kill! The shouts echoed in the sky as furious expressions spread across everyone's faces. The dark calamity had been relentless. Everyone's pent-up anger could finally be released. In the sky, two formidable experts locked eyes. I didn't think you'd dare show yourself. I assumed you were afraid, but indeed, you haven't let me down. If so, let's settle this today. The cloaked figure appeared directly before Russell in an instant, wrapped tightly in the darkness of the calamity, radiating immense power. Russell remained composed. Without verbally responding, in the next second, he suddenly burst forward, appearing before the cloaked figure in an instant and landing a direct punch to his abdomen. The cloaked figure was sent flying backward. With just one move, Russell took the upper hand. It was evident that he single-handedly changed the course of the battle. The cloaked figure vanished, while Russell stood alone in the sky, unaffected by the situation. He knew his own strength well. No one below the immortal realm could threaten him. Even if an immortal appeared, he could still hold his ground for several rounds, not to mention this mere cloaked figure who he had never taken seriously before and certainly did not now. Thunder roared. Above them, endless black mist enveloped the sky, turning it pitch black. Looking up, Russell's expression remained unchanged. Bringing out such petty tricks? Russell instantly saw through the scheme. Had this been 2 years ago, he might have been wary, but now he wouldn't even spare it a glance. Suddenly, Russell formed a seal with his hands. The ancestral sword reappeared behind him. Open the heavenly gate, he shouted, and the ancestral sword soared into the sky, merging with it. Thunder boomed. A dazzling light descended from the heavens, piercing through the dark clouds and striking the earth directly. The darkness above was completely dispelled. 100 paces away, the cloaked figure's face turned pale. He hadn't expected his proud technique to be so easily defeated. Realizing the situation was dire, Russell had clearly transcended to a new level, far beyond his reach. If this continued, the remnants of the Dark Calamity would undoubtedly be defeated. They would even have to relinquish the territory they had previously seized. The thought of retreat flashed through his mind, but Russell's gaze was firmly locked onto him the whole time. Want to escape? No chance. A massive sword hovered overhead, crashing into the ground with Russell's gesture, affecting even the remnants of the Dark Calamity, causing severe injuries merely from the aftershock. The tide had completely turned, leaving no room for the Dark Calamity's remnants to recover. Russell, standing in the sky, his gaze locked onto the cloaked figure, said, "Gray." In an instant, Russell appeared behind the cloaked figure, emitting a dazzling light that enveloped him. Trapped within the light, the cloaked figure couldn't move at all. The game is over. Running won't change anything. Do you really believe you have a chance of turning things around? Don't delude yourself. Our gap is unbridgeable. With the Dark Calamity backing you, you're still nothing but a failure. You betrayed your family's mission, destroying 1,000 years of glory. Not only will you be remembered in history as a villain, but future generations will despise you, leaving you unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation even in the underworld. Russell berated the cloaked figure. Had it not been for him, things wouldn't have come to this. Faced with these accusations, the cloaked figure slowly lowered his head, his face void of any color. But then a deep smile appeared. "This is on you." As he spoke, flames erupted from his body, slowly consuming him until only bones remained, radiating a chilling aura, burning his flesh. This secret technique significantly boosts his strength. Be careful, Sullivan warned, sensing the danger. Russell hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, a powerful surge of the Dark Calamity erupted from the cloaked figure's body. Bang! He broke free of the dazzling light and attacked Russell directly, landing a punch on Russell's forearm. Bang! Russell staggered back multiple steps, feeling a sharp pain in his arm. However, instead of fear, a mysterious smile spread across his face. "I thought this battle would end with a crushing victory. With him, we can turn the tide. It seems our bet on him those years ago was not wrong. You are the brightest genius of this generation. Show us your prowess." Ronald Venerable supported his bruised body as he rose from the muddy ground, still covered in wounds. He looked up at Russell battling the parry in the sky, his expression complex. In the sky, within moments, the two had already clashed thousands of times. The aftereffects of their battles continuously impacted the ground. Russell's hand kept pulsing with a powerful energy. He was constantly restraining the power within his body. Once he unleashed all his strength, the situation would turn in their favor effortlessly. Russell had been pushing his physical limits to their utmost, clearly knowing the extent of his capabilities. Just with his physical prowess alone, he was on par with the parry, even without using any secret techniques. Even with the burning flesh, the parry was still utterly defenseless against Russell. "End it." With these words, Russell waved his hand, reclaiming the Lars sword. His grip on the sword was tight, his eyes remaining expressionless. Edgarf and Death Strike. Russell was already a great swordmaster, and his Edgarf and Death Strike had long reached perfection. The power of this single strike could tear through space itself. Gray. Suddenly, sword chi erupted, releasing boundless force. Boom. The sound was deafening. The sword chi shot out like a rainbow, carrying an uncontrollable energy. The parry was momentarily stunned, turning to retreat. With just one glance, the parry saw the danger in the sword chi. He knew that if he touched it, he would instantly turn to ashes with no chance of retaliation. But fate was already sealed. When he decided to invade the demon territory, his fate was determined. Boom. The sword chi struck, smashing directly into the parry's body. In an instant, a sea of fire enveloped him, engulfing his body. Russell put away the Lars sword, extremely confident, and turned to leave. As the flames dissipated, the parry had already turned to ash, vanishing into the sky. The situation was now clear. There was no longer any trace of the parry's presence in the world. At the same time, other forces in the demon territory were sweeping away the remnants, quickly clearing the area. This battle raged on for days. They finally emerged victorious, though it was hard won. Russell's body landed on the ground, and he glanced around at the wounded. His eyes showed a complex mixture of emotions. Then, he waved his hand, and a massive vortex appeared in the air. The vortex began absorbing the surrounding life force. All the life force flowed into the vortex. Russell stood before the pagoda, his gaze fixed on it, his expression calm. "Your plan has been completely exposed." Russell stood with his hands behind his back, calmly looking down at the restless dark, heavenly Greysaster below. Though the dark, heavenly Greysaster still aimed to break the seal, the pagoda's formidable sealing power made it impossible. "Russell, I'll kill you first when I break the seal. If it weren't for you, I would have broken the seal long ago." The dark, heavenly Greysaster bellowed, shaking the ground. Russell stomped the ground, causing it to tremble again, suppressing the dark, heavenly Greysaster once more. "I said, don't be too arrogant. Though you've crossed into the immortal realm, I will one day reach there too, becoming a formidable immortal. And you will always fall to me. Good always triumphs over evil. Russell's eyes became stern. Chapter 457. Evil does not overcome righteousness. Evil does not overcome righteousness? Back then, countless righteous martial artists used every possible means to annihilate this venerable, even invoking the secret arts of heaven and earth to seal this venerable's physical form here. After enduring for 1,000 years, once this venerable reappears, I will slaughter all the righteous sects under heaven, and you shall be the first sacrifice as a piercing sound, with sword chi radiating outward. Forbidden secret art. Once this art is activated, one's divine consciousness burns, preventing rebirth or transcendence, becoming an eternal wandering spirit outside the three realms. Sullivan immediately saw through Rocky's condition. Probably after being killed, Rocky made a deal with the Dark Disaster. Though he would never transcend, he received supreme power. Kill him. Once this venerable returns to the world, this land will belong to you too. In the future, you will be second only to me, ruling over thousands. The Dark Disaster still tried to manipulate Rocky. From beginning to end, Rocky was merely a pawn, simple fodder for the Dark Disaster's grand ambitions. Rocky nodded, his body engulfed in even darker energy. His eyes were filled with black mist, containing bone-chilling malevolence. Beware. When I was at my peak, dealing with such small fries was just a snap of the fingers. However, you are only at the transforming soul realm. Dealing with this guy might be challenging. Without waiting for Sullivan to finish, Russell rushed forward. Regardless, Russell was confident in his strength. Beneath Immortal, he stood invincible. Even facing an Immortal, he could retreat unscathed. In an instant, the barrier weakened again, its cracks spreading like a spider disaster, his aura growing more volatile than before. Russell furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar. In a fleeting moment, Rocky, transformed into Dark Disaster, slammed straight into the pagoda. Russell's face changed abruptly, realizing it was too late to stop it. Instantly, the ground quaked. The pagoda's radiance dimmed slightly as Russell swiftly retrieved it, his expression turning grave. For some reason, he felt an unsettling premonition. The Dark Disaster flooded into the underground depths. The sky darkened. Unbeknownst when, thick clouds covered the sky, devoid of any light, pressing heavily on everyone's chests, making breathing difficult. Simultaneously, across the land, countless experts floated in the air, all gazing toward the distant borderlands. Soldiers who were bravely battling put down their weapons, looking in the same direction. On the horizon, dark clouds almost enveloped half the continent. An oppressive aura spread widely, instilling panic in everyone's hearts, as if a stone blocked their chests. At this moment, Venerable Ronald stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the sky, also gazing far away, his eyes heavy with concern. Of course, he knew why the heavens were changing. Chapter 458, the final battle. There was only one person in the world capable of extending their aura over 1,000 miles. That was none other than the Coil, the sole individual who had ascended to the realm of immortality in this era. The aura emitted by an immortal was enough to instill fear in every heart on the continent. High above, beside Venerable Ronald, countless venerables gathered once again. They all gazed intently at the distant scene with grave expressions. Everyone, let's watch how things unfold. Trust that the Gillis will bring us unexpected results. Although the Coil has transcended into the realm of immortality, there is still a glimmer of hope. Russell carried the hopes of all living beings on the continent, embodying the aspirations of this era. If he were to fail, the subsequent history of the continent would be under the dark rule of the Coil, shrouded in eternal darkness. Humanity might even become its slaves. On the frontier, Russell hovered in midair, his expression calm despite the impending danger. This day had finally arrived. Of course, Russell had no intention of fleeing. He knew that turning back now would mean total defeat. Below, countless black vapors formed tentacles, as if trying to emerge from beneath the earth. A thick fog of black mist hovered in the air. Suddenly, an evil laugh echoed across the heavens and earth. 1,000 years. Boast. You talk too much. Clutching the founding master's sword tightly, Russell murmured. In the next instant, he charged forward. This battle, one of them would surely die. If Russell lost, countless lives behind him would perish as well. Thus, this battle could only end in victory. Failure was not an option. Russell launched himself forward, clearly intending to take the initiative. With a swift swing of his sword, a blade of energy emitted an awe-inspiring aura. For a moment, the ground shook violently. However, the Coil remained unmoved, somehow withstanding the attack without a scratch. This astonished Russell. How dare the Coil resist such an overwhelming strike? Even soul transformation experts would avoid Russell's attacks, yet here it stood unscathed. Before Russell could react further, the Coil attacked again. Suddenly, a wave of darkness enveloped Russell, transforming into shackles that bound him mid-air, rendering him immobile. A mysterious array appeared behind Russell, emitting an ancient aura and a purple glow that inspired dread. Meanwhile, countless people watched from afar, witnessing this battle that determined the fate of countless lives. Russell struggled with all his might, but could not break free from the shackles. He was now firmly trapped by the array. Do not struggle. With your current strength, you cannot escape these bindings. Even fellow immortals would shy away from this move, let alone a mere soul transformation expert like you. Just wait to die. When I possess your body and slaughter the entire continent, what a delicious taste that will be. The thought of it is exhilarating. An eerie laughter resonated throughout the heavens. Russell gritted his teeth, eyes burning with defiance. Of course, he had ways to break free, but it was too early to use his last resort. At this moment, the founding master sword floated before Russell. Boy, did you forget about me? Though my strength may not match what it once was, breaking this elementary array is child's play. With that, Sullivan roared and plunged the sword into the array before him. Instantly, light burst forth, and the sword's energy flooded the array like an endless river. Rumbling, the array trembled and shattered. The shackles binding Russell began to loosen, allowing his Danteon chi to surge out, releasing a powerful force. Bang! A sharp sound echoed in the clouds as the array crumbled. Not only did the array disintegrate, but the shackles around Russell turned to ashes. The coil's true form stood frozen in disbelief, unable to battle would have already been lost. Russell, when I initially gave you a chance to live, you rejected it and continuously obstructed my plans. If you do not die, I cannot rest easy. Russell's displayed talent was astonishing. Given enough time, he would surely become a celestial and a dominant force in this world. Unfortunately, Callan's arrival was premature, becoming the greatest obstacle to his ascension to immortality. Enough noise. Come, let's fight. I am invincible below the rank of celestial, but above it, even I can contend. There is no road ahead? Then I will carve one through blood and fire. With those words, Russell stepped through the air. With every step, ripples spread from beneath his feet, and his body hovered in midair. Instantly, his body transformed into a meteor streaking across the sky, appearing beside Callan in an instant. Suddenly, a layer of golden scales covered his body, emitting a brilliant light. A dragon's roar echoed from within his veins, reverberating in the heavens. The sheer force shattered the dark clouds around Callan. A golden dragon's shadow appeared behind Russell, coiling around him with eyes fixed fiercely on Callan. The appearance of the golden dragon filled everyone with awe. The overwhelming pressure from the depths of their bloodlines caused the earth to tremble. After fusing with the dragon bone, Russell's physical strength improved dramatically, and his body now harbored hidden mysteries. The essence contained within the dragon bone surpassed anything he had previously obtained from the ancient dragon's blood. Holding the Geno sword, Russell roared towards the sky once more. Return of the myriad swords. Immediately, the ground within 1,000 miles shook. Innumerable flying swords floated in the air, densely packed behind Russell, stretching far beyond sight. The swords radiated an intimidating aura. Russell stood before them, embodying the true demeanor of a master swordsman. The stars in the sky adorned the boundless expanse. His presence transcended the mundane, illuminated by a dazzling radiance. At this moment, he resembled a celestial. As Russell pointed, the myriad swords converged and descended upon Callan. Moreover, the golden dragon opened its massive jaws, joining the attack alongside the return of the myriad swords. A deafening boom resounded. Flashes of light erupted in the sky. Continuous explosions shook the heavens and earth. Finally, the oppressive clouds over people's heads began to disperse. Yet, Russell remained motionless in the air. He knew these moves wouldn't seriously threaten Callan, but might only wound him gravely. As the light faded, Callan still floated in the sky, albeit with slightly weakened power. You have some skill. I underestimated you. To injure me in such dire straits, with a few decades more, you might indeed match me. But I won't give you that chance. Given a few years, Russell could reach heights others could never achieve. With more time, he would eventually become a celestial. Russell already possessed the potential to become a celestial. It was merely a matter of time. At a critical moment, Callan dashed forward, covering 1,000 feet in an instant, appearing behind Russell. Darkness once again enveloped him. Numerous tentacles shot out, binding Russell. Callan then lifted his hand, tearing a rift in space. With a tear, a fissure appeared before Russell, filled with void and chaotic energy. Even celestials would perish if caught in it. Years ago, Sullivan was swept into such a spatial rift, unable to save himself. Boy, be on your guard. Don't get pulled into that spatial rift, or you'll be dead before you know it. Sullivan suddenly shouted. Meanwhile, the Geno sword cut through the tentacles repeatedly but to no avail. Don't waste your effort. Enjoy your final moments. You're about to die, said Callan. Russell gritted his teeth, staring intently at his opponent. Suddenly, a vortex appeared above his head. Hashtag chapter 460, spatial turbulence. A series of cryptic characters floated around Russell's body, then descended upon him one by one. In the next moment, all the life force within a 100-mile radius surged toward him, seeping into his meridians. At this very instant, Russell's combat strength surged significantly once more, and the previously depleted Danteon was replenished again. Suddenly, Russell's body convulsed violently, and the tentacles that had wrapped around him snapped off, turning to ashes. The Braden's face flickered with surprise before the smile vanished, replaced by an enigmatic expression. Let the entire continent fall. Darkness will once again envelope this world. No one can escape from my hands. With those words, the Braden spread its arms wide. Black fog erupted from the ground, and above, an endless expanse of dark clouds gathered. Everything around was plunged into darkness. The crack in the sky widened, like a gaping maw ready to swallow Russell at any moment. Suddenly, a powerful suction force erupted from the crack, and countless tentacles emerged, wrapping tightly around Russell's body. As soon as he touched these tentacles, Russell could feel the life force flowing through his meridians being continuously drained, gradually consumed. After a while, Russell's Danteon dried up once flames, engulfing the Eve sword. In the world, everyone felt despondent, their hearts filled with despair. The light had faded from their eyes. This battle was over, and the history of the continent would be rewritten. Human cultivators would be annihilated, and the continent ruled by darkness. Grade we lose after all? Can that boy still bring hope? Floating mid-air, Venerable Ronald stared intently at the spatial rift, his heart heavy. Edgarf and death no longer mattered. He just didn't want countless lives to perish under the Braden. If human cultivators continued, they could eventually rise again. Meanwhile, Russell floated in the spatial turbulence, his consciousness fading, almost losing touch with reality. His body felt like lead, his limbs incredibly heavy. He saw nothing but darkness. Suddenly, A wave of spatial turbulence struck him, causing him to convulse, blood spurting from his mouth. Just one wave severely injured him. Soon, he would be destroyed in the spatial rift. Am I finally going to die? Is this really the end? I didn't expect it to end like this, without even someone to bury my remains. Russell's eyes were closed, but his mind screamed. He refused to accept this fate. Dying here, his remains would be swallowed as well. He felt he had let everyone down, condemning the continent to calamity, countless lives to death under the Braden. Moreover, he carried the weight of numerous ancestors' responsibilities. The world could rival it. The translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural English phrasing and coherent narrative flow. The names are kept in pinyin format as requested, and the overall tone and style of the original text are preserved. Chapter 461, Battle of the Immortals. To ensure his safety, Braden extended his divine sense across every corner of the continent, but found no trace of an overwhelming aura that would cause him fear. Only now did his long-suspended heart finally settle. As he turned around, a deep rumble suddenly echoed through the air behind him, reverberating into the sky. Zayap. The spatial rift behind Braden tore open again. The residual power of the spatial turbulence surged out from the crack, which swirled like a vortex, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The sudden noise startled Braden. He abruptly turned his head to face forward, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. His eyelids uncontrollably twitched. Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of dread? After all, he was an immortal. Could there still be someone on this continent who could make him feel such dread? Absolutely not. Braden raised his hands again, forming seals, and a massive black mist enveloped his body. The black mist rushed toward the spatial rift, attempting to seal it. But nothing changed. At this moment, a mass and a burst of fire. When the flames dissipated, several new wounds appeared on his body, leaking black blood. The aura he emitted weakened noticeably. However, there was no pain visible on Braden's face, as this physical form wasn't truly his, so he felt no pain. Over 1,000 years ago, our ancestors used every possible means and ultimately sacrificed their lives to seal you within this land. Today, with the great tide upon us, I will finish what they started and put an end to your evil. This will all come to an end. As these words fell, stars began to appear in the sky, one by one. Among the sea of stars, Russell floated, emitting an aura that was now completely different from before. It was profound and incomprehensible, even to Braden. Immortal realm? How can this be? How could you possibly enter the immortal realm? Braden's face was filled with shock. Not only had Russell survived the spatial turbulence, but he had also emerged stronger, achieving the immortal realm. While speaking, Braden took a step back, a look of disbelief and reluctance on his face. Russell had now become the biggest obstacle to his rule over the entire continent. Conversely, Russell stood high in the sky, looking down at Braden with a gleaming light in his eyes. After reaching the immortal realm, his aura had transformed. Everything is possible. Braden, you have stayed swirling around him. At this point, his mastery of swordsmanship had reached a level unseen by anyone before or since. Even as an immortal, Russell had the confidence to cut down an enemy with a single strike, though Braden was already at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, requiring greater effort to defeat. At this moment, Braden resisted tenaciously, not daring to slack off for a second. Previously, Russell was merely at the deity transformation stage, posing no real threat. But now, after entering the immortal realm, even if only newly so, he demanded full attention. I am at the peak of the immortal realm, while you are just a beginner. In front of me, you are still just a jumping flea. Surrender now. Braden, clearly at a disadvantage, retreated dozens of steps, yet continued to taunt. The duel between two immortals. An event unprecedented in history. Chapter 462. The outcome is decided. The mere shockwave from their clash could instantly exterminate an expert at the peak of the soul transformation realm. Once one entered the immortal realm, even a casual gesture could destroy an entire continent. At this moment, Graylin took several steps back, not daring to face Russell directly. After engaging in battle, he had been at a constant disadvantage, with no room for resistance. When fighting Russell, he felt unprecedented pressure, like a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Yet, Russell was merely a newcomer to the immortal realm, while Graylin was a seasoned veteran who had spent many years exploring this realm. As he pondered, Russell attacked again. He wielded the Geno sword, radiating immense power. Graylin's pupils suddenly contracted in shock and fear as Russell charged forward. Russell slashed his sword directly at Graylin. The latter's aura diminished significantly. The once overbearing darkness now seemed subdued. Suddenly, Russell stretched out his hand and pinched the air. Lotus flowers appeared mid-air, each carrying terrifying energy that made space tremble. In contrast, Graylin placed his hands before him, eyes tightly shut, and in the next second, the surrounding space tore apart. Black mist surged from these tears, forming tentacles that entangled the lotuses. With Russell's hand seals, the lotuses exploded. Blinding firelight erupted in all directions, shooting toward the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Graylin emerged from the flames, followed by a colossal black-fogged palm that seized Russell. Boy, I offer you a way out. Submit to me, and we will divide the world. Reigning together, black tendrils were draining Russell's spirit energy. During the fight, Graylin realized the situation wasn't in his favor. Both being immortals, eliminating Russell wouldn't be easy without some trickery. Regretfully, Russell's talent had become a threat. If not eliminated now, Russell would surely defeat him in the future. Ridiculous. Russell retaliated, summoning a towering structure above Graylin. It crashed down, pinning him under its weight. Since entering the immortal realm, Russell had mastered the use of this tower, which emitted a more formidable aura than before. Come out and fight honorably if you have the courage, shouted Graylin, trapped under the tower. With his current strength, breaking the tower's seal was impossible, and thus, certain defeat loomed. Russell remained unperturbed, continuing his hand seals. Suddenly, golden light enveloped him, forming a vortex overhead. Next, the vortex absorbed all life force within the continent into Russell's body. His load reached its limit. Without the dragon bone support, he might have burst. Now, his body pulsated with boundless energy, veins bulging and sweat dripping. Maintaining this state wasn't feasible for long. Recently entering the immortal realm, his foundation was unstable. If not expelled soon, the life force would rupture his body. Russell took a step forward, shaking the void. A thunderbolt struck ahead, releasing black smoke. Yet, Russell stood motionless until a dragon roar echoed behind him. A golden dragon coiled around him, roaring and exhaling. Reverence swept across everyone. Russell, holding the Geno sword, approached Graylin, standing before him. Hashtag chapter 463, Journey to the Hopeless Sea. The outcome was already decided. Even after unleashing his primordial power, Brayden was still no match for Russell. Not only did Russell possess terrifying talent, but the strength he exhibited was astonishing. Despite being at the pinnacle of a mortal realm, Brayden ultimately fell to him. A torrential rain doused the last ember of hope in Brayden's heart. Over 1,000 years, he had endured the ravages and torments of time, lying dormant for centuries, hoping that when he emerged again, he would unify the world. He never expected such an end, not only failing to unite the land, but also losing his life in the process. In this era, he encountered a once-in-a-millennium genius, perhaps sealing his fate, forever unable to rise again, let alone mount a comeback. Facing the relentless Russell, Brayden closed his eyes, awaiting judgment. He knew his path had come to an end. There would be no second chance. At this moment, Russell stood before him, the Eve sword resting on his neck. His expression remained calm, as if this battle posed no threat to him. From the moment they clashed, the outcome had been clear. Russell carried countless hopes and karmic ties upon his shoulders. I said it before. You were bound to lose, Russell declared. Brayden's face flashed with a demonic smile. He not only failed to achieve his grand ambitions, but also lost his life. He couldn't help but reflect that even after reaching the immortal realm, he lacked the power to rule the continent. There was nothing left to say. Kill me, Brayden implored. You are indeed strong. He now clearly saw the insurmountable gap between himself and Russell. In just a few short decades, Russell had ascended to the peak of the continent, towering over all other geniuses. Even the immortals of 1,000 years ago could not compare. Throughout history, who could rival Russell's talent? Even in this era of sparse spiritual energy, he broke through the barriers, becoming an immortal. Thus, Russell's sword struck, cleaving Brayden in two. A flame then emerged from his hand, consuming Brayden's divine consciousness entirely. This time, Russell eliminated every trace of the threat, leaving no room for retaliation. The millennium-long conflict finally came to an end. No one would threaten the lives of countless beings on the continent ever again. The ancestors who perished at Brayden's hands could now rest in peace. Russell sighed, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. After a long while, he finally smiled. The Eve sword hovered before him, radiating a brilliant light. Kid, to become an immortal under such dire circumstances? I didn't misjudge you. Your talent is truly extraordinary. I thought I'd suffer along with you. Do you want to join me in exploring the upper realm? Together, we can turn it upside down. Russell's demonstrated strength earlier shocked Darren as well. Setting aside the matter of transcending limits, just overpowering a fully accomplished immortal with newly attained immortal strength was enough to awe everyone. Even in the upper realm, few could achieve what he did. Let's discuss that later. Russell's body slowly descended. At this point, no one in the continent could hinder his progress. However, the two forbidden zones remained a mystery. The land lay in ruins, two great empires destroyed. After Brayden's invasion, the continent faced unimaginable suffering. The immediate task was to restore order and bring peace. Respected Ronnies waited atop a mountain ridge at the edge of the world, awaiting Russell's return. A gentle breeze ruffled Russell's hair and pristine robes. Edgard shone upon him, illuminating his imposing figure. Yves, Russell bowed deeply. Your junior has fulfilled his duty. Brayden has been completely eradicated, and the land will henceforth know peace. None shall dare invade our homeland again. Though he had reached the immortal realm, Russell remained humble. Had it not been for the guidance of these predecessors, he might never have achieved such greatness. Ronald Venerable wore a gratified expression. Seeing his protege stand proudly before him without losing his way made Ronald Venerable feel that his efforts had been worthwhile. Kid, if not for you, we would all have lived in despair. Everyone owes you their gratitude. Ronald Venerable placed a hand on Russell's shoulder, his smile widening. Eve, there are still remnants of Brayden's forces within the continent. We must eliminate them to prevent future threats. Ronald Venerable's expression turned serious. Rebuilding the land was paramount. Turning back, despite each person bearing heavy wounds from the battle, they all smiled upon hearing of Russell's victory. Their spirits soared. Fellow martial artists, the land remains unrest. We must rebuild and purge the remnants of Brayden together. His voice echoed through the heavens. Within 1,000 miles, everyone heard Ronald Venerable's call. People roared in response, showing courage and determination. Kill, kill, kill. Though the sky remained overcast, everyone felt a surge of passionate energy. The rain lasted 3 days, extinguishing the flames that had spread far and wide. During these 3 days, all forces in the continent united, both beast and human, reclaiming the lost lands and eliminating Brayden's remaining forces. Now, Russell stood at the edge of the hopeless sea, gazing at its vastness. His expression grew grave. Having attained immortality, he could now transcend time and space to explore the upper realm. But before doing so, he planned to uncover the hidden secrets of this sea. Chapter 464, The Bottom of the Hopeless Sea. Staring at the boundless sea before him, Russell's expression grew profound. Back when he first came to this part of the ocean, a demonic beast at the soul transformation stage had relentlessly pursued him, almost leading to his death. Now, returning once again, Russell had become an unparalleled immortal in the world. Yet, facing the vast and boundless sea, a sense of trepidation still welled up within him. Over the 1,000-year history of the continent, no one had ever uncovered the secrets hidden within these waters. Even the immortals who appeared a millennium ago dared not set foot on this sea, indicating how deeply ingrained the fear of the hopeless sea was in every generation. At this moment, the Eve sword suddenly appeared beside Russell, while Darren looked out towards the sea as well. This sea has its intrigue. Even I can't see through it. It must conceal many secrets. Boy, be careful. The danger here is no less than that of the mystic realm we encountered during our first meeting. Even in the upper realms, there's nowhere quite as strange as this. Though your current cultivation puts you at the top among the people of this continent, in the upper realms, you're merely at the bottom tier. Upon hearing this, Russell's expression turned solemn. After all, Darren was still a formidable figure in the upper realms, with wide-ranging insight even if his strength was greatly reduced. For him to say such things only highlighted the profound mystery of the hopeless sea. I understand. With that, Russell grabbed the Eve sword and plunged into the depths of the hopeless sea. Now an immortal, the outer sea beasts posed no threat to him. In the blink of an eye, he was 1,000 miles away. Having reached the immortal realm, he could tear through space, crossing 1,000 miles in an instant, but encountering spatial turbulence would still bring calamity. 1,000 miles out, the sea remained boundless and endless. At this point, Russell glanced downward. Suddenly, ripples formed on the surface, causing him to grip the Eve sword tightly. Boom! The sea surged, creating massive waves. In the next second, a sea beast opened its cavernous maw, attempting to devour Russell. He quickly retreated, leaving the beast snapping at empty air. Human! Leave immediately. This area is beyond your reach. The sea beast surfaced, its gaze sharply fixed on Russell hovering above. Maintaining a safe distance, Russell's serious expression deepened. An immortal realm sea beast? He hadn't expected any to exist on the continent, which left him somewhat surprised. Forgive my intrusion. May I ask if this hopeless sea has an end? Are you the lord of these waters? If I have caused any disturbance, I will leave immediately, Russell said with a bow. His purpose for sailing out was to explore the mysteries of this sea, not to engage the sea beasts of the hopeless sea. Before he could finish speaking, the sea beast roared again. Suddenly, waves crashed from all directions, and countless sea beasts emerged, staring intently at Russell in midair. However, they were all at the peak of the soul transformation stage, posing no real threat to him. Scram! It seemed the immortal realm sea beast didn't wish to waste words. It floated up from the water, its massive form towering majestically in the air. Russell frowned. While he had entered the sea beast's territory, did it have to be so disrespectful? We are both in the immortal realm. Do you think I fear you? Before Russell could finish, the sea beast lunged again, opening its mouth to swallow him whole. Encased in golden light, Russell unleashed a powerful sword aura. In the next instant, the sea beast's stomach churned violently, eventually spitting him out. Since you offer no respect, don't blame me for being merciless. Golden scales enveloped Russell, and the sound of a dragon's roar emanated from him. A golden dragon illusion appeared behind him. All the sea beast's pupils constricted sharply at the sight, feeling a supreme racial suppression even at the immortal realm. Let him in. You cannot stop him. Suddenly, echoes reverberated across the heavens and earth. The previously tumultuous sea calmed down. Hearing this, all the sea beasts retreated, leaving only the immortal realm beast floating on the surface. My lord calls you. Follow me. There was still a hint of reluctance in its eyes as it submerged itself back into the water. Russell glanced around and then followed closely behind the sea beast into the hopeless sea, gripping the Eve sword tightly. He couldn't afford any slack in the face of the unknown. After a while, deeper within the hopeless sea, a grand palace suddenly appeared before Russell. Settled beneath the sea, this palace far surpassed the opulence of the Carey dynasty's imperial palace. My lord, I have brought him. The sea beast halted before the palace, filled with reverence. Retreat. On command, the sea beast departed without looking back. That an immortal realm beast would submit suggested a powerful master within the hopeless sea, making Russell even more cautious. An expert surpassing the immortal realm could likely exterminate him in an instant. Entering the palace, Russell felt an invisible pressure. His gaze swept around, revealing a flash of surprise on his face. Estimating the palace had stood here for 10,000 years, stepping inside gave off an ancient, primeval aura. Boy, were you the one who recently reached the immortal realm? In a millennium, who would have thought someone could achieve immortality in this era of sparse spiritual energy? Chapter 465. The Three Pure Emperor. Before seeing the person, his voice was heard first. The voice echoed hollowly, reverberating throughout the vast palace and producing a series of echoes. Simultaneously, a formidable pressure spread out. Russell could clearly feel as if he were carrying a mountain on his back, with immense pressure exerted with every step. A sharp gaze also landed on him. In that moment, he sensed an invisible pair of eyes staring intently at him, seemingly scrutinizing Russell through and through. Soon after, Russell arrived in the main hall and saw a figure standing before it, turned away from him. The towering silhouette gave a heart-stirring impression upon first glance. Suddenly, this man turned around. His body was covered with green scales. Even more than half of his face was concealed by scales, exuding an inexplicable sense of authority. Russell's brows furrowed tightly, suddenly feeling a pang of unease. The person emitted a formidable aura, so potent that even the ancestral sword behind him couldn't stop trembling. This person emits a powerful aura that even I can't fully comprehend. His strength is likely to surpass my prime. I didn't expect such a formidable expert within the 3,000 small worlds. However, there are extremely strong seal restrictions here. This person seems to be trapped within this small world, Darren remarked. Russell's brows knitted together into a straight line, clenching his fists tightly. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he dared not relax in the slightest. Even though he would have no resistance if the other party struck, Russell wouldn't abandon any opportunity to escape. Next, the man lifted his arm and gently pointed a finger. A burst of golden light erupted from his fingertip. The golden light landed on the ancestral sword. How noisy. This emperor is talking to this young boy, who invited you to interfere. A mere spirit clan member doesn't catch my attention. But you interest me, young one. Preston's gaze fell upon Russell. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Russell, examining him with an intrigued expression. Unusual physique, possessing extraordinary treasures, blessed with fortune. In such a degenerate era without recovered spirituality, you've managed to transcend to a mortal realm after breaking boundaries. Boy, this emperor's name is Desmond. Lower your guard. If this emperor had the intention to kill you, you wouldn't even have the chance to set foot in this sea. The oppressive, intriguing. Perhaps this palace was a sealing place. Someone had placed a seal restriction, imprisoning the 3 pure emperor here. Despite having heavenly abilities, he couldn't break the seal and remained eternally confined within this palace. Naturally, Russell also deduced Jacob's intentions. In 1,000 years, you are the only one worth Jacob's attention. You're also the first immortal brave enough to venture into hopeless sea in 1,000 years. This emperor needs you to complete a task. Travel to Blackhorn region in the eastern domain of the upper realms and invite someone named Aiden. Only he can lift the seal here. Hold this token, and he will know your identity. He continued. Before Russell could respond, a token appeared in Russell's palm. It was a forced trade, leaving Russell no room to refuse. Refusal likely meant impending doom. This 3 pure emperor would certainly not let him leave hopeless sea unscathed. Caught in a dilemma with no retreat, Russell reluctantly agreed to the demand. Although unreasonable, he had to accept it to save his life. Since the other party needed help, perhaps it was an opportunity for blackmail. After all, this emperor was a renowned figure in the upper realms, undoubtedly possessing numerous treasures. Thus, Russell entertained ulterior motives. Great emperor, how can we ask a horse to run yet deny it grass? Besides, with my current strength, I'm merely a low-tier character in the upper realms. Glenn, you might as well give me some treasures. Otherwise, your disciple lacks the capability to accomplish this. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Russell continued. How could the 3 pure emperor miss Russell's intentions? He raised his hand, injecting a streak of golden light into Russell's forehead. This emperor has set a seal on you. During times of peril, this seal will release an attack equivalent to my peak power. If you fail to return within 100 years, the seal will forcibly destroy your physical body. Russell's heart sank, realizing Jacob held an ace up his sleeve. If Russell did not return within 100 years, the seal's fierce energy would annihilate his physical body. Though displeased, he dared not complain, accepting it as motivation. No need for further words. This emperor believes your talent is sufficient to excel in the upper realms. I have never been wrong about anyone. Please note that the names used here such as Desmond, Aiden, and Russell are pinyin transcriptions of Chinese characters used in the original text, maintaining the authenticity of the translation. Chapter 466, The Upper Realm. Russell was now out of options. He had no choice but to press on, feeling unlucky for having ended up in the despair sea due to his curiosity. We will surely follow in your footsteps and strive to meet you there, but you need to protect us. We are old bones. Even if we ascend, we won't cause much impact. It's up to you young ones to change things. Of course, many felt reluctant to part ways. They saw Russell as a role model, and if not for him, the continent might already have fallen under the control of the Braden. Venerable Ronald, let's meet at the pinnacle. Afterward, Russell handled some final matters before soaring into the clouds, disappearing into them. In the sky, Russell tore through the space around him, creating a spatial rift that swirled with chaotic spatial currents. Determinately, he plunged into the rift, vanishing within. Suddenly, the Eve sword buzzed and positioned itself in front of Russell. Hold on. Are you reckless? Do you know how many people lost their lives attempting to cross this rift? Even at the celestial stage, encountering spatial turbulence can be fatal. Then, the Eve sword emitted a glow that tightly encased Russell. The Emperor has used the Edgarn clan's secret art, which will protect you temporarily. Let's go to the upper realm. This time, I intend to shake it up. Without waiting for Russell's response, the Eve sword pushed him into the rift, disappearing with him. For a while, Russell felt disoriented and saw only darkness. He could sense the relentless spatial turbulence surrounding him. Despite the protective barrier, he still felt intense pressure on his body, causing pain. However, this minor discomfort posed no real threat. After an indeterminate amount of time, a bright light appeared before him. Blinding, momentarily blinding, Russell vanished into the light. Next, he felt a dense aura of spirit energy enveloping him, rejuvenating his physical body. Upon opening his eyes again, Russell found himself in a new region. So this is the upper realm? Feels not much different from the 33 worlds. He surveyed the lush forest surrounding him, filled with plants and trees. Boy, the upper realm and the 33 worlds are vastly different. This place is just a tiny corner of the 33 worlds. There will be plenty for you to marvel at in the future. The Eve sword floated in front of Russell, who suddenly shuddered, sensing eyes watching him from behind. Turning around, he saw two dark eyes staring at him from the grass. Who's there? Why hide? Show yourself if you dare. Holding the Eve sword, Russell released a sword chi towards the grass pile. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past him, and a gust of wind carried someone beside him. Looking back, he saw a demonic beast, emanating a dangerous aura. To think, even random encounters here were at the peak celestial stage. The beast lunged at him instantly, forcing Russell to retreat cautiously. If captured by this beast, he would suffer greatly. At the last moment, Russell dodged. However, the beast pursued relentlessly. Beast, I gave you a chance, but since you refuse, don't blame me for being merciless. Striking hard, Russell punched the beast, sending it flying into the ground. Drawing the Eve sword, Russell attacked with surging sword chi, continuously slashing at the beast without giving it a chance to counterattack. However, Russell's assault did little damage. Back off. Suddenly, golden scales appeared on Russell's body, emitting overwhelming sword chi, making him nearly invincible. Chapter 467. Entering the city. A sword slashed upwards from below, the veins on Russell's arms standing out prominently. He clenched his teeth, his brows knitted into a frown. Then, a sharp rebuke echoed through the forest. An overwhelming aura of sword energy surged from the blade, transforming into a wave that crashed forcefully onto the beast before him. In an instant, the beast was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Despite this, the sword had only grazed its skin, barely causing any significant harm. After rolling twice on the ground, the beast steadied itself, crouching low with a hunched back, its gaze locking onto Russell once more. The next moment, the beast showed no intention of giving up, charging at Russell again, its fangs gleaming white in the light. Stubborn fool. Russell took several steps backward. Prolonged combat was extremely disadvantageous for him. Being new to the upper realm, he was unfamiliar with the area and unsure if danger lurked around every corner. Then, a gentle breeze swept under Russell's feet, lifting him into the clouds. However, the dark shadow behind him did not stop pursuing. Clenching his teeth, Russell glanced backward. You really are like a stubborn plaster, planning to stick to me? I offered you a chance to live. Now you dare to challenge me. So be it. Russell halted midair, turning around abruptly, his arms waving furiously as a vortex appeared above his head. The vortex began absorbing vitality from the surroundings. Meanwhile, lotus flowers materialized around Russell's body, each containing a formidable destructive power. As the lotuses emerged, the surrounding space trembled. Russell's face remained calm, yet a beam of twilight cast an eerie glow on his cheek, revealing his cold expression. A flash of killing intent crossed his face. The next second, Russell pointed his finger, sending the lotuses hurtling towards the beast. The beast suddenly sprouted wings and hovered in the air. Facing the incoming lotuses, it charged forward without fear. A loud boom echoed through the forest, shaking the sky as flames enveloped the beast. When the flames dissipated, a black shadow plummeted to the ground, heavily impacted by the lotus might. Russell descended from the air, standing directly in front of the injured beast. He glanced at the beast and drew out his ancestral sword, plunging it straight into the beast's heart. With a wave of his hand, an amethyst glowing core slowly floated out from the beast's heart. Just then, Russell felt an immense surge of spiritual energy from within the beast. Even in death, a lingering force remained. He realized there was indeed something extraordinary about it. Holding the core, Russell examined it closely but found nothing suspicious. What is this? Why didn't I encounter such cores while slaying beasts in the 3,000 minor worlds? Could this be unique to the upper realm? Staring at the core, Russell felt bewildered. At this moment, the ancestral sword hummed in front of him, accompanied by a fleeting flash of white light. This isn't exclusive to the upper realm. Once a beast transcends certain limits and reaches the immortal realm, a black box forms within its body, containing the essence accumulated over years of cultivation. This object is known as a demon core. Demon cores have many uses. You will eventually uncover their secrets. What you've encountered so far is just the tip of the iceberg in the upper realm. As the voice faded, a roar erupted from the jungle. Russell looked around, sensing powerful auras converging from all directions. The commotion he caused earlier had attracted more beasts lurking in the forest. Engaging these beasts would make it difficult to escape. Russell was only a novice in the immortal realm, and even using his full strength, he could only defeat a fully developed immortal level beast. Now, with his spirit energy depleted, he might struggle against multiple enemies. Having arrived in the upper realm less than 2 hours ago, dying here would leave him with no place to appeal. Without hesitation, Russell grabbed the ancestral sword and fled from the jungle. Soon, Russell emerged from the forest, finding himself before a massive city. The city was vast, its walls stretching endlessly, evoking a sense of grandeur. It likely rivaled a kingdom in the 3,000 minor worlds. Russell felt a profound respect. As an immortal level cultivator, he might be considered a supreme powerhouse in the 3,000 minor worlds, but in the upper realm, he was merely a drop in the ocean. Even a single blow from a true strongman could crush him. At this moment, Sullivan emitted a buzzing sound. Boy, why are you stunned? Don't let this city's grandeur frighten you. This is just a small town in the upper realm, and everything you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. When I was at my peak, a single finger could destroy this city. Your vision is still too narrow, constrained by the 3,000 minor worlds. Now, try to appreciate the beauty of the greater universe. As Sullivan spoke, Russell approached the city gates, his eyes filled with renewed admiration. True to the upper realm's reputation, even the guards at the entrance were transformation spirit cultivators, a level considered dominant in the 3,000 minor worlds, but relegated to mere guardians here. Russell knew he might not cause much of a stir in this city with his current immortal level status. Chapter 468. The Eccentric Old Man. Not long after, Russell's figure appeared at the city gate. He stood there, watching the flow of passers-by. Most were merchants accompanied by high-level guards whose strength even Russell couldn't gauge completely. So, he retracted his gaze. It was wise to be low-key while in the upper realm. A single wrong glance might offend a powerful figure. The guards at the gate were inspecting everyone who came and went. Lately, the demonic domain mutants have been particularly rampant. Dragon Pass has become much stricter. If we let some mutants into the city, there would be countless casualties, a terrible outcome. You probably haven't seen it. I once witnessed the invasion of a city by these mutants. They occupied the entire city like a whirlwind. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been dead. It's best to be cautious when leaving the city these days. Otherwise, no one will be left to bury us if we die. Russell overheard these murmurs. Demonic domain mutants? It seemed that war was a common occurrence in the upper realm, and things around where Russell was staying weren't peaceful either. Soon, it was Russell's turn for inspection. The guard carefully searched him but found nothing suspicious. However, he remained cautious. Where are you from, and why are you here at Launching Pass? The guard straightened his heavy armor, keeping his hands on the hilt of his sword. Guards like him lived on the edge of life and death. One wrong move, and they could be killed instantly by mutants. I ascended from the 3,000 worlds. My landing place is closest to this Launching Pass. Russell explained honestly. For a moment, many people turned to look at him. Ascending from the 3,000 worlds was rare and drew attention. The guard also showed a hint of surprise. An ascender, truly a rare sight. After entering the city, you should head straight to the association specifically set up for ascenders. They might help you adapt to life in the upper realm. With that, the guard stepped aside, letting Russell through. Russell clasped his hands together with a smile. To his surprise, the people here were so friendly and did not seem to dislike ascenders from the 3,000 worlds. He walked directly into the city. Following Russell examined the clerk closely, finding it impossible to discern his cultivation level. Moreover, he felt a terrifying aura emanating from him. At the same time, Sullivan whispered in his ear, "This clerk isn't ordinary. To have such a solid foundation as an ascender, he must be considered top-tier talent in the upper realm. But why would someone so strong be so decrepit, hiding away? People like him should be making their mark in the central region, where the strongest thrive." As Sullivan spoke, Russell felt a piercing gaze sweep over him, making him shiver as if he had been seen through entirely. The clerk brushed his hair from his eyes and took a sip from his jug, his cheeks flushing slightly red. "Kid, how many years has it been since Launching Pass saw an ascender? I thought they were all extinct. Finally, I see a living one. You're unfamiliar here. You can stay here for now, but don't disturb me, or else you won't be allowed to stay. I have the power to drive you out of the city." With that, a gust of wind pushed Russell out of the courtyard. Most rooms in the large compound were abandoned due to neglect. Taking a deep breath, Russell reflected on the clerk's peculiar temper. He began cleaning the leaf-covered courtyard, avoiding the main building as per the clerk's warning. A short while later, the yard was spotless. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed. The clerk emerged with a disappointed look, shaking his empty jug. "Kid, come here. I have a task for you. Go to the eastern wine cellar and find a clerk named Adam. Bring back 2 gin of wine for me." Chapter 469, Brewing Wine. Fetch 2 pounds of wine? Russell immediately put down what he was doing and slowly walked towards the clerk. As he approached, a strong aroma of alcohol wafted over to him. The smell was so potent it hit him like a wave, causing a sudden dizziness that nearly made him stumble and fall. Quickly, Russell activated the spiritual energy in his dantian to dispel the overwhelming effects of the alcohol fumes that lingered in his mind. He gasped heavily, his face revealing a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected just one whiff to be so overpowering. If not for his robust dantian, he might have passed out. When Russell took the wine jug, he glanced at the clerk, his eyes reflecting a sense of wariness. This intense wine left Russell reeling after just a sniff. Yet, the clerk had swallowed the potent liquor without any sign of intoxication or even a hint of dizziness. Russell admired this feat from the bottom of his heart. Although Russell wasn't someone who ran errands for others, in this situation, he had little choice but to comply. The clerk had the authority to expel him from the premises. As a newcomer to the upper realm, Russell was unfamiliar with the area and needed to secure a place to stay. Otherwise, he risked becoming a street wanderer. Just as he turned to leave, the clerk raised his hand and without warning, pulled Russell back through the air. "What's your hurry?" As he spoke, the clerk reached into his sleeve and produced several medicinal herbs that Russell had never seen before in the 3,000 minor worlds. A strong herbal fragrance permeated the air, stirring the spiritual energy within Russell's dantian. He could feel his inner energies pulsating, invigorated by an inexhaustible surge of power. Suppressing his astonishment, Russell maintained a composed expression as he took the herbs into his hands. The clerk had already silently appeared beside him. "Whether it's this gourd or these herbs, losing either would cost you your life. Be careful. Although we both ascended from the 3,000 minor worlds, I won't spare any mercy here." With that, the clerk gently patted Russell's shoulder. Taken aback, Russell trembled slightly, fear evident on his face. Without looking back, he hurriedly left the courtyard and headed straight toward the eastern part of the city. Wealth should not be flaunted. In the bustling streets, Russell concealed himself well. Suddenly, Sullivan chuckled mockingly, his voice echoing in Russell's ears. "Relax, kid. Grade 2 words scare you this much? Not quite like the mighty hero who saved an entire continent. But this gourd is indeed a treasure." Ignoring the taunts, Russell knew it wasn't fear but rather wisdom to know when to yield. Observing and adapting were essential for survival in this chaotic realm. After all, compared to others in the upper realm, Russell was still at the lowest tier. Moreover, the clerk must be an extraordinary expert in Launching Pass. Establishing a connection with him could provide numerous opportunities for the future. For now, securing a foothold was paramount. After some time, Russell arrived in the eastern part of the city. Indeed, this city was vast. It took half an hour to reach his destination. At his usual speed, he could traverse 2 nations in the upper realm. Following the wine scent, Russell eventually found the winery guided by passers-by. The winery was tucked away in a dim, secluded alley, rarely visited due to its inconspicuous location. Standing at the entrance, Russell smelled the familiar wine aroma, albeit less intense than the clerk's earlier emanation. Holding his breath, he knocked on the door and then pushed it open. No one was outside, the door wide open, and no movement inside. "Is anyone here?" Russell shouted. A voice suddenly echoed from within the winery. "The door's unlocked, come right in, no need for formalities." Taking cautious steps forward, Russell entered the winery where the wine scent became even more concentrated, though still less potent than the clerk's. Uncertain if the clerk had actually drunk the same wine, Russell hesitated for a moment. Inside the winery, he saw a figure lying lazily on a recliner, holding a wine gourd identical to the Clark's. Could there be some hidden secret between them? The thought sent chills down Russell's spine. Momentarily, he drew out the wine gourd. Upon seeing it, the reclining Clark jumped up in surprise. Boy, where did you get that gourd? Russell felt a sharp gaze fixed on him, making him break out in cold sweat. A senior asked me to brew some wine here in the east of the city and instructed me to bring these herbs to mix into the wine, Russell explained cautiously, pulling out the herbs from his sleeve and laying them on the table. Seeing the herbs, the Clark froze, lost in deep thought, perhaps harboring some hidden emotions. Then, his expression softened. Who would have thought, after all these years, that stubborn old fool still thinks of me? Well, it's my fault, isn't it? I guess I'll have to accept my fate. Maybe one day he'll come to his senses. What a stubborn Clark. Chapter 470. Reverse Psychology. Upon hearing this, Russell's brow furrowed. It seemed that the relationship between these two old men was no ordinary one. From their words, it was clear that they were once close friends. However, due to certain reasons, they later became strangers, though they still missed each other deep down. Neither wanted to break the thin veneer of indifference. Russell's gaze turned sharp as he immediately saw through the subtleties of the situation. Honestly, for two not-so-young men to be so coy was quite amusing. Boy, you can actually converse with him. You must be someone who ascended from the 3,000 small worlds. Truly lucky you are to encounter this Clark. He's a real benefactor. Back in the day, countless people wanted to be his disciples but were all politely refused. His doorstep was nearly worn out. As he spoke, the Clark suddenly snatched the wine pot tightly held by Russell, gripping it firmly and walking into the depths of the cellar without looking back. Meanwhile, Russell lay leisurely on a reclining chair, humming tunes carelessly. He wasn't too concerned about the Clark. After all, running errands for him was merely a means to find a place to live. In the future, Russell would naturally climb up to the top echelons on his own, needing no protection from the Clark, which could potentially hinder his freedom to act. After an unknown duration, Russell had fallen asleep when a murmuring sound suddenly reached his ears. The next moment, he opened his eyes and saw the Clark crouched beside him, staring intently. Their eyes met, startling Russell, who jumped up abruptly from the recliner. Old man, you gave me quite a fright. Russell patted his chest to calm his racing heart, his face showing traces of panic. Boy, you slept pretty well, the Clark remarked. Take this wine took me half a day. It should put that stubborn old fellow to sleep for a while. Saying this, he handed the wine pot to Russell. Holding the pot, Russell examined it closely and sniffed it. Suddenly, a strong aroma enveloped his senses. Uncontrollably, his face flushed, and dizziness overtook him, causing him to stagger backward. The Clark quickly stepped forward to catch Russell, squinting with suppressed amusement. Boy, you're truly bold. This wine's potency is not something you can handle. Just a whiff is enough to put you to sleep. In the future, never touch his wine pot casually. That's his life. While speaking, the Clark infused some of his energy into Russell's body. Russell felt a tingling sensation in his abdomen, followed by restlessness throughout his body. The dizziness vanished, and he took a deep breath, sealing the pot tightly. He didn't expect the wine's strength to be so intense, almost making him lose consciousness. Thanks. I need to go back now. Hope we meet again, little Clark. With that, Russell disappeared in a flash. The Clark watched him leave, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. This boy isn't ordinary. Looks like Longqing Pass will gain another rising star, though whether he can make waves remains uncertain. Earlier, when the Clark infused his energy into Russell's body, he saw the peculiarities within. Stretching lazily, he lay back on the chair, sipped some wine, and dozed off. Before long, Russell reappeared outside the courtyard, panting and visibly tired. The city was vast, and this place was several hundred miles from the eastern part. Holding the wine pot, his footsteps lightened as he walked toward the main building's entrance. But just as he was about to reach for the doorframe, he hesitated. Recalling the Clark's warning, Russell's face showed reluctance. Moreover, he wasn't one to disturb someone's peace lightly. Ordinarily, he would have entered directly. Just as he stepped inside, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from within, striking him forcefully, hurling him hundreds of meters away into the courtyard. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Russell acknowledged the narrow escape. If not for his precautionary measures, he might have been hurt. Noticing Russell's condition, the Clark lifted him gently into the air. Boy, not bad. You can withstand my residual power. Be more careful next time. Don't blame me if you get hurt. I did warn you beforehand. The Clark then grabbed the wine pot from Russell, drinking it boldly, clearly enjoying every sip. Wonderful wine. Such good wine. Haven't indulged in it properly for years. His expression relaxed as he floated slightly. The Clark's gaze fell on Russell again. Then, he conjured a teacup and filled it with wine. Since you ran such a hard distance next time, here's a cup of wine as a reward. My wine is priceless outside. You're truly lucky. Russell reluctantly accepted the cup, knowing full well its potent effect. One sip could likely incapacitate him for days. For a moment, he hesitated. Oh boy, are you afraid to drink even one mouthful? I'm not trying to poison you. The reverse psychology worked. In an instant, Russell raised the teacup and drank it all in one go. Chapter 471. A mouthful of wine. The liquor entered his abdomen, and a look of discomfort appeared on Russell's face. He smacked his lips and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. For the first few seconds, Russell showed no signs of distress, standing still in place, even laughing and talking. But in an instant, a pained expression appeared on his face, accompanied by a burning sensation in his stomach. His entire body also felt intensely hot. A wave of intense dizziness surged into his mind, making him stagger on his feet. Russell fell to the ground directly. He only felt the world spinning around him, darkness before his eyes, unable to tell north from south. Meanwhile, the Clark wore a smile as he watched Russell's plight. The wine brewed by this Clark is not that easy to digest, boy. You're truly fortunate. Having said that, the clerk took a big gulp of wine, then turned around and walked back into the room, slamming the door shut, leaving Russell alone to suffer. At this moment, a wave of intense heat surged into Russell's dantian. He undressed quickly, composed himself for a brief moment, and sat cross-legged in the courtyard. He continuously breathed deeply, calming his mind. Now, Russell felt an invisible force pushing through his meridians, cleansing his flesh and bones. Boy, this is an opportunity bestowed upon you by that clerk. Seize it well. This mouthful of wine contains a vast amount of spiritual energy. Whether or not you can fully absorb it depends on your fortune. Darren suddenly gave some advice. Russell slowly exhaled, then started to channel the power of his dantian, refining the potency of the alcohol within his body. In no time, steam began emanating from Russell's body, rising into the air with sizzling sounds. After a long while, the dizziness in his head lessened, his vision cleared up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Russell could feel his dantian expanding continually, breaking through to the realm of great perfection immortal. This was something he never anticipated. He continued to systematically draw upon the energy in his dantian until he finally digested all the alcohol's potency. Sweat beads formed on Russell's forehead, and a calm smile appeared on his face. He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced back at the door of the room, his eyes filled with gratitude. Clearly, the clerk had a soft heart despite his harsh words. Though their acquaintance wasn't deep and they had just met, the clerk still bestowed upon Russell a rare opportunity. Of course, this could also be considered compensation for the errand. It was unimaginable how much more he would have advanced if he had consumed the whole bottle. The spiritual energy contained within might have been enough to kill him. Russell's mind became a little clearer. Next, he slowly stood up, clenched his fists, and felt the energy coursing through his body. In the next second, he punched into the air, striking the wall forcefully, leaving a clear fist imprint. Indeed, the realm of great perfection immortal is extraordinary. Now I can finally establish myself firmly in the upper realm. The commotion also drew out the clerk, who frowned and glared at Russell. Boy, if you have nothing better to do, don't go wild here. Why don't you take a look at the escort missions in town? It will support your establishment in the upper realm. Even though we are both from the 33,000 great worlds, I won't help you out completely. Looking at the fist imprint on the wall, Russell scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Just now, he had been too excited. However, the clerk had inadvertently reminded Russell of his reality. While he now had a place in the upper realm, it was far from enough to establish himself firmly there. Earlier, Russell saw escorters entering the city gates. This was a perfect opportunity to possibly experience more of the upper realm, as what he had seen so far was merely the tip of the iceberg. Therefore, without another word, he left and headed straight toward the escort bureau. Currently, there were several notices posted outside the escort bureau. While many people passed by, the bureau itself was deserted. With a hopeful mindset, Russell finally stepped into the escort bureau. Inside the bureau, a person was lying in a chair snoring loudly. Russell's footsteps startled him awake. State your name. Preston jumped off the lounge chair, staring at Russell, then paused for a moment. Russell wore a thick smile and asked, "Do you need any more escorts?" As he spoke, the man sized up Russell, and a barely concealed smile appeared on his face. Great perfection immortal realm, just right for our requirements. We happen to be short on manpower right now. If you're sincere, you can register right away. For some reason, Russell had a vague feeling of unease, sensing a trap. Suddenly, a commotion came from the entrance. Next, a group of people rushed in hurriedly, carrying a severely injured and bloodied person. The person looked close to death, emitting a faint aura. They probably didn't have much time left. The conditions of the others were also dire, all showing visible injuries, each looking worn out. What happened? Preston, who greeted Russell, suddenly ran over, asking with concern. We encountered demon territory rebels while escorting. They ambushed us, but fortunately, the goods were safely escorted back to the city. We lost 3 comrades in this battle. Sadness appeared on everyone's faces. Preston punched a wooden post forcefully, causing the ground to shake. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Those damned demon territory rebels. Over 10 cultivators have died at their hands in our Longsheng Pass escort bureau. I can't stand this humiliation. At this rate, our reputation will plummet. There's an important mission that needs escorting. With all of you injured, it looks like I'll have to handle it personally. Take care of the injured first. Our bureau never neglects its injured members. We share both hardships and benefits equally. He picked up a set of armor nearby and put it on. Translation note. I've maintained the paragraph structure, line breaks, and tried to keep the tone consistent with the original Chinese text. Names are provided in pinyin form as requested. Hashtag chapter 472. Escorting the cargo. Hider. This is no trifling matter. The courier agency is like a ship without a captain, and our leader has been missing for years. The agency cannot function without you. Outside the city, chaos is spreading, and this is not the time to sulk. Someone suddenly grabbed Hyder by the arm. Russell remained motionless, standing silently on the spot, observing everyone present with a casual demeanor that suggested he was merely watching the drama unfold. From their conversation, it seemed that the courier agency harbored many hidden secrets. At this moment, Hyder freed himself from the grip, his face displaying an expression of fearlessness. All my bones are getting old. If I don't move, they'll rust. Besides, aren't there still people like you in the agency? With you supporting it, I feel reassured. Furthermore, if we don't escort this shipment, we won't be able to compensate even if we pledge the entire courier agency. This place is the Master's life work over 100 years. Before his return, we must protect this last bastion. If not for Master feeding us back then, who knows where we would have died in some forgotten corner. As he spoke, Hyder lifted his head, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. His expression grew solemn, as if he had made up his mind. Suddenly, Hyder turned his gaze towards Russell. Kid, Do you want to go out and see the world with me? It's your first time escorting cargo, so I'll take you along to experience it. Hyder squinted his eyes. The agency was short-staffed, and unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to put someone who had just joined through such a dangerous task. Moreover, outside, demonic minions were rampant, and death could lurk in any unknown place. Sure. A smile spread across Russell's face. He had never feared difficulties or dangers. What mattered was having the resolve to break through them. Thus, two figures clad in heavy armor left the courier agency under the watchful eyes of a group of people, escorting the cargo straight towards the city outskirts. Our destination this time is Edgarncheng, thousands of miles away. It might take some time. Remember, you mustn't stray more than 10 paces from me, or else I can't guarantee what might happen unexpectedly. On the way, Hyder repeatedly reminded Russell of various precautions. Of course, since Russell had decided to join the agency, he had become an indispensable part of it. In Hyder's heart, each member of the courier agency was family, brothers who had faced life and death together. Russell took this to heart. On the cart, Hyder polished the blade in his hand. Sharp, white light gleamed off the blade, sending chills down anyone who saw it. Old man, you finally get to see action again. If you stay sheathed any longer, you'll rust. As he spoke, the long sword in Hyder's hand hummed softly. Seeing this, Russell felt somewhat surprised. This sword seemed to possess some spiritual awareness, though compared to Sullivan in the Eve sword, it was insignificant. The journey for the first few days went smoothly, without any incidents. Everything was calm. Yet, the calmer it got, the more suffocating it felt. There was a sense that something sinister lay hidden behind this peace, possibly the calm before the storm. On the fifth day, the group took a brief rest before entering a dense forest. According to Hyder, this forest spanned hundreds of miles. Once they crossed it, the danger would significantly diminish. Beforehand, Hyder had explicitly warned Russell not to act on his own. Sitting cross-legged by the campfire, Russell gazed at the forest ahead, his brows twitching involuntarily, feeling a vague sense of unease. In short, something big felt imminent. The next morning, under the dim light of dawn, the group set off into the forest, hoping to quickly cross it and ease their minds. Upon entering the forest, Hyder's expression turned grim. He carefully observed every detail around him, listening intently for any unusual sounds, fearing an unexpected ambush. At this moment, Russell's Eve sword trembled slightly and emitted a soft hum. Sullivan's voice echoed, his step steady. Annabelle? Such a powerful figure in this remote area. Russell couldn't help but focus on the woman, frowning. She exuded an overpowering aura, clearly no ordinary person. Rare? This will be the last time you see her. Her words were followed by a rising black mist. Then, demons from all directions lunged at Hyder. At the critical moment, Hyder managed to fend off the onslaught of demons. Not only did he hold his ground, but neither side gained the upper hand. The battle became intense and fierce, hard-fought and closely contested. Chapter 473, Russell vs. Annabelle. Seeing the standoff continue, the Cynthia who had been watching from the sidelines decided to intervene and disrupt the battle. Indeed, one man at the pass can hold off 10,000. Hyder, fighting alone with his blade against numerous demonic domain cultists, not only held his ground but even managed to leave marks on a few of them. At this moment, Hyder's tied-up hair fell loose, covering his eyebrows, making him look like an incarnated killing god. No one could stop him. He was in a killing frenzy, every move filled with overwhelming malice. Silently, the Cynthia had stealthily approached behind Hyder, planning to strike a fatal blow when he was unprepared. If she managed to wound him, even the nascent Lars Hyder would suffer severe injuries. Once Hyder fell, the other demonic domain cultists would naturally turn their attention to Russell. Facing over a dozen peak immortal realm demonic domain beings, Russell would be hard-pressed to escape with his life, even if he had wings. Not just for Hyder, but also for his own survival, Russell yelled at the Cynthia. Stealth attack? Is that all you know how to do? Using underhanded tactics? Let me face you myself. With those words, Russell charged forward with the Eve sword, directly blocking the Cynthia's path. Russell could sense the energy radiating from the Cynthia far exceeded his own. She was likely also at the peak immortal realm, having stepped halfway into the threshold of Lars. Upon seeing this, the Cynthia stopped, raised her eyebrow, and revealed a contemptuous expression. The first time I've seen someone eager to die. You must be from the escort agency. Once I finish with you, I'll deal with that guy next. Why rush when death is inevitable? She then drew the curved blade from her waist and lunged directly at Russell. Russell remained calm, gripping the Eve sword tightly. This was his first combat in the upper realm, and oddly enough, he felt inexplicably excited, his blood boiling within him. In the next second, the Cynthia transformed into a streak of red light, charging straight at Russell with a speed like thunder and lightning, so fast that no afterimage remained. In an instant, she appeared behind him. At the critical moment, Russell turned to defend himself, his body flying backward and crashing into a tree trunk, blood trickling from his mouth. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, the impact of her curved blade would have been more than just injury. Hyder, nearby, suddenly diverted his attention. Boy, hold on for a bit. Let me finish these vermin first and come to your aid. With that, Hyder roared, blue light erupting from him as his aura grew stronger. Turning back to Russell, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite not gaining any advantage in the fight, there was still a hint of unfinished business in his eyes. The previous strike did not inflict substantial harm and did not hinder his steps. So, he lifted the Eve sword again and surged forward, his aura growing intense once more. Seeking death? The Cynthia's expression remained composed, feeling no pressure from Russell during their exchange. A loud boom echoed as their weapons collided, sparks flying and the ground shaking. In an instant, they had exchanged blows over 100 times, evenly matched with neither side gaining the upper hand. However, Russell fought increasingly fiercely, and gradually, layers of glowing gold scales began to appear on his body, shining brightly like armor. A surging critical moment. A golden book shimmered above Russell's head, flipping pages and drawing in surrounding vitality force. As the vitality flowed into Russell's body, his muscles visibly expanded. Roaring again, he surprisingly broke free from the Black Hand's grip. The Cynthia showed surprise, not expecting a great Immortal Realm individual to possess so many hidden cards. For a moment, she couldn't fathom her opponent. But now, with no retreat, she charged forward with her curved blade, faster than lightning. Meanwhile, Russell stood with both hands in front of him, a calmness flickering in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he rapidly formed seals, a faint starlight emanating from his body, followed by a sudden burst of powerful energy. Chapter 474, Yellow Talisman. In the next moment, countless stars condensed into lotus flowers that floated in midair. The lotuses contained an overwhelming destructive force, causing the surrounding space to warp and twist. The Cynthia in front suddenly halted, her body pausing as a look of surprise crossed her face. She sensed a power within the lotuses potent enough to tear apart space itself. Touching them would be catastrophic. At this point, Russell's body began to rise, floating into the air. He extended a finger, from which a beam of light erupted. The lotuses around him swayed, surging toward the direction his finger pointed. The lotuses enveloped the Cynthia. A deafening boom sounded, and the lotuses exploded, releasing fire that instantly engulfed the sky, shrouding it in black smoke. At the same time, the demons turned their heads toward the source of the fire, their expressions growing grim. They could feel the immense destructive energy contained within it. Despite being at the peak Immortal Realm, they were certain that coming into contact with the fiery explosion would lead to utter destruction and death. Taking advantage of their distraction, Hyder launched another attack from behind. To dare be distracted in front of me, you truly are too reckless. Gray, all of you. Hyder's saber slashed through the air, creating a wave of energy that struck the demons, cleaving several of them in two before they could react. Panic spread among the others as they scattered in all directions, turning into a disorganized mess. Hyder had narrowly won this battle. Above the sky, the flames finally dissipated. The Cynthia remained standing in the sky, but her once pristine black armor was now tattered and broken. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her breathing grew shallow. Yet, despite her injuries, she stared intently at Russell in the distance, unwilling to accept her defeat. How could she, the Cynthia of the demon realm, be defeated by someone merely at the perfected immortal realm? Retreat, she ordered. One day, I will repay everything tenfold. Mark my words. I remember you well. We shall meet again. With that, she prepared to leave. But Hyder did not intend to let her go so easily. His brothers had suffered grievous wounds because of these demon invaders. He could not simply watch as they escaped. He rushed forward, blocking her path. You want to leave? Great, think it would end like this when you ambushed us? This day, your demon realm will pay dearly, Hyder declared. As he spoke, a pale blue light surged from his body, radiating a fierce aura. The Cynthia, however, was already at the end of her strength, her powers severely depleted after being gravely injured by Russell. At her peak, she might have been able to match Hyder, but now any confrontation would mean certain death. Do you think I fear you? Even cornered, she showed no fear. Suddenly, she pulled out a yellow talisman from her sleeve, covered in intricate runes. Russell's eyes widened in alarm as he saw the talisman clutched tightly in her hand. His ancestral sword hummed ominously. Boy, that yellow talisman is no ordinary thing. It's likely a secret technique left by a powerful figure in the demon realm. Be careful. If it touches you, it could cost you your life. Russell tightened his grip on the sword. In contrast, Hyder advanced without hesitation. Even if the heavens themselves intervened, I won't let you escape. As the critical moment approached, the Cynthia closed her eyes and murmured something. Her talisman ignited, and flames erupted from her hand. A massive, dark mist-covered ape materialized behind her, pounding the ground violently, causing it to split and collapse. Innocent bystanders died under the beast's rampage. Hyder charged forward, striking at the Cynthia with his saber. At the same instant, the giant ape's fist smashed into Hyder, sending him flying deep into the forest, landing heavily on the ground, unconscious. Russell, caught in the aftershock, also fell into unconsciousness. Before his vision faded, he saw the Cynthia plummet from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a new place. Trying to move, he felt intense pain throughout his body, and his bones crackled. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up. Above him, the ancestral sword floated gently. Finally awake, boy? I thought you wouldn't make it for a moment. The remnants of that giant ape's attack damaged your body severely. Your bones are broken, and your condition is critical. Understanding his predicament, Russell circulated his spiritual energy through his body, assessing the damage. If not for the dragon bone enhancing his constitution, he might have perished. Activating the dragon bone, he used his spiritual energy to mend his shattered bones. After a long while, he finally managed to move. Supporting himself, he slowly rose to his feet, still feeling waves of pain. Surveying the area, his gaze settled on someone lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was the Cynthia who had fought Russell earlier. She lay there with a bloody wound on her back, her complexion deathly pale, beads of sweat on her forehead, and her breathing faint, barely alive. Chapter 475, Saving a Edgarth. The power of Hyder's single sword strike was enough to make the Cynthia reflect deeply. After all, it was a strike from an expert realm swordsman. If she did not receive timely treatment, her life would likely end here. Russell found himself in a dilemma. The Cynthia was right before him. With just a slight raise of his hand, he could end her life. However, taking advantage of her vulnerability like this felt too dishonorable and underhanded. Russell wasn't the kind of person to stab someone in the back. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to help the Cynthia up. The Cynthia was already half dead. Leaving her untreated would surely lead to her death. Saving Anchus. Russell covered her with a piece of clothing and started searching for an exit. Staying trapped here was not a solution. Who knew what might happen when she woke up? This Cynthia might even turn on him instantly. Besides, they were not allies by any means. Russell simply couldn't stand seeing someone die before his eyes. Entering the upper world for the first time, he held no grudges against those from the demon domain. He vaguely remembered that before passing out, this woman had used a yellow talisman to summon a giant ape, which caused the area to collapse. His foot had landed in a hidden spot, leading him into this cave. Unfortunately, the path he came through was now completely blocked, leaving no visible way out. After searching extensively, Russell could find no exit, so he had to wait for the Cynthia to wake up to discuss their next move. Strength in numbers was essential. He didn't want to die in such an isolated place. So, he sat cross-legged, cultivating the energy in his dantian and refining the bruises in his body. Soon, he entered a meditative state, impervious to external disturbances. Time slowly passed. The Cynthia lying on the ground gradually regained consciousness, her face immediately showing a grim expression as she felt the intense pain throughout her body. "Where am I?" she muttered, straightening up while surveying her surroundings. She suddenly realized she was almost undressed, revealing her skin. Her thoughts raced wildly, and she quickly put on her clothes, looking around until her eyes fell on Russell. He asked hesitantly. Chapter 476, Burning in the Flames. Russell gathered his energy into his dantian, circulating his spiritual energy through his body. After a complete cycle, he slowly exhaled a breath, and his injuries seemed to improve significantly. The bone-deep pain had also subsided. Now standing up, Russell glanced around. He did not wish to remain trapped in this place devoid of sunlight, especially when being with the Adelita gave him an unsettling feeling. "I'll make my own way out if there's no path." With that said, Russell's body hovered in mid-air. Swinging his sleeves, lotus flowers appeared beside him, floating in the air. A chilling aura of destruction emanated from these lotuses, causing the surrounding space to slow down dramatically. Next, Russell pointed a finger, and the lotuses dispersed in all directions before exploding into brilliant flashes, hitting the walls with immense force. A sea of flames instantly engulfed the entire cave, making the ground tremble as Russell felt himself swaying uncontrollably. Dust filled the air, obscuring his vision as rocks fell from above. Amidst the chaos, Russell vaguely noticed a streak of light appearing overhead. Looking up, he saw a crack forming on the ceiling, with a sliver of light shining through. Frowning, Russell felt a mix of gravity in his expression. There should have been no sunlight here. When they entered this forest, it was pitch black, and Hyder had mentioned how this region was perpetually shrouded in darkness, heavy with dampness and a stench of decay. The presence of light suggested there was more to this cave than met the eye. With that thought, Russell ascended once more. The Adelita followed closely behind, sensing a possible escape route. "Don't move too fast if you want to live. Stay behind me. This place isn't ordinary," Russell sternly shouted, widening his eyes in a serious manner. Moments earlier, he sensed an unusual aura ahead, a warning sign that a misstep could cost them their lives in this unpredictable upper world. The Adelita, trembling, narrowed her eyes and hid behind Russell. Though accustomed to commanding others, her current injuries left her relying on Russell for survival. Holding the ancestral sword, Russell slashed upward with one swift motion. A burst of sword energy erupted. Another earthquake-like tremor shook the cave as a dark brown coffin fell from above, crashing loudly onto the ground. Dense smoke billowed around them. Once the smoke cleared, Russell landed and stood at a distance, fixing his gaze on the coffin. It exuded a daunting, ancient vibe, its engravings lifelike and profound. Clearly, this coffin had been here for some time, possibly long before Russell stumbled upon it. Approaching cautiously, Russell intended to investigate what lay within. "Apologies, predecessor. If I disturb you, please forgive me. I mean no disrespect." He reached out to open the coffin, with the Adelita never far behind. Suddenly, a plume of black gas emerged from the coffin, enveloping Russell's face and causing him to cough incessantly. Once the black gas dissipated, he peered inside, finding a preserved body. Just as he leaned closer, the body began rapidly decomposing, soon turning into bones that exuded an eerie feeling. Why is there a coffin here? Could it be that a powerful figure left their remains? Still clinging to Russell, the Adelita asked cautiously. According to Russell, a typical powerful individual wouldn't leave their remains so simply. During his training in the 3,000 minor worlds, he saw grand mausoleums fit for rulers. Yet here was just a simple coffin. Despite this, Russell sensed a formidable aura emanating from the skeleton, hinting at an extraordinary life. Then, a red glow flashed at the center of the skull, piquing Russell's curiosity. Reaching out, he grabbed it, revealing a luminous red gemstone embedded within the forehead. Pulling it out and inspecting it, body burning with an intense heat. Her gaze lifted to Russell standing directly in front of her, her eyes clouding over with a hint of confusion and desire. Unconsciously, a flame of lust began to drive her actions from within. She reached out, grabbing Russell by the collar, clutching it tightly while tearing at it relentlessly. "What's happening to me? It's so uncomfortable." The Pamela couldn't help but pant lightly, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Russell frowned deeply, noticing the anomaly. In that moment, he immediately channeled the spiritual energy within his meridians, trying to dispel the negative effects infiltrating his body. But it had no effect whatsoever. The evil force still coursed through his body, like a raging inferno. As Russell looked at the Pamela, a flash of greed involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, the Pamela rushed forward, gripping Russell's shirt tightly and instinctively leaning her face towards his, panting softly in his ear. Russell's expression changed. He felt utterly limp, his limbs weak, completely devoid of strength. Yet, despite this, he raised his hand and pushed her away. "Please maintain your dignity." Russell continued to exert all his willpower to suppress the desires deep within him. Desire burned like a fire, continuously scorching his flesh. At this moment, Russell also sensed something amiss. He was sure it had something to do with that gemstone. There was something strange about the gemstone. However, it was too late now to react. Suddenly, the coffin beside them began to tremble violently, and a beam of white light shot out, illuminating Russell's face and lighting up the entire cave. The white light vanished in an instant. A spiritual entity floated in midair, staring intently at Russell and the Pamela. Seeing them both tormented by desire, it chuckled. After such a long time, finally someone has opened my coffin. Unbelievably, it's a couple. The dual cultivation technique left behind by this Clark is not something just anyone can experience. You two should consider yourselves fortunate. Oh right. If this flame of desire is left suppressed in your dantian for too long, you might explode and die, ending up in pieces. And in this desolate place, after centuries, no one would even think to collect your remains. I'm giving you a choice. Accept my inheritance or find some auspicious place to spend the rest of your days. With that said, the floating spiritual entity laughed again. It was a trap. Recalling the memories that flashed through his mind, this must have been the senior who left behind the legacy of dual cultivation. But there was no other way now. The fire of desire burned within him, and if left unchecked for too long, it might damage his meridians or even endanger his life. They had no choice but to bow to this senior. Yet, the Pamela hung her head in shame. Russell also felt immensely unwilling. Dual cultivating with a woman he barely knew? Truly, his heart resisted it. But there was no other option. Glenn, is there really no other way? It has to be dual cultivation? Russell clenched his teeth. His face flushed red as he continued to resist the malevolent force within him. In response, the spiritual entity appeared beside them. This Clark left behind only the dual cultivation method. To neutralize it, only dual cultivation can purge the evil force within you. What? The woman beside you is truly peerless in beauty. Aren't you being too picky? That's quite discriminatory. The senior's gaze fell on the Pamela, scrutinizing her closely. For a moment, Russell felt his consciousness blurring. To survive, he had to agree to the dual cultivation method, though it was hard to bring himself to do it. But for survival, they had no other choice. In the end, both sat cross-legged on the ground, their bodies still burning as if consumed by flames, feeling as if the very essence of their blood was being drained. You could have avoided this torment if you'd conceded earlier. Why burden yourselves with unnecessary pressure? The senior then transformed into two spiritual entities, entering their bodies directly. Next, you will follow my instructions. A voice resonated in their minds, reverberating loudly, clear and crisp. It echoed endlessly. Russell remained calm, determined not to be swayed by any emotional impulses. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the warm, soft form of the other person pressing against him. He could even sense the rhythm of her heartbeat. At that moment, fire and water intertwined. Sounds that were hard to describe filled the cave. After a stormy night, Russell finally emerged from the state of agitation. On the contrary, the Pamela beside him remained silent, her head lowered, a shadow of gloom on her face, unable to utter a word. Let today's events be forgotten. Keep this secret within you. If even a whisper gets out, I'll hold you accountable. The Pamela glanced at Russell, then gathered a golden light in her hand and struck the coffin forcefully. Instantly, the coffin was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Filthy creature. With that, she turned her gaze upwards, a fierce look in her eyes. Another burst of immense energy emerged from her hands, striking fiercely before her. A deafening roar followed. A path was torn open directly above, leading straight to the surface. Russell involuntarily swallowed, a peculiar expression in his eyes. This woman was truly terrifying. Nonetheless, the harvest was bountiful. This experience, however, was something hard to put into words. Of course, Russell would never reveal a single word about today's events. After all, it concerned someone else's reputation, which he dared not publicize. Suddenly, the ancestral sword hovered before Russell, emitting a dazzling light. You've really hit the jackpot. To bed such a ravishing and enchanting woman, pity her special identity means she will fall into the path of darkness once the demon core within her is triggered. Darren sighed, indicating that he knew much about the demon realm. At the same time, this piqued Russell's curiosity, prompting him to ask, you know quite a bit about the demon realm? Tell me more. After a pause, the ancestral sword circled around Russell for a while before speaking gravely. Before I fell into the 3,000 minor worlds, various factions battled the demon realm, which was once an overwhelmingly powerful force. Times have changed though. After suffering heavy blows, the demon realm can only cling to life by a thread. Legend has it that each generation of demon maidens harbors a demon core, formed from the essence of each demon lord. Once activated, they will irrevocably fall into the path of demons. Of course, each generation produces 9 demon maidens, who are scattered across the upper realm. After 100 years, the demon realm selects the most talented one to assume the position of demon lord, while the remaining 8 maidens are transformed into essences for the new demon lord to consume. These words left Russell speechless for a long time. The demon realm was indeed strange. However, given the nature of good versus evil, he would inevitably become an opponent to the Adelita. Boy, that demon maiden has exceptional talent and is a likely candidate to become the next demon lord. If you ally yourself with such a powerful figure in the future, your rise in the upper realm will be swift. Why worry? Hearing this, Russell's expression turned awkward. Honestly, he wasn't the type to rely on others. Besides, he didn't dare develop any feelings for such a cold-hearted woman. Forget everything you saw here, and never mention it again. With that, Russell dismissed the matter from his mind. He then soared into the sky, leaving this desolate place behind. Afterward, he headed straight for Launching Pass. This incident had delayed him for several days, and he was unsure of Hyder's current situation. Russell speculated that Hyder might be heavily injured, but his condition remained unknown. Returning to Longqing Pass, Russell rushed to the escort agency. In no time, he pushed open the door of the agency. Inside, a crowd surrounded the area. Everyone turned their gaze toward Russell, fixing their eyes on him with complex expressions. Damn, wasn't this kid said to have died in battle? How did he come back alive and kicking? He must have great fortune. Since we're all part of the escort agency, let's not speak ill of him. A few agency members rushed over to Russell, carefully inspecting him for any abnormalities. Finding none, they still wore uncertain expressions. After some time, Russell asked, "Where's Brother Yin? How is he doing?" As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's faces showed conflicted emotions. It seemed Hyder was indeed severely injured. Not long ago, Brother Yin returned to Longqing Pass, grievously wounded, covered in blood, and finally collapsed at the entrance of the agency. He remains unconscious, and even if he wakes up, he will likely be incapacitated. By the time we found him, he was already a cripple. Each face bore signs of concern. Hyder was the backbone of the escort agency. If he fell, the agency's position in Longqing Pass would be precarious. Russell took a deep breath, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, a sound came from the inner courtyard. Brother Yin woke up. Quick, go see him. Everyone turned their heads and hurried towards the inner courtyard. Soon enough, a crowd gathered around Hyder's bedside. Each person showed concern for his condition, with worry etched on their faces. Don't worry. With great fortune, I won't die. Don't be alarmed. While speaking, Russell squeezed through to the window and gazed at Hyder's injuries, feeling a mix of emotions. After all, as fellow agency members, it felt wrong that he was fine while Hyder lay incapacitated. Kid, Grain expect you to be alive. That day, I searched for you all day but found no trace. I thought you were obliterated in the explosion, but it's better that you survived. Hyder patted Russell's shoulder, mindful as an Rani to ensure no one lost their life for the sake of the agency, hoping every member could return safely. In the future, be extra cautious during missions. The rogue disciples of the demon realm are rampant. Please feel free to request further translation assistance if needed. Hashtag chapter 479. Overloaded responsibilities. The courier agency was leaderless, with no one able to take on the chief position. At this moment, Hyder's gaze fell upon Russell, his eyes filled with a serious expression, clearly placing high hopes in him. Kid, could you do me a favor and take care of the courier agency until the master returns? The agency cannot be without a leader for even a day. Hyder had witnessed Russell's strength firsthand, especially the terrifying lotus that bloomed beside him. Even as an expert at the Lars realm, he would have to avoid its sharp edge if he were to encounter such power. Previously, when the master was present, the courier agency thrived. No one dared to challenge its authority. However, the master had been gone for several decades, during which many changes occurred within the agency. Barred among these issues were the rampant demonic invaders from the outside world, who always attacked during the transport missions. If not for this, the courier agency would not have fallen into its current state, where no one dared to join. Now, those who remained in the agency were mostly old veterans, each bearing the marks of time and hidden ailments. Russell frowned. Taking on such a heavy responsibility so soon after arriving in the upper realm felt beyond his capabilities. Besides, as someone merely at the peak immortal realm, it would be difficult to command respect. However, despite being only at the peak immortal realm, his strength could rival that of a Lars. I might not be up to the task. There are many seniors within the agency who can shoulder this responsibility. Why me? Russell tried to decline, but Hyder's decision was firm. He saw immense potential in Russell, whose talent at such a young age was rare throughout Longqing Pass. If Russell could lead the agency, it might once again return to its former glory in due time. In no time, Russell found himself under scrutiny, seemingly unable to back out. Look at them now. Everyone is gravely injured. What can support the courier agency? We can only rely on you. Hyder held Russell's hand tightly, his eyes pleading. Russell was torn, but realized he had no choice but to agree. Perhaps when the master returned, he could step down gracefully. His stage would not be confined to Longqing Pass. Once an opportunity arose, he would explore the greater world. Fine. Hyder smiled, pulling out a medallion from his robes and pinning it to Russell's clothes. He then pointed towards the back mountain. When you have the chance, go visit the scripture library on the back mountain. The master collected many scrolls during his travels, though later, we had to sell off some possessions due to the agency's decline. Nonetheless, there are still valuable items in the library. You should check it out. Having never seen upper realm cultivation techniques before, this rare opportunity was too precious for Russell to miss. You must support this Gillis. If he grows strong enough, he might match the master of old, leading us back to prosperity, Hyder told the others. Everyone's gaze turned to Russell, though most did not fully grasp his potential. Only Hyder had witnessed his formidable skills, able to dominate even the Cynthia of the demon domain, whose outcome was uncertain until she relinquished her powerful position. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Russell left the inner chamber and headed toward the back mountain. The courier agency's vast grounds extended endlessly, all built by the master's hands. Suddenly, the Eve sword hovered before Russell, humming. Kid, you sure got lucky. Though this courier agency isn't what it used to be, it still has a solid foundation. In time, it could become a pillar of support for you. Darren spoke into Russell's ear. How so? Russell asked, frowning. The sword landed beside him. You'll see. By the time they reached the back mountain, Russell found an ancient pavilion nestled in dense woods, its entrance covered in leaves and spider webs. This did not surprise him. The scripture library had long been stripped of valuable items. Nonetheless, he opened the door cautiously. Dust clouds billowed out. How long has it been since anyone visited? Russell brushed away the dust and peered inside. The library shelves were mostly empty, holding only basic cultivation manuals. Ignoring the first floor, he ascended to the second. To his disappointment, the second floor was similarly bare. Just my luck. Hope always sets you up for disappointment. As he turned to leave, something beneath his foot caught his attention. It was a scroll covered in dust. On a whim, he picked it up and wiped the dirt away. 3,000 thunderclaps. Curiosity piqued, Russell opened the scroll, only to find cryptic writings that puzzled him. He couldn't make sense of the text, let alone understand the technique. Just as he decided to put it back, the Eve sword trembled behind him, reappearing in front of him. Chapter 480. 3,000 thunderclaps. Wait, 3,000 thunderclaps? That name sounds familiar. Let me observe it closely. Russell froze in place as he pondered over the name. Sullivan, however, quickly skimmed through the contents of 3,000 thunderclaps, absorbing every detail into his mind. After a long moment, Sullivan suddenly exclaimed, "This is such a profound cultivation technique, but unfortunately, it's only a fragmentary scroll. If this scroll were complete, it would likely rival saint rank techniques. Back then, our spirit clan's treasure technique was merely an extraordinary saint rank technique. Although there is still a significant gap between them, it's truly astounding to encounter such an astonishing cultivation method in this remote place. Boy, I must admit you have had quite the stroke of luck." At these words, Russell couldn't help but smile. While he wasn't clear about how powerful a saint rank technique was, from Sullivan's description, it seemed that an extraordinary saint rank technique was among the pinnacle techniques in the upper realm. Before Russell could respond, Sullivan continued explaining. Perhaps the people at the escort agency couldn't understand this technique and naturally deemed it worthless. Luckily for you, boy, you've stumbled upon me who can decipher the meaning of this scroll. Just grasping the basics of 3,000 thunderclaps could potentially give your strength a qualitative leap. You might even be able to match up with a great completion master. At this, Russell couldn't conceal his excitement anymore, his eyebrows involuntarily twitching. Don't talk anymore, just translate it for me. If given time, my strength will grow sufficiently strong in the upper realm, allowing me to collect materials faster and assist you in rebuilding your physical body. Russell's excitement was palpable. Honestly, having someone guide him, Russell found his life incredibly enriching. Don't be hasty. Haste makes waste. Shortly, I will transmit the translated content directly into your mind. Whether you can fully comprehend this fragmented scroll depends entirely on your own ability. I can only provide assistance because comprehending the profundities of a saint rank technique isn't something everyone qualifies for. As he spoke, the ancestral sword beside him emitted a radiant light. The light transformed into intricate threads that merged into Russell's mind. For a brief moment, Russell shuddered slightly, with his eyes flashing brilliantly. At that moment, his mind felt like being tossed by waves, constantly surging and churning. After some time, those previously cryptic characters began to evolve. Russell felt an unprecedented clarity of mind, his face radiating a fresh glow. 3,000 thunderclaps? Suddenly, the scene before Russell began to distort, and another world emerged in his mind. Amidst the clouds, world-shattering thunder roared, crashing down continuously, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps and torrents of rain. A solitary figure stood amidst the storm, emitting even fiercer thunder from his body, encased entirely in its power. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and thunder erupted from his body like spider webs. Boom! In the next second, he pointed forward, and a bolt of thunder slashed violently in front of him. The thunder struck the ground. Instantly, the entire ground was enveloped in lightning, and all living things on the land were obliterated, reduced to ashes. Russell watched this from a godlike perspective, deeply moved as if a massive stone had dropped into a still pond within his heart, creating huge ripples. Honestly, he had never seen such a profound technique in the 3,000 minor worlds. Even his revered supreme heaven book paled in comparison to 3,000 thunderclaps. If he could master 3,000 thunderclaps, Russell dared say no one in the same realm could match him. Moreover, he met the requirements to cultivate 3,000 thunderclaps. First, it required a formidable physical body capable of withstanding the thunder's might. Second, it needed... Besides, the Spirit Clan's top-tier saint rank technique isn't open to everyone. Without the Spirit Clan's bloodline, it's impossible to grasp the technique's essence. I advise you to be realistic. Don't aim too high too soon. There's plenty of time to reach that level. Why rush? Hearing this, Russell nodded silently, a smile appearing on his face. To him, the saint rank technique before him was already enough. Whether he could fully comprehend 3,000 thunderclaps was another matter. In any case, once he mastered this technique, Russell would surely rise to new heights. You guard this place and make sure no one enters the scripture hall. These few days, I need to thoroughly experience the profundities of 3,000 thunderclaps and see if I can enter its threshold. Chapter 481. Refining Thunder. Having said this, Russell immediately sat down cross-legged. He placed his hands in front of him, and the aura swirling around him gradually calmed, as tranquil as a still pond, not even fluctuating. Russell tightly shut his eyes, sensing the 3,000 thunderbolts in his mind. The secrets of the 3,000 thunders kept evolving and subtly transforming within his thoughts. In his pupils, a streak of lightning flashed. A seed of thunder was sprouting in his dantian. To enter the realm of 3,000 thunders, one must cultivate thunder within their dantian. Only by nurturing thunder can one unleash the full might of the 3,000 thunders. The power was terrifying. Just as thunder began to take root in his dantian, Russell felt an excruciating pain, like being continuously torn apart. Simultaneously, his entire body went numb. This pain spread into his bones, placing him in extreme discomfort, powerless to resist. All he could do was let the sensation ravage his body. For a moment, the numbing feeling made him almost insensible, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Large sweat drops appeared on his forehead. This moment, a mass of dark clouds gathered in the sky above. They hovered over the rear mountain, filled with bursts of thunderous power. The Eve sword also emitted a faint glow. You troublemaker, causing such a ruckus. If you attract a world-renowned expert from the city, how will we handle the situation? No choice, I'll have to clean up this mess. With that, The Eve sword flickered and appeared high in the sky. A sweeping sword chi erupted from it, covering the entire territory of the delivery office. This sword chi formed a natural barrier, isolating everything from outside influence. Meanwhile, Russell was oblivious, having completely entered a state of enlightenment. The seed of thunder sprouted in his dantian, fostering new life and quietly altering his dantian. Before long, as soon as the sprout flowered and bore fruit in the dantian sea, he would successfully enter the realm of 3,000 thunders. However, crossing this threshold wasn't easy. Russell faced boundless dangers ahead. The gathering thunderclouds grew thicker in the sky, prompting a sigh from the watching Eve sword. Sullivan had been observing the clouds throughout. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. The power of this tribulation exceeds even that of an immortal's realm. Any mistake, and he might die under this thunder. I hope this Gillis can break through the trials and emerge victorious. In fact, Sullivan had underestimated the power of 3,000 thunders. Never did he expect it to attract such a terrifying thunder tribulation. Bear in mind, this was merely the entry-level power. At its peak, the thunder it attracts could alarm the entire upper realm. There was no choice but to take one step at a time now. One could only hope that no one noticed the phenomena caused by 3,000 thunders. Should someone detect it and attract a powerful being, they might covet the 3,000 thunders technique. After all, it is a holy grade cultivation method, rare and sought after in the upper realm. Few can resist the allure. Should that happen, Russell would face grave danger. Countless people would study, forming a vortex on his chest. Thunderbolts in the cloud began to dart around. Rumble. A deep purple lightning bolt flashed, turning into a purple serpent that directly attacked Russell's chest. Instantly, the thunder enveloped his body, tormenting him mercilessly. Wrapped in lightning, any misstep would incinerate him into charcoal. But, despite the pain spreading throughout his body, Russell gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. Even as the pain intensified, he resisted stubbornly. However, before he could fully assimilate the surrounding thunder's power, the cloud stirred again. Another bolt of lightning struck Russell. In one instant, his expression remained calm, but the next second, it turned into a grimace, brows furrowing, body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a low rumble came from all sides, and another bolt of lightning flashed through the dark clouds, creating a tense atmosphere. Without time to think, thunder from all directions struck without mercy, pounding onto his body. The thunder continued tearing through his flesh, leaving visible scars on his skin, which split open into conspicuous wounds. Chapter 482. The Realm of Lars. Blood trickled down from the wound, staining Russell's robe and dyeing the entire sleeve crimson. However, lightning continued to ravage his body relentlessly, worsening his injuries. At this rate, he would eventually die in this torrent of lightning, perhaps even being reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Darren, standing nearby, was fraught with anxiety. He knew that Russell was already deeply ensnared in peril. Any slight misstep could lead to immediate death, but intervening now would only send Russell into madness. Moreover, with Darren's current strength, it was uncertain whether he could even halt the might of the lightning. All he could do was watch and wait for Russell to endure this calamity. If he overcame this tribulation, he would surely rise stronger than before, becoming a formidable master who could stand on his own, firmly establishing himself in the upper realm. Edgarth or death hung by a thread. Conversely, Russell remained motionless amidst the thunderstorm, a faint golden light slowly emanating from within his body. The brilliant golden glow began to devour the incoming lightning, which was all drawn into Russell's dantian. Inside his sea of chi, the seed was visibly sprouting and growing. Shortly thereafter, a streak of dazzling light erupted from the sprout. The radiance suddenly surged forth, followed by a violent eruption of lightning inside his dantian. It spread throughout the entire sea of chi, with layers of lightning adhering to its surface, blending seamlessly with the spiritual energy. At this moment, Russell had fully touched the threshold of the 3,000 thunderclaps, and he had reached that level, generating a thunderous aura within his dantian. The lightning in his sea of chi was terrifyingly powerful, as if capable of tearing apart space. Russell could clearly feel the changes within his body. His strength had made a qualitative leap. If he were to face the demon realm saint again, he might even overpower her. Meanwhile, the thunderclouds in the sky slowly dispersed, revealing clear blue skies once more. A streak of radiant light burst forth from the clear sky, falling upon Russell's towering figure. After absorbing the lightning, his physical condition rapidly recovered, returning him to peak form in mere moments. Suddenly, Russell waved his arm furiously and roared, 3,000 thunderclaps. With these words, a tempest raged within his sea of chi. Thunderous rumbling erupted inside him. Blood and chi surged like a tide. Edgartning suddenly enveloped his arms and spread across his entire body. As Russell pointed forward, the lightning shot out directly ahead. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from him, illuminating the sky in fiery red. In an instant, the entire courier agency was stirred. The formidable aura released earlier was awe-inspiring and terrifying. There was definitely a high-level expert above the courier agency. Everyone thought someone was challenging the agency since no one inside could emit such powerful energy. When everyone arrived, they saw Russell floating mid-air. They were stunned. Master? Was that powerful aura emitted by you? Many still wore looks of disbelief. Russell nodded. My cultivation broke through just now. I also successfully entered the realm of Lars. After absorbing the lightning's power, Russell never imagined it would shatter his final barrier and help him reach the realm of Lars. Everyone at the courier agency nodded, their eyes flashing with respect. Not long ago, when Russell joined, he was merely at the great accomplishment immortal realm, but now he had stepped into the realm of Lars. This demonstrated how terrifying his talent truly was. All present felt a profound admiration and were thoroughly awed by Russell's revealed talent. Master, we hope you can lead us back to glory. We will obey your commands henceforth. As they spoke, the group knelt before Russell. Startled, he hurriedly helped the leader up, saying, "I will do everything in my power to bring the courier agency to glory. Rest assured, as long as I have food to eat, I won't let you go without drink." Applause erupted. After settling this matter, Russell ordered the scripture hall to be cleaned. The agency had once been grand, attracting many visitors due to its profitable nature. Now, with the agency in disrepair, who would come? To restore the agency's greatness, the first step was internal reforms. Second was dealing with the demonic cultists outside the city. Confronting the rampant demonic cultists outside was beyond Russell's current capabilities, so he focused on internal reforms. That night, Russell returned to his dilapidated courtyard. The Clark's room remained dark, but snores could be heard clearly. What a peculiar Clark. Staying confined here, possessing incredible strength. If I had this power, I would personally deal with the demonic cultists outside, to spare Longqing Pass from constant harassment. Saying this, Russell walked toward his room. Though he didn't know how strong the Clark was, it was unfathomable. That night, he spent hours writing new regulations for the courier agency, knowing that as a newly minted Lars, he couldn't yet command the agency effectively. After a sleepless night, Russell stretched and placed the neatly written papers before him, smiling contentedly. Let's go. Standing up, he opened the door and strolled out. He saw the Clark sweeping the courtyard, the broom making soft rustling sounds. Surprised, Russell stared with disbelief. The translation maintains the structure and tone of the original text, ensuring coherence with previous content. Character names are transliterated accurately into pinyin. Used to leave, the Clark spoke again. Saint-level cultivation technique? Across the entire Longqing Pass, no one is qualified to possess such a thing. I once had the honor of witnessing the might of a saint-level technique. It was awe-inspiring. The Clark saw right through him. Hearing this, Russell instinctively clenched his fists, and the ancestral sword on his back emitted a faint glow. How could the Clark have seen through his secret so easily? A saint-level technique was enough to make even the strongest of the upper realms envious. Grade the Clark planned to kill him, and take it? Young man, don't be nervous. I'm not interested in your saint-level technique. If I wanted to take it, would you still be standing here talking to me? Killing you would be but a snap of my fingers. The Clark laughed heartily. Russell relaxed his guard. Facing the Clark, he had no chance of resistance. If the Clark wanted the technique, taking it would be instantaneous. In other words, Russell's concerns were unfounded. The Clark had no interest in Thunderstrike of the 3000. Thank you, Senior. I misunderstood your intentions. Russell clasped his hands respectfully. The Clark continued to stroke his beard, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. In my presence, you can be free with your actions. This is the upper realm, where there are always people stronger than you. Be wary of everyone, and never reveal your true abilities before others. Once they sense something amiss. Once your saint-level technique is exposed, countless experts from the upper realm will hunt you down to uncover your secrets. The Clark's tone was earnest, each word carrying deep sentiment. His gaze was filled with benevolence as it rested on Russell. I will remember your words. Acting cautiously henceforth, Russell bowed. Though the Clark was somewhat inscrutable, he was undoubtedly someone to be respected. Go about your business then. With that, the Clark picked up his broom. A gentle breeze blew through the courtyard, scattering the leaves that had gathered earlier. Russell paused momentarily but soon left, heading straight for the security firm. He planned to completely reorganize the structure of the firm, overhauling both its internal and external operations. Soon, the security firm would present itself anew. When he finally arrived at the entrance, he heard commotion from inside. The sound of a struggle. Russell's brow furrowed, and he rushed inside immediately. It seems your security firm has no real fighters, just a bunch of feeble Ronnies. I suggest you close down sooner rather than later. With a new Dragon City Security Bureau in the south, I, as their second-in-command, came here to challenge you and see how strong this once famous firm really is. Grace appointing, not even one capable fighter. The second-in-command had an Ronnie veteran pinned underfoot. The veteran struggled weakly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Hyder appeared, bandaged and limping from the inner yard, every step difficult. As an Ronnie veteran of the security firm, he couldn't watch its legacy fall in his generation. Brother, we're all from Longqing Pass. Why cause trouble when we live side by side? There's no need to damage our relationship over this. Hyder tried to reason. However, the second-in-command, a master realm expert, wasn't someone the security firm could stop. But the second-in-command, determined to challenge, wouldn't give Hyder any face. Are you Hyder? How did you end up like this? Neither man nor ghost? True, your firm hasn't produced many capable people. I can let this go if you agree to close down your security firm starting today. You understand what I mean, right? An evil smile spread across the second-in-command's face. Hyder flew into a rage, pointing at the second-in-command and yelling, "Get out! We won't bow to you. Let's see who laughs last. Our security firm has a century-long history, not some fake operation you can undermine." The second-in-command's smile widened. Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, altering the atmosphere in the inner office. Chapter 484, The Ajax. Truly, you are giving a face but don't want it. I gave you a way out, but you insist on seeking death. Hyder, do you really think you can take charge now? As the words rang out, the Ajax suddenly raised his head, a sinister smile flashing across his face. In the next second, he charged forward, his movements ghostly fast. A short sword appeared in his hand as if from nowhere, clearly ready to kill Hyder. Hyder was still gravely wounded and had no means to resist. Was he destined to perish here today? Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew through from inside the inner chamber. Hyder closed his eyes. Even in death, he would die with dignity. Just then, a shadow flashed in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Russell standing before him. Brother Taoist, taking advantage of someone's weakness, isn't that too immoral? And do you really think you're that strong? Russell gripped the short sword tightly, his eyes cold and menacing. With a roar, a wave of energy burst from Russell, forcibly pushing the Ajax back. The Ajax stumbled backward for dozens of steps before stabilizing himself, his dantian churning violently. "Who the hell are you, daring to ruin my plans? Believe me, I'll chop you up first." The Ajax, still as arrogant as ever, raised his short sword and pointed it at Russell. Russell stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, more concerned about Hyder's condition, ignoring the Ajax. "Wong brother, I came too late." Russell helped the heavily injured Hyder to one side and softly said, "I will handle this matter properly. As long as I am here, no one can shake the position of the Security Bureau." Before Russell could finish speaking, the Ajax rushed forward again, the blade aiming straight for Russell's vital points. Suddenly, Russell turned around, calmly facing the man in front of him. His eyes flickered with a deadly light. Instantly, she surged from his dantian, and he threw a punch into the air. The force of the punch erupted, emitting a deep rumbling sound. An invisible wall of air appeared in front of the Ajax, sending him flying backward, landing heavily on the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression grew grave. Both being masters, yet this Ajax couldn't even touch Russell's clothes. The Ajax was proud and stubborn. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he still stood up, staring intently at Russell. "This place is narrow. How about we go somewhere spacious to settle this? I'll beat you till you cry like a baby." The Ajax continued to taunt. Russell sneered, dealing with this guy didn't even require his full strength. Thus, Russell flew toward the courtyard. Before Russell reached the door, the Ajax took advantage of the moment and attacked again. An ambush? What a shameless person. Honestly, Russell had already despised him from the start. Suddenly, Russell's hands formed a seal, and a radiant shield appeared around him. The shield glowed brightly. Its radiance erupted. It forcefully repelled the Ajax. Seeing this, the Ajax was still not satisfied. He reassembled and charged at Russell again. But he couldn't break through Russell's defenses. From the start, he was at a disadvantage. Russell's face suddenly showed disdain. The Ajax's chi was superficial. His advancement to master might have been due to external assistance. Though he dominated among immortals against Russell, who progressed through genuine effort, he stood no chance. "You are the weakest master I have ever seen. Killing you makes me feel like I'm bullying someone weaker than me," Russell mocked. The Ajax's face flushed red. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Blood wheel moon." Instantly, a blood-red moon rose behind the Ajax, casting a dark glow. The red light was eerie, exuding a heavy killing aura that made people shudder. Russell's expression turned serious. After all, the opponent was a genuine master, and he couldn't ignore his techniques. Otherwise, he might suffer serious injuries due to carelessness. Russell was not someone who underestimated his opponents. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space behind the Ajax. A surging wave of killing aura emerged from the crack, absorbed entirely into his dantian. At once, the Ajax's skin turned dark red, enveloped by the killing aura. Russell's hands formed another seal, causing his dantian sea to churn violently. Next, several lotus flowers appeared beside Russell, intertwined with lightning. Seeing this, even Russell was surprised. He never thought the Thunder Strike technique could affect his dantian sea so profoundly. In this case, the power of the lotuses was magnified several times over. Russell pondered whether he might blast the arrogant opponent into oblivion in one strike. He decided. So what if he did? This person had crossed his limits. Why should he consider sparing him? Thus, Russell waved his hand, and the lotuses floated up, suspended in midair, heading straight for the Ajax. Soon, the Ajax was completely engulfed by the lotuses. Suddenly, the lotuses exploded into endless flames, instantly overwhelming the Ajax. If not for the boundary seals Russell said earlier, the entire Security Bureau might have been affected. Russell's face showed a satisfied smile. "This move should be enough for you." Russell smirked and descended from midair, his gaze fixed above. Shortly after, a black shadow fell from the sky. It slammed onto the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Smoke billowed. There, the Ajax lay covered in wounds, drenched in blood. Russell strode forward, looking down at the fallen man with disdain. "Overestimating yourself, aren't you?" Chapter 485, Spatial Ring. After this battle, the Security Bureau emerged victorious and solidified its unassailable position. The deputy leader of Longqing Security Bureau now lay before him with no means to retaliate, heavily wounded, and likely to be bedridden for 10 to 15 days. Of course, this deputy leader now had no strength to fight back. Russell could end his life with just a thought, but to die so easily would be too merciful for him. Currently, the Security Bureau's resources were depleted, having resorted to selling assets to sustain operations. Why not take this opportunity to extort some compensation from this deputy leader? Moreover, the deputy leader of Longqing Security Bureau personally came to challenge them. Since they lost, it was only right to leave something behind as reparations. Thus, Russell searched the deputy leader's body and found 2 rings. These were spatial rings, each containing a miniature world about 100 inches in size. Previously, the world Russell was in could not support a stable environment within a spatial ring. The small world inside the ring still required the supply of elemental essence to remain stable. Otherwise, it might collapse. While in the realm of the 3,000 small worlds, Russell had heard of spatial rings through ancient texts, and now these items were within his reach. Russell infused his divine sense into the spatial ring and scanned its contents, eyes widening in surprise. He never expected that such astonishing wealth would belong to a mere deputy leader. Inside the ring were at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with 5 rare mid-grade spirit stones. There were countless cultivation techniques and blood-stained weapons as well. It seemed this deputy leader had engaged in plenty of robbery and murder in the past. Thus, by seizing these riches, Russell felt he was doing something right. Gazing at the deputy leader before him, Russell suddenly smiled again. Why not seize this opportunity to extort Longqing Security Bureau? Nowadays, Longqing Security Bureau was thriving. Given that this man held the position of deputy leader, he must have considerable influence within the organization. Naturally, Russell wasn't afraid of Longqing Security Bureau. Facing any adversity head-on, water with earth, he was prepared for anything. Furthermore, Longqing Security Bureau was initially in the wrong, so demanding money to resolve the issue was only reasonable. Thus, Russell addressed his subordinate. Spread the news of what happened here, ensuring Longqing Security Bureau hears about it. I want their chief to bring ransom if they want the person back. Russell's smile deepened. This time, he planned to extort a hefty sum from Longqing Security Bureau. Since they tried to destroy them, there was no need to show mercy. This ransom could help expand the Security Bureau. What did it matter if they offended Longqing Security Bureau? Even if the chief intervened, Russell was fearless. At most, he was a peak Lars realm cultivator. With Thunderclap accompanying him, even a peak Lars realm opponent wouldn't be a match for him. In the future, once Russell grew stronger, toppling Longqing Security Bureau would be effortless. One of his subordinates hesitated. Breaking ties with Longqing Security Bureau is like driving ourselves into a corner. I think we should try to ease tensions. We are all part of Longqing. No need for hostility. Russell glared fiercely at the speaker, eyes filled with menace. Right now, he needed to set an example and establish authority. Otherwise, as the team grew, maintaining order would be difficult. Having beaten this deputy leader to near paralysis, do you think there's any room for reconciliation? Longqing Security Bureau sees us as a thorn in their side. If we let them off now, who knows if they won't stab us in the back later? Being bullied right at our doorstep, continuing to endure it would only make us appear weak. Now we must unite against external threats. His words left everyone speechless, unable to refute him. Hyder stood beside Russell, a determined look in his eyes despite being as powerless as ever. Everyone. In times of crisis, we must move forward together. To preserve what our old master built, we must resist. Suddenly, everyone's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. Preston, who earlier expressed doubt, lowered his head, blushing and clarifying his stance. Russell casually found a recliner and placed it at the entrance of the Security Bureau, also binding the deputy leader there as a warning. Passers-by often stopped to observe. This act completely restored the dignity of the Security Bureau. Beforehand, Russell had given the deputy leader a pill to prevent him from dying unexpectedly. Otherwise, the extortion plan wouldn't work. At that moment, within Longqing Security Bureau, someone informed the chief about the incident. Enraged, the chief threw a nearby vase to the ground. How dare they disregard Longqing Security Bureau? Do they think they can overturn everything? A struggling Security Bureau dares to be so arrogant? They truly see themselves as significant. Crushing them would be as easy as squashing an ant. I'll go see what's happening. Draping on his battle robe, the chief hurried towards the Security Bureau. His galloping horse drew attention from passers-by. At the Security Bureau's entrance, a crowd gathered, mostly spectators interested in the conflict between Longqing's two major security bureaus. Previously, Russell's Security Bureau was officially designated by Longqing and the only one recognized by the Carson. Back then, the master alone could hold off thousands of soldiers, even the Carson showing him respect. Indeed, the Security Bureau managed to last so long, partly due to the Carson's covert support. Recently, however, demonic outcasts had become rampant outside the city. The Carson had no spare time to deal with internal matters, preoccupied with battling the demonic outcasts. Taking advantage of this void, Longqing Security Bureau infiltrated under their guise, conducting scams in the name of the Security Bureau. They now aim to overthrow Longqing's legitimate Security Bureau and become the dominant force. Chapter 486. Making amends. Greed can be as insatiable as a snake swallowing an elephant. An overly ambitious appetite will only choke oneself to death. The second-in-command serves as a prime example. Thinking that he could strut around the Dragon City like a lord because he had reached the Master Realm, little did he know that among many experts, he didn't even rank and couldn't be considered an expert. Only those at the Master Realm were truly rooted in the Dragon City, while ordinary Immortal Realm practitioners here merely belonged to the lower echelons. Suddenly, a clamor erupted from within the crowd. Russell slowly opened his drowsy eyes, glancing toward the commotion, with several steps before stabilizing. You wish to take the person without a word? That's quite lacking in sincerity. Do you really think this is Dragon City Escort Agency's territory, where you can do as you please? Russell retorted with a smile. In front, the head drew a saber, holding it defensively before him. The saber gleamed ominously, casting a bone-chilling chill that made bystanders shudder. Release the person. Otherwise, I'll make your entire rock-solid escort agency pay. I mean what I say. Stepping forward. During their earlier exchange, the head had assessed Russell. Despite being a peak Master Realm warrior himself, he had no absolute confidence in defeating him. To avoid escalation, the head chose to observe Russell carefully. Mr. This is Dragon City Escort Agency's second-in-command. Hanging him outside your agency gate seems quite disrespectful. If you release him, we promise non-interference in the future. Naturally, it depends on your goodwill. In an instant, the head shifted the issue onto Russell, adopting a righteous demeanor, implying all mistakes lay with the rock-solid escort agency. How could Russell play into his hands? He had his own plans. Zoran, are you joking? This fellow barged in early morning, unprovoked, challenging us. Having lost due to inferior skills, why should he walk away unscathed? Shouldn't you offer some ransom for peace? Otherwise, anyone might challenge the rock-solid escort agency, leaving me hard-pressed to handle the aftermath. Upon hearing this, the head turned pale, unable to respond. Moreover, the second-in-command acted under his orders. Earlier, the head had heard of Hyder's severe injuries and about a young boy assuming the master's role at the rock-solid escort agency. Thus, he aimed to exploit the situation. But unexpectedly, this young brat proved tough, leaving them helpless. Facing the crowd, the head chose to pacify the situation. If Dragon City Escort Agency became everyone's target, it would struggle in the future. and the city folk would brand them negatively. Let's settle reasonably. The head clenched his teeth, looking grim but choosing compromise. Breaking ties publicly with rock-solid escort agency offered no advantage. The head clenched his fists, bloodshot eyes showing his resolve for future vengeance. Simple. Dragon City Escort Agency is wealthy. 100 medium-grade spirit stones shouldn't be an issue. Hearing this, many present gasped. 100 medium-grade spirit stones? A hefty price, almost equal to rock-solid escort agency's entire assets. The head's face changed abruptly, thinking of such extortion. It was like an exorbitant demand. Besides, for the head, 100 medium-grade spirit stones wasn't trivial. Isn't this absurd? How different from robbery? The head clenched his fists, yearning to tear Russell limb from limb. However, Russell leisurely sat back, looking down on the head. Am I not just robbing you? Dragon City Escort Agency isn't stingy with 100 medium-grade spirit stones, right? If you can't pay, perhaps the second in command becomes our slave. Having said that, Russell stood up, waved, and walked towards the gate. All eyes were on the head, awaiting his response. Pointless troublemaker. The head threw a bag towards Russell. 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Consider it done. Russell received the bag, counted in public, then broke into a radiant smile, putting the bag away. Hashtag Chapter 487. The Arena Battle. 100 mid-grade spirit stones were enough to cover the Stone Steadfast Escort Agency's expenses for half a year. This sudden windfall revitalized the once moribund Stone Steadfast Escort Agency. Everyone around marveled at this unprecedented feat. Russell had the audacity to procure over 100 mid-grade spirit stones from the hands of Alfonso, something no one had ever seen or heard of. To coerce a peak master realm expert as a newly minted master was unparalleled in courage. No one could help but admire Russell's bravery, and some even instinctively gave him thumbs up. Of course, there were also many people leader. Besides, the city prohibits killing. How can Longqing disregard these rules? In the past, Stone's Steadfast Escort Agency was incredibly glorious, second only to the Henry's Mansion. Now, it has been reduced to being bullied by a second-rate force. The discussions among the surrounding crowd were endless. But Russell remained leisurely reclining in his chair, his eyes focusing on a point that abruptly emitted a beam of light, slicing through the ropes binding the deputy leader. The deputy fell to the ground, barely alive. Seeing this, the chief leader gritted his teeth, striding forward to support the deputy's body. Casting a glance at Russell, he coldly stated, I will return the humiliation today 100-fold. I swear to wipe out the Stone Steadfast Escort Agency within 6 months, and you all better prepare to meet your end. With those words, the chief leaped into the air and mounted his horse. The crowd instinctively parted, wary of offending him, especially in his current rage-filled state. At that moment, Russell's eyes emitted a streak of golden light, and a sudden gust of wind swirled around him, causing his robes to flutter. In the next instant, he leaped into the air and blocked the chief's path. The city strictly forbids mutual killings. If you want to eliminate the Stone Steadfast Escort Agency, why don't we make a bet instead? In 3 months, let us settle it at the Longqing Arena. The loser must leave Longqing Pass and never set foot here again. What do you say? Russell stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of martial grandmaster, making people feel a sense of reverence. Many people gasped, incredulous that Russell would propose such an unfair wager. After all, Longqing Escort Agency's chief was a peak master realm expert. Even if Russell was a prodigy, in 3 months, he could only hope to reach the great accomplished master realm, still far below the chief's level. To others, this wager seemed like a death sentence for Russell, sealing his own fate. Hero, don't do anything foolish. If you endure for a few more years, perhaps you can change the situation. But 3 months, that's practically asking for death. Don't ruin your future because of impulsive decisions. Some voices tried to dissuade him, but Russell was resolute. He intended to use Longqing Escort Agency as a stepping stone. If successful, Stone's Steadfast Escort Agency would soar to new heights. Russell never entertained the thought of failure. He had already assessed the agency's dire situation. Repeated setbacks had plunged them into financial ruin. With no merchants choosing their services anymore, they were bound to fail. Facing Longqing Escort Agency head-on might be their only chance, even if it meant risking everything for a sliver of hope. With Thunderstorm by his side, Russell felt confident, ensuring he wouldn't lose. The chief was surprised by Russell's bold move, pushing someone to their doom willingly. This was indeed the first time he saw such foolishness. Although he couldn't fathom the deeper reason, publicly backing down was out of the question. Rejecting would be seen as fearing the Stone Steadfast Escort Agency, bringing shame to Longqing Escort Agency. Besides, defeating a fledgling master should be effortless. Boy, are you truly delusional? Wanting to save the Stone Steadfast Escort Agency? Aren't you too impatient? But if you wish to hasten your own death, how can I deny you that? Why don't we make it a life and death match? The loser commits suicide on the arena. How about that? A sinister smile spread across the chief's face, exuding an eerie, unsettling chill. Chapter 488. The Elixir Recipe. To everyone else, this was undoubtedly a trap set for Russell. According to the previous bet, even if he lost, Russell still had a glimmer of hope. At worst, he would never be allowed into Longqing Pass again. However, the new stakes added by the Bart clearly intended to place Russell in a dire situation. By publicly humiliating Longqing Security Bureau's Ajax at the Bureau's gate, Russell had already tarnished its reputation. The Bart's proposed wager aimed to restore some dignity for the Longqing Security Bureau and reclaim some lost honor. Moreover, he sensed a dangerous aura around Russell. During their brief confrontation, although it was just a casual palm strike, the Bart felt significant pressure, realizing Russell's physical prowess could match his own. Only by eliminating Russell could the Bart feel secure. At this moment, most eyes were on Russell. People hoped he wouldn't agree to such an unfair agreement. For him, there was still a long path ahead. With humility and perseverance, he would surely achieve great success. Unfortunately, things did not go as wished. Russell was not one to back down. Steadily walking towards his horse, he stared straight at the Bart with a disdainful smile. Seeking death on your own? Russell didn't think he would die on the platform, but rather that his opponent would inevitably perish. What if the opponent was at the peak of master level? That wasn't an insurmountable obstacle. In the past, Russell had confronted a celestial being at the soul formation stage. How many could have done that? In 3 months, we meet on the platform. Don't get scared and run away. There's still time to back out. Finishing his words, Russell crossed his arms behind his back. The atmosphere became tense once more. The Bart frowned. For some reason, he felt uneasy, suspecting Russell might have a plan. After all, the difference between a beginner and a peak master was significant. Backing out? You won't change your mind unless you see your coffin. If you don't show up on the platform in 3 months, I'll attack Pantstone Security Bureau and kill everyone. In short, someone must pay for this bet. If you're afraid, then Pantstone will suffer instead. The Bart left these harsh words, fearing Russell might use the 3 months to escape. Should Russell fail to appear, the Bart wouldn't hesitate to slaughter the entire Pantstone Bureau. Moreover, the Carson hadn't intervened in city affairs for a long time. Even if the Bart caused a massacre, he could use his connections within the Carson's residence to cover it up. And even if investigated, the Carson wouldn't start a major conflict over dead bodies. After all, he was almost a venerable, one of the strongest figures in Launching Pass, deserving respect from everyone, including the Carson. In 3 months, let's meet on the platform. With those words, Russell walked back into the security bureau. The Bart also left on his horse, dispersing the crowd. Within half a day, news spread throughout the city. At this time, inside the Pantstone Security Bureau, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Everyone saw no hope in winning this bet. Even Hyder, in his prime, couldn't defeat the Launching Bureau Bart, let alone Russell now. Hyder pulled Russell into the courtyard with a worried expression. Master! Flee far away. It's my fault for dragging you down. You shouldn't sacrifice yourself for the Bureau. Either way, death is inevitable. Instead, survive and carry the last hope of Pantstone. When you become strong enough, return to rebuild Pantstone. Hyder, already weakened, viewed death calmly. He spoke bravely, having seen through it long ago. Conversely, Russell placed his hand on Hyder's shoulder with a confident look. There has never been a retreat for me. I move forward bravely. Thus, announced to everyone that they should focus on cultivation. If we win this fight in 3 months, we will all prosper together. In my eyes, there has never been defeat. Upon saying this, Russell's eyes revealed determination. These resolute words came from his heart, and he never acted without confidence. 3 months were ample time to prepare. I need to enter seclusion for a while. Decide everything on your own during this period. Leaving the bureau, Russell noticed the Eve sword floating before him, circling around him. Just witnessing that standoff, I feel passionate. Grain expect you to be so emotional. I admire people like you, full of loyalty. No doubt you are chosen by destiny. With time, you will become a hero who can stand alone. 3 months isn't too late. With your current strength, you can't defeat the Bart without revealing the thunderclap technique. But I can help you beat him in 3 months. These words caught Russell's attention. He looked at the Eve sword, smiling. What method? Suddenly, the sword emitted a glow that entered Russell's mind, filling it with unfamiliar memories. After a while, golden light flickered in Russell's eyes. Then, an elixir recipe appeared in his mind. This is the 9-turn rejuvenation pill. Taking this pill will elevate you to the Great Success Master stage. Hearing this, Russell couldn't hide his joy. Achieving Great Success Master status would give him the confidence to defeat the Bart even without using the thunderclap technique. This increased his chances of winning and filled him with confidence. Chapter 489. Bandits. Russell scrutinized the pill formula in his mind, and his brows furrowed unconsciously. The ingredients listed were completely unfamiliar to him, and during his time in the 3,000 minor worlds, he had never encountered such rare herbs. The main ingredient is dragon coldgrass, supplemented by starlight flower. Infuse all the medicinal power into the demon core, refine it with primordial essence fire. Once the pill takes its initial form, channel spiritual energy into the demon core to complete the pill. Russell couldn't help but read out the instructions from the formula aloud. His brows tightened even more, and a peculiar expression flashed across his face. Of course, this was the first time he had heard of such an intricate method of alchemy, which was entirely different from what he had previously encountered in the 3,000 minor worlds. However, only through bold experimentation could one transcend and achieve breakthroughs. The upper realm was full of profound mysteries, and Russell needed to keep up with the times or risk being left behind by the world. In the following days, Russell asked the people of the Steady Rock Escort Agency to help find the whereabouts of several herbs. Meanwhile, he planned to leave the city on 2 counts, to secure a demon core and to earn some extra income. Although he had obtained a substantial amount of spirit stones from Launching Escort Agency, he knew he needed to think long-term, especially given the current extraordinary circumstances. With the Steady Rock Escort Agency facing financial strain and most of its members being Ronnie or infirm, Russell had to shoulder the responsibility alone, ready to face whatever challenges came his way. 3 days later, Russell appeared at the city gates, fully prepared for his journey. For this trip out of the city, he had accepted a delivery mission, to deliver a ring to the patriarch of the Carmelawang family in Edgarni City. To avoid drawing attention, Russell left the city quietly under the cover of night, ensuring his movements remained undetected. Meanwhile, within Launching Escort Agency, a lamp in one of the rooms was still lit. On the desk lay a letter before the head boss. Russell has left the city. Should we eliminate him? The head boss glanced at the letter, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips, eyes flashing with malevolent intent. Although he didn't have much confidence in the life and death battle 3 months away, Russell's displayed talent was truly terrifying. At such a young age, Russell possessed strength comparable to his own and had become the master of Steady Rock Escort Agency. Clearly, Russell was no ordinary opponent. Moreover, the head boss feared unexpected developments. Despite his invincible position as a peak Lars, he felt a lingering unease. Russell's presence put immense pressure on him. Over the past few days, the head boss had been tracking Russell's movements and preparing to strike. Only by silently eliminating Russell could he be free from worries and smoothly dismantle the Steady Rock Escort Agency. Only with Russell's demise would the Steady Rock Escort Agency collapse. Its current survival hinged almost entirely on Russell's support. Without him, especially after Hyder's severe injury, the agency would have already fallen. Now, filled with the Ronnie and weak, the Steady Rock Escort Agency stood no chance against launching Escort Agency's onslaught. Thus, Russell became their only hope. Taking out a fresh envelope, the head boss scribbled down a few decisive words. At any cost, root out the problem. He tied the letter to a white pigeon's leg, his expression darkening further. The heavy burden in his heart lifted slightly. Were you to lie low for a few years, Russell, you might indeed stir up storms and launching pass on your own. But your impatience has forced you to stand up for the Steady Rock Escort Agency. Do not blame me for my mercilessness. You pose a threat to me, and only by silencing you can I rest easy. With that, the head boss extinguished the oil lamp, a deep smile appearing on his face. A cold purple light condensed in his hand, casting eerie shadows on his sharp features, adding an unsettling aura. Clearly, the head boss was determined to thoroughly eliminate Russell. At that moment, Russell had already left the city. Unbeknownst to him, his movements had not gone unnoticed, and someone was secretly following him. By midday, half a day later, the sun hung high overhead, and sweat soaked Russell's back. He paused briefly and entered a station, ordering a cool tea. Waiter, how far is it to Adgarni City? Russell sipped the cool tea, feeling refreshed instantly. His complexion brightened immediately. The waiter, holding a tattered rag, approached Russell. Sir, Adgarni City is 8,000 miles away. At your level, traveling at top speed would take no more than 3 days. The road is perilous, so be cautious. There are often bandits along this route. If it weren't for the frequent presence of officials here, even this small station might have been raided by those bandits. The waiter wiped sweat from his brow, smiling nervously. Russell looked at the waiter with a half-smile. Then he slammed the sword of the ancestral master on the table and whispered, "You're a bandit, aren't you? There's no need to hide it from me." Just now, Russell had noticed the knife scars on this person and the strong aura of killing intent. Such an intense aura was not common. It came only from spending prolonged periods amidst death. Furthermore, Russell could sense numerous pairs of eyes watching him from all directions, eyes filled with ill intentions, clearly planning an ambush. As the words settled, the air stilled for a moment, and the atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. The waiter's face twisted into a thick grin. Suddenly, the waiter tore off his shirt, revealing robust muscles underneath. Chapter 490, Pursuit. His well-defined muscles bore clear knife marks, a sight that made one's heart skip a beat and shudder uncontrollably. In contrast, Russell remained unperturbed, maintaining the demeanor of a martial arts grandmaster despite falling into a trap. Nearby, one of the bandits whistled sharply by putting his fingers in his mouth. The whistle echoed across the sky. Immediately after, countless figures emerged from the surrounding grass, quickly surrounding Russell, blocking him on all sides. Kid, this tree was planted by me, this road was paved by me. If you want to pass, leave your toll. We aren't unreasonable people. Give us 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and we'll let you live. With that, the bandit directly placed a long saber against Russell's neck. One slight movement, and Russell's head would roll. However, Russell remained perfectly still, his eyes filled with disdain, showing no fear of the man. Do these no-name ruffians really think they can play at highway robbery? Do you really believe you're proper bandits? Suddenly, the Zushi sword behind Russell trembled violently and emitted a buzzing sound. In the next second, it shot out, emitting a wave of sword chi that instantly severed the bandit's arm before he could react. An agonizing scream reverberated through the air. The bandit's face twisted in pain as he fell to his knees. If any of you take another step, I won't mind giving each of you a taste of my blade. With that, Russell gripped the Zushi sword tightly and pointed it at everyone. His expression was cold, and he knew better than to underestimate these ruthless bandits. Once they attacked, they would not hesitate to fight to the death. Kill him. He mustn't escape. The injured bandit lying on the ground kept shouting commands. Instantly, the other bandits rushed toward Russell en masse. But Russell leaped into the air, his body enveloped in a white glow. With a single thought, he swung his sword. As the sword descended, a torrent of sword chi materialized, slicing through the bandits like a forceful gust. They were cut down mercilessly, many landing in pools of blood. Russell had neutralized them with just one strike. These mere immortals were nothing to him. If he had truly unleashed his full power, exterminating them would have been effortless. After disposing of the bandits, Russell began searching their bodies. These bandits had undoubtedly committed countless atrocities, accumulating considerable wealth in the process. A thorough search yielded an impressive haul, 200 mid-grade spirit stones, and countless weapons and cultivation techniques. These spoils could be put to good use in rebuilding the Panstone Escort Agency. These bandits had unwittingly provided timely assistance. Initially, Russell had been worried about how to raise funds, but now someone had delivered them right to him. Of course, he had sensed something amiss when drinking the tea. Being highly sensitive to medicinal properties, he had immediately detected poison in the drink. Had he fallen for the trap, Russell would likely not have survived. While sorting through the loot, a chilling breeze suddenly swept through, carrying an intense coldness. Russell paused, turning to look into the forest behind him, his expression becoming grave. He had felt a powerful aura brush past him, though it vanished in an instant. Yet, he sensed an ominous gaze fixed on him, one filled with murderous intent. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Who dares hide and not show yourself? In response, rustling sounds came from the woods. Suddenly, a figure soared into the air, hovering mid-sky. Clad in a black robe, the person exuded an intimidating aura. A Peaklars? Russell was surprised. Who could have such a powerful enemy? What is your name? We seem to have no past grievances, Russell said, gripping the Zushi sword tightly. He knew he faced a formidable battle ahead. Someone paid heavily for your head. Blame yourself for offending the wrong people. With that, the man descended from above, suddenly waving his hand. Dark mist surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a black veil. Russell had made few enemies since arriving in the upper realm, the master of launching escort agency being one. Could it be that the master hired an assassin? It wasn't impossible. Russell snorted. To think a Peak Lars feared a newcomer so much as to hire an assassin. Facing this Peak Lars, Russell felt unprecedented pressure. This was the first time he confronted such a powerful opponent, leaving him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Regardless, he wouldn't give up on living. He would seize every opportunity to survive. Before he could react, the black-robed figure charged at him. In an instant, a sword appeared before Russell's face, giving him no time to think. But Russell drew the Zushi sword in defense. The clash of blades sparked a fiery explosion. Despite his efforts, Russell was pushed back several steps, colliding heavily with a tree stump, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In that brief exchange, Russell felt immense pressure. Without using his ultimate technique, he stood no chance against this black-robed assassin. Chapter 491. Russell vs. the Elroy. For Russell, there was no turning back now. His only option was to carve out a bloody path in search of the slimmest chance of survival, or he would surely die here today. A Jerson's success is built upon countless bones. This time, Russell did not plan to hold back at all. This opportunity would allow him to unleash his full potential and truly see how powerful his peak strength was. And so, with the ancestral sword in hand, he charged forward without hesitation, the sword swinging powerfully ahead. A thunderous boom echoed. The resounding clash sent waves of sword energy radiating outward, transforming into a colossal golden wave that surged straight ahead. The parry did not retreat even half a step. He advanced fearlessly. In his eyes, Russell, who had just entered the peak realm, was merely a toy, incapable of making any waves against him. To think I have to deal with a greenhorn who has barely reached the peak of the master realm. What an overreaction. As he spoke, the parry deflected the oncoming sword energy with his arm. The sword energy struck him. It ignited an overwhelming blaze of fire that enveloped his body tightly. Moments later, the flames dissipated, revealing the parry still standing firm, untouched by the sword energy. Is that all? I thought you might actually put up some resistance. I wasted so much effort tracking you. I should have just eliminated you silently in the city. No sooner had he finished speaking when the parry appeared silently behind Russell, raising his sword and slashing directly at Russell's shoulder. Instantly, Russell felt a tearing pain surge through his shoulder, his face contorting in agony. With a thud, he plummeted to the ground. Meanwhile, the parry once again approached with lightning speed, pinning Russell underfoot, preventing any counterattack. Speak your last words. I can relay them for you. The parry drew a knife and pressed it against Russell's neck. At this moment, a genuine smile flickered across Russell's face. Had his journey to the upper realm ended here, in this godforsaken place? He hadn't even made a name for himself in the upper realm, leaving no trace on this world. Edgarth in the 3,000 minor worlds had been carefree, where no one could touch him. But Russell harbored a heart that yearned for greatness. Even if the road ahead was filled with towering mountains, he had the determination to climb them. Suddenly, voices reverberated in his mind. Boy, never give up until the very end. If you die, I will perish along with you. In my perception, you are not someone who gives up easily. Sullivan's voice echoed in Russell's mind. A flame ignited within him. In that instant, he opened his eyes. Until the very end, he would never give up. My last words are that you must die. Suddenly, the ancestral sword shot toward the parry from midair. A surging golden light erupted around Russell. The intense brightness blinded the parry, forcing him to shield his eyes. When the golden light faded, Russell had vanished from his original spot. Looking around, he was now hovering in midair, his body covered in shimmering golden scales. His aura had transformed remarkably, and the slash on his shoulder had disappeared. It seems this farce isn't over yet. Let's see how deep your prowess runs, and if you're worth my full efforts. Before the parry could finish speaking, his figure vanished again. In an instant, he reappeared behind Russell. But this time, Russell was prepared. He glanced back, locking his gaze on the parry, then swung the ancestral sword heavily behind him. In a flash, their swords collided, emitting a dazzling spark. The parry retreated several steps, a look of disbelief crossing his face. It seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve. It's been a while since I've stretched my muscles. Let's see how far you can push me. Unfortunately, another prodigious talent will meet their end by my hands. A sinister smile crossed the parry's face as a swirl of black mist emerged from his feet, enveloping him completely. The black mist spread out, trapping Russell in its center. Looking around, Russell saw the black mist morph into countless figures of the parry. Surrounded on all sides, Russell couldn't distinguish which was the real one. However, Russell still had a way to respond. In his eyes, there were no invincible opponents. Everyone revealed vulnerabilities eventually. Moreover, the parry's arrogance left him open to errors each time he attacked. This arrogance would be his downfall. In that case, I'll take out every single one of your illusions. With that, Russell sheathed the ancestral sword and held his hands palms up before him. He felt his blood boiling within him, and the Danteon sea swirling. In the next second, lotus flowers bloomed around Russell's body. These lotuses contained terrifying energy, capable of tearing through space itself. Edgartning coursed through the lotuses, an attack too powerful for even the second Denver to withstand. Of course, Russell damaging him mercilessly. Soon, the black robe turned to ash, revealing a muscular physique but not sparing him from further torment by the lightning. Thunder struck him repeatedly, pain spreading through his entire body until he felt numb. Even now, the Gaylord couldn't believe he would suffer defeat and injury at the hands of a junior like Russell. After a long time, the fire dissipated. Emerging from the sea of flames, the Gaylord was riddled with injuries. If it weren't for the protection provided by the energy in his Danteon, he might have died under Russell's attack. The thunder had been absorbed and dissipated by his physical resilience, leaving visible scars all over his body. From afar, he looked like a blood-drenched man, covered entirely in crimson. Your death is inevitable this time. Had you not underestimated me, I might not have been your match. Blame yourself for being too arrogant, Russell said coldly. Even as a novice master, you should not be overlooked. With a swift motion, Russell appeared before the Gaylord, looking down at him disdainfully. He placed the ancestral sword against the figure's throat. The situation had dramatically changed. The tables had completely turned. However, Russell didn't strike the fatal blow just yet. He wanted to extract crucial information. Who was orchestrating the assassination attempts on him? Speak. Who sent you to assassinate me? Confess, and you might get a chance to live. Russell's face was stern. He already had suspicions but lacked concrete evidence. Yet, the Gaylord, lying in a pool of blood, still wore a smile, his eyes flashing with malice. Who? Do I need a reason to kill you? I never expected to fall prey to a mere junior. I was careless earlier, but now I will give it my all. You should feel honored. It has been years since someone forced me to reveal my full strength. With that, dark aura began swirling around the Gaylord, healing his wounds rapidly. Soon, he stood perfectly intact before Russell again. His presence grew intense, reaching an unprecedented height. Russell could feel an immense pressure pressing down on him like a mountain. In response, Russell took several steps back, maintaining distance. Suddenly, the Gaylord attacked again, catching Russell off guard and forcing him to retreat. The attacks were relentless, giving no room for retaliation. It seemed the Gaylord intended to kill Russell. Facing dire straits, Russell retreated further, creating a safer distance. With no other choice left, he decided to use his ultimate move. This rare opportunity would let him witness the full power of the 3,000 Edgardening strikes. The area was sealed by the Gaylord, preventing any external detection of Russell's aura. Utilizing this, he could unleash his full potential. Suddenly, Russell swiftly formed seals with his hands, a faint golden light floating from within his body. Unexplainably, a rumbling echoed in his ears. His Danteon sea roiled violently, like an endless river flowing within him. Feeling the thunderous might deep within his Danteon, thread-like lightning extended from it, coiling around his body. The threads transformed into countless strands, emitting formidable energy. Even his eyes harbored hidden lightning. Then, Russell pointed forward. The lightning bracelet around his wrist discharged, striking the Gaylord directly. Startled for a moment, the Gaylord realized too late. By the time he regained his senses, the lightning had already battered his body, leaving him severely injured. How can this be? Such overwhelming power. Blood spurted from the Gaylord's mouth, though his skin showed no damage. Only his internal organs were gravely harmed. Initially, he hadn't anticipated such immense power from the 3,000 Edgardening strikes. Now, he regretted underestimating it. The 3,000 Edgardening strikes wasn't something he could handle. It could obliterate him instantly. As a peak Lars, he hadn't expected to die so obscurely or lose to someone who had just entered the Lars realm. Once again, the Gaylord hit the ground heavily, his robe soaked in blood. This time, he had no strength left to retaliate. Gazing up at the sky, a trace of reluctance lingered in his eyes. Finally, he understood why this Gillis was chosen. Despite his novice status, his strength far surpassed appearance. If only he hadn't been complacent initially, there might still be a chance for battle. Chapter 493, Ghostly Shadow Technique. But the hooded man was too arrogant. If he had exerted all his efforts at the beginning, he might have instantly eliminated Russell. However, he missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once this opportunity was lost, he also lost any chance for retaliation. At this moment, the hooded man felt immensely regretful and remorseful over his previous decisions and underestimations. Who would have thought that a novice just entering the Lars realm could unleash such overwhelming power? The 3,000 thunderbolts earlier even vaguely touched upon the threshold of the Supreme Realm, enough to contend with those in the Supreme Realm. Lying on the ground, the hooded man gazed up at the sky. The black aura surrounding him dissipated into ashes due to his severe injuries, lingering in the air. In the end, the hooded man's face showed a hint of a smile, as he never imagined he would die like this. With his cultivation level, living for over 1,000 years in the upper realm was not a problem. He could even enjoy 1,000 years of luxury inside Dragon City Gate, and eventually reach the threshold of the venerable realm. Once one became a venerable, their status would elevate significantly. Even the Carson would give them respect. However, a Jerson's success means countless deaths. For a fleeting greed, the hooded man gambled away his entire future. What secret technique was that just now? Why does it possess such immense power? I wish to die without regrets. The hooded man looked at Russell unwillingly. His defeat was entirely due to the 3,000 thunderbolts. Even if the hooded man went all out, he couldn't resist the terrifying power of the 3,000 thunderbolts. 3,000 thunderbolts. Holy rank secret technique. Upon hearing this, the hooded man's pupils dilated several times, disbelief showing on his face. A holy rank secret technique? He had only heard of it in ancient books. A holy rank secret technique was a realm he could never reach in his lifetime. Then, the hooded man's face showed a genuine smile again. Dying to a holy rank secret technique, he didn't feel cheated. At least, he could die in peace. 3 months later, Dragon City Security Bureau will surely be doomed. With your talent, you're bound to make a name for yourself in the upper realm. Too bad I served as your stepping stone. This life of mine is without regrets. At least I witnessed the majesty of a holy rank technique. Dying thus is worth it. His voice trailing off, the hooded man closed his eyes, waiting for death's judgment. It was unimaginable for anyone to think that a holy rank technique would appear in such a backwater place like Dragon City Gate. Russell remained calm, holding the ancestral sword. In one swift motion, he split the hooded man into two and thoroughly annihilated his soul. For this reason, Russell wouldn't leave any traces behind since the hooded man knew his secret. If the soul escaped and revealed Russell's possession of a holy rank technique, it would lead to an irreversible catastrophe. When that day came, countless people would chase and kill Russell, leaving him no chance of survival. Immediately after, Russell meticulously searched through the spoils of war, which were crucial to him. After all, newly arrived in the upper realm, Russell had nothing but the clothes on his back. To grow quickly, he needed more resources. With no support from a powerful faction, he could only rely on his own hands to build his path to the sky. Moreover, he still needed to provide for the Steadfast Security Bureau. Under his leadership, the Steadfast Security Bureau would gradually rise to glory, and there would come a day when he saw the light of prosperity. From the hooded man's body, Russell found a spatial ring. Judging by the wealth accumulated within, this hooded man must have done many killings and thefts for others. The wealth exceeded what all the bandits before him combined. Now, Russell's net worth soared. Within the spatial ring, Russell also found a cultivation technique. Ghostly shadow technique? Curiously, Russell flipped through the manual. At first glance, it was indeed a movement technique. Recalling the battle with the hooded man, his movements were ghost-like and unpredictable, completely baffling. It likely came from this movement technique, causing a smile to appear on Russell's face. He was currently lacking a good movement technique, so it could complement his skills. Once mastered, this movement technique might save his life in critical moments. Just a low-tier earth rank technique. Such a technique deserves to be called a movement technique? Back then, any movement technique given by the Spirit Clan would far surpass this one by hundreds of times. Suddenly, Sullivan muttered in his ear, the voice echoing in his mind. Why don't you show me a movement technique instead of just talking? Russell rolled his eyes. Of course, if Sullivan could produce a movement technique, why would Russell go through such great lengths? While I can't produce a Spirit Clan technique, I can certainly improve this movement technique using my own abilities, making it far better than what you currently have. Hearing this, Russell couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected Sullivan to have this ability. Honestly, he had underestimated him before, thinking he was just a big talker. Great Lord Sullivan, show me your skills. Instantly, Russell changed his tone. Sullivan grunted coldly and added, soon, I will imprint the improved movement technique into your mind. How much you can master depends on your own abilities. Given Sullivan's cultivation level, creating new techniques was within his capabilities. Improving this movement technique was also a task he could easily accomplish. As promised, Russell felt his mind begin to swirl. Foreign memories started integrating into his mind, flipping like waves. Only now did he deeply appreciate Sullivan's prowess. Truly a remarkable figure who once stirred the upper realm. His methods were indeed extraordinary. In just an instant, the effect of the movement technique had been enhanced several times over, reaching a high earth rank level. An obvious upgrade. This left Russell bewildered. Even a heaven rank technique was a rare sight in Dragon City Gate. Throughout Dragon City Gate, only the Henry's Mansion and the former Steadfast Security Bureau possessed heaven rank techniques. Heaven rank techniques were invaluable treasures. Hashtag Chapter 494, Arrival at Edgarnii. Once Russell mastered a movement technique, he was effectively equipped with another life-saving skill. Furthermore, it was a heaven-tier movement technique manual, which gave him a slight edge in the upcoming battle in launching 3 months later. Compared to the ghostly shadow shrink technique I previously knew, this is like comparing two completely different things. Russell sighed, deeply feeling the disparity between the two movement techniques. The movement technique practiced by the parry, even at its best, was only at the lower grade of the heaven tier. However, Russell's current technique, despite just being at the entry level, could rival the lower grade of the heaven tier. Unable to hide his joy, Russell sat cross-legged and looked around. Please guard for me. I need to study this movement technique thoroughly as soon as possible, so I can have an additional means of survival in this perilous upper world. After saying this, Russell began circulating the energy from his dantian, while reviewing the movement technique in his mind. The technique continually evolved within his thoughts. In just a moment, Russell had grasped the basics of the ghostly shadow shrink technique. Is it really that simple? Russell questioned himself. It was, after all, a lower-grade heaven-tier movement technique. Why was it so easy? Recalling how he had struggled greatly to comprehend Saint-tier techniques before, Russell felt a wave of excitement. He continuously channeled energy from his dantian into his tendons and muscles. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind beneath his feet, making his body feel unusually light. In the next second, he abruptly opened his eyes and noticed that the flow of space around him had slowed down significantly, but this sensation lasted only a brief moment. In that fleeting instant, Russell seemed to have grasped the essence, and an uncontainable smile spread across his face. This intense joy was due to understanding the secret behind the parry's instantaneous movement. Of course, it was limited to only a split second, but after refining it, Russell found even more profound secrets. It appeared that once fully mastered, this heaven-tier movement technique could freeze time momentarily, allowing one to strike the opponent fatally. This revelation brought a hint of unmasked happiness to Russell's face. However, he had merely crossed the threshold. Studying a heaven-tier technique thoroughly was extremely challenging. Although he was just at the basic level now, it already served as a life-saving skill. In fact, the parry was quite prominent within launching pass, largely due to this movement technique. Many opponents couldn't understand his movements, leading even peak grandmasters to avoid fighting him. After pondering for a while, Russell set his sights on a prey he had spotted earlier in the nearby forest. Instantly, Russell activated the ghostly shadow shrink technique. His figure vanished from where he stood and reappeared behind the prey. With swift and precise movements, he cleanly bisected the target, who never sensed Russell's presence, dying cluelessly and unaware. Seeing this, Russell was surprised. If the parry had used this move as a trump card at a critical moment, he might have truly killed Russell. But the parry had not studied this technique thoroughly. Now, all of it was benefiting Russell. This boosted his confidence. Even without revealing his Edgartning strike technique, Russell would be able to contend against peak grandmasters, though he might not win outright. Facing the head of launching security agency again, Russell wasn't certain to lose either. After some time, Russell recalled his true purpose for leaving the city, to carry out the security agency's mission in Edgarnii City. Despite the urgency, he continued traveling tirelessly toward Edgarnii City. Finally, after 3 days, he smoothly arrived at the gate of Edgarnii City. These 3 days were remarkably smooth. Russell encountered no obstacles or demonic realm anomalies, despite needing caution when facing such foes. Currently, demonic realm anomalies dominated the surrounding areas, becoming the primary force in this region. Even launching pass faced imminent threats, potentially falling under attack anytime. The Carson hadn't managed internal affairs for decades because he needed to focus entirely on external defenses, fearing a sudden invasion. Standing beneath the city gate, Russell took out the specialized pass provided by launching pass. Seeing the pass, the guards immediately let him through without hesitation. Given the rampant demonic realm anomalies outside, the checks at the gate were incredibly strict, ensuring no ill-intentioned individuals entered. If the city fell, it would be plunged into chaos. Upon arriving in Edgarnii City, Russell headed straight for the mission site. Stopping in front of a grand residence, Russell paused. Edgarnii City, Dragon Family? It should be here, he thought, momentarily awestruck by the grandeur of the gate. After a moment of contemplation, he knocked on the door. After some time, a person peeked out, warily examining Russell from head to toe. Who are you? With a friendly smile, Russell replied, from Panstone Security Agency, escorting an important item. Upon hearing this, the person's furrowed brow relaxed, and he smiled, ushering Russell inside. The gate swung open, and Russell stepped into the Dragon family's estate. ##### Chapter 495, The Dragon Family Incident. As he walked into the Dragon residence, it was evident that this once prosperous household had now become a desolate and empty place, exuding a sense of abandonment. Sir, please hand me the envelope and wait here for a moment, the man said, taking the envelope from Russell's hand. He then left Russell in the main hall and proceeded toward the inner courtyard alone. Russell casually found a spot to sit down, his eyes instinctively scanning the surroundings with curiosity. It seemed that the Dragon family must have been a prominent household in the past, but they had since fallen on hard times. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a large space in the prime location of Edgarnii City. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Someone was knocking loudly on the door, the noise rising and falling. After a long while, no one came to open it. Then, with a loud crash, the front door was smashed open. In the next second, a coffin was hurled into the courtyard. A man armed with a machete and a menacing look on his face strode in, surveying the surroundings with disdain. He then shouted towards the main hall, Ellison, you old stubborn fool. Today, I've prepared a coffin for you. Either get into it willingly, or I'll make sure the Dragon family is destroyed today. Russell couldn't help but glance outside. It appeared that the Dragon family harbored some untold stories. However, Russell had no interest in these matters, and did not wish to involve himself in any trouble that might ensnare him deeper. But then, the man marched straight into the main hall, his gaze settling on Russell with a contemptuous expression as he scrutinized him. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you around the Dragon family before? Could you be an outsider they hired? I advise you to be careful, don't get yourself involved. With that, the man plunged his knife into the ground, a sneer flickering across his face. Russell, however, refused to acknowledge him, completely ignoring his presence. Seeing this, the man flew into a rage, withdrawing his knife and pressing it against Russell's neck. Boy, why aren't you answering me? Do you think you're better than me? To be honest, Russell was speechless. For a moment, he felt like the man had a screw loose. Of course, Russell wasn't underestimating him. He just didn't want to get involved in the Dragon family's affairs. Yet somehow, events had drawn him into it. Why should I answer you? Who do you think you are, acting all high and mighty in front of the Dragon family like you're invincible? Saying this, Russell turned and sat aside, avoiding further interaction with the man. He intended to complete his task and leave this troublesome place. If entangled, he might find himself unable to escape quickly, possibly even getting deeper involved. You've got a death wish, haven't you? Haven't you heard of my reputation in Edgarnii City? I'll show you just how formidable I am. With that, the man swung his knife at Russell. But Russell merely took a step back calmly. I'm giving you one last chance to reconsider. If you continue, I won't hesitate to subdue you here. Russell didn't want to escalate things, especially with the critical battle looming 3 months ahead. Getting seriously injured or embroiled in Edgarnii City's affairs would only complicate matters. However, the man ignored Russell's warning and lunged at him again, shouting, Gray. Russell unsheathed the Geno's sword without hesitation. It seemed that only a serious lesson would make this man stop. Being only a beginner in the Master Realm, he was no match for Russell, who didn't even need his full power. With one swift sword strike, a brilliant spark erupted as their weapons clashed. Russell remained rooted in place, while the man staggered back several steps before crashing into the coffin in the courtyard. The disparity between them was stark. You're no match for me. If you don't want to die, you'd better watch your words. I have no desire to add another life to my hands, and I'm not here to help the Dragon family. Putting away his sword, Russell observed the man's growing fury. This man, born and raised in Edgarnii City, had never experienced such humiliation. A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At that moment, a commotion arose from the inner courtyard. Don't attack. Don't cause unnecessary harm. An Ronnie man, leaning on a cane, emerged, exuding an aura of despair and devoid of vitality. Clearly, this was the patriarch of the Dragon family, Ellison. Ellison, have you considered what I asked? You know very well what will happen if you refuse. I've already prepared your coffin. Make your choice. Preston still cast hostile glares at Russell. Jude, don't push us too far. The Dragon family has backed down countless times, yet you only grow more ruthless. Do you really think we're so easy to bully? Ellison slammed his cane onto the ground, his face contorted with anger. There were clearly hidden secrets behind this confrontation. The more complex it became, the less Russell wanted to be involved. Fearing that he might be dragged into it, he retreated to a corner. Do you think you can push us around forever? Even if I do, what can you do about it? Whether you agree or run to the ends of the earth, I won't let you off. The tension escalated, with Jude showing no signs of backing down. Russell, meanwhile, stayed out of the fray, watching the unfolding drama with detached interest. Chapter 496, The Inch-by-Inch Intruder. At this moment, the atmosphere had become tense. Ellison did not seem to fear his opponent at all. Despite lacking strength himself, he still didn't regard Jude in front of him as a serious threat. Not letting me go? Everything I've become now is thanks to you. Death holds no fear for me. So what if I die? It's but an instant matter. Right, almost forgot to tell you. The Long family has already moved entirely to Dragon City Pass. No matter what, you can no longer threaten me. After saying that, Ellison displayed an unafraid expression, looking utterly unperturbed, almost as if he had seen through life and death. Clearly, he didn't hold Jude in high regard. Ellison continued, even if you kill me right now, so what? All your achievements are because of your brother. If it weren't for your brother's power in the city, you wouldn't be where you are today. As Ellison spoke, Jude's face turned flushed with anger. His hands clenched tightly into fists, teeth gritted, his heart boiling with rage. He was thoroughly provoked. Gray. Even if you flee to Dragon City Pass, I will never let you off. As long as I live, I'll make sure to torment you. Before the words faded, Jude stretched out his hand, intent on annihilating Ellison. At this moment, Russell suddenly intervened, standing directly in front of Jude. Wait. Let him pay me first for this mission. If you kill him now, who will I ask for payment? Russell paid no mind to the chaotic situation, disregarding everyone present. All he wanted was to reclaim what was rightfully his. In contrast, Jude redirected his anger toward Russell. Boy, do you really want to get involved in this? With my influence in Edgarnii City, you won't see tomorrow's sun. Jude, clouded by rage, would attack anyone in his path. Russell stared hard at him and retorted, don't shout at me. Can't you understand what I'm saying? For a moment, it seemed they were the ones locked in conflict. Russell felt somewhat helpless. Had it not been for the importance of this escort mission and the reputation of the rock-solid escort bureau, he wouldn't have gotten involved. With the addition of the Longqing escort bureau, both sides vying for favor in the city was crucial for reputation. Should this mission fail, the rock-solid escort bureau's reputation would plummet. Gray. Before Russell could react, Jude launched a swift attack. Decisive and merciless, clearly intending to eliminate Russell completely. But Russell merely sighed lightly. To be honest, he felt exhausted. With no choice, he had to act. If he didn't subdue this guy, things would only escalate, making it uncertain if he could even leave the city. Boy, don't make an enemy of him. If you attract trouble, even leaving Edgarnii City will be difficult. His brother is the Banner Rex of Edgarnii City, a semi-exalted realm powerhouse. Russell frowned deeply after speaking. Semi-exalted realm? Terrifying. Especially being the Banner Rex of Edgarnii City, a figure revered by all. However, now that he was involved, he had no choice but to face the challenge. If he backed down, Jude would only become more emboldened. Today, I'll show you there's always someone better and stronger. What your brother hasn't taught you, I will teach you. Otherwise, once you step outside Edgarnii City, you'll end up sliced into pieces because of your attitude. With that, Russell's figure vanished many factions. But today was different. To Russell, even a semi-exalted realm powerhouse held no intimidation. Moreover, with his current strength, even a full exalted realm expert might struggle to eliminate him. Additionally, Russell possessed a life-saving skill, ensuring no one, not even the Carson, could prevent him from leaving. From now on, watch your actions. If I see you in Dragon City Pass, each encounter means a beating. Having said that, Russell took his payment, preparing to leave this troublesome place. Engaging Jude further meant no escape. Just as Russell was about to leave, Ellison suddenly dashed forward, blocking his path. With a thud, he kneeled before Russell. Chapter 497, Half-Step Venerable. Ellison's eyes welled up with hot tears, and his hands shook uncontrollably, accompanied by a faint sob. Russell glanced down at Ellison and then extended a hand to help him up. Glenn, this is too much. The reward for this escort mission has already been settled. We're square now, so there's no need for you to be so grateful. Initially, Russell thought Ellison was overwhelmed with gratitude for the assistance he provided, but he misunderstood the situation. Ellison slowly stood up, wiped away his tears with his sleeve, and kept his gaze fixed on Russell, as if he had something to ask. Russell felt the atmosphere become somewhat awkward, sensing that Ellison might have some hidden troubles. Just say it. If it's within my power, I will lend a helping hand. Currently, Russell wanted to leave this place of conflict as soon as possible. If Jude called for backup, it could lead to an overwhelming trap. Once that happened, Russell would be trapped in the city, with no chance of escape. As the Banner Rex of Edgarnii City, he surely had extensive connections. Once he realized what was happening, countless experts would arrive, leaving Russell with no way out. Do not fear. Can you please take care of my children in Longqing Pass? I can no longer protect them. I hope they can live well in Longqing Pass. The moment Russell helped Ellison to his feet, his spiritual energy suddenly flowed into the other man's body. His face instantly changed when he sensed the state of Ellison. His dantian was shattered, his meridians severed. He was utterly powerless. Moreover, from the signs, it seemed someone had intentionally done this. Who could have such heavy hands? After careful thought, Russell's gaze shifted to Jude. It was likely he was behind all this, given how ruthless he seemed. How did the Long family offend such a calamity? Without any backing, this person would surely be universally despised. If not for the special circumstances, Russell would have intended to teach this sinner a lesson. But this wasn't the time. Eliminating Jude might make surviving here doubtful. In an instant, Russell refocused on Ellison, seeing his desperate plea, feeling a pang of sympathy. Why don't we take you back to Launching Pass together? Wouldn't it be better to live there without enduring torture every day? Aside from that, I doubt this guy's influence reaches Launching Pass. And once we're there, they will have no say. This remark immediately enlightened Ellison. He looked at Russell with disbelief, a flicker of excitement on his face. He hadn't expected Russell to offer such support. Initially, he considered Russell just a passing stranger, and his plea was more of a test. The disparity was immense. No time to waste. Let's get moving. If this guy wakes up, who knows what might happen? Russell glanced at Jude one last time, and couldn't resist giving him another kick. Russell's footwork was vicious, and this blow knocked Jude unconscious again after regaining a bit of consciousness. Next, Russell led Ellison straight toward the city gates. Exiting the city was effortless. No one stopped them. However, Russell noticed a half-step venerable wearing heavy armor atop the city wall, the so-called Banner Rex. Russell quickly withdrew his gaze. He would surpass the half-step venerable realm someday. Moments later, Russell appeared over 100 miles outside Agarnii City. By now, Ellison was breathing heavily, pale-faced, leaning on his waist, exhausted. The severe injury to his dantian significantly affected his physical condition. Now, he couldn't absorb essence from the earth, and his health was worse than an ordinary person. Hundreds of miles away, they probably can't catch up. Just escaping had drained all of Ellison's strength. If not for some secret treasures, he might not have made it this far. On the contrary, Russell stared solemnly at the sky, feeling uneasy. He soared into the air, staring intently ahead. He could sense a powerful presence approaching rapidly. This made Russell clench his fists, preparing for a major confrontation. It was too late to run. The attacker was too fast. Instead of fleeing, he chose to face the challenge head-on. There was still a glimmer of hope. Then, Russell drew the ancestral sword. A bright light emitted from the sword, followed by a lazy voice. Boy, you keep getting into trouble. You've made another enemy who wants you dead. Be polite. This opponent is a half-step venerable, capable of defeating you easily. Maybe being courteous will earn you mercy. Of course, Sullivan was mostly teasing Russell. He knew Russell wouldn't surrender even to the strongest beings in the higher realms. Be polite? I want to see what kind of background this half-step venerable has. A half-step venerable is still in the master realm, so there is a chance of fighting back. Let's see how strong he is. Before he finished speaking, Russell released his own aura. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered above, stretching endlessly. Chapter 498, Yonatan. Russell took a large step forward, and the surrounding space trembled in response. Waves rippled across the sky as Russell hovered in midair like a deity, with the light of countless stars converging behind him. Suddenly, a meteor flashed by. Thunder erupted and struck the ground violently, causing a plume of black smoke to rise. Who dares intrude? Russell's gaze locked onto the sky ahead as he suddenly spoke. The moment these words were uttered, time seemed to freeze. Russell clenched his fists, his expression turning grave, feeling a formidable pressure akin to facing a great enemy. A half-step venerable realm opponent, a foe worthy of his respect. Gradually, a figure emerged from the black mist and met Russell's gaze. This person's eyes were filled with disdain. I thought you'd be some mighty warrior. Not only did you fight fiercely in Agarnii City, but you also dared to challenge me? Turns out you're just a lowly novice master. His voice echoed ominously in the sky, releasing waves of pressure that instantly weighed upon Russell. Under this immense force, Russell felt his body sink slightly, trembling involuntarily. Truly, at the half-step venerable realm, even the pressure was overwhelmingly strong, almost too much for Russell to bear. Below him, Ellison fared even worse. His body shook uncontrollably, his face pale, fear welling up in his eyes. He seemed to recognize the half-step venerable figure above. Yonatan. It's Yonatan. Looks like we're doomed. We won't survive here. Young man, don't risk yourself because of me. It's my fault. You should leave now. Ellison lowered his head, resigning himself to his fate without a hint of resistance. Clearly, Yonatan held immense influence over Ellison. Back then, Ellison was a powerful master. Yet, he became the target of Jude. Initially, he hadn't taken Jude seriously. However, his negligence cost him dearly. After that, Yonatan appeared, crushing Ellison's cultivation with overwhelming power. Despite being a peak master, Ellison found no means of retaliation against Yonatan, leading to his current state. Since then, Jude grew increasingly ruthless, compelling Ellison to abandon his dominion in Agarnii City and move to Launching Pass. Suddenly, Russell stepped forward, waving his hand to disperse the oppressive aura that had enveloped the sky. He stood firmly before Yonatan, their gazes locking with a palpable tension between them. So, you look down on a novice master? I can still defeat you decisively. If I had known then what I know. Russell braced himself, intending to confront this attack head-on. Golden scales enveloped his body, shining brilliantly. He countered with a punch, the collision producing blinding sparks. As the sparks dissipated, the earth shook. Russell retreated hundreds of paces, crashing into a mountain peak. But Yonatan wasn't faring much better. He staggered back several steps, the force affecting his internal organs. If not for Yonatan's half-step venerable realm strength, he might not have matched Russell. Though Russell didn't gain any advantage and suffered somewhat, he remained unfazed, still believing he could fight on. With that resolve, he charged forward. Just as he approached Yonatan, his figure flickered. Phantom flash again. In an instant, Russell appeared behind Yonatan once more, catching him off guard. Russell slashed with his sword, landing a solid blow on Yonatan. The impact sent Yonatan plummeting to the ground. His earlier underestimation of Russell, a novice master, proved costly. He never expected to be bested by such a junior. The narrative follows Russell's encounter with the formidable Yonatan, illustrating the intense and dynamic battle. The chapter highlights the psychological and physical stakes of their confrontation, building tension and drama as Russell proves his mettle against a superior opponent. Chapter 499. Russell vs. Yonatan. Yonatan's body smashed into the ground, sending up clouds of dust and ash. When the haze cleared, a noticeable wound on his back could be seen. The wound was exposed, and at first sight, it made people shiver uncontrollably. Just then, Russell's sword had landed solidly on Yonatan's shoulder, revealing the chilling white bone beneath. Blood stained his clothes red. Now, Yonatan got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, glancing back at the injury on his shoulder with disdain on his face. With a cold snort, he raised his head and glanced at Russell in the sky, still not taking him seriously even after suffering at Russell's hands. It seems you have some tricks, but they're not enough to impress. You won't get another chance. I'll completely obliterate this ant here. As he spoke, thunder suddenly struck. The entire sky lit up brightly, and for a moment, it seemed like a clear day. The light faded instantly. In the blink of an eye, Yonatan had already surged towards the heavens, floating midair with a long spear in hand, facing off against Russell. The aura emanating from him twisted the sky itself. Russell remained unperturbed. Looking again, he found that Yonatan's wounds had healed, leaving him seemingly unharmed as if Russell's attacks hadn't affected him at all. Yonatan's expression changed slightly. His lips curled into a wicked smile. Suddenly, his body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, streaking directly ahead with blinding speed, flashing across the sky like a meteor. Russell stood firm, holding the ancestral sword, calm despite the situation, carefully pondering his strategy. Any misstep would mean certain death, no doubt about it. Even a half-step venerable realm cultivator has vulnerabilities. In the next second, Russell rose into the air, floating directly within the thunderclouds. After undergoing refinement by the 3,000 lightning strikes, his physical prowess had become extraordinary, rendering ordinary thunder harmless. However, Yonatan merely glanced up before charging towards the thunderclouds without hesitation. Though the endless thunderclouds lay ahead, he didn't take them seriously. At this moment, Yonatan only had one goal, to slay Russell. Seeing this, Russell knew he couldn't keep dodging forever. Eventually, he'd expose himself to attack. To escape pursuit, the only way was to create a diversion. Thus, Russell's hands moved incessantly, emitting a faint golden glow from his body that floated in midair. In an instant, Russell opened his eyes wide, a streak of golden light bursting forth from his gaze. The next moment, the whole sky was illuminated by an endless brilliance. Caught off guard, Russell ascended once more, creating a safer distance between the two. A thunderous boom echoed. A bolt of lightning struck directly onto Russell. His body now felt renewed as the power of thunder poured into his dantian, causing his aura to change dramatically. Lotus flowers appeared around him, intertwined with lightning. The surrounding space warped and distorted. Then, Russell pointed a finger, sending the lotuses forward to crash violently into Yonatan. Yonatan did not dodge, instead colliding head-on with the lotuses. Boom, boom. The terrifying power of thunder erupted from each lotus, engulfing him in fiery light. The flames soared high into the sky, turning the horizon crimson. Russell did not relent. He knew this move alone wouldn't achieve much, only momentarily restraining the opponent. Facing a half-step venerable realm opponent, Russell dared not use the 3,000 lightning strikes. If those strikes failed to thoroughly eliminate the enemy, Russell would suffer the consequences. Moreover, if Yonatan spread the secret of Russell possessing a sage-level technique, countless experts would descend upon Dragon Pass to hunt him down. When the flames subsided, Yonatan still hovered in the air, though not in an ideal state after enduring Russell's attack. He bore noticeable wounds and a weakened aura. However, his intention to kill Russell remained unchanged. Boy, you're still lacking. If you were also a half-step venerable realm, maybe I wouldn't be your match, but your current strength is nothing to me. Let me end your life. With that, Yonatan charged again. Russell's face turned grim. He had no hidden cards left. Should he really activate the seal left by the old master? Back in the small 3,000 worlds, that powerful Rani had left a mark on him. In dire straits, activating this mark would unleash his full might. Of course, that Rani was someone even Sullivan found dangerous. His full strike would be terrifying. But using it on this foe seemed excessive. Suddenly, the ancestral sword emitted a light. Boy, if you want to live, quickly use the pagoda you obtained in the small 3,000 worlds. It might save your life. Sullivan interjected. Pagoda? Had Sullivan not reminded him, Russell would have forgotten about it. Back then, Russell hadn't fully understood the pagoda's capabilities, but it had still suppressed the dark sky Greysaster. Thus, Russell took out the pagoda from his spatial ring, holding it in his palm. In the next second, he waved his hand, hurling the pagoda forward. It floated midair, glowing like stars. Then, the pagoda plummeted, crashing into Yonatan. Endless light enveloped him, and suddenly, the sound of cosmic chanting filled the sky. Suddenly, the gloom in the heavens dissipated, revealing brilliant sunshine. Chapter 500, The Might of the Pagoda. The sunlight fell entirely upon the pagoda. At this moment, the pagoda shone brilliantly. A thunderous boom. The pagoda pressed directly onto Yonatan's body, pinning him tightly beneath it. Russell watched the pagoda anxiously, hoping that Yonatan would be unable to break free from its restraints. Sure enough, after a long while, there was no more movement under the pagoda. Russell was somewhat surprised. He had not expected the pagoda to be able to suppress a half-step venerable realm expert. This artifact came from within the 3,000 minor worlds, yet possessed such immense power. But why didn't the ancestor of the supreme heavenly palace take it away at the time? However, now was not the time to ponder this question. Danger was imminent, and it was unclear when Yonatan might break free. If he did, Russell would once again find himself in peril. Therefore, the best course of action now was to flee as quickly as possible from this place of conflict. Once Yonatan broke free, Russell would likely face an inexorable demise. Kid, don't run if you have any courage. Wait for me to come out. And I will surely eliminate you first. Even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I will still kill you. Don't let me catch you, or I'll make sure you die. The pagoda shook continuously. Clearly, Yonatan was trying to break through the pagoda's seal. For the moment, the pagoda's seal remained stable, and with his strength, it was unlikely he could escape anytime soon. Thus, Russell turned back and gave a fleeting smile. I'll be waiting for you at Launching Pass. If you have the guts, come to Launching Pass. Once you're there, even as a half-step Venerable Realm expert, I'll make sure you don't return. Leaving these words behind, Russell turned without looking back and left this place of conflict. Of course, he did not wish to have anything to do with this Yonatan. If entangled with someone so persistent, he might not easily extricate himself. Moreover, Jude was already a stubborn individual. If not for his poor judgment, their entanglements would have been minimal, and Russell wouldn't have had to flee so hastily. And since both brothers were born from the same womb, it was probable that they shared similar deficiencies in judgment. Therefore, Russell hastened to leave this place. Only by returning to Launching Pass could he be absolutely safe. He waved his hand, summoning a cloud to carry them, though the burden of Ellison slowed him down considerably. Had it not been for this burden, he wouldn't have left Edgarnii City in such a wretched state. However, when faced with the other party's plea, Russell could not bear to abandon him. They traveled in silence. Eventually, Ellison broke the awkward atmosphere. Actually, the Long Clan was among the top-tier secondary forces in Edgarnii City. However, my daughter once encountered that thug Jude. He took advantage of his brother, the Rex of the Escort Banner, to act as he pleased in the city. He even attempted to abduct my daughter in broad daylight, forcing me to marry her off to him. How could I possibly push my daughter into such a den of tigers? I refused, naturally. But then, Yonatan arrived, severely injuring me and nearly exterminating the entire Long Clan. Yonatan wielded absolute power in Edgarnii City, and we were powerless against him. Thus, we had to relocate our family to Launching Pass. I originally planned to draw attention to myself while sending my wife and daughter to safety at Launching Pass, intending to defend the honor of the Long Clan to the death. Edgardal, did I expect you to appear? Without you, I would likely be nothing but a cold corpse now. As Ellison spoke, his voice began to quiver with emotion. Russell sighed. Had his conscience not prodded him, he wouldn't have interfered. Saving a life was like building a 7-story pagoda. In the end, Russell did intervene, taking on all the trouble that followed. But to him, this mattered little. He had always found Jude's arrogance unbearable. Even without Ellison's request, Russell might have confronted Yonatan. As long as the Green Hills remain, one never runs out of firewood. I hope one day you can restore the glory of the Long Clan and return to Edgarnii City. Russell offered some consolation. Yet, this seemed almost impossible. With severe injuries and a ruined Danteon, Ellison couldn't practice cultivation normally. He was now equivalent to a helpless cripple. Just as the words left his lips, a flicker of light appeared in Ellison's eyes, and a unique aura enveloped him. Right. I cannot give up. Since they can act so wantonly, one day I will lead the Long Clan back and reclaim our honor. Ellison clenched his fists, his expression solemn. Russell glanced back, sighing helplessly. Perhaps Ellison would eventually realize the insurmountable gap between them. Once Yonatan reached the Venerable Realm, he would surely come to Launching Pass without restraint, coercing its surrender of the Long Clan members. Even the mayor of Launching Pass might bow to a Venerable Realm expert. Launching Pass now faced internal and external threats. The mayor likely thought that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Dealing with the invading demons from the magic domain was already overwhelming enough. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, suddenly, the heavens resonated with a deafening roar. A bolt of lightning struck the pagoda. Seconds later, the pagoda's brilliance began to fade. Then, a beam of light descended from the sky. Yonatan emerged from the pagoda. The pagoda abruptly shrunk into a streak of light, vanishing into the heavens. Yonatan scanned the surroundings, his gaze fixed on the horizon, filled with murderous intent. Damn fellows, I won't let you go. One day, I will storm Launching Pass and take your heads. Once I become a Venerable Realm expert, watch how long you have left to live. With that, Yonatan's figure flashed, disappearing instantly from where he stood. Now only a step away from the Venerable Realm, he had already touched its threshold. He was also the most promising candidate in Edgarnii City to achieve the Venerable Realm. Naturally, this was the reason the Carson valued him so highly. Once he became a Venerable Realm expert, the city's combat strength would soar, and many would have to bow to him. Chapter 501. The 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. As soon as Yonatan's voice fell, his figure vanished from the spot. From that moment on, he had thoroughly memorized Russell's appearance. With his status and methods, he could even have Russell blocked within Edgarnii City. However, with his current strength, he did not dare to extend his reach into Dragon Gate Pass's territory. Once he became an honorable realm expert, he would receive most of the military power in Edgarnii City. By then, leading troops to besiege the city and threatening the Carson of Dragon Gate Pass to hand over Russell wouldn't be too difficult. After all, nearby capitals were well aware of Dragon Gate Pass's predicament, facing internal strife and external troubles, already being pushed to a situation where it could barely take care of itself. A slight misstep, and the entire city would be destroyed. 3 days later, Russell returned to Dragon Gate Pass unscathed, having faced no significant obstacles on the way back. Russell felt something was odd. Previously, he could often see the figures of demonic realm wanderers on the road. But now, it was as if they had vanished into thin air, perhaps brewing some grand plan. However, this was merely Russell's speculation, nothing proven by practice, so he quickly put these thoughts out of his mind. Upon returning to Dragon Gate Pass, Russell parted ways with Ellison directly. Had it not been for Russell's presence as a skilled protector along the journey, Ellison might not have made it back to Dragon Gate Pass alive. Even reaching there would likely have taken several months. The Rock-Solid Escort Bureau's front door remained desolate. Everyone in the city knew the Rock-Solid Escort Bureau was on a downward slope, so few sought their services for protection. Behind this, there were dark maneuvers by the Dragon City Escort Bureau, making the rock-solid Escort Bureau's entrance feel devoid of any lively atmosphere. Even passersby paid no attention to the Bureau's sign. If the old chief were still around, many would have spent considerable amounts to seek his help. With the backing of the Edgarni Long clan, the best they could manage was the rock-solid Escort Bureau. Even if they bankrupted themselves seeking help from the Dragon City Escort Bureau, Ellison couldn't have returned safely to Dragon Gate Pass. Everything seemed fated. Nevertheless, Russell didn't take much notice. He had simply helped out when he saw injustice. After completing his mission, Russell hurried straight to the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Earlier, Russell had thoroughly investigated Dragon Gate Pass's background. Amongst all places in Dragon Gate Pass, the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce held the most valuable goods. Naturally, this Chamber of Commerce primarily operated across various nations in the Eastern continent, a significant force even the Empire dared not offend lightly. Though only a minor branch within Dragon Gate Pass, its wealth and influence should not be underestimated. It definitely housed treasures satisfactory to Russell. At this moment, Russell had already stepped through the doors of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. His gaze swept around, revealing a look of surprise. Honestly, the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce truly stood out. Compared to the Chambers of Commerce in the 3,000 minor worlds, this place was far superior, almost incomparable. At this moment, a woman in a cheapao noticed Russell, her gaze fixed upon him. Her eyes sized him up, a smile gradually forming on her face as she approached him slowly. Sir. New face? Haven't seen such a vibrant Gillis like you in Dragon Gate Pass before? May I ask what Sir seeks? This humble servant can guide you accordingly. She reached out, her hand moving up and down his body subtly, seemingly interested in him. Russell shivered involuntarily, fear flickering across his face. He felt this woman was extraordinary. So, he took a step back, maintaining a safe distance, then scratched his head awkwardly. Could you help me collect the materials listed here? I'm willing to pay any price within reason. I'd be extremely grateful if you can gather them. Russell cupped his fists respectfully. He wanted to leave this peculiar place as soon as possible, avoiding further interaction with this woman. She gave off an unusual vibe, making him uneasy. The woman examined the list carefully, her brows knitting together. These are quite rare herbs. Even alchemists rarely use them. What kind of elixir are you trying to brew? Russell maintained a calm expression, not revealing a hint of vulnerability. That is confidential. Do you have the items listed here at the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce? He cupped his hands again, politely declining her offer. Instead, the woman lifted her sleeve to cover half her face, a teasing smile appearing. You're quite an interesting Gillis. We don't currently have these herbs in Dragon Gate Pass's branch. We need to dispatch them from elsewhere, which will take about a month. A month. Russell rubbed his chin thoughtfully, nodding seriously. Fine. 1 month from now, money for delivery. With that, Russell prepared to leave this strange place, lest he get entangled with the woman again. He still felt uneasy around her. Just as Russell turned to go, a voice rang in his head. Stop. There's something on the upper floor of this 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce you must obtain today. Startled, Russell halted mid-step. Anything that Darren deemed important must be extraordinary. Reluctantly, Russell turned back, smiling amiably at the woman, pointing upstairs. Excuse me. May I go take a look upstairs? Her face lit up with a smile, and she walked closer to Russell, whispering near his ear. The upper floor is accessible only to members of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. You're lucky to meet me today. Let me take you up. Hashtag Chapter 502, the roulette wheel. As the words fell, a trace of joy appeared on Russell's face. He then quickened his pace, striding toward the upper floor. Inside the loft, there were far fewer items compared to downstairs, but what was present were all rare treasures. Scanning the area with a glance, Russell suddenly heard another unusual sound in his mind. The hidden compartment on the far right contains the roulette wheel. No matter the cost, you must obtain this object. With these words, Russell's expression turned serious. For something to receive such emphasis from Sullivan, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. To find a gem like this in the 10,000 Treasures Guild was unprecedented for him. Of course, not everyone had this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it weren't for Sullivan guiding him from behind the scenes, Russell would never have encountered such an unexpected stroke of luck. Edgardo brother, have you found anything that interests you? I can introduce it to you, though whether you can buy it depends entirely on your means. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Russell walked straight toward the hidden compartment in the corner and picked up the roulette wheel. He examined it carefully but found no obvious secrets or peculiarities. However, Russell trusted Sullivan completely. No matter the cost, he had to acquire this treasure. How much does this roulette wheel cost? 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Edgardo brother, this is a broken artifact. Are you sure you want to buy it? The woman asked pointedly. Russell examined it once more, then summoned his courage and nodded. Even if he lost everything, he had to take this gamble. Even if it meant going bankrupt, for him, it would be worth the risk. Something Sullivan valued wouldn't be simple. Thus, Russell directly pulled out a bag from his spatial ring, which contained exactly 500 spirit stones. Handing over the stones caused Russell some pain. Those 500 stones were the result of robbing countless people. In the coming days, he would need to find a few arrogant and tyrannical fellows to squeeze more spirit stones from. Seeing the entire bag of 500 spirit stones, the woman froze for a moment. She glanced at Russell again, surprise flashing in her eyes. Who exactly was this Gillis from a noble family, whose initial Master Realm foundation could rival that of a venerable Edgardo brother? If you visit the 10,000 Treasures Guild again, please let me know, and I'll personally attend to you. As she spoke, the woman reached out to place her hand on Russell, but he quickly stepped back. A look of embarrassment appeared on Russell's face. I should go first. I'll return to the guild in a month to collect all the medicinal herbs listed. With that, Russell turned and left without looking back, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he might be swallowed alive by the woman. In a flash, Russell had already run several miles away. Looking back, his face still carried traces of fear. Scared me half to death. That woman was terrifying. If I had delayed even a little longer, she might have really swallowed me whole. Russell couldn't help but exclaim. Boy, that woman seemed quite interested in you. She wanted to offer herself freely. Why weren't you a little more sensible? Sullivan countered. Russell didn't respond, returning to his residence. Upon arriving, he looked around and found no one. Boy, find a safe place as soon as possible. Russell walked into the secluded courtyard within the compound. It was spacious and empty. How about here? Russell asked, but Sullivan remained silent. Thus, he took out the roulette wheel. The next moment, the Eve sword floated in midair, emitting a brilliant light. Suddenly, a remnant soul emerged from the sword, hovering in the air. This roulette wheel contains an array of cosmic rules. Once activated, it can transfer the essence here. Anyway, it's hard to explain now. Just stay beside it and observe. As he spoke, the roulette wheel fell to the ground and emitted a dazzling glow. The light radiated outward, illuminating the ground where an enormous array began to appear. The array exuded an ancient and profound aura. Surprise filled Russell's face. This array gave him an incredibly strange feeling, as if time itself had slowed down around him. Even an array master might struggle to achieve such a spatial array. And this was just the rudimentary form. Pay attention. This array might greatly assist you in future studies of arrays. Golden light descended onto the array, causing it to emit a brilliant light that instantly enveloped Russell. A thick smile spread across his face as he could clearly feel the surrounding time slowing down. As time slowed, Russell also noticed the spiritual energy around him entering his body involuntarily. Such a profound technique was beyond comprehension even for the current Russell. How strange. At this moment, Russell's understanding of arrays underwent a significant transformation. He sat cross-legged on the ground, fully immersed in enlightenment. Suddenly, a ray of light landed on him, giving him a sensation of breaking through a bottleneck. Unbeknownst to how long it had been, Russell opened his eyes. How long has passed? 1 day, replied Sullivan. Just 1 day. Yet it felt like 10 days or even half a month to Russell. Now, he had reached the peak of the early stage master realm, just one step away from advancing further. Russell took a deep breath, glancing around. He then noticed Clark at the door, staring at him intently with narrowed eyes. Chapter 503, Improving the Array. The Clark slowly walked to the center of the array. Edgard erupted from the array, instantly enveloping him. He gradually closed his eyes and spread his arms, feeling the fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual energy. His brows suddenly twitched a couple of times. The robe on his body also fluttered along with it, while a hint of joy appeared at the corners of his mouth. He then shifted his gaze back to Russell. Brat, you sure have some skills. Where did you find this array? Even the renowned saint-level array master within the Tianwu Empire might not be able to set up such an array. However, this array needs to gather the essence of heaven and earth to stabilize. If this place were a treasure land of feng shui, its effectiveness might further improve. I can refine this array further. The Clark glanced at the wheel inside the array and immediately saw through its mysteries. The eye of the array was indeed this wheel. There were hidden secrets within this wheel. At that time, Sullivan also noticed the array within the wheel, so he made Russell spare no effort to obtain this wheel. Ordinary people couldn't see through the mysteries of this wheel because the array was hidden inside. If not for Sullivan's sharp eyes, Russell might have missed this treasure. In short, this array was already engraved in the wheel and could only be extracted using special methods, imprinting it onto the ground. Of course, not just anyone could possess such skills. If Sullivan hadn't been a supreme power in the upper realms in his previous life, he wouldn't have had these means. With the enhancement of this array, Russell's cultivation would progress faster and more efficiently. Everything seemed brighter for him now. Your intervention is truly a blessing I've earned in this life, one I will never forget. Joy spread across Russell's face. The Clark stepping in, with his strength, could absolutely elevate this array to a whole new level. As soon as he finished speaking, the Clark walked to the center of the array, legs apart, unleashing an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy from within him, distorting the space around him. His dantian felt like an endless ocean, giving off an inexhaustible sensation, even twisting the air around him. The aura emitted by the Clark made Russell feel a chill run down his spine, and respect filled his eyes. A venerable realm expert? Russell couldn't gauge his strength. He sensed that the Clark was far stronger than Yonatan. To put it simply, Yonatan wasn't even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as him. The gap between them was vast, and even Russell didn't have the right to speculate about his realm. Why would someone so powerful live in such an out-of-the-way place? Experts like him should be on a bigger stage, not wasting time here. Of course, Russell didn't have the right to direct others. Perhaps the Clark had his own difficulties. Brat, watch carefully every move of mine. Each action is a great gift for you. As soon as he spoke, the Clark's hands suddenly slammed towards the ground, releasing a surge of spiritual energy from his body. In midair, a vortex appeared, continuously gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into this courtyard. The array condensed the surrounding spiritual energy, making the trees nearby flourish within moments. Russell stood dumbfounded for a long time. The ancestral sword behind him rang out, producing a melodious sound, followed by a voice echoing in his mind. This Clark isn't ordinary. No regular person could possess such abilities. The Clark's skills were nothing short of miraculous. In the originally barren courtyard, trees sprouted abruptly, flowers bloomed, and birds sang sweetly. Russell stared intently ahead, afraid to miss anything. His understanding of arrays improved dramatically, especially with this technique. It felt like enlightenment. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Russell couldn't help but praise. Moments later, the wind-like surge of spiritual energy finally dissipated, stabilizing the surrounding energy. Russell could clearly feel the change in the ambient spiritual energy. In the vast Dragon City fort, probably nowhere had spiritual energy that could match this place. The clerk's flying robe slowly descended as he reined in his fierce spiritual energy, letting out a long sigh. He turned to look at Russell. How? Glenn is indeed extraordinary. Just glimpsing a fraction of your skills has greatly benefited me for life. Russell clasped his hands and praised the clerk, whose technique was full of profound mysteries. It would take time for Russell to comprehend its true essence. However, since the array remained in the courtyard, he'd eventually understand it. By then, his mastery over arrays would reach a terrifying level. Combined with his martial prowess, he would achieve an unprecedented realm. Of course, this was only Russell's speculation for now. Reaching this point would likely take a long time. Boy, consider yourself lucky. Previously, I wouldn't have bothered with such messy affairs. After saying that, the clerk waved dismissively, showing an indifferent expression, and stretched before walking into the inner courtyard. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from outside the city, reverberating throughout the entire fort. For a moment, countless people looked towards the city gates. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky over the city. The clouds were endless, stretching as far as the eye could see. Black clouds loomed over the city as if it were on the verge of collapse. Russell looked up at the sky, a sense of unease filling his heart. He couldn't suppress a shudder, trembling involuntarily. Over the city, figures flashed past, and countless people rushed toward the city gate. Russell's gaze became heavy, sensing that something significant was about to happen. His fists clenched involuntarily. Boy, quickly go check out the city gate. Dragon City Fort might be finished. Prepare to flee if necessary. Chapter 504. The army approaches. Russell suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, staring at the city gate, sensing that something significant was about to happen. Suddenly, an explosion resounded from the sky. Flames immediately engulfed the area near the city gate, followed by a wave of dark clouds spreading across the heavens. The black clouds hung in midair, blocking out the sky. At this moment, Russell couldn't hold back his curiosity and flew towards the city gate, eager to see what was happening in Launching Pass. Now, before the city gate, a dense mass of figures had gathered, covering almost the entire sky, casting a heavy and oppressive atmosphere over the city. An army was approaching. Launching Pass was in imminent danger, with the Henry in golden armor flying above the gate, standing alone against the invaders. Brantley, I advise you to surrender Launching Pass and leave this place. I can spare your life. It's not easy to reach your level of cultivation. You wouldn't want to sacrifice your entire life's worth for one city, would you? Leave the forest standing, and you won't be short of firewood. You can still find other territories to cultivate, but Launching Pass is crucial for our demon realm. It's a strategic stronghold, and this time you must relinquish control. If you resist to the death, I will kill you first, and then slaughter the innocent within the city. A smirk appeared on the clerk's face, and suddenly, thick demonic aura erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the entire sky. Bowen, we have fought for decades, and even then, you couldn't subdue me. What makes you think you can do so now? Leave my city, or all who set foot here shall be killed without mercy. Soldiers, listen to your orders. Anyone from the demon realm who dares to step into our territory shall be killed without mercy. With these words, the two sides were now locked in a battle to the death. The atmosphere grew tense as numerous experts hovered on the walls, staring at the scene unfolding before them. Many knew that if the Henry were defeated, Launching Pass would be utterly destroyed. They too would be plunged into eternal despair. This battle was crucial for their survival. Russell now stood at the city gate, looking down upon the seemingly endless sea of demonic figures. What the hell? The demon realm has brought the fight right to our doorstep. Now isn't the time to flee? If we're caught by the demon realm, death or injury is almost certain, and worse yet, we might end up as slaves. I don't want to spend my life like this. With that thought, Russell turned to leave. This situation was indeed dire, and everyone knew the methods of the demon realm. No nearby cities had been spared, and even if Launching Pass fought to the death, the outcome would likely be the same. Clearly, relying on the Henry alone wasn't enough to turn the tide, and the enemy was well prepared. If only the clerk in the courtyard could intervene, he could probably resolve the crisis with a single move. If not, Russell could hide in the courtyard, hoping the clerk would help out of consideration, preventing him from dying pointlessly. Despite this, Russell had little confidence, knowing the clerk's unpredictable nature. If he chose not to intervene and watched Russell die at the hands of the demons, it would be a terrifying fate. Walker than wait for that. It might be better to fight his way out, hoping for a slim chance of survival. Esteemed experts of the city, this is a critical moment for Launching Pass. The forces of the demon realm have invaded en masse, leaving our city in chaos. I believe that if we unite, we can repel the invaders. And there is no retreat. Outside the city lies certain death. We should fight our way through together. I'll hold off this clerk while you deal with the others. The Henry pointed at the clerk, a hint of disdain in his eyes. They had clashed many times before and knew each other well. This invasion by the demon realm was clearly premeditated, far beyond the capabilities of their previously stationed forces. Enough talk. Watch me slaughter your people. Stop hiding and come out. Both of us will be punished if we fail our master's orders within the given time. Come. Feel my wrath. As the words fell, countless demons rushed toward Launching Pass. The scene was incredibly intense. The city's experts couldn't contain themselves any longer and charged towards the invading forces. The two sides clashed in a spectacular and chaotic battle. Standing afar, watching the chaos, Russell was momentarily stunned but soon regained his senses. Kid, this is a great opportunity to earn spirit stones. These demons have accumulated considerable wealth from capturing other cities. You can definitely get rich looting them. Why not take advantage of this? Suddenly, Dennis's voice echoed in his mind, like a fire urging Russell onward. However, Russell remained unmoved, his face showing embarrassment. Of course, he didn't dare act recklessly. The demons were ruthless. One wrong move could mean death. Are you sending me to my death? With so many demons, stepping in would be suicide. If you want to go, go yourself. I won't do this. With that, Russell turned away. Trust me. Longqing Pass won't fall. Someone will handle this unprecedented disaster. All you need to do is take advantage of the chaos and make a fortune. This is your chance for unlimited opportunities. Besides, you only have a few spirit stones. Aren't you tempted by all this wealth? Dennis asked. For a moment, Russell was slightly moved, his face revealing uncontrollable emotions. Indeed, even a hero could be troubled by lack of resources. Chapter 505, Airy. In the sky above, the two venerable realm experts had already engaged in battle. The Henry took the lead, shielding Dragon Pass from the strongest of the demon realm invaders. Thunderous sounds echoed through the air as the ground trembled. Looking up at the gray sky, dazzling beams of light burst forth from their clash, illuminating the overcast heavens. The aftershocks of their battle suddenly struck the ground, leaving deep craters. At this moment, another figure appeared high in the sky, a withered Clark leaning on a cane. He floated midair, his body hunched and bent. Yet every move he made radiated a destructive force that made even space shudder. A peak venerable realm expert? This Clark was certainly no ordinary being. Just one glance sent a wave of unease through Russell. If they were to fight, this Clark could probably kill Russell in an instant. If another venerable realm expert were to join the fray, how could Dragon Pass possibly withstand it? And especially if it were a peak venerable realm master. Even if all the newly ascended venerables in the city were to fight together, they would likely be powerless against this Clark. It seemed the outcome was already decided. Dragon Pass was bound to fall, and the lives within the city would follow suit. Now is not the time for opportunism. That Clark could annihilate me with just a glance. Better to retreat now while there's still hope. The best policy is to flee when in trouble. With that thought, Russell turned and prepared to leave. Remaining in this dangerous place would eventually bring trouble upon him. You cowardly brat. These cowards wouldn't have stood a chance against my punch years ago. If I were you, I'd slaughter them without mercy. In my eyes, there's no turning back. What a disgraceful lot. Sullivan rebuked angrily. But Russell paid no heed to Sullivan's words, ignoring him entirely. Charging out now would be like sending a sheep to slaughter. Better to watch and wait, hoping the tide might turn. The Henry also seemed to notice the Clark beside him, his expression growing grave as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the Clark. Clearly, he was no match for this opponent. Could it be that Dragon Pass was destined to fall this time? After protecting it his entire life, would it ultimately be lost to the demons? Frankly, the Henry felt unwilling to accept such an outcome. Just then, another loud sound reverberated through the sky. Who dares invade Dragon Pass? Does it seem unguarded? Let your ancient ones from the demon realm face me, and perhaps they might stand a chance. As for you, you're not worthy of my time. As he spoke, a bolt of lightning flashed through the dark clouds, striking the Clark. Instantly, the Clark endured the thunder's power, black smoke rising from his body before he fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, it was clear the Clark was gravely injured, his aura unstable and barely hanging on after just one blow. Russell looked back, sensing the powerful energy originating from within Dragon Pass. Could it be that a world-class expert resided within this vast city, calling himself a sage? Russell took a deep breath. A sage-level master. How immensely powerful they must be. Russell was still far away from reaching such a level. He didn't even have the right to interfere in this class of battle. Moments later, the Clark struggled to rise from the ground, looking deeply into the depths of Dragon Pass, his complexion pale and his aura weak. May I ask who you are? We are of the demon realm. Isn't it disrespectful for a venerable Rani to intervene? If you step down, we will remember this kindness. With that, the Clark bowed deeply, attempting to leverage the name of the demon realm to coerce the other party. However, another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Demons? Not worth my notice. For today's sake, I will spare you for your Eve's face. You shall not interfere. If you do, I can obliterate you instantly. If you wish to live, you know what to do. The words, Chapter 506, meeting again. That usually lazy Clark? Russell's mind flashed with the image of the Clark, finding it hard to associate him with an unparalleled powerhouse. Honestly, for a moment, Russell couldn't believe it. But recalling the Clark's actions and words from before, there seemed to be some convincing elements. There's more than one Saint Realm expert within Dragon City Pass. Only the other Saint experts haven't made a move. More than one Saint Realm expert. For a moment, Russell was at a loss for words. This Dragon City Pass truly harbored dragons and tigers, not only boasting the rumored Saint Realm experts, but more than one at that. Russell felt a chill run down his spine. Could this Dragon City Pass be a legendary land blessed by geomancy, attracting so many Saint experts? Saint. How long will it take for me to become a saint? Russell asked himself. Then, a voice resounded in his mind. Sullivan snorted coldly and added, a mere saint. During my peak years, such a minor figure didn't even have the qualifications to meet me. One day, you can become a saint too. With your talent, your future accomplishments might even surpass mine. At this moment, Russell still wore a look of surprise, his eyes filled with a strange expression. Of course, he hadn't taken Sullivan's words to heart. Not even having the qualifications to meet him, how strong could he possibly be? Russell had already plunged into the crowd, fighting fiercely against the demon domain cultists. The scene was spectacular. Everywhere he looked were corpses, and the ground was soaked in blood, turning red. Russell remained unperturbed. Wherever he went, demon domain cultists fell dead. This time, Russell was indeed reaping bountiful rewards. In just half an hour, he had collected hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the demon domain cultists were endless, impossible to kill off completely in a short time. Continuing like this, the demon domain wouldn't be able to breach Dragon City Pass, let alone capture it. For decades, this was the first time the demon domain cultists suffered a defeat. They surely would not swallow this bitter defeat lightly and would certainly return stronger. At this moment, Russell, having entered a killing frenzy, was invincible among the crowd as a master realm expert. Suddenly, a familiar figure blocked his path. Edgarfing his head, Russell saw the long unseen Annabelle. Their eyes met, each revealing a strange sentiment. Russell instinctively took 2 steps back. This Annabelle was no ordinary character. Just months apart, the aura she emitted was significantly stronger than before. Even if Russell didn't reveal the 3,000 Edgarting strikes, he wasn't sure he could defeat her. Long time no see. I'm leaving now. Russell rubbed his head. Massacring demon domain cultists in front of her seemed a bit too ostentatious. He didn't want to offend this Annabelle, knowing well her personality. If provoked, it would lead to an unending conflict. Thus, Russell turned and headed straight toward Dragon City Pass, fearing she might chase after him. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by. The Annabelle appeared right in front of him, blocking his path. Why are you running? Afraid of me? These words made Russell's heart skip a beat. Why did this Annabelle insist on clinging to him? Lady, I swear to heaven I never revealed what happened back then. If you despise me, I'll disappear from your sight right now. Russell's face showed a trace of woe. All he wanted was to leave quickly. Upon hearing this, the Annabelle frowned, then raised her sword. A powerful sword aura erupted, striking directly in front of Russell with a loud bang, creating a massive crater. Russell gulped, his eyes going blank. This Annabelle really had no control over her strength. If that strike had been slightly off, Russell would have been severely injured. Do you fear me so much? A cold expression flashed across the Annabelle's face, her gaze unwaveringly locked on Russell. Lady, how could I not be afraid when you keep trying to kill me? And I haven't offended you. We're merely strangers who crossed paths once. Give me a chance to mend my ways, and I promise never to appear before you again. Russell clasped his hands together, only wanting to return to the city as soon as possible without further entanglement. The Annabelle sighed, then turned away. In 3 months, I will head to Central Province. I probably won't return to this remote place. If fate allows, we may meet again in Central Province. You must come, I will wait for you. This pill is for you. It may greatly aid your cultivation. Saying this, the Annabelle slowly opened her palm, and a dark green pill floated out, landing in Russell's hand. Holding the pill, Russell looked back at the Annabelle. His feelings toward her changed subtly. She seemed gentler. Yet, their paths diverged vastly, perhaps forever destined to be parallel lines, never crossing under the same faction. Fellow Taoist, do not worry about the future. We shall meet again if fate permits. Russell clasped his hands in a salute. Sensing no hostility from the Annabelle, Russell couldn't allow her to pursue him unnecessarily. Looking at the pill, Russell prepared to return it. But as he lifted his eyes, the Annabelle had vanished into the sky. Fellow Taoist, your pill. Russell called out to the sky. Today you owe me a favor. When we meet again, you can repay it. With that, Russell clenched the pill, gazing at the sky. He couldn't understand her motives but, helpless, could only pocket the pill. Next, Russell's mind echoed with bursts of laughter, reverberating incessantly. Chapter 507, Defeat in the Demon Realm. Russell couldn't help but feel puzzled, filled with myriad thoughts. A woman's heart is as unpredictable as a needle at the bottom of the sea. He and this Cynthia of the demon realm were merely passers-by who had met once, and nothing but some indescribable incidents had occurred between them. Why would the Cynthia give him medicinal pills? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? The thought made Russell shudder, fear creeping into his eyes. He didn't want any further entanglements with the Cynthia. After all, due to their affiliations, they were destined to go separate ways. The upper realms were vast, and chances of meeting again were slim. But if he did meet her, Russell vowed to repay this favor and then cut ties. Boy, you're as dense as a block of wood. Can't you see she's already smitten with you? Focused entirely on cultivation, unable to read people. Sullivan reprimanded him, followed by sighs echoing in Russell's mind. Russell's lips twitched. He was focused on seeking the Tao. Moreover, in the upper realms, he was still a low-ranking figure, lacking self-defense skills among so many experts. How could he possibly entertain romantic thoughts? Thus, Russell put away the medicinal pill, sensing its potent medicinal properties. If consumed, it would undoubtedly boost his cultivation. Turning his attention back to the demon realm's warriors around him, a greedy smile spread across his face. To him, these Grandmaster-level warriors were like crops ready for harvest. Half an hour later, the initially formidable army of the demon realm had dwindled, with Russell fighting fiercely within their ranks. No one could withstand his attacks unless Denver joined the fray, making him a nightmare for anyone below the Grandmaster level. Some warriors had even fled. Given the one-sided battle, especially after the critically injured peak Venerable Ronnie, the demon realm's momentum crumbled from the start. The battle ended, and Russell returned unscathed to the city. Counting the spoils, he found over 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Not only that, there were countless cultivation techniques, mostly from the demon realm, which could corrupt an ordinary person upon practice. Naturally, Russell destroyed them immediately. Meanwhile, he stored the weapons obtained in the Rockstead Escort Agency for future members' use. To grow the agency required steady nurturing and strengthening. Rapid advancement was impossible and needed gradual effort. After this battle, Dragon City Gate emerged victorious, heavily wounding a demon realm Denver and slaying thousands of its warriors. Short-term re-entry into Dragon City Gate was unlikely for the demon realm. Moreover, with several sage-level experts present, the demon realm wouldn't breach Dragon City Gate without sending their own sages. However, in such remote areas, a peak Venerable was considered top tier. No sage had appeared here in ages. Sages certainly resided in the central continent, rich in abundant spiritual energy and opportunities. To aspire for supreme power, the central continent was essential. In the future, Russell would head to the central continent. He still remembered the agreement in the 3,000 small worlds, to rescue the old monster from the hopeless sea after 100 years. This old monster was once a powerful figure in the central continent. Russell sensed the immense power sealed within his mind, capable of defeating sages effortlessly. Yet, who could suppress such a monster in the hopeless sea? The suppressor must have been even stronger. For a moment, Russell felt the vastness of this world. Even reaching sage level seemed distant. Moreover, predicting his cultivation in 100 years was uncertain. The upper realms were full of unknowns. In a century, Russell might remain an unknown in Dragon City Gate. Making a name in the central continent within 100 years was extremely difficult. But Russell aimed to break this precedent, becoming the greatest under heaven. With everything arranged, Russell left the Rockstead Escort Agency. With his current strength, protecting the entire agency wasn't an issue. Still, long-term dependency wasn't ideal. One day, the Rockstead Escort Agency must rise or Russell would bear endless pressure. During this battle, everyone except Russell remained in the agency, knowing their limited combat abilities made them cannon fodder. They were mostly Ronnie, weak, or sick. Currently, the Rockstead Escort Agency lacked vitality, resembling a sunset red team. But with Russell's backing, everyone believed they would reach peak glory again. That day was near. Returning with riches, Russell kept them hidden. After annihilating the Demon Realm warriors, he vanished without claiming rewards, despite the Henry's offer of generous rewards for those who slew the demons, which risked revealing his identity. With thousands of high-grade spirit stones, drawing attention was inevitable. Chapter 508. The Old Man's Favor. Thus, Russell directly returned to his exclusive courtyard. This time, the demonic realm infiltrators had been completely annihilated. The demonic realm infiltrators lurking near Longqing Pass had been heavily crippled and would not pose any threat for the foreseeable future. Hence, this was also the best opportunity for the Impenetrable Security Bureau to strive for progress. No one could now obstruct the Bureau's escort missions. Once several months passed and Russell emerged victorious in the martial arena, no one could stop the growth of the Impenetrable Security Bureau. In the courtyard, the formation still radiated with light. Russell sat inside the array in the courtyard, continuously circulating the spiritual energy from the sea of chi within his dantian. When he stepped into the array, he could clearly feel that the flow of time around him had significantly slowed down. If he could master the rules of time within the formation, one day he would become an existence who could wield great power. Mastering a cosmic rule also meant that Russell's path of cultivation was boundless and promising. At this moment, Russell occasionally raised his gaze toward the inner courtyard. What kind of divine being was that Clark? Despite having the strength of a sage realm, why did he choose to live in this forsaken place, idly wasting away every day? Russell felt that the Clark seemed very decadent, as if he had experienced severe setbacks. Yet, he was a righteous person. When Longqing Pass faced peril, he would still step forward and take the calamity upon himself. The demon clan had immeasurable depths, with countless experts behind them, possibly even those above the sage realm. Despite this, the Clark still acted, representing that his heart belonged to righteousness. After another glance at the inner courtyard, Russell once again focused his gaze, channeling chi into his dantian and gathering his spiritual energy into every sinew and vein. He then sat down on the ground. After a long while, Russell adjusted his state to the best possible condition. Thus, he took out the pill given to him by the Cynthia of the demonic realm. The pill contained vast amounts of spiritual energy. When he took out the pill, the space around it even distorted. Russell took a deep breath, and his expression became solemn. This pill was certainly a stroke of fortune for him. Kid, you be careful. The pill your little girlfriend gave you isn't an ordinary item. It likely comes from a great powerhouse within the demonic realm. It contains massive amounts of spiritual energy. Once refined, your path of growth can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Suddenly, Sullivan reminded him. Russell kept these words in mind, so without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. As soon as the pill entered his dantian, its medicinal power burst forth, merging into an oceanic expanse and continuously nurturing it. For a moment, Russell felt an overwhelming surge of strength. He basked in the satisfaction of the ample chi in his dantian, but suddenly felt an unusual sensation. It felt like the pill had made his body feel fully saturated, yet it continued to supply more energy unceasingly. Instantaneously, his veins were filled with spiritual energy, and he felt a piercing pain. In an instant, Sullivan suddenly scolded. Foolish boy, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and absorb the chi within your dantian. If you don't refine this vast amount of spiritual energy, you might risk exploding. Russell snapped back to reality. He hurriedly used his dantian force to suppress the chaotic spiritual energy within his body, but it was too late. His sea of chi was already overflowing, accompanied by waves of sharp pain. Damn! Am I going to die because of a single pill? Russell's face turned pale, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid. His hands danced ceaselessly as he tried to quickly dissipate the dantian chi in his body. However, the dantian force had already blocked his chest, leaving Russell nearly spent. Suddenly, a sound came from the inner courtyard. In an instant, the Clark silently appeared before Russell. With a stern gaze, he examined Russell carefully and couldn't help but sigh. A troublesome kid. Do you really think your body is invincible? With that, the Clark struck swiftly, hitting Russell with one palm. The force of that strike instantly opened Russell's Rian and Tong meridians. Suddenly, a small vortex appeared on Russell's forehead, continuously extracting the chaotic spiritual energy from within his body. Instantaneously, Russell felt much more comfortable. The Clark remained. You will eventually leave this stage and venture into a broader world. The Clark warned him, then patted his loose bones lazily. The junior will remember these words and continually consolidate my cultivation. One day, I will personally protect all living beings in this city. The translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring natural English phrasing and coherence with the previous content. ##### Chapter 509. Getting to the bottom of things. As the words were spoken, a look of surprise flashed in the Clark's eyes. He looked at Russell with an incredulous gaze, instinctively scrutinizing him from head to toe. Boy, how did you know it was I who intervened earlier? Could it be that you can see through my strength? Logically speaking, even someone at the venerated stage shouldn't be able to perceive my true power. Earlier, the Clark had been sitting within the residence. Even from dozens of miles away, he still managed to suppress the peak venerated realm expert. He had even frightened away the Ronnie from the demon realm. Indeed, even as a venerated realm Carson, he could not identify which high-ranking figure had intervened within Dragon Pass City. Glenn, not only do I know that you were the one who saved Dragon Pass City, but I also understand that there isn't just one sage-level expert within this city. Upon hearing this, the Clark's face displayed disbelief, his pupils involuntarily widening. Such matters were virtually unknown secrets. The Clark naturally knew the number of hidden experts within the sprawling Dragon Pass City. By projecting his spiritual sense, he could clearly visualize every nook and cranny of the city. Had he not acted during the Demon Realm's attack, other sage-level experts would have stepped in as well. Why would you, a novice Master Realm practitioner, know about these matters in the city? The Clark inadvertently furrowed his brows. Normally, he paid little attention to Russell, but today's revelation demanded his serious consideration. Russell blushed slightly and subconsciously touched his head. Glenn, everyone has their own secrets. Please don't make things difficult for me. Had it not been for Glenn's intervention, Dragon Pass City might truly have been in grave danger. But there's one thing that baffles me. Why is Dragon Pass City so important to you? Dragon Pass City is merely a small speck on the map of East Continent. Why are there so many sage-level experts here? Russell voiced out his confusion. In the surrounding cities, there were no sage-level experts, not even peak venerated realm ones. The reason several cities had fallen previously was because they lacked powerful defenders. If a sage-level expert guarded a city, even the Demon Realm's forces would think twice before attacking. Now, no one can shake Dragon Pass City's standing. It's impregnable solely because of the presence of sage-level experts. Thus, nobody dares to invade. Furthermore, though the Demon Realm forces had been defeated this time, they would certainly consider the consequences of attacking Dragon Pass City again in future assaults. After all, offending a sage could result in instant annihilation, even for venerated realm experts. This explained why the Demon Ronnie hastily retreated after approaching the city, fearing death at the hands of a sage. Even across thousands of miles, a sage-level expert could instantly slay a venerated realm expert. Of course, because the Demon Realm had formidable masters backing them, the Clark chose not to directly confront them. He knew that offending the Demon Realm could lead to dire consequences for Dragon Pass City. Though eliminating a peak venerated realm expert meant nothing to him, such an action could severely threaten the city. The Demon Realm may not be able to kill a sage, but they can annihilate Dragon Pass City. Young whelp, there are many things you haven't encountered in the upper world. Some matters are still too distant for you. The Clark muttered, then focused back on Russell, adding, by the way, don't expose this matter. Otherwise, my threshold will be trampled to bits. I just want a quiet life and don't wish for outsiders to disturb me. The Clark waved his hand dismissively. When Russell first arrived, the courtyard had felt devoid of any human warmth. But now, it finally had a bit of a lived-in feel. Glenn, rest assured, I won't reveal your secrets. You can count on me, Russell reassured, tapping his chest firmly. Turning around, Russell glanced at the Clark, who waved and walked into his inner courtyard. Russell, meanwhile, entered the array. His cultivation level had rapidly ascended recently, leaving his foundation unstable. Drawing energy from more pills would only exacerbate the instability and potentially cause long-term harm. It was a loss greater than the gain, and Russell was determined not to take such risks. The path of martial arts required solid progress, each step rooted firmly. Time seemed to slow down. He felt the dense spiritual chi around him replenishing his body. Within moments, his internal aura returned to its peak. This array was indeed profound. Russell quickly fell into a state of enlightenment. The surrounding spiritual chi flowed unconsciously into his body. Over time, his cultivation became steadily stronger, and the once chaotic energy within him stabilized. After a month, Russell slowly emerged from the array. Despite just 1 month passing, it felt like decades within the array due to the altered flow of time inside. During those few decades, he had thoroughly understood the great accomplished Master Realm. He believed that even the strongest might not match him now. A peak Master Realm expert? Not beyond his capabilities to challenge. However, Russell was concerned about a potential confrontation with someone who crossed into the venerated realm. Once an opponent reached that level, predicting the outcome would become uncertain. Against a venerated realm expert, winning was nearly impossible, but surviving was another matter. He had his means. If not for the restrictions on using 3,000 Edgartning bolts in the arena, even a venerated realm expert wouldn't intimidate him. With 3,000 Edgartning bolts, Russell possessed the ability to fight beyond his realm. Chapter 510. Nicola. However, once the ultimate move, Thunderbolt of 3,000, was exposed to the public, it would certainly attract a lot of attention and possibly bring about lethal trouble. From then on, he would surely live in darkness, constantly on the run. Therefore, he needed other trump cards. Only by doing so could he ensure victory over that headmaster of the Dragon City Escort Agency. This headmaster was no ordinary person either. After all, anyone who thrived within Dragon City Pass was someone formidable. Had Russell not interfered, this man might have been thriving even more in Dragon City Pass with no one stopping him. Now, Russell bolstered the teetering Rocky Escort Agency, posing as a tough challenge to the Dragon City Escort Agency. After changing into clean clothes, Russell headed straight for the 10,000 Treasure Trade Guild. It had been a month since he ordered a batch of herbs, and it was time for delivery. With this medicine, Russell could definitely advance steadily into the peak Grandmaster realm. Once there, even facing venerable masters, he wouldn't be without a fighting chance. For him, the realm of venerables wasn't out of reach. Of course, given that this arena fight was a life-or-death combat, any misstep could result in death. Russell wasn't an imprudent person. Who knew what hidden cards that headmaster held? He might even resort to underhanded tactics. Thus, only if Russell reached the peak Grandmaster realm would everything be foolproof. One false step, and there would be eternal regret. Russell's legendary journey had just begun. He certainly didn't wish for his path to be interrupted midway. To sum up, in this battle, Russell could only succeed, not fail. By midday, Russell arrived at the 10,000 Treasure Trade Guild. Last time, when the Demon Domain disciples attacked Dragon City Pass, the 10,000 Treasure Trade Guild had also contributed greatly. They had long been fierce enemies with the Demon Domain disciples, as the latter frequently plundered their convoys. Consequently, the Eastern Branch had suffered significant losses in recent years. Though the Demon Domain disciples were powerful, they weren't yet strong enough to contend with Central forces. Central Prefecture was a place filled with diverse powers. Even sages weren't rare. Moreover, some secluded prestigious families possessed immense strength comparable to major powers. However, Russell had only heard snippets of these matters. With his current strength, he couldn't dream of accessing Central Prefecture, as he lacked the qualifications to set foot there now. The 10,000 Treasure Trade Guild, meanwhile, was well established in Central Prefecture, controlling half the trade routes. Sage realms were beyond Russell's reach now, let alone Central Prefecture. Reaching there might take decades. As Russell entered the guild's entrance, he glanced around. Suddenly, he felt an intense gaze fixed on him. His body shuddered, and he turned back to see the woman. She wore a cheapao and moved gracefully toward Russell, raising her hand to flick her bangs. Each gesture seemed calculated to seduce Russell. He instinctively stepped back, fearing her despite her never having done anything unspeakable to him. He dared not look her directly, terrified she might swallow him alive. Edgardle brother. A whole month before I see you again, truly making big sister wait, she said flirtatiously. You walked away so hurriedly last time, forgetting even to leave your name. My name is Nicola, and I am the head manager of the 10,000 Treasure Trade Guild. In the future, whenever little brother visits us, find me directly. I can offer you special discounts. As she spoke, Nicola sauntered beside Russell and placed her hand on his shoulder. Instantly, Russell trembled in shock, astonished. Despite his usual bravery, this woman made his heart race. Nicola? Suddenly, Russell remembered. While wandering the city earlier, he had heard about her. Rumor had it that Nicola was like a celestial maiden, with countless men spending fortunes just to glimpse her beauty. The most famous story involved the Carson pursuing her relentlessly, but even after spending a fortune, he failed to win her favor. Being the Carson, normally women adored him. Yet, Nicola showed no interest whatsoever, and never considered him important. Even he did not dare offend the 10,000 Treasure Trade Guild because of its vast power and skilled backers. So, this is Nicola, not as inaccessible as rumors suggest. Russell found her extremely warm, almost too much for him to handle. If not for his calm demeanor, he might have fallen for her charm. My name is Russell. He bowed respectfully, showing no hint of pushing his boundaries. He wanted to leave quickly, fearing the outcome if this wolf-like woman focused on him. Who knew what might happen? At this moment, Nicola covered her mouth with her sleeve, smiling warmly. How delightful you are, young friend. Never seen such a polite lad. Follow me. Your items are ready. With that, Nicola walked towards the inner chamber, Russell following cautiously, not daring to wander his eyes. For him, being orderly was paramount. Chapter 511. The Alchemy Pavilion. The inner chamber of the 10,000 Treasures Guild was truly unique, worlds apart from any guild within the 3,000 small worlds. It belonged to an entirely different class altogether. Every item on display was rare and exquisite. To run such a vast guild, what kind of immense power must be at its disposal? One could barely imagine the strength of the most powerful individual behind the 10,000 Treasures Guild. It had to far exceed that of a sage. For Russell, that level seemed unreachable now, yet he pursued the path of martial arts with all his heart, determined to become someone who could stand alone in the upper realms someday. However, for now, even in Zhongzhou, Russell was merely an insignificant speck of dust, let alone in the entire upper realms. In time, only when he made a name for himself in Zhongzhou, would he be considered to have truly carved out his own territory. In this inner chamber, Russell faintly felt several intense gazes focused on him. This was due to Nicola's dazzling presence. She was enough to drive every man in Dragon City Gate wild. However, Russell differed from others. He felt indifferent toward her. He had seen through worldly matters in the 3,000 small worlds, having faced numerous challenges and trials, so mundane entanglements were nothing but fleeting clouds to him. He didn't wish to involve himself in this kind of woman either, as it might unintentionally bring about additional enemies. Currently, Russell stood alone in Dragon City Gate, lacking significant support, although there was the Panshur escort agency backing him up, who would take it seriously now. In others' eyes, it was a mere joke. Only at its peak did the agency command respect. But now, whenever it was mentioned, everyone scoffed. Edgardle brother. A month ago, I ordered several branches of the 10,000 Treasures Guild nearby to deliver these herbs to Dragon City Gate with all haste, sparing no expense. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Nicola cast a flirtatious glance towards Russell. Russell shivered slightly, looking at the table before him where the herbs needed for alchemy were laid out. The air in the inner chamber was filled with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. I thank you greatly. From this day forward, I owe the 10,000 Treasures Guild a favor. If ever you face trouble in Dragon City Gate, though my strength is limited, I will do my utmost to help. Russell patted his chest. Given his current strength, he couldn't offer anything substantial in gratitude. But favors were different. Given Russell's talent, the stage he would eventually reach extended beyond Dragon City Gate, even surpassing Dongzhou. A favor could be priceless, perhaps becoming a pivotal turning point for Nicola later on. Nicola lifted her sleeve, covering half her face, then laughed softly, placing a hand on Russell's shoulder and whispering gently into his ear. Edgardle brother. I accept your favor, but don't regret it in the future. Her voice was seductive, echoing in Russell's ears. For a moment, Russell couldn't stop trembling, a hint of fear showing in his eyes. How could a man standing tall and proud be so easily frightened by a woman? Honestly, he feared being consumed by her. Russell involuntarily took a step back, and suddenly, the sword of his ancestor on his back trembled, buzzing softly. Brat, you're really blessed. Just at master level, and already ensnared in so much romance. Your fate is truly enviable. Back in my prime, even I couldn't obtain certain women or ever see a woman like her, who'd force herself upon a man. Truly, enviable indeed. Sullivan couldn't help but comment sarcastically. Russell wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, sensing something sinister from Nicola, especially given their brief past encounter. Why was she being so proactive? Rumor had it that Nicola was an unmatched beauty, even eluding the likes of Karth's array embedded within. This array gathered surrounding spiritual energies, significantly enhancing alchemy. Such a profound array was unlike anything he'd seen in the 3,000 small worlds. The upper realms were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 512. Pill completion. Surveying the surroundings, Russell felt a rich fire attribute spiritual energy surrounding his body. The surging spiritual energy even unconsciously surged into his dantian, continuously nourishing his tendons and bones. If he were to refine pills here, it would certainly double his efficiency. Thus, Russell decided not to decline. After all, such an opportunity was right before him. The life and death duel was coming soon, and for Russell, time and opportunity were both critical. Whether he could rise above in Longqing Pass depended entirely on this upcoming life and death duel. Defeating the Bart would ensure no one could obstruct his ascent. Should he fail, it would be a matter of one Jerson's success at the cost of countless lives. However, in Russell's eyes, there was never the word failure. Of course, this fate concerned the entire Rocky Escort Agency. If he seized this chance, Rocky Escort Agency would surge forward. Once Russell defeated the Bart, all of Dragon City Escort Agency's resources would undoubtedly fall into Rocky Escort Agency's hands. Therefore, this life and death duel wasn't just Russell's personal showcase, but also carried the hopes of the entire Rocky Escort Agency. This place belongs exclusively to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, so you can use whatever you need here. Let me see your pill refinement skills. Nicola laughed, then retreated aside without another word. She naturally understood that no one should disturb during the refining process. A distraction could ruin everything. Russell stepped forward with big strides. This time, he didn't intend to conceal his pill refinement techniques. He struck the furnace with both hands, and clear echoes reverberated through the pill refinement chamber. Suddenly, dazzling colors burst forth from the furnace, almost blindingly bright. Overwhelmed by light, a surge of excitement appeared on Russell's face. This furnace's quality was far from ordinary. Russell had sensed its profundity the moment he touched it. With a wave of his hand, radiant light burst from the ground. Russell remained unperturbed, letting the light bathe his body. Then, he pointed out, and the herbs on the table levitated midair, dancing according to his gestures as they entered the furnace. Fiery flames erupted inside the furnace, burning the herbs within. Russell handled everything effortlessly, with arrays continuously supplying spiritual energy to him, replenishing his tendons and bones. For a moment, he felt an inexhaustible force permeating his entire body. Seated cross-legged, Russell circulated the sea of chi within his dantian, channeling all the spiritual energy into the furnace. Using his divine sense, he monitored the subtle changes within the furnace. Time seemed to stand still. Nicola watched, her eyes glowing with admiration. What an interesting kid. It's uncertain whether he'll survive the life and death duel against the Bart of Dragon City Escort Agency. If he fails, I must spare no effort to save him. Dragon City Escort Agency is nothing. If they dare offend us, they will disappear quietly in Longqing Pass. Suddenly, hot winds blew through the pill refinement chamber, causing Russell's brow to furrow. His refinement technique was unique, and despite the array's support, it couldn't make up for his rapid depletion of spiritual energy. Soon, his internal energy was depleted, leaving him weakened and powerless. He couldn't help but frown. Then, a series of sounds came from the furnace. Russell flipped his hands, channeling the last of his spiritual energy into the furnace. Flames inside instantly intensified, scorching the herbs. Condense, Russell commanded, his hands forming seals with lightning speed. There was a thunderous boom as a faint sound echoed from within the furnace. Moments later, a golden glow burst forth, filling the entire furnace. An ultimate grade pill? Exactly what pill is this kid refining? At such a young age, his skills rival those of a master? The potential of this youth is limitless. If we recruit him, he could be greatly beneficial to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Edgardle brother, this is indeed a treasure. Nicola's expression showed surprise. Alchemy masters were vital to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, yet in Longqing Pass, only a few Ronnies possessed such mastery. They wouldn't advance much further. In contrast, Russell, young and already on par with a master, would only deepen his expertise and surpass them. In short, his potential was boundless. Who knew if he could become a prodigy in alchemy someday? Nicola's love for talent was stirred. I must report this to headquarters. Such an alchemy prodigy, if cultivated carefully, could be immensely valuable to Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Just as she thought this, a rumbling noise echoed from the furnace. This was the crucial moment. To solidify the pill, this rare opportunity had to be seized. Pill, complete, Russell shouted, striking the furnace again. Echoes reverberated in the chamber, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This was his last chance. His internal spiritual energy was fully exhausted. If he didn't seize it, this refinement attempt would utterly fail. Chapter 513. What Edgarniage do you come from? Suddenly, a wave of heat erupted from within the pill furnace, sweeping across the entire alchemy pavilion and filling it with intense heat. Instantly, beads of sweat the size of peas appeared on Russell's forehead. Sweat dripped down his brow as he panted heavily, his face turning deathly pale. For him, even opening his eyes at this moment was an extremely difficult task. He had completely depleted the spiritual energy in his Dantian Sea to refine this medicinal pill. All he wanted now was to rest for a moment. So, he pulled out a spirit recovery pill from his spatial ring. After taking the pill, the pallor on his face gradually faded, and spiritual power started flowing back into his Dantian C. For this single pill, Russell had indeed exerted tremendous effort. If not for his larger-than-average Dantian C for a master-level cultivator, the spiritual power stored in an ordinary master's body would have been insufficient to refine this medicinal pill. At that moment, Russell strode forward, opened the furnace in front of him, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. A refreshing aroma wafted out from the furnace, enveloping Russell's face, making him feel momentarily refreshed and invigorated. Suddenly, the pill floated uncontrollably into mid-air. The instant she saw the pill, Nicola behind him screamed, her voice echoing around. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with astonishment. The pill shone brightly with a fresh hue. Golden patterns could be seen on its surface, and 2 dragons were faintly discernible spiraling around its sides. Heat waves continued to emanate from it, distorting the surrounding space. Double dragon pattern pill. May I ask where your lineage comes from? Can we meet your venerable teacher? If circumstances permit, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce can offer a high price. We only hope that venerable sir can take up a title as a guest Rani of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. I can also deploy all resources under my command, and send you to one of the largest sects in Central Region to develop. Just nod if you wish, and it will be a matter of my word. Upon hearing this, a touched expression appeared on Russell's face. The offer was incredibly tempting and hard to refuse. However, he did not have any backing or guidance from an alchemy master. Everything he achieved was through his own relentless efforts. Therefore, he undoubtedly missed out on this incredible opportunity. On the contrary, Nicola believed that for someone so young to possess such extraordinary alchemy skills, there must be a great mentor guiding him in secret. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach this level. Putting Russell's talent among the geniuses in Central Region, he would still stand out as an exceptional existence. If nurtured carefully in the future, he might become a dominating figure in the alchemy world. A great alchemy master is far more valuable than a martial grandmaster. As long as an alchemy master possesses superb skills, they can cultivate countless martial grandmasters. This was the reason why Nicola was so excited. At present, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce lacked an alchemy master. With one, its status would skyrocket. In summary, Nicola would not let go of this rare opportunity. Russell in front of her seemed like an easily attainable asset. Apologies. My esteemed teacher does not wish to reveal himself. He is accustomed to wandering within the 3 realms, and even I cannot find him for the time being. Please understand. If I see my teacher, I will definitely inform him of this matter. Russell clasped his hands together respectfully. Of course, he chose to continue smoothly along with Nicola's words. Firstly, if the other party knew he had an immeasurable teacher, the entire Wanbao Chamber of Commerce might reassess him, treating him with utmost importance rather than just as an ordinary person. Secondly, if Russell could have such astonishing talent without guidance from a teacher, his displayed talent would become even more evident, possibly drawing high attention from the whole Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. A man may have no crime for possessing something precious, but owning something valuable invites disaster. Outstanding talent invites envy and persecution. Moreover, considering Russell's current strength, joining the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would be equivalent to inviting trouble. Many enemies of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce might focus their attention on him and might even use despicable means to punish him. After all, Russell had just established himself in the upper realm. If a formidable powerhouse pursued him, he would certainly have no way to fight back. Even a peak Denver realm strongman could instantly annihilate Russell. In such a case, his efforts would come to naught. Patience was paramount for him. One day, he would become a domineering powerhouse, and there would be plenty of opportunities to show off his prowess in the future. Hearing this, regret flashed across Nicola's face. If she could recruit Russell's revered teacher into the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, her status within the organization would also rise significantly. Although Russell's alchemy talent was astonishing, who could guarantee that he would proceed smoothly? He might encounter setbacks halfway. Of course, compared to his teacher, Russell held less appeal for Nicola. Predecessor. I come from a respectable lineage. I apologize, but I cannot join the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. However, I still owe you a favor. In the future, for anything within my capacity, I will provide full assistance. Russell clasped his hands firmly, his face resolute. The headquarters of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce offered endless opportunities. Even if all resources were focused on Russell, he could be cultivated into a world-class alchemy master. Endlessly obtain elixirs from the master alchemist. They fought, but the sage underestimated the master alchemist and ended up paying a heavy price. The peak venerable master alchemist consumed an extremely powerful yet self-damaging elixir, temporarily boosting his realm to peak sage. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly overwhelmed and obliterated the peak sage without giving him any room to fight back. Afterward, even though the venerable master alchemist's body suffered severe damage, he barely survived. From then on, the status of master alchemist soared in everyone's eyes. No one wanted to offend a master alchemist, as no one knew the true extent of their backing. This was also why Nicola's eyes shone brightly. Despite this, she lost this rare opportunity. Unexpectedly, Nicola had the ability to contact the headquarters of the 10,000 Treasures Trading Company. The Longqing Pass branch was practically insignificant compared to the main organization. In fact, the 10,000 Treasures Trading Company didn't even know about its existence in Longqing Pass. It appeared that the forces behind Nicola were even more extraordinary, giving off an enigmatic vibe. There must have been significant support from a powerful force backing her up. Otherwise, she wouldn't speak with such confidence. Russell saw through the subtleties, but remained cautious toward Nicola. He felt that this woman harbored hidden depths and carried some unspeakable secrets. What a pity. If you ever find your honored master in the future, please bring him to our place. We will treat him with the utmost respect. Nicola pulled at her sleeve, revealing a thick smile. It was clear that she hadn't given up on her obsession and understood that Russell's master was crucial. This could be a turning point for her, and she intended to seize this rare opportunity. Even if she couldn't recruit him, she aimed to establish good relations, absolutely avoiding a conflict with Russell, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. The vast 10,000 Treasures trading company didn't want to offend a powerful master alchemist either. Previously, Nicola was worried about Russell's life or death duel. But now that he had such a powerful master backing him, there was no need for concern. It had been overthinking. The Longqing escort agency, having offended such a major figure, might eventually vanish within Longqing Pass, dragging down everyone involved. Oh right. Glenn, can I borrow the auspicious site of the 10,000 Treasures trading company to refine this pill here? Russell asked, noting that the local spirit energy was abundant, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Additionally, the site was enhanced by an array, doubling the efficiency. This token grants you guest status in our trading company. From now on, you can purchase items at a 30% discount and enjoy priority usage rights. At the nearby branches, anyone bearing this token has equal standing with the branch manager. With the 10,000 Treasures trading company as your backing, you can live without worries in Longqing. The 10,000 Treasures trading company had clearly stated its intentions and chose to stand firmly behind Russell, ready to support him steadfastly. In the end, Nicola benefited the most, as Russell owed her a favor. Unbeknownst to him, this favor would become a key turning point for her later. At this moment, Russell sat on the ground, moving his hands continuously, circulating the spirit energy within his dantian sea outward to cover his body. He took out the elixir and consumed it immediately. His body convulsed suddenly, followed by a burst of light in his eyes. Russell felt a tingling sensation in his tendons and muscles, with waves of heat surging through him. For a moment, the medicinal properties began refining his bones and flesh. Russell could feel a steady increase in his strength. Soon, the elixir was completely digested in his dantian, part flowing into it, while another part nurtured his physical body. At this point, Russell distinctly felt immense energy hidden within his body. With one punch, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resonated within him, and golden scales enveloped his body, shining brightly with a vibrant gold hue. Next, a golden dragon emerged from behind him, circling around as it surveyed its surroundings, radiating an overwhelming aura. Seeing this, Nicola's expression changed dramatically. She waved her robe, unleashing a strong flow of spirit energy. The energy spread outward, forming a visible protective layer that shielded everything from outside interference. Russell's emanating aura was too startling, potentially attracting unwanted attention. If a powerful being was drawn, they might try to seize the fortune bestowed upon Russell. ###Chapter 515. Nicola's shock. A golden dragon's ethereal shadow circled above, flickering due to the fluctuations of Russell's internal spiritual energy. Despite the intermittent glow, it continued to radiate a powerful dragon's might. Heaven's pride. I didn't expect this Gillis's martial arts prowess to be so terrifying. In the future, he will undoubtedly stir up storms in the Central Plains. His talent can rival some of the personally taught disciples from the Heritage Lands. Who is this formidable master behind him? If there's a chance, I must forge ties with him. Nicola's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't. Russell opened his eyes, his breath returning to his dantian as his inner momentum remained calm. He stood up, facing Nicola, and bowed deeply to show respect. Without Nicola granting him this feng shui treasure land, Russell wouldn't have broken through so smoothly. Glenn, it seems I owe you more favors. If I get the chance, I'll repay them 100-fold. Russell was wary of the woman before him. After all, Nicola's background remained a puzzle. Her lineage undoubtedly had ties with the 10,000 Treasures Merchant Association, and her backer was definitely this powerful organization. Edgardle brother. Repaying me is simple, just dedicate yourself to me. Isn't that right? With your talent, staying in a small place like Longqing is a waste. Only on a broader stage can you truly shine. Nicola sensed there were more secrets hidden within Russell, though they hadn't yet surfaced. She dared not probe further into his background, as doing so might offend him. It was best to maintain a reasonable relationship. Glenn, I'll take my leave now. Russell clasped his hands and hurriedly left this place, wanting to escape before anything happened. Nicola did not stop him. Watching his back, a smile crept onto her face. One day, this boy will become something great. By then, the favor might be worth more than just this. With that, Nicola turned and walked into her cabinet. After leaving the 10,000 Treasures Merchant Association, Russell rushed back to his courtyard. Inside, the array still emitted light. If Nicola discovered this array controlling the flow of time, she would be even more shocked. Time arrays were usually found only in large sects within the Central Plains, massive structures spanning hundreds of meters, crafted by array masters. Compared to before, the array's brilliance had dimmed. Suddenly, a faint hum came from Russell's ancestral relic. Boy, you need to hurry. This array is a miniature imprint from the wheel, incapable of lasting too long. One day, it will disappear into the river of time. Sullivan suddenly reminded him. The array's principles were profound, and although Russell had some knowledge of them before, he realized how limited it was upon arriving in the upper world. He had much to learn. Now he was merely a leaf adrift in the vast ocean. One day, he might lose his way, but his heart was set on carving out his unique path in the upper world. So, Russell sat down within the array. 2 months passed in an instant, but within the array, decades had gone by. When Russell opened his eyes again, a dazzling light flashed in his gaze, and his bones creaked. Standing up abruptly, he gazed towards the door. Over those decades, Russell elevated the shadow movement technique to new heights. Now, he could seamlessly travel between 2 different areas instantly. His grasp on spatial manipulation had also improved greatly, solidifying his peak Lars realm. However, despite decades of effort, Russell made little progress with the 3,000 thunder strikes, stuck at the threshold, unable to advance further. For him, this technique was his trump card. Mastering it would ensure fearlessness in the upper world. Even initial stage venerable experts might not match Russell now. His strength had reached an immeasurable level. Chapter 516. Edgar for Death Duel 1. 3 months later. Today is the day of the life or death duel, and it is also the moment for Russell to showcase his skills. After this battle, his name will resound throughout Dragon City Pass, becoming a renowned powerhouse. Countless people are eagerly awaiting this battle. After all, it is a contest between two major security agencies. After this battle, only one security agency will remain in Dragon City Pass. The loser will be completely eliminated. Today, I will rise to fame. I might as well take this opportunity to gauge how much my strength has improved. Russell clenched his fists, a determined expression appearing on his face. Immediately after, he strode out the door. During the past 2 months, Russell did not see the Clark's figure, which was rather intriguing. Usually, he could almost always see the Clark leaving to buy wine. Could it be that the Clark has also been in seclusion recently? Once he finds time later, he can give this Clark a little nudge and see how many secrets he harbors. After all, living under the same roof, Russell naturally had some curiosity. Leaving the house, Russell headed straight for Rocky Security Agency. At this moment, countless people were gathered at the entrance of Rocky Security Agency, with many just there to watch the spectacle. After all, Russell is today's main event. At the entrance, Hyder kept pacing back and forth, anxiously waiting for Russell to arrive. It's already been half an hour. Why haven't we seen the Master yet? Brother Yin, do you think Master is afraid and thus didn't come? If so, launching Security Agency will never let us off. They might even use us as scapegoats. 3 months. Master at most would be a Xylani expert. What capability does he have to compete with launching Security Agency? He really got us into trouble by boasting just for the sake of face. Next to Hyder, and Darren muttered incessantly to himself while frequently craning his neck to look down the street, but he saw no sign of Russell. At this moment, a worried expression also appeared on Hyder's face. Actually, he hoped Russell wouldn't show up for this appointment. Instead, he wished Russell could run far away and avoid this confrontation. After all, if Russell hadn't stepped forward to represent Rocky Security Agency, they wouldn't have offended the boss of launching Security Agency and ended up in this dire situation. In short, everything stemmed from Rocky Security Agency. If Hyder hadn't pleaded for Russell to become the Master back then, none of these events would have unfolded. It would be the correct choice if he doesn't come. Only he can carry on the torch of Rocky Security Agency. Even fighting to the death wouldn't change the final outcome. If it weren't for me back then, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess, nor would we have any connection with him. Even if he didn't step forward, Rocky Security Agency would still end up being annexed. We should just let things take their natural course. Hyder's expression remained remarkably calm. To him, Russell stepping forward back then was already giving them enough face. At least they made a grand exit before the inevitable end. As long as Russell didn't appear this time, Hyder would step forward to shield him from all disasters. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise came from the street. Crowds pointed at the entrance of Rocky Security Agency, discussing animatedly. 3 months ago, the boss of launching Security Agency went into seclusion and reportedly broke through to the Venerable Realm. We thought this fight would at least offer some hope, but it looks like Rocky Security Agency is doomed to be reorganized. If they had bowed their heads earlier, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Cast odd glances. Conversely, Russell's face showed thick sincerity. He understood the concern hidden in Hyder's words. If Hyder wasn't concerned for him, he wouldn't have said those things. Nevertheless, this time, Russell chose to stand steadfastly before Rocky Security Agency. He had decided to shoulder everything for Rocky Security Agency, and no one could change his mind midway. Suddenly, another sound echoed from the sky. A person floated in midair above them, exuding an overwhelming aura that distorted the surrounding space. Wanna leave? Do you really think you have that chance? As the voice faded, the boss of launching Security Agency landed directly at the entrance of Rocky Security Agency, locking eyes with Russell, an intense tension between them. I said I wanted to leave, did I? Not killing you first, wouldn't that be missing out on the fun? Russell smirked, not caring a whit for the other party's dignity. This was the Venerable Realm, a realm that even the Carson respected greatly. Within the entire Rocky Security Agency, Venerable Realm experts numbered less than 10, all exceptionally fortunate individuals. Kill you? 3 months gone by, and your strength hasn't increased much, but your audacity certainly has. Do you really think you have the chance? Chapter 517. Edgar Fandeth Duel 2. The two were bantering. Those nearby who had gathered to watch the spectacle were thoroughly entertained. After all, a deadly fight between the two would only whet the spectators' board, and with one swing, severed the pressure emanating from the Xylan. Only then did the guards have a chance to catch their breath. Enough talk. Let's settle this on the dueling platform. Russell sheathed the Eve sword again, transformed into a streak of light, and flew directly toward the center of Launching Pass. Within Launching Pass, there was a dedicated dueling platform set up specifically to resolve disputes, aiming to prevent people from fighting inside the city. Since its establishment, it had been officially decreed that internal combat was prohibited, except on the dueling platform. Of course, if a life and death agreement was signed before stepping onto the platform, no matter what happened, the Henry's office would not intervene, nor would it violate the regulations of Launching Pass. The Xylan smiled wickedly and also transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. The crowd surrounding the Rocky Escort Agency immediately rushed toward the center of Launching Pass. At that moment, people had already gathered around the dueling platform in droves, forming a sea of heads that stretched as far as the eye could see. 3 months ago, when news of the life and death duel between the two escort agencies first surfaced, it hadn't caused such a sensation. However, after 3 months, the news had spread throughout the entire Launching Pass. The survival or demise of the two escort agencies had become a hot topic of discussion for many during their leisure hours. Thus, so many people had gathered here, ready to witness this grand spectacle. Suddenly, two figures simultaneously landed on the dueling platform, their auras bursting forth. The collision of these powerful auras emitted a strange radiance. The air around was thick with tension. The Xylan waved his hand, and a translucent screen appeared mid-air. He then picked up his spear and wrote his name on the screen. In the next second, several large characters appeared on the screen. Edgar Fan-Death Agreement. Cheers erupted from the crowd below. After all, this event had nothing to do with them, but it added some excitement to their mundane lives. They stood aloof and watched indifferently. Russell glanced at the screen above him, then drew the Eve sword and inscribed his name on it. Today's life and death duel will determine both superiority and life. I hope none of you fellow practitioners will interfere in our conflict. Of course, if this boy can kowtow 3 times to me and swear to serve the Longqing escort agency forever, I might spare him. The Xylan flashed a sly smile, intending to humiliate Russell before the battle even began. A chorus of sighs echoed from the crowd. Most people sided with the Longqing escort agency. After all, the Xylan was a genuine venerable realm expert. With his strength, he could rank among the top in Longqing Pass, and dealing with a master realm practitioner would be effortless for him. Betting starts now. 10-1 odds. Place your bets. Someone had even opened a betting booth below. I bet on Longqing escort agency, 300 lower grade spirit stones. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. What a gift. Countless people placed their bets on Longqing escort agency, confident that this life and death duel was a sure thing. After a few moments, the odds soared to 20-1. I bet on Rocky escort agency, 10 upper grade spirit stones. Everyone, keep your eyes open. This duel might not be so predictable. I'm putting my money on the Gillis from Rocky escort agency. Suddenly, a markedly different voice sounded from the crowd. All eyes turned to its source, focusing on a dusty-looking woman, Edgar Vianney of the 10,000 Treasure Trade Guild. For a moment, almost everyone was stunned. No one expected Edgar Vianney of the 10,000 Treasure Trade Guild to attend this life and death duel, let alone place 10 upper-grade spirit stones on Rocky escort agency. This showed how much faith Edgar Vianney had in Rocky escort agency. Edgar, lady, you may be mistaken this time. The difference in strength cannot be compensated for. Have you ever seen a venerable realm expert lose to a master realm practitioner? This boy has indeed been fortunate to gain your attention, but he will likely vanish completely from Longqing Pass afterward. City escort agency. Previously, when Dragon City Pass was attacked by demons, Russell made an enormous profit, causing his wealth to skyrocket. In contrast, the Bronson snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. To him, this was just Russell's futile struggle. This time, he would recover all the lost dignity for the Dragon City escort agency. Come fight. A few moments later, Russell focused his gaze on the Bronson. One hand was placed behind his back while the other rested at his front, radiating the aura of a Lars. Russell did not conceal his formidable aura. Peak Master Realm? It seems you've encountered some good fortune lately. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare speak so arrogantly before me. You've advanced from beginner to peak in 3 months, which indeed shows your strength. But starting today, your story will come to an end. When the Bronson sensed Russell's aura, he was first astonished and then filled with unease. In just 3 months, Russell's talent was beginning to give him a vague sense of crisis. If given more time, Russell might truly surpass him. So, this time, he must eliminate this hidden danger. If allowed to grow stronger, Russell would surely seek revenge, leaving no place for him in Dragon City Pass. Words mean nothing unless backed by power. If you can make me lose willingly, then you really have some skill. As soon as the words were spoken, the Bronson held a long spear and charged straight forward, clashing directly with Russell. The two bodies collided, creating a brilliant explosion. When Russell's ancestral sword met the spear, he felt an overwhelming force press against him. Had his physical body not been strong, he might have been injured by the Bronson. The Bronson launched lethal attacks, giving Russell no chance to retaliate, aiming to kill him outright. Each move flowed seamlessly, the attacks relentless. For a moment, Russell was at a disadvantage, with no room for counterattacks. However, Russell's physical strength was comparable to that of a peak venerable, so the Bronson's attacks couldn't hurt him immediately, nor threaten his life. Seeing the stalemate, the Bronson grew anxious, leading to increasingly disorganized attacks as he wanted to win this battle quickly and thoroughly finish off Russell. Suddenly, the Bronson retreated dozens of feet, throwing his spear into the air, followed by forming seals with his hands, releasing a faint golden light from within. Spear emerges like a dragon. In the next second, the Bronson roared, and the spear erupted into a dragon-like shadow. The golden dragon hovered in midair. Then, the Bronson pointed, and the golden dragon merged with the spear, charging straight at Russell. The sky darkened. Dark clouds gathered mysteriously. Russell clenched his teeth and continuously circulated the vast spiritual energy in his dantian, opening heaven's gate with sword. Suddenly, Russell roared as well. Dark clouds in the sky suddenly parted, and rays of light pierced through. A massive beam of light transformed into a giant sword, slicing through endless clouds. The colossal sword burst through the heavens, crashing towards the Bronson. Immediately, beams of light soared to the sky. The two powerful moves clashed, causing the entire arena to tremble. If not for the protective formation around the arena, the aftermath of this attack would have affected the surrounding spectators. The observers' faces turned pale with shock. This was no ordinary battle, but one between two venerable realm masters. Such intense battles between venerables were unseen in Dragon City Pass for over 100 years. Of course, no one wanted to miss this spectacular moment. They were eager to see who would gain the upper hand. After the flames dissipated, both fighters still stood on the arena, though neither appeared to be in good shape, with visible injuries and weaker auras. Is this the level of a venerable? You can still exchange blows with me, a master. Why don't you admit defeat sooner? Perhaps I'll let you live. Russell forced a calm demeanor and a smile. Facing a venerable, this battle would be uneventful. Unexpectedly, Russell had hidden a trump card that posed a significant threat even to a venerable realm expert. Of course, many in the crowd did not wish for Russell's victory. If he won the life and death duel, they would suffer tremendous losses. In contrast, Nicola remained unperturbed, as if she had anticipated such an outcome. You indeed possess the strength worthy of my attention, but the gap in our realms remains substantial. No one can change your inevitable defeat today, declared the Irvin, waving his hand. All the Shen Fu de Changcheng should be rewritten as. All the spears suspended in midair flew toward him and then lunged directly at Russell. To ensure it reads naturally in English, here's the revised sentence. You indeed possess the strength worthy of my attention, but the gap in our realms remains substantial. No one can change your inevitable defeat today, declared the Irvin as he waved his hand. Instantly, all the spears that had been hovering in midair flew toward him and lunged directly at Russell. Previously clear skies had now become illuminated, showcasing the showdown between these two great masters on the arena. Everyone understood the value of this confrontation. It was an event that could rival a match between two venerable realm experts. Such duels were extremely rare within Dragon City Pass, with only one happening perhaps every 100 years. Typically, cultivators who reached the venerable realm would not involve themselves in trivial disputes, as their realm granted them the ability to live peacefully for millennia in the upper world. Why should they care about mundane conflicts? This was why few venerable realm experts engaged in mutual destruction. At that moment, all the guards at the Stone Base Escort Agency held their breath, clenching their fists tightly, their eyes fixed on the arena. Their fates were intertwined with the outcome of this duel. Should Russell lose, they would face complete annihilation by the Dragon City Escort Agency. Thus, the guards all hoped for Russell's victory. A gentle breeze began to howl through the air, fluttering Russell's sleeves as he continued to float midair. He pointed a finger, releasing an unusual glow from his fingertip. Suddenly, lotus flowers from all directions slowly rose and charged toward the Irvin. The Irvin waved his hand again, causing the long spears behind him to hum like rain pelting down onto plum blossoms, striking Russell relentlessly. Boom! Fire erupted. In an instant, both were engulfed in flames, which almost covered the entire arena. Everyone looked on in shock. Truly, these were venerable realm experts. Any lesser arena would have crumbled under their power. Countless gazes remained fixed on the platform, eager to see what had transpired and who would emerge victorious. As the fire subsided, two figures were seen kneeling on the ground, covered in wounds, equally battered and tattered. However, the Irvin, being a venerable realm expert, still had ample chi in his Dantian, while Russell's condition was far from ideal. His Dantian spirit energy was nearly depleted, and prolonged combat left him struggling to endure the intensity. If the situation persisted, he might truly lose. Therefore, Russell sought an alternative path. He took out a spirit recovery pill, swallowing it without hesitation while keeping his gaze firmly on the Irvin, not daring to slack off. To win the duel without revealing his true abilities, Russell needed to ensure the Irvin couldn't retaliate. You brat, do you still have any resistance? I see you've exhausted all your tricks. Stop resisting and accept your fate. Perhaps in your next life, you'll lead a peaceful existence. Blame yourself for seeking so much attention, leading you to this point. As he spoke, the Irvin struggled to rise, a cold smile spreading across his face. Releasing the spirit energy from his Dantian, it enveloped his body, distorting the surrounding space. All eyes turned back to Russell, believing he no longer had any chance to fight back, ready to fall completely to the Irvin. Do you think only you have strength left? Dealing with you doesn't require full effort. Don't assume a bit of power can intimidate me, Russell retorted, standing up with his bones creaking. In the next second, Russell vanished. Everyone looked around frantically, searching for him. Conversely, the Irvin also panicked, unable to sense Russell's presence despite extending his spiritual awareness. In a flash, Russell appeared silently behind him, lifting the Geno sword and slashing downward. The sword struck the Irvin's shoulder directly, causing him to collapse to his knees. The formidable Dantian chi surrounding him dissipated instantly. Determined to eliminate him entirely, Russell knew this was his only chance. If he missed it, he would never have another opportunity. Thus, he activated Ghostly Shadow Step once more, reappearing silently before the Irvin and delivering another fatal blow. A torrent of sword chi burst forth, showering over the Irvin's body, cutting deep into his flesh. Blood trickled down the sword marks on his skin, staining his clothes crimson. This time, the Irvin suffered severe injuries, inflicted by a mere Lars realm youth. Hashtag Chapter 520. Rebirth in Desperation. The onlookers all covered their mouths, unable to believe how dramatically the situation had changed. In the blink of an eye, the tides had turned without them even having a chance to react. Russell had acted with such swiftness that the Gallagher had no opportunity to retaliate at all. The Gallagher lay in a pool of blood, while Russell took a few steps back, not immediately ending his life. He knew this Gallagher still had hidden cards up his sleeve. To be cautious, Russell decided to observe, and act only if necessary. If any signs of treachery appeared, he would strike decisively. At the moment, the Gallagher exuded a faint breath, utterly unable to rise again. The battle seemed to have ended abruptly. Russell, wounded but standing, slowly approached the Gallagher, raising the Eve sword to his neck, his face cold and grim. I gave you a chance before, but you chose to escalate things instead. There can only be one escort agency in Dragon City Pass, the Impregnable Escort Agency. After your death, I will consolidate all resources and nurture the Impregnable Escort Agency with full effort. You provided a way out for the Impregnable Escort Agency during its dire straits. If we had stayed out of each other's way, there would have been no enmity between us, only peace. Blame yourself for being too greedy. Russell laughed. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, the Gallagher suddenly emitted another burst of light. The radiant glow enveloped both him and Russell. When the golden light dissipated, the Gallagher stood unscathed before Russell. Everyone stared in shock. They thought Dragon City Escort Agency's fate was sealed, yet the situation had flipped completely. I didn't want to use this secret art, but you forced me into this position. As if one foot was already in the grave. The Gallagher showed no mercy, determined to end Russell. He sensed an unprecedented threat from Russell. A master could push a venerable to this point. Russell's martial prowess was evident. If Russell reached venerable status, the Gallagher knew he wouldn't survive. To secure his own survival, the Gallagher must eliminate all obstacles. In his daze, Russell saw a flash of light. His entire body felt weak. Am I really going to die here? But countless people pinned their hopes on him. If he died, the impregnable escort agency would not fare well either. I cannot fall here. Today, no one will stop me. Suddenly, Russell shouted, his bloodline awakening. A roar of dragons echoed from within him. In the next second, golden light erupted from his back, and layers of golden scales enveloped his body like invincible armor. At this moment, the ancient dragon essence blood inside Russell had fully awakened. The sudden surge of power intimidated the Gallagher, who stumbled backward, fear creeping into his eyes. This fear came from deep within. Gray. Russell opened his eyes, emitting a piercing golden light. The light struck the Gallagher, causing his surging spiritual energy to dissipate. His body shuddered uncontrollably. Who are you? When did Dragon City Pass produce such a monstrous genius? Now, the Gallagher had no means to resist. He was a lamb awaiting slaughter. The one who takes your life. With those words, Russell lunged forward, grabbing the Gallagher by the neck and lifting him into the air. His face contorted with murderous intent. With a powerful punch, Russell smashed into the Gallagher's torso. The sound of bones cracking filled the air. Chapter 521. Escalating situation. As he unleashed a punch, the sound of whistling wind accompanied it. A golden dragon phantom erupted from Russell's fist, warping the surrounding space. The leader's body crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater. He lay in a pool of blood, all signs of vitality dissipating instantly. With just one blow, Russell had expelled all the spiritual energy from the leader's body, leaving him powerless and at his mercy. Russell then reined in his Dantian chi and swallowed a pill to stabilize his own condition. The battle with the leader had also inflicted damage on his internal organs, leaving him severely injured. Only sheer willpower had kept him standing during the combat. After adjusting his state to its peak, Russell strode forward, grabbing the leader and lifting him into the air. Just as he was about to finish him off, a powerful aura rushed towards Russell from the sky. In the next second, a white light flashed, and someone stood before him, intercepting the final lethal strike. You're so ruthless at such a young age. If you reach the venerated realm, wouldn't you be against the Henry's manor? Do you dare harbor ulterior motives for the Henry position? This person wore armor, exuding an overwhelming aura that surpassed the leaders by far. Russell guessed this was someone from the Henry's manor. In Dragon Gate, Russell had investigated the leader's network. His achievement stemmed from his deep connections with the Henry's manor. Naturally, this armored figure would not let the leader die on the arena. This is a life or death duel. Are you implying the Henry's manor wants to get involved and break its own rules? Besides, he initiated the conflict. Should I let him live only for him to retaliate later? I'm not refusing the Henry's manor. If you insist on taking him away, I won't mind opposing the entire manor. Russell slashed upwards, unleashing sword chi that shook the heavens. It transformed into a massive wave in the sky. This act was also to demonstrate his defiance against the Henry's pressure. To make amends, I can allocate half of Dragon Security Bureau's resources to the Rock-Solid Security Bureau, ensuring no further issues. Please consider this. Please give us face. The Henry's representative sought to use reputation to save the leader's life. However, Russell saw through this ruse. Today's leniency would only invite future trouble. Therefore, he took a step forward, revealing his unhidden aura, determined to confront the Henry's manor head-on. Since the Henry withdrew from governance, his subordinates became even more audacious, disregarding anyone's dignity to maximize their benefits. Face? How much do you think your face is worth? You want to save him? Trade everything you own for his life. The armored man froze, anger flashing across his face. Young man, are you challenging my limits? I've already made it clear. Don't blame me for reacting harshly if you refuse my goodwill. As he prepared to attack, an overwhelming aura surged from him. Russell felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. In his current state, he stood no chance against this opponent. Suddenly, the Eve sword blocked Russell's path, its reverberation echoing in his mind. The first time I've seen such shamelessness. At my peak, just a word could level Dragon Gate, rendering any venerated realm worthless. In the wilderness, even a tiger gets bullied by dogs. Leave now. I'll handle this crisis for you. Unprecedented sword chi erupted from the Eve sword, overwhelming the area. At this critical moment, someone from the audience soared up, appearing before Russell in an instant. The Henry's authority oversteps bounds. These rules were set by you. Will you defy the Henry's intentions and alter a stab looked down upon? Otherwise, no one would take him seriously. In short, today's leader was doomed to die. Russell needed to make an example out of him to establish the dominance of the impervious escort agency. If not, it would be hard to command respect in the future. Dealing with one troublemaker today would just mean another would emerge tomorrow, and Russell wouldn't have the resources to manage the agency. Therefore, today's spectacle must convince everyone watching. It would also spread his reputation far and wide. You? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Do you have the right to speak to me like that? Even if you brought out your Carson, I still demand respectful treatment today. Do you people from the Henry's mansion really think I'm just some weak woman? What a laughable joke. Nicholas snapped, waving her sleeves. She had made up her mind and couldn't afford to back down, especially if she wanted to gain Russell's favor. Being at odds with the entire Dragon Pass didn't matter. Russell's future accomplishments would far surpass what Dragon Pass could offer. Moreover, as a businessman, she couldn't focus only on immediate gains. She had to look to the long term. This move was an investment in Russell, which would eventually pay off handsomely. Thus, Nicola was playing a calculated game. Lady Edgaru? Rex, I know you're backed by the 10,000 treasure chamber, but it's only a branch here. How dare you challenge the authority of the Henry's mansion? This boy must be executed immediately. The Henry's mansion is the law within Dragon Pass. Let's see who dares stop me. With those words, the Rex unleashed his aura. His body emitted an eerie green light, distorting the surrounding space. The onlookers turned pale. Once the Rex moved, the relationship between the Henry's mansion and the 10,000 treasure chamber would plummet. Perhaps no one in Dragon Pass knew Nicola's true identity. If they did, no one would dare act so arrogantly. Russell also slowly stood up. He was well aware of Nicola's importance. If this Rex harmed even a hair on her head, the 10,000 treasure chamber might flatten Dragon Pass. But letting a woman bear everything for him wasn't fitting for Russell. Enough. The 10,000 treasure chamber has never held the Henry's mansion in high regard. If you don't appreciate our generosity, then don't blame us for showing no mercy. Nicola waved her hand, and a gust of wind suddenly surged from behind her. Her robes fluttered in the wind. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared beside her, bowing respectfully. The figure wore a black robe, obscuring their face, but the aura radiating from them was breathtaking. Russell immediately recognized the significance. This person was no ordinary individual, likely a hired enforcer. Venerable could dominate freely. Upon hearing the demand to sever an arm, the Rex's face paled. Severing an arm could drop him to master level, leaving lasting injuries and significantly affecting his future cultivation. His standing in the Henry's mansion would also plummet. The situation would only worsen, and he didn't want that. Besides, the Rex had already insulted the entire 10,000 treasure chamber, leading to irreconcilable differences. Whether they'd spare him depended on fate. Perhaps a desperate resistance could offer a glimmer of hope. Though the peak Venerable was powerful, a fight wasn't entirely hopeless. The Rex readied his spear, prepared to counterattack. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Stay your hand. This is all a misunderstanding. Why create unnecessary conflict and harm harmony? A figure appeared high in the sky. In the next second, the Henry hovered above the arena, sweeping his gaze across it. He blocked the Rex, his expression stern as he lifted his arm and slapped the Rex across the face without hesitation. What a blind fool. As a member of the Henry's mansion, you dared ignore the rules set by Dragon Pass. Are you planning to rebel? If I hadn't emerged from seclusion today, this chaos might have dragged the entire Henry's mansion into it. What crime do you deserve? The Henry reprimanded him, knowing it was a show for others. This way, he could find a reason to save the Rex's life. After all, a venerable realm expert was invaluable to the Henry's mansion. Reduced. You'll take up logistics duties at the rear. These words were purely formalities. The Henry wasn't holding the Jerson responsible. He had been a loyal brother-in-arms who had fought alongside him for years. After speaking, the Jerson stepped back, reigning in his aura. Then, the Henry grabbed the leader of launching escort agency by the collar and threw him before Russell. Throughout the process, the 10,000 treasures chamber didn't get a single word in edgewise. The Henry handled everything swiftly and meticulously. Given the Henry's frankness, the 10,000 treasures chamber couldn't pursue the matter further. Dragon Duel Arena is a special venue set up within Longqing Pass where everyone must adhere to its rules. From now on, the fate of launching escort agency's leader lies with you. Are you the new master of Panstone Escort Agency? Indeed, you carry the same formidable presence as the previous master. It seems Panstone Escort Agency will rise again. We hope for continued support from you. The Henry waved his hand. He had inquired about Russell recently. In the past few months, Russell had become the most prominent figure. As the Henry, he initially hadn't planned to intervene in the duel, but unforeseen circumstances forced him to mediate. Your Excellency, you flatter me. I have little talent, just pure luck. If Panstone Escort Agency can establish ties with the Henry, it would be a tremendous honor. Russell bowed, leaving subtle implications in his words. Turning his gaze to the leader of Longqing Escort Agency, he saw a glimmer of unwillingness. For ordinary people, reaching this level might be unattainable. Just when the leader finally attained the venerable realm, he faced death in the duel. It was disheartening indeed. Eventually, the leader closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Russell put away the Eve sword, casting a disdainful glance at him. If you submit to Panstone Escort Agency, I can spare your life. With your limited power alone, Longqing Escort Agency's future will remain constrained. But if the entire Longqing Escort Agency submits to me, within 3 years, my escort agency will expand beyond Longqing Pass, even reaching greater heights. You too will be included. I give you only this one choice. The leader lay helpless. A single blow from Russell could end his life. Currently, Panstone Escort Agency was hollow, just a shell. Returning to its glory days wouldn't be possible anytime soon. However, if Longqing Escort Agency merged with Panstone Escort Agency, it would regain its former strength within weeks. With a venerable level expert stationed there, its status in Longqing Pass would significantly improve. Moreover, Russell had already gained considerable renown through this battle. Defeating a venerable at the master level would become a legend in Longqing Pass. Many would hold Russell in high regard. Looking up at Russell, the leader knew he had utterly lost. There would be no chance of revenge, and he might never reach Russell's level. The gap between them would only widen. Following Russell might open doors to greater opportunities, far better than currying favor with the Henry. Thus, he discarded his pride, which meant nothing now in the upper realm, where strength reigned supreme. Greeting, Master. Thank you for showing mercy and sparing my life. My loyalty belongs to you, ready to go through fire and water. The leader bowed deeply. My name is Chavez. From now on, you may call me Edgardo Chuan. Chavez knelt down and bowed deeply to Russell. Seeing this, Russell smiled and took out a pill, handing it to Chavez. Heal your injuries first. Having just reached the venerable realm, your strength isn't stable yet. In the future, avoid impatience. Russell gave a brief piece of advice. This victory in the duel not only secured a powerful disciple, but also gave him control over all resources within Longqing Escort Agency. Chavez would serve as a stepping stone on his path to greatness. Henceforth, he wouldn't worry about Panstone Escort Agency anymore, with a venerable level expert guarding it. No one in Longqing Pass would dare challenge them. Chavez took the pill without hesitation, swallowing it whole. He didn't want lingering injuries that could hinder his cultivation. This duel had come to a definitive end. Had Russell revealed his Thunderstrike technique, Chavez wouldn't have stood a chance. Chapter 524. Opportunity. With Russell's strength at the Lars level, coupled with the enhancement of the 3000 Thunderclaps technique, he would certainly stand a chance against the peak Venerable Realm. Taoist friend Edgarn. If you don't pursue this matter further, our 10,000 Treasure Merchant Guild will cease action. After all, we were all here for your sake. Edgar Yenner made her stance clear. Speaking these words in front of everyone undeniably represented that the 10,000 Treasure Merchant Guild had become a formidable pillar of support behind the Impregnable Escort Agency. In the future, anyone daring to harbor ill intentions towards the Impregnable Escort Agency would have to reconsider in light of the 10,000 Treasure Merchant Guild's backing. The news would soon spread through every street and alley in Dragon City Pass. The rise of the Impregnable Escort Agency was now inevitable, and it would surely become one of the top-tier forces within Dragon City Pass. The guards of the Impregnable Escort Agency also breathed a sigh of relief, realizing their lives were now secure. Furthermore, Russell had already established his presence. Who would dare show disrespect to the Impregnable Escort Agency? Officially, the Impregnable Escort Agency only had a peak Lars in residence, but in reality, its backing could threaten any first-rate force within Dragon City Pass. Many thanks to the 10,000 Treasure Merchant Guild for coming to our aid. The debt owed by the Impregnable Escort Agency to the 10,000 Treasure Merchant Guild is growing, and I wonder if it can ever be repaid. Ever since the 10,000 Treasure Merchant Guild recognized Russell's talent and guessed that he had a powerful mentor behind him, they began supporting Russell without bounds, even openly opposing the Henry Manor. This clearly showed that the 10,000 Treasure Merchant Guild had embraced Russell as one of their own. It's no big deal. In the future, Brother Edgarn will be a guest Ronnie of our 10,000 Treasure Merchant Guild. Any harm done to you within Dragon City Pass will be considered an affront to us. Nicola placed more emphasis on Russell's remarkable talent. A person of such exceptional talent would surely stir up a storm in the upper realms and perhaps influence the situation in Central Continent. In other words, Nicola believed that the investment placed in Russell today would pay off several times over in the future. At this moment, the Henry also sensed the significance of this situation and developed a new perspective on the fair-faced Gillis before him. Upon their first meeting, he held no hostility towards Russell and even harbored some admiration. The Henry originally planned to explore it alone, but given the sudden emergence of a genius like Taoist friend Edgarn, I'm not opposed to sharing the spoils. The Sage Relic? The relics absolutely contain treasures from the Ares, amassed throughout their lifetimes. A thought stirring profound excitement. Sage-level experts were among the highest ranks in Central Continent. It was clear that Henry brought up this matter to win over Russell, appreciating his talent. Moreover, they valued keeping the best within their fold. Competing for the Sage Relic weren't just the residents of Dragon City Pass, but experts sent from other cities. With Russell's strength, capable of challenging a Venerable at his peak Lars level, he could secure significant blessings within the relic, which would also benefit Dragon City Pass. Then, the Henry clapped his hands. From the inner courtyard emerged a boy clad in a Taoist robe, strikingly handsome and exuding a powerful aura. This is the next heir of the Henry Manor, Patrick. Please give him your grace. Patrick was also at the peak Lars level. Russell couldn't help but appraise Patrick, whose gaze carried a hint of indifference. Receiving early recognition from the Henry, Patrick would be considered a minor genius in Eastern Continent. Patrick bowed respectfully to everyone. Gentlemen and ladies, my name is Patrick. Please offer me your guidance in the future. Seeing Patrick, the Henry's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He had invested considerable effort in cultivating reinforcements from major sects. Today, the Carson had witnessed Russell's strength firsthand. It matched that of the personally tutored disciples of major sects. With Russell leading the charge, they would surely gain a substantial share within the Sage's relic. Of course, Russell representing the Carson's mansion would also showcase the hidden strength of Long Chengwen. Seeing this situation, the Carson noticed Nicola's hesitation, smiled, and stepped forward. Miss Edgaru, with Taoist friend Edgarn representing Long Chengwen, it is also an extraordinary opportunity for him. We, too, will gain recognition, allowing the world to see the depth of our Long Chengwen. In the future, only admiration and respect will come our way. Nicola also noticed the Carson's intentions, but chose not to expose his true motives. He merely sought to curry favor with Russell. Once Russell became successful in the future, he wouldn't forget this kindness. Thank you, Henry. Russell clasped his hands in gratitude. For him, this sage's relic was an invaluable treasure. If he could uncover its secrets, it would certainly lead to a swift rise. Moreover, Russell had always traveled alone through the upper realms. To secure his future, he needed to take action himself. To reach higher realms, considerable resources were still necessary. 3 days from now, the other Carsons will head to the Cariset Mountains to open the sage's relic. Time is of the essence. Let us depart together. The Carson glanced at everyone, also seeking their opinions. Russell remained calm. Thus, without further discussion, they headed directly toward the Cariset Mountains. 3 days later, they arrived at the outskirts of the Cariset Mountains. Looking out, the landscape was dominated by undulating mountains. The entire mountain range was covered in endless dark clouds, emitting a suffocating atmosphere that made one feel breathless. This place is the most extensive mountain range within thousands of miles, serving as a training ground for cultivators. The Cariset Mountains are frequently plagued by beast demons. In recent decades, demonic intruders have surged around the outskirts of nearby cities, causing few to dare leave their homes, let alone come here for training. As a result, the beast demons within the Cariset Mountains have proliferated. Legends say there's a near sage-level beast demon residing within, though no one has seen it in many years. The Carson pointed at the Cariset Mountains, explaining its history. Suddenly, the ancestral sword behind Russell trembled. Kid, I can sense a powerful aura within the Cariset Mountains, likely the near sage-level beast demon you spoke of. Don't linger after obtaining the sage's legacy. These fellows combined aren't a match for the near-sage beast demon. These guys are truly bold, just a group of Respecter Realm experts daring to show off in a near-sage beast demon's territory. Sullivan commented sarcastically. This time, countless experts had already gathered at the outskirts of the Cariset Mountains, making it the liveliest moment there in recent years. However, too much activity might anger the near-sage beast demon deep within. Soon after, a crowd of experts from various cities had gathered outside the Cariset Mountains. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the sage's inheritance. Everyone was well aware of the value of the sage's legacy. Even if one didn't become a sage, reaching the threshold of near sage would still ensure rapid advancement, placing them among the top ranks in Dongzhou. Henry's. Today we gather for the sage's legacy. Each city can only send 2 Master Realm cultivators, as previously agreed. I hope no one reneges on this agreement. At that moment, someone stepped forward and began directing the proceedings before everyone. Henry, I heard you specifically invited an inner disciple from the Carry sect? It seems you are determined to claim the sage's legacy this time. Carry sect? In all of Dongzhou, there were 3 major sects that even imperial forces relied on, respecting their authority. One of them was the Carry sect, filled with countless experts, including sages. To become an inner disciple of the Carry sect required exceptional talent, believed to be capable of eventually reaching the Respecter realm. Hiring an inner disciple took considerable effort. After all, this is the remains of a sage. If I could gain the sage's legacy and have a chance to reach the near sage realm, why worry about gains and losses? One must think long-term, not like short-sighted fools. Henry stroked his beard, revealing a thick smile. Conversely, Russell focused on the Carry sect's inner disciple. This disciple wore a robe adorned with sun motifs, floating mid-air with his hands crossed behind his back, radiating arrogance. It seemed this person didn't consider anyone present worth noticing. Coming from a major sect while others were from remote regions, associating with them would lower his status. Peak Master Realm? Russell immediately discerned the inner disciple's cultivation level, his expression remaining indifferent. He found nothing particularly remarkable about this inner disciple. Inner disciples were overrated. If it were a personally tutored disciple, Russell might pay more attention. But for an inner disciple, he couldn't be bothered to even glance. Gentlemen, talking won't achieve anything. Let's quickly break the relic seal before someone else gets ahead of us. Someone suddenly called out. At that moment, all the Carsons stepped forward. No one knew how long this relic had been sealed, but the seal had already weakened. It wasn't as sturdy as before. Flames hovered in mid-air. Suddenly, each Henry moved their hands rapidly, faint golden light bursting from their fingertips. All of a sudden, a radiance emanated from each Henry, landing on the ruins within the Cariset mountain range. There appeared a massive barrier over the ruins, tightly enveloping it. Next, fine cracks spread across the barrier like a spiderweb. With a loud boom, a hole tore open in the barrier. A powerful suction force swept out, pulling in the surrounding spiritual energy. Ladies and gentlemen, the seal on the ruins has been broken. Go seize your opportunities within. Let us see who will be the biggest winner. Upon hearing this, numerous Lars realm youths flew towards the ruins, vanishing within the barrier, swallowed by a vortex. In short, this sage relic was an independent small space outside the upper world, a world built by the rules of heaven and earth. Currently, the internal space of the ruins had begun to decay, now only able to accommodate those at the Lars realm. Should a venerable enter, the space would immediately collapse, likely sweeping the venerable into spatial chaos, facing almost certain death. This was why the various Henrys could only stay outside and watch. Henry, it looks like your hopeless city is determined to seize the greatest opportunity. Don't forget us old friends if you ever reach the quasi-sage realm. Please lend us support. Hidden meanings were evident in his words. In truth, every Henry was prepared for this. For the sake of breaking through their bottlenecks, they would pay any price. Becoming a quasi-sage would ensure their future status soared. They might even earn a title as a guest Rani in a major sect, enjoying endless benefits. Nicola gazed at the ruins calmly. She knew Russell would surely make waves within the ruins. Across all of Eastern Continent, there might not be anyone at the Lars realm who could defeat Russell. Russell's strength had essentially reached the limits of the Lars realm. At this moment, the Rani beside Nicola took a step forward. Miss, shouldn't we report this Gillis's information to headquarters? They should decide what to do with someone of his talent. Such extraordinary individuals should be quickly restrained. Otherwise, if others realize Russell's threat, they might use despicable means to eliminate him. The Rani hunched over slightly. Previously, he had conducted a cursory investigation of Russell. From a novice Lars to peak Lars in 3 months, with no hint of disorder in his aura, it didn't seem forced or rushed, but rather solidly achieved step by step. Even in Central Continent's major sects, few could achieve such feats, and those who did were geniuses capable of altering the fate of Central Continent. Let's suppress this matter for now. Recently, we received a message from Wanbao Trading Company. The letter stated that there's already a mole within the company. Reporting Russell now would only exacerbate the situation. Moreover, this Gillis's talent is stunning. If this news gets out, some might act impulsively against him. We don't want to provoke the forces behind him, adding another enemy to Wanbao Trading Company. He is a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. He already owes us a favor, which is enough. Nicola was cautious. As a member of Wanbao Trading Company, she needed to think long-term, considering the company's interests. The most important task now was to expose the mole within the trading company and stabilize its position in Central Continent. At this moment, inside the Sage Ruins, Russell felt a whirlwind of dizziness and everything around him blurred. When his vision refocused, he found himself in a different space. Instinctively, Russell released his divine sense to probe the surroundings. But an invisible force obstructed his divine sense, likely a restriction set by the sage. After all, this was a sacred site established by a sage. Suddenly, Patrix lifted her hand, pointing ahead. Look! Ahead, amidst swirling dust, a wave stirred. Dust coalesced into a gigantic earth dragon, ready to charge towards Russell. Behind the dragon stood a towering tower. Russell grew solemn. His earlier release of divine sense must have disturbed the dragon, making it perceive him as a threat. Just a dragon formed from natural glanced up, swallowing involuntarily. Although he was at the pinnacle of the Lars level, facing a soil dragon at the venerable level left him somewhat overwhelmed. However, since Russell had spoken, he had no choice but to rise to the challenge. Thus, Patrick drew his heavy sword from his back, adopting an expansive stance, and lunged directly toward the skybound soil dragon. For a moment, the heavy sword collided with the soil dragon, bursting into dazzling sparks. The next second, Patrick was forced backward by hundreds of feet, his hands trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, he had attracted the soil dragon's enmity and would likely not escape anytime soon, inevitably being entangled by it. Conversely, Russell wore a thick smile on his face. You foolish boy, you're really lacking in consideration. You let him deal with this soil dragon, so you can enjoy the secrets within the tower alone? At this moment, a series of echoes resounded in Russell's mind, as Darren saw through his thoughts. If I don't separate this spy, my secrets might be discovered by him. Then, I would have to eliminate him myself? Isn't that even more lackluster? I'm giving him a way out, Russell remarked sarcastically. After all, he held countless secrets, any one of which could cause a sensation throughout Eastern continent. Knowing too much could harm Patrick. Keeping him in the dark was granting him a way out. Silently, Russell infiltrated the high tower. Outside the tower, Patrick had no time to think about anything else. He was tangled in trouble, potentially risking his life. Entering the remains, he hadn't expected such misfortune right off the bat. Meanwhile, Russell strolled leisurely within the high tower. Inside, numerous scrolls and secret arts were displayed. Yet, none seemed worth pausing over. His gaze fell on the upper part of the tower. A long sword floated above the tower, exuding an ancient aura along with a fierce, sharp sword chi. The sword chi enveloped the top of the tower, giving off a sensation akin to slicing through metal effortlessly. The sword chi emitted by the floating sword could rival the Eve sword. One must understand that inside the Eve sword lay the spirit awareness of a powerful Edgarn race figure. Ordinary swords had no chance of comparison. Clearly, this long sword possessed profound mysteries. Hence, Russell ascended into the air, flying directly toward the tower's apex. Reaching out, he grabbed at the sword. Suddenly, a sharp wave of sword chi struck him forcibly. Facing the aggressive attack, Russell immediately activated his Dantian Si. Next, golden scales appeared on his body. These scales were like impregnable armor. When the sword chi hit, it wreaked figures. Russell examined the sword closely in his hand. It was indeed mysterious. It contained the power of Tao laws, likely nurtured by a sage expert for 1,000 years, otherwise, it couldn't possess such astonishing power. If I absorb this sword, wouldn't the Eve sword's power greatly increase? Russell had devious thoughts about the sword. Entering the sage remains, he had unexpectedly found treasure, a weapon of a sage-level expert. In Eastern continent, it would certainly be invaluable. Don't think about absorbing this sword yet. Immerse your divine consciousness into it. You might uncover even greater secrets, Darren advised, seemingly already perceiving the mysteries of the sage sword. Russell hesitated, but eventually immersed his divine consciousness into the sword. Suddenly, his mind was tumultuous, flashing with countless memories that weren't his own but felt like someone else's perspective. After a long while, Russell finally digested all the memories. His face showed shock, followed by a faint smile. Hashtag chapter 528. Sage sword technique. Sage sword technique? A breathtaking scene flashed through Russell's mind moments ago. A figure, clad in a Taoist robe and wielding a sword, stood atop a mountain peak. He slashed out with his sword, unleashing an awe-inspiring force. The power of that single strike cleaved the heavens, creating a colossal chasm that stretched across the sky, as if it were about to split the heavens. Sword technique here inside this tower. Mastering a Saint-grade secret manual wasn't an issue earlier, let alone a heaven-grade one, Sullivan said. I need some time too. If I can fully refine the sage soul-infused sword, my divine sense will likely recover somewhat. I've already set up cosmic restrictions within the tower. No one can enter. Just focus on refining the technique. Sullivan gave Russell instructions. Russell nodded, crossed his legs on the ground, and began rotating his hands, channeling the Dantian chi within him. The heaven-grade secret manual kept evolving in Russell's mind. True to its grade, Russell initially felt somewhat overwhelmed by it. As time ticked away minute by minute, Russell felt an immense surge of sword chi germinating within him. This sword chi seemed like an external force entirely. The sword chi burst forth, transforming into countless threads that enveloped Russell's body. An overwhelming willpower erupted from him, his entire being filled with fighting spirit. He had now fully entered a state of profound enlightenment, casting aside everything else. His mind was as still as dead water, undisturbed by external forces. Meanwhile, the ancestral sword beside him emitted astonishing sword chi. Thousands of threads of sword chi wrapped around the sage sword, continuously extracting its energy and refining it. Within a single breath, the sage sword became covered in rust, its once imposing aura swallowed entirely by the ancestral sword. After all, the ancestral sword contained the divine sense of an Edringzu powerhouse, a towering figure from a bygone era. After a considerable period, the sage sword dissolved into nothingness, completely consumed by the ancestral sword. Now, the ancestral sword radiated brilliant light, the sword chi almost bursting forth. Sullivan seemed to be suppressing this force. But with his damaged divine sense, he couldn't hold back the imminent eruption of sword chi. With a deafening roar, the sword chi finally erupted, forcibly tearing open space, causing the entire tower to shake violently. If not for Sullivan restraining it, the entire tower would have crumbled into ashes in an instant. This was the handiwork of a sage. Edgarcly, even the sage never imagined his lifelong companion would be refined like this after death. Now, The ancestral sword had reached an entirely new level. Unless it unleashed its sword chi, it remained unassuming. But once it did, no weapon in Dongzhou could compare. Time slowly passed. Sullivan continuously dissipated the surrounding sword chi, preventing it from filling the entire ruins and potentially causing a collapse due to instability. Meanwhile, Russell had achieved a state of enlightenment. He seemed to have reached the threshold of the 10,000. Chapter 529. Preaching. At this moment, Russell felt an inexplicable urge to move. His gaze shifted to the sky, and with a gesture, he grasped the ancestral sword in midair. The ancestral sword had undergone a qualitative transformation. Previously, its blade shimmered with golden light, but now the luster was much dimmer. Instead, the sword aura surged like an unstoppable flood, continuously erupting with immense force. Simultaneously, the sword aura around Russell had also transformed. With the ancestral sword in his hand, Russell had reached a new height of power. If he were to encounter the Bard again, he could defeat the venerable level Bard using only sword aura without relying on other secret techniques. The sword aura gave Russell ample confidence. Wan Gu Gu A.E. Carmeloan, Eternal Convergence Sword. Russell barked, his face turning red as he wielded the ancestral sword and slashed without hesitation. The sword aura cascaded down like a flood. Boom. The sword aura transformed into a massive wave, crashing forward like a raging tiger, producing a deafening roar. The entire tower shook violently. If not for Sullivan's foresight in setting up a barrier to isolate the area, this single strike would have been enough to destroy the tower. Fortunately, the situation was under control. Even Russell couldn't believe the astonishing power generated by his single slash. Boy, be careful. After taking someone else's inheritance, if Russell didn't appear soon, Malik might perish within the ruins. Now, Malik was gravely injured, covered in blood. His originally pristine robe was now bright red, and his energy was extremely low. At this point, even a flick of the Earth Dragon's tail could end his life. Malik abandoned resistance. Half a day had exhausted all his resources, including those given by the Henry, yet he still couldn't stop the Earth Dragon's assault. He faced death calmly. Edgar and Daoist. This time, exploring the Sage Ruins will fall solely on your shoulders. Malik is incompetent and can't even handle a mere venerable level Earth Dragon. Forgive my incapability. With that, Malik closed his eyes, awaiting death. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from the sky, followed by a roar. Boom. The ground trembled. Then, the body of the Earth Dragon fell beside Malik, landing heavily and stirring up winds. Malik's heart was calm. He accepted death, but hearing nothing more for a while, made him open his eyes again. Am I dead? Why don't I feel any pain? How come I'm still inside the ruins? Could my soul be trapped here forever? Malik muttered, confused. Turning his head, his eyes locked onto the Earth Dragon lying next to him, utterly lifeless. Was he alive or dead? Suddenly, Russell appeared beside him, looking disappointed. Malik. I thought the success. He had thought Malik would find a way to deal with the Earth Dragon, but instead, Malik had nearly been killed by it. To fight a dragon for half a day with my peak master skills is already quite remarkable. Who in Longqing Pass can achieve this? A hint of pride surfaced on Malik's face. Indeed, no one in Longqing Pass could match him. But Russell remained disdainful. Grade, you see the formation on top of this tower? It has been sustaining the Earth Dragon. If you hadn't destroyed it, you'd be trapped here forever. Such a thick-headed person with no discernment. You should venture more into the world instead of being confined to a corner like Longqing Pass. This way, you'll never amount to anything. To not see through such an illusion, what qualifications do you have to become a Henry? Is the position of Henry your ultimate ambition? That makes you shallow. Russell couldn't help but scold him. Earlier, Russell thought Malik had a plan to deal with the Earth Dragon, but instead, Malik had nearly been killed by it. Hashtag chapter 530. Honest words. If a mere Earth Dragon possesses the qualifications to ascend to the position of Carson, it's likely that Longqing Pass would not have a bright future. It would remain an insignificant corner of the world. Even a rising force like the Panstone Security Bureau might eventually be capable of usurping the Henry's authority and becoming the paramount power in Longqing Pass. However, Russell had absolutely no interest in the position of Carson. If there were ever an opportunity, he would lead the Panstone Security Bureau out of this secluded place, aiming for a bigger stage. Only by doing so could the Bureau ensure it wouldn't fade into obscurity within the annals of history. Surveying the landscape of Longqing Pass, very few forces had managed to stand firm here for 1,000 years. Ups and downs were commonplace. Conversely, the three major sects of Dongzhou had already stood steadfast for over a millennium. Ordinary setbacks couldn't easily bring them down. This was now Russell's goal, to guide the Panstone Security Bureau beyond Longqing Pass and onto a grander stage. Listening to Russell's words, Patrick initially froze, then quickly reacted. It seemed that his pursuit had always been focused on obtaining the position of Carson, leading him to neglect cultivating supreme power, even dismissing the importance of strength. As a result, his cultivation relied heavily on external aids, and he had never experienced a truly intense battle. Since childhood, he had been labeled as a prodigy. Consequently, he believed himself to be a genius until he witnessed Russell's outstanding talent. In comparison, his own luster dimmed considerably. Facing Russell, he felt no different from an ordinary person. These words were a severe blow to him. If he didn't wake up, he might never recover. But your radiance is too dazzling. I am unworthy. Patrick bowed deeply, speaking from the heart. Earlier, he thought Russell was merely an outstanding peer, not much different from himself, since they were both at the peak master level. How great could the difference be? But today, he saw just how vast the gap really was. Russell waved dismissively. These actions were effortless for him. Besides, he owed Patrick for helping him earlier. You should take this pill now. I was about to enter the tower when other cities' experts arrived first. Given your severe injuries, our situation is quite unfavorable. Russell shifted the blame entirely onto Patrick while concealing the truth. He mustn't let Patrick know that he had secretly infiltrated the tower and taken the inheritance. Doing so would tarnish Russell's perfect image in Patrick's eyes and risk spreading the news to the Carson. Suddenly, a meteor flashed across the sky, and figures appeared before the tower. Master-level experts from other cities. Patrick felt guilty again. It's all my fault. If only I could have killed the Earth Dragon sooner, we wouldn't have missed this opportunity. He believed the responsibility lay solely on him, staring at the tower with a look of reluctance. Russell chuckled inwardly. He hadn't expected Patrick to still be deceived so easily, unaware of the deception. Brother. In fact, it's not your fault. If I were stronger, those guys wouldn't have dared to challenge the sage relics. There are surely more treasures in this sage relic site. Let's turn it upside down together. How does that sound? As Russell spoke, he extended his fist. Seeing Russell's resolute gaze, Patrick unconsciously mirrored the gesture. Their fists met, symbolizing a bond of unity. Patrick now fully regarded Russell as his Ronnie brother and was willing to follow him faithfully, no matter the danger. Big brother Edgarn. From now on, I'll assist you. Any inheritance we find will be split 70-30. To me, meeting you is the greatest treasure. We cannot let others from other cities get their hands on the treasures. Otherwise, Longqing Pass will be in grave danger. Hashtag chapter 531. The Masked Man. Russell's every move had completely deceived Patrick, who remained oblivious to any signs of suspicion. Russell was already seen as one of their own. Then, Russell led Patrick to a secluded location. Given Patrick's severe injuries, if Russell continued to wander with him, Patrick's life would be at great risk should any danger arise. After all, this place was the remains of a sage, and despite being eroded by time, it still harbored significant dangers. Patrick's injuries had affected his core strength. Carrying him around would only be a liability. Thus, Russell directly settled Patrick in a cave. To ensure his safety, Russell personally set up an array within the cave. Any cultivator below the venerable realm who stepped into this array would be trapped indefinitely unless Russell personally lifted the seal. Inside the cave, Russell was preparing to leave. Time was of the essence in the sage's relics, and he didn't want Patrick's injuries to delay his journey. Besides, even if Patrick recovered, he wouldn't be able to offer any real assistance to Russell. By leaving Patrick behind, Russell aimed to prevent him from becoming an informant that might expose his secrets. Moreover, Russell bore no ill intentions towards Patrick, nor did he wish to involve him in too many affairs. After all, Patrick was innocent and merely a puppet appointed by the Henry. Brother bye. You will stay here in the cave and recuperate. Once you recover, you can give me a huge help. These medicinal pills are for you to use. In your current state, it's too risky to follow me. I'll handle things for now. When you've fully recovered in a few days, I'll come back for you, and we'll explore the sage's relics together. Russell spoke these comforting words up front, though he had never intended to bring Patrick along from the start. Tears glistened in Patrick's eyes, redness spreading around them. He had come to view Russell as his Ronnie brother. In his heart, Russell held equal weight to the Henry. While the Henry had given him rebirth, Russell had saved his life. Patrick nodded resolutely, his mind racing with numerous thoughts. He had resolved to focus on cultivation, aspiring to become Russell's trusted ally, and follow him onto greater stages. Unaware of Patrick's true feelings, Russell still viewed him merely as a burden. Edgarl did Russell know. He couldn't shake off this man easily. Brother Edgarn, wait for me. I won't let you down for your careful upbringing. With those words, Patrick clasped his hands firmly, his expression unwavering. Russell waved his hand, and then strode out of the cave confidently. Within 3 days, he planned to plunder everything valuable from the sage's relics. At that moment, Russell put on a mask. Next, I will show these people wandering in the ruins the insurmountable gap between us. Even among master realms, there is disparity. A wicked smile spread across Russell's face. His ancestral sword trembled violently, buzzing with indignation. Why do you always resort to such despicable means? That Patrick already believes in you wholeheartedly. Why must you deceive him? In the future, don't ever say you know me. People like you, full of lies, are most likely to get stabbed in the back in Zhongzhou. I can't wait to slash you twice. Darren fumed. Russell felt justified. Keeping his secrets hidden was crucial. Deception was the best way to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Isn't this my helpless situation? And look at Patrick's future where that person is hiding. In my opinion, we should continue searching for other treasures. We can find that person later but shouldn't let others take the lead again. A masked figure appeared, unseen until now. Everyone instinctively became cautious. This was Russell. To avoid exposure, Russell concealed his aura carefully. Until he obtained the true treasure of the relics, Russell would not reveal his identity. After all, this person was a disciple of the Carey sect. If Russell exposed himself, the news would bring him dire consequences if passed back to the Carey sect. Concealing his identity in broad daylight was also a survival tactic. Chapter 532. Ruins of the Ancient Site. The fellow Taoist is right. We shouldn't be fixated on the legacy of a sage. Besides, this tower feels desolate. It has probably been abandoned for a long time and doesn't seem like a place with supreme treasures. Someone interjected from the crowd, obviously unable to admit defeat and turning a sour grape into a bitter one. As long as these people stopped focusing on the tower, Russell could proceed with his next plan. One of the Carey sect's inner disciples glanced at Russell, inexplicably feeling uneasy about the masked man. However, he quickly brushed these thoughts aside, reasoning that the characters sent out from this city were not even up to the standards of an outer disciple of the Carey sect. Why should he worry? With his resolve strengthened, the Carey sect disciple left the crowded area first. Russell let out a cold snort and silently left, suppressing his aura as he stealthily followed the Carey sect disciple without being noticed. The disciple walked for quite some time until reaching an open space where he took out a massive compass from his spatial ring. Forming hand seals, he threw the compass into the air, and a streak of golden light fell upon it, making it start rotating clockwise. After a few moments, the compass stopped, its needle pointing in a certain direction. The disciple's face broke into an evil grin. The greatest treasure of this sage's relic belongs to me alone. It seems I'm the one blessed with great fortune. If I can obtain the sage's treasure, my status within the inner sect will undoubtedly rise, perhaps giving me a chance to become a personal disciple. I mustn't let anyone get ahead of me. He waved his hand, storing the compass back into his spatial ring and transformed into a meteor, disappearing into the sky. At this moment, Russell emerged from the shadows, watching the departing back of the Carey sect disciple, a smile creeping onto his face. Want to become a personal disciple? This time you'll fall into my hands. Dream on. Everything you've done is just paving the way for me. Let's see who truly has great fortune. Just like a mantis stalking a cicada while unaware of the oriole behind. After all, you're just an inner disciple of one of the top 3 sections. Even at the Lars realm, there's a gap. This revision ensures that the sentence flows naturally in English while preserving the meaning and context from the original text. The term, Lars realm, is consistently used to maintain terminology coherence. Suddenly, Russell transformed into a shooting star and flew into the sky, vanishing almost instantly. The space of the ancient site was vast, comparable to the size of Longqing Pass, capable of accommodating countless cultivators. Soon, Russell lost track of the Carey sect disciple's aura, which vanished amidst a desolate ruin. A dark cloud loomed over the ruins. Looking inside, Russell's brows furrowed involuntarily, sensing a strange unease as a powerful sage's pressure washed over him. Daring not to use his divine senses carelessly due to past mishaps, Russell recalled how activating a formation previously caused a clay dragon to appear when probing the tower. If hidden formations still existed here, the consequences would be dire. This must be the final resting place of the sage's treasures, exuding such immense pressure that Russell felt certain. The sage's pressure weighed heavily on him like a 1,000-pound stone. Sullivan released sword chi, enveloping Russell to shield him from the pressure. Sullivan, do you think there's danger within this ruin? A sage's single finger movement could obliterate me utterly. Russell still harbored concerns. This being the remnant of a sage, if powerful defenses remained, he might not last a moment. Don't panic. That sage died long ago. Whatever he left has decayed over time. Even if it retains immense power, it's much diminished now. Besides, you're far from ordinary today. Ultimately, the opportunity before you depends on your own actions. Sullivan analyzed the situation using his judgment. Russell paused at the entrance to the ruins, knowing danger often accompanies opportunity. After a moment, he stepped forward. His path had never been smooth, filled with trials that shaped the resilient Russell. He wasn't a pampered flower, but tough grass thriving under harsh sunlight. If his journey had been easy, how could he create legends in martial arts, stand atop the continent, and become a legendary figure? Now, Russell's figure vanished into the darkness, moving deeper into the ruins. Upon entering, he was met with thick mist obscuring everything around him, making it impossible to discern any details or hidden dangers. However, Russell remained calm, unaffected by external circumstances. Suddenly, sounds of battle reached his ears. Following the sound, after a few steps, he saw the Carey sect disciple entangled by spirit bodies emerging from the mist. This place must have claimed many strong souls, allowing so many spirit bodies to form. Each spirit body has the strength of a venerable realm, so this kid is in deep trouble. He struggles against one. Imagine facing many. Sullivan immediately assessed the situation, and indeed, the Carey sect disciple was retreating, powerless to retaliate, soon covered in blood and injuries. The spirit bodies acted decisively, giving him no room to escape. If the Carey sect disciple couldn't find a solution quickly, he would surely die in this chaos. Chapter 533, Hypocrisy. Russell had no intention of getting involved. Although he and the Seymour had no grievances, this person was here to compete for opportunities, making him, in a sense, Russell's enemy. As he watched the situation unfold, the Seymour suddenly produced a gem from his spatial ring. In his moment of peril, he immediately shattered the gem, unleashing a surge of powerful spiritual energy that filled his dantian. In an instant, he broke through the peak Lars bottleneck, surging forward into the venerated realm, becoming a legitimate venerated realm expert. At the same time, all his injuries vanished. Russell was taken aback. To break through to the venerated realm at such a critical juncture, didn't this guy fear the sudden collapse of space? The current sage relic couldn't withstand the aura emitted by a venerated realm powerhouse. However, since this Seymour had just stepped into the venerated realm and hadn't, right after entering, he could already contend with peak venerated experts. Of course, this was just speculation. However, if he used his Thunderstrike technique, killing a peak venerated expert wouldn't be an issue. Fellow Taoist, I sensed the fluctuations of combat from afar and saw you trapped in this mist. Meeting is destiny, so I intervened to resolve your crisis. This place is treacherous. You must be cautious. We are within the sage relic, and one misstep might lead to our deaths. Though we've met by chance, mutual aid is necessary. Russell's incessant chatter grated on the Seymour, who tightened his grip on his weapon, stepping back once more. How did you find this place? He voiced his concerns, having only found the ruins using a special compass technique, which ordinary people could not achieve. But Russell remained unperturbed. Just now, while wandering the relic, I stumbled upon this place and became lost in the mist. Sensing the commotion, I rushed over. Is there a problem with that? Russell maintained an innocent facade, but the Seymour remained suspicious, not lowering his guard. They were only one step away from the greatest sage inheritance, one step closer to obtaining it. You're quite mysterious. Judging by your abilities, you don't seem to be from nearby cities. Are you perhaps an inner disciple of one of the top 3 sects? The Seymour continued to watch, immediately introduced himself. For someone as proud as him, being an inner disciple of the Carey sect was both his pride and his ace in the hole. He thought that by introducing himself, he could create an impression of superiority while also dispelling any malicious intentions others might have. An outer disciple would pose no real threat. After all, there were thousands of them, with some dying during trials every day. Therefore, the Carey sect did not place much importance on outer disciples. In contrast, inner disciples were the elite, carefully cultivated and trained at great cost to the sect. The loss of an inner disciple during trials would prompt thorough investigations since each one represented a substantial investment. Edgardo did Jaden know that Russell paid little attention to the prestige of the Carey sect. To Russell, Jaden was merely a common venerated realm cultivator who, if he became a hindrance, would be eliminated without hesitation. Brother Liu, looks can be deceiving. To achieve venerated realm at such a young age, you are bound to become a prominent figure in Dongzhou. It's a great honor for me to meet someone like you. My name is Adiel. Once guided by a high master, I embarked on the path of cultivation and have wandered through Dongzhou's landscapes over the years. If given the chance, I will visit Zhongzhou to experience its wonders and perhaps challenge its elites to gauge the gap between geniuses. Russell bowed respectfully while flattery poured from his lips, praising Jaden to the heavens. Naturally arrogant, Jaden lowered his guard, a look of pride spreading across his face. This was exactly what Russell wanted. Soon, he would show Jaden the harshness of reality. Brother Adiel, let us join forces someday and stir up a storm in Zhongzhou. In my opinion, Zhongzhou's geniuses aren't much different from us. With my strength, I can also make a mark there. This man clearly held himself in high regard. Suddenly, Russell's Eve sword behind him began to vibrate intensely, emitting voices. What a blind fool. Hearing this guy speak gives me a headache. With this guy's talent, he isn't even fit to guard our spirit clan's gate. Yet he dreams of battling Zhongzhou's geniuses? Does he even qualify? Boy, I don't want this guy leaving the sage relic alive. You decide what to do. With those words, Russell's demeanor changed abruptly, a sly smile appearing on his face. Even without Sullivan's reminder, Russell had no intention of letting Jaden leave alive. If Jaden survived, he might reveal Russell's acquisition of the sage legacy, inviting unwanted trouble and possibly assassination attempts from nearby cities. Dead men tell no tales. The two ventured deeper into the ruins, the surrounding mist gradually dissipating. Soon, they reached what appeared to be a palace, though now in ruins. It looked like a hidden chamber from afar. In its glory days, it must have been the hall of a sage expert. The environment exuded a primordial feel as Russell remained cautious, wary of traps. Inside the vast palace stood a single coffin. Despite its age, the coffin's intricate designs were still vivid, radiating powerful sage energy. Approaching it made one's body tremble. Jaden's excitement grew despite the overwhelming pressure crushing his body. He moved forward eagerly. Sage legacy. Obtaining it will give me a chance to enter the sage realm and rise above all in Dongzhou. His eyes turned greedy as Russell stepped back, sensing something amiss. Everything had been too easy. Edgar calm before a storm, he decided to let the irrational Jaden investigate first. Sage legacy was crucial, but preserving his own life was more important. The moment Jaden touched the coffin, it began to shake violently, the entire palace trembling along. The immense sage pressure erupted like a flood. With a thunderous boom, the coffin lid flew open, releasing a wave of death energy throughout the palace. Russell felt an uneasy sensation, as if unseen eyes watched him closely, making him feel exposed. Has it truly taken 1,000 years for someone to reach here? Bold rodents, how dare you disturb my rest? What punishment do you deserve? Suddenly, the palace echoed with these words, and the sage pressure enveloped everything. Jaden could not withstand it, falling to his knees, drenched in sweat, feeling as though he was already half dead. The mere pressure of a sage expert could crush him like an ant. Russell, however, remained composed. The sword chi from the Eve sword deflected most of the pressure. Moreover, the sage had been dead for a millennium, so the pressure was far weaker than in its prime. A real sage's presence would be unblockable even by the Eve sword. Chapter 535, Sage's Heart. You swallowed my companion sword? Quite an impressive feat to have refined such a holy relic. If this item wasn't nurtured by my soul and intimately connected with me, I might not have detected even the slightest trace of it. Not only did you refine my companion sword, but you also managed to cultivate the Wangu Gi sword to an entry-level proficiency. Your display talent is astounding. Aren't you afraid that someone might notice you? With your current strength, I could obliterate you with just a flick of my finger. In truth, the consciousness of the sage has long permeated within the ruins. Even though his physical body perished, his mental energy still roams within these ruins. The ruins form an independent microcosm capable of containing mental energy for a millennium. In other words, the sage's consciousness has been trapped in this hidden realm for over 1,000 years. On the contrary, Russell had already discerned the sage's thoughts. He crossed his arms behind his back, exuding an imposing demeanor, completely disregarding the sage before him. If this sage had intended to end Russell's life, he would have acted when Russell was refining the companion sword. Since he didn't, it was evident that the sage had lingering concerns. If you kill me, who will inherit your teachings? This mediocre disciple from the upper 3 sects? Surely even a direct disciple from the eastern continent's top 3 sects wouldn't catch your eye. Russell seemed to have read through this ancient being's mind, grasping every move. If this sage had passed away naturally, he would never have confined his consciousness in the ruins for a millennium. Over 1,000 years of waiting, he must have been awaiting a rightful heir. Suddenly, the sage's consciousness floated beside Russell, circling around him, closely scrutinizing him. Even the sage could not fathom Russell's intentions. He hadn't expected that a plan set up for 1,000 years could be seen through by a younger generation. If you didn't want anyone to disturb your peace, you wouldn't expose any vulnerabilities allowing outsiders to enter the ruins. Am I right? A smile crept across Russell's face, each word exposing the sage's true thoughts. At this moment, the sage's expression drastically changed, but instantly, a grin reappeared on his face, and a bone-chilling laughter echoed throughout the main hall. Do you think you're very smart? I act as I wish. You believe you can understand my thoughts? I indeed seek a successor, but why are you so sure it's you? I can still obliterate you. Perhaps there will be more brilliant geniuses in the future. Sage's aura erupted once more, overwhelming Russell's body like a blazing fire. The entire space trembled, and the ground shook violently. Russell shivered involuntarily. Even with the Eve sword chi protecting him, he couldn't withstand the surging pressure. He could feel his blood boiling within him, his face turning red, and his legs trembling uncontrollably, yet he never submitted to the sage. Do you think you have time? I'm negotiating with you, giving you room for discussion. Do you still think you're at your peak? If we push each other to the brink, there will be no room for negotiation. With that said, Russell shouted angrily. The Dantian Sea erupted with thousands of thunderbolts, enveloping his body with formidable force. Moreover, the hidden sword chi within his Dantian Sea burst forth as well, effectively isolating the sage's pressure outside his body. The sage's pressure could no longer threaten Russell. Now Russell's momentum matched that of the sage, both equally powerful. The sage was genuinely shocked. As a consciousness entity, he felt a sense of danger emanating from Russell, stepping back 2 paces subconsciously. The situation had dramatically shifted, with the sage unable to overpower Russell, ultimately forcing a compromise. Boy, you indeed have the strength to inherit my legacy, but that doesn't guarantee you can fulfill my lifelong wish. I require you to swear an oath under heaven's law. Otherwise, even if the heavenly king were here, I wouldn't hand over my legacy. Once an oath under heaven's law is sworn, breaking it would collapse one's Dao heart, impacting future cultivation, possibly halting progress. Conversely, Russell revealed a hesitant expression. The oath under heaven's law is crucial for cultivators and needed careful consideration. If the sage's conditions were impressive enough, he might consider it. Before asking questions, shouldn't you first show me your legacy? If it moves me, I might consider it. Their positions reversed. Now, Russell took the initiative, transforming the dynamics. The sage gritted his teeth, never expecting to be threatened by a junior after death, having no power to refute and left at his mercy. Helpless, the sage waved his hand. Instantly, the surroundings stirred up, sand and stones swirling around Russell, blocking most of his vision. With a roar, the previous coffin suddenly exploded. Next, a golden object tightly wrapped in light floated out, hovering before Russell. This is the sage's heart, created with my entire lifetime's accomplishments. Even sages would bow 3 feet before this heart. It would cause a sensation in the eastern continent if revealed. Russell stared at the golden light. As the light faded, a pulsating heart appeared before him. He extended his mental energy, sensing terrifying energy within the sage's heart. Once unleashed, this energy could destroy half of the eastern continent. Truly a sage's heart formed from a lifetime's achievements. It was evident that this sage was once a top-tier existence among sages. But why did he meet such a sorry fate? This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring it reads naturally in English while preserving the storyline and paragraph structure of the original text. Chapter 536, Refining the Sage Heart. There must be many untold stories behind this. Suddenly, the ancestral sword behind Russell emitted a sound, and the sword energy radiating from its blade retracted. Brat, the sage heart is truly an extraordinary treasure. Possessing it ensures your path will remain smooth until you step into the sage realm. Precisely speaking, you are destined to transcend into the sage realm with this. Additionally, the sage heart contains the culmination of this sage's entire life essence. Once refined, it will elevate your physical strength to another level. This is the first time I've seen someone use their entire life's cultivation to condense a sage heart. It seems this person must have faced immense adversity in their lifetime, perhaps encountering an unbeatable foe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to this drastic measure. The energy contained within the sage heart, once unleashed, could cause heaven to collapse and earth to split. Even those in the nirvana realm would need to avoid its might. Any slight mishap could result in severe injury for those in the nirvana realm. A tremendous temptation now lay before Russell, making his heart race uncontrollably. Accepting the sage heart would burden him with a greater mission. Perhaps this sage had incurred the wrath of a major force in Zhongzhou during their lifetime. After much deliberation, Russell ultimately accepted the legacy without hesitation. He stretched out his hand towards the sage heart, gripping it firmly in his palm. Where there is no pressure, there is no drive. Even if the power of Zhongzhou's formidable factions, why should he fear them? Russell was destined to become a mighty being at the peak of the upper world. This incident would rather serve as a propelling force, pushing him forward. Seeing this, a smile spread across the sage's face. As a sage from 1,000 years ago, despite not having been involved in mortal affairs for a millennium, he knew very well what defined genius. Russell's current potential already qualified. The spatial instability caused by this made the environment tremble. Witnessing this, the sage's expression changed abruptly. Instantly, he used his remaining divine consciousness to stabilize the space around the front hall, preventing any collapse. If the space collapsed, given Russell's state, he would be caught in spatial turbulence and could potentially lose his life. In this exceptional situation, this was the only thing the sage could do for Russell. Edgarving up to its name as a sage artifact. The sage heart was terrifying indeed, its fearsome energy permeating every part of Russell's body, refining and transforming his innermost energies. Boom! Thunderbolts flashed around Russell, intertwining with his body, forming a visible protective membrane on his skin. The force of the thunder seemed to protect his physical form, easing some of his pain. Russell's breathing became rapid, and the bone-chilling pain had begun to numb him, clouding his senses. His vision blurred, turning completely dark without a trace of light. Feeling like he had fallen into an ice cave, Russell's body was wrapped in bone-chilling coldness, slowly erasing his consciousness. If he were to lose consciousness, the energy within the sage heart would ravage his body, eventually reducing it to a wrecked state. Boy, do not lose consciousness. If you do, your physical body will instantly turn to ashes, and all your previous cultivation will disappear. Suddenly, Sullivan warned beside his ear. One sentence. It immediately snapped Russell back to reality. A defiant will erupted from within him once more, overwhelming and unstoppable. Russell opened his eyes again, stars shimmering in his gaze, exuding an invincible aura. This moment, the sage heart had fused with his dantian. Though his body still resisted this foreign entity, it no longer posed any threat. Boom! A massive surge of energy exploded from Russell's body, creating a whirlwind-like gust within the front hall. An oppressive sage aura filled the hall, originating from the sage heart. Russell radiated a powerful presence, a gale of energy sweeping from his dantian, enveloping his whole body and lifting his hair. Truly exhilarating. Clutching his fists, Russell delivered a punch, releasing a heavy thud. The punch carried golden light, smashing forcefully against the wall. Boom! A fist imprint appeared on the wall, emitting an indomitable aura. Now, with sheer physical might alone, Russell could rival experts at the venerable realm. Chapter 537, Fusion of the Sage's Heart. The spiritual energy within the sage's heart had yet to be completely refined by Russell. If all of it were to be fully refined, aiding Zhongzhou, the sage sighed. Back then, when faced with that formidable power, he had no chance to resist and could only flee like a rat, ultimately dying in Dongzhou. Even now, no one had discovered his remains, and many were unaware of the cause of his death. Russell felt some sympathy for the man. After dedicating his life to reach the sage realm, he met his end at someone else's hands. That year, this sage was full of vigor, causing quite a stir in Zhongzhou. Back then, I was hailed as a prodigy. Unfortunately, even geniuses have their fall. At the Zhongzhou competition, I emerged victorious among countless competitors, and also fell deeply in love with Jiana of the Yi clan. But as fate would have it, Jiana was already betrothed to the Gu clan, one of the most powerful clans in Zhongzhou. The sage sighed again. His once bright future was abruptly cut short before it could bloom, leaving him to perish in tragic circumstances. Seeing the sage, Russell couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Had this man survived, perhaps his legend would echo throughout Zhongzhou. Who among the young geniuses of that era could stand against my sword? To separate Jiana and me, the Gu clan went to great lengths, chasing me all the way to Dongzhou. In desperation, I dissipated all my cultivation to form the sage's heart, hoping for a chance to return someday. Alas, I may never see the downfall of the Gu clan. The sage's tone was filled with regret. Now, his consciousness was on the verge of dissipating entirely. Hearing his story, Russell felt a surge of righteous anger, punching the wall forcefully. To leave this enmity unavenged is unworthy of a true gentleman. Once I ascend to the peak, I will settle this score for you as a token of gratitude. Russell's resolve was firm. The Gu clan's actions were truly egregious. However, if they could eliminate a sage expert, just how powerful were they? Could they be close to the pinnacle of strength in the continent? This thought made Russell frown deeply. Suddenly, the sage hovered beside Russell, whispering in his ear. Whatever you do, don't let the Gu clan see you as a threat. Do you know why the Gu clan has remained powerful for a millennium? Anyone who dared cross them is dead. They've eradicated countless brilliant geniuses. Russell felt a chill. The Gu clan's methods were despicable. A clan like this was indeed a blight on the world. I do not know Glenn's name. In those days, I wandered the four seas without a real name, but everyone knew me as Irvin. Irvin? A majestic and imposing name. Yet it led to this unfortunate end. Suddenly, voices echoed in Russell's mind, and the ancestral sword on his back quivered. Gu clan of Zhongzhou? Truly intriguing. They were infamous for their underhanded tactics. Now they've turned to murdering Zhongzhou's brightest. But compared to the spirit clan of old, the Gu clan is merely a small player who rose later. There's nothing to fear from them. There must be hidden reasons for the Gu clan's rise from obscurity. Much has changed since I left the upper realms. Sullivan seemed well informed about the Gu clan, but did not consider them a threat. Russell frowned. With his current strength, he didn't even qualify to enter Zhongzhou, having barely stabilized himself in Dongzhou. To him, the Gu clan of Zhongzhou seemed incredibly distant. In front of the Gu clan, he was but a tiny leaf, and any talk of vengeance would be laughed off by the Gu clan. Therefore, Russell urgently needed to enhance his strength. Only by reaching the pinnacle could he truly command respect and achieve his goals. Chapter 538, Doug. As he pondered, Doug still felt sorrow and sensitivity. For 1,000 years, he had wandered alone in this ruin. Due to his divine consciousness form, he could only reside in a small world of his own creation. After 1,000 years, his divine consciousness was at the brink of disintegration, with the possibility of vanishing at any moment. Boy, this opportunity is solely yours, and I am not someone who holds grudges. I don't mind you benefiting from it. The upper realm should belong to geniuses like you. When I left, the upper realm was already chaotic. Perhaps your generation can bring about a new era of prosperity. Oh, if you ever meet Myling, tell her I apologize. Doug couldn't fulfill my promise back then, and I didn't want her to investigate my death thoroughly, as it might implicate the entire Yi clan. As he spoke, the stars on Doug's body gradually dimmed, and the aura surrounding him became increasingly faint, as if he were about to dissipate at any moment. Witnessing this, Russell sighed helplessly. What a tragic fate. If Doug were still alive, he might have become a renowned powerhouse throughout Central Continent, known far and wide. Unfortunately, fate didn't favor him. Even a sage realm cultivator met such an untimely end. Had it not been for the treachery of evil people, he wouldn't be in this dire situation now. Just as Russell was about to bid farewell, a series of echoes resounded in his mind. Boy, in fact, I have a way to preserve this fellow's divine consciousness. It might even help reconstruct his physical body later, although all his previous cultivation will be lost. After all, the heart of Sage is now with you, so he must start anew. These words instantly woke Russell up. His eyes widened, and without hesitation, a rebuke echoed in Russell's ears. Next, Russell sat down cross-legged, his arms moving instinctively, emitting beams of light from within him. Suddenly, he bit his finger and directed his essence blood between his eyebrows, imprinting a massive array pattern on the ground. The pattern emitted an ancient aura. Before Russell could react, the spiritual energy in his dantian was stripped away, continuously flowing into the formation to maintain its operation. Russell's face turned pale, and his breathing became shallow. Being abruptly drained of such immense spiritual energy made him feel dizzy and his vision blurred. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he fainted halfway through casting this forbidden technique. At this moment, the heart of Sage played a crucial role. A vast amount of spiritual energy erupted from the heart of Sage, surging into his dantian, replenishing it fully and making it robust. As Russell let out a roar, the ground trembled. In the next second, a red light emerged from within the formation. The red light engulfed Russell, sitting in the center of the formation, channeling his dantian power. Suddenly, Sullivan reminded him, "Take out the spatial ring and incorporate Doug's divine consciousness into it, or it will still be erased." Russell calmly took out the spatial ring. It floated in midair, glowing brightly, and the formation also hovered alongside it, imprint of the vast world once again through Russell's perspective. Given time, when Russell reaches the peak of the upper realm, he might even help Doug reconstruct his physical body, aiding him in returning to his former glory. Of course, this was all for the future. As long as consciousness remains, the body can be restored, although the methods involved are intricate and beyond Russell's current capabilities. The greatest opportunity within the relic had already been seized by Russell. Suddenly, a bright light flashed from inside the coffin, emerging from the rubble like an impatient force bursting forth. Russell reached out to touch the light. In the next instant, a suit of armor erupted from the ruins, hovering before Russell. Gazing at the armor, Russell was momentarily stunned. The armor radiated an ancient aura, along with an indelible war spirit. It was invigorating, instilling reverence. The armor was covered in alarming slashes, suggesting it belonged to Doug. It carried the unyielding battle spirit that Doug had cultivated over his lifetime. Russell touched the armor, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. He then raised his fist and struck the armor with full force. The ground sank under the impact, but the armor remained unscathed, even after 1,000 years, still seeming impenetrable. Since that's the case, I shall inherit this armor, and let it serve its purpose on the battlefield once more. With that, Russell spread his arms, and the armor enveloped him, merging perfectly with his body. A flash of light, and the armor vanished. Yet Russell exuded an unstoppable battle spirit. This time, Russell had single-handedly claimed all the relic's legacies, leaving others as mere spectators who not only gained nothing but risked their lives. At this moment, Godwin stirred beside him, rubbing his head and frowning. The overwhelming pressure from the sage had rendered him unconscious. Upon waking, the surroundings looked devastated, like a battlefield. Godwin glanced at Russell with suspicion, wondering if he had taken the sage's legacy during his unconscious state. He slowly stood up, smiling. "Brother, you sure got lucky, receiving the sage's legacy. If you stir up trouble in Dongzhou later, don't forget about me. Support me." Godwin's words were veiled. He wanted to confirm whether Russell had taken the sage's legacy. In response, Russell feigned ignorance. Brother Bootseye touched the coffin, which released a powerful force, causing you to faint. I stayed by your side and didn't see any opportunities. Upon hearing this, the corners of Godwin's mouth curled slightly, his hand instinctively gripping his saber. He no longer doubted his intentions, killing Russell. Even a child could tell Russell was lying to cover up the truth. But such lies couldn't convince Godwin. "Boy, do you really think your lies will work? Do you think I won't dare kill you? I'll give you one chance. Hand over the sage's legacy, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, I'll leave you with no burial ground." Without waiting for a reply, Godwin drew his saber and lunged at Russell. His attacks were relentless, targeting vital points, giving Russell no room to maneuver. Yet Russell remained calm, standing his ground. Before obtaining the sage's legacy, Godwin might have put up a fight, but now, circumstances had changed drastically. A mere respected one was no match for Russell. Even a peak respected one would not stand a chance. Russell gripped his Eve sword, releasing torrents of sword chi, rushing forward. The sword chi struck Godwin, who was instantly defeated, unable to retaliate. Godwin collapsed, clutching his bleeding chest, eyes filled with defiance. "Who are you? A master's realm yet possessing such astonishing power. Even disciples of the top 3 sects can't achieve this." Still kneeling on one knee, Godwin refused to give up, channeling energy to heal himself. Meanwhile, Russell sheathed his sword, walking casually. "I've already told you, I'm just a wandering cultivator." With these words, Russell prepared to end Godwin's life. At the last moment, Godwin pulled out a pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Its power surged through him, erasing his injuries. Now, with disheveled hair, Godwin stood before Russell, looking almost deranged. Russell remained unperturbed. "I was planning to use this pill after receiving the sage's legacy, to excel in the future martial competition and become a direct disciple. I didn't expect you to appear midway. Please note that this translation adheres to the guidelines provided and maintains the narrative style and structure of the original text." Chapter 540. The ruins collapse. All is ready, only the wind remains. If I eliminate you, I can still grasp the sage's legacy. When that time comes, I will still be able to become a direct disciple. Let me uncover the secrets hidden within you. Godwin took a step forward, and an unceasing stream of energy flowed from him. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes now covered in a bright red hue. His entire body emitted a completely different aura from before. Suddenly, the surrounding space also began to destabilize. In the front hall, the supporting pillars crumbled with a thunderous roar, turning the place into ruins in the blink of an eye. Consequently, both men involuntarily soared into the air. The space within the sage's relics was starting to collapse slowly. This small world could not bear the pressure brought by the venerable realm. Moreover, Godwin had taken a mysterious pill, which caused his aura to remain at the peak of the venerable realm. It wouldn't be long before this small world would completely collapse, sweeping everyone into spatial turbulence. Additionally, it had previously been stabilized by Doug's. Now that they were in hibernation, the collapse of this small world was inevitable. As Russell pondered, Godwin lifted his fist and lunged straight ahead with overwhelming force, forcefully pushing Russell back hundreds of feet. Russell felt a searing pain in his arms, but this punch instead ignited his fighting spirit. Suddenly, a burst of fighting spirit erupted from Russell, enveloping him in a golden glow that distorted the surrounding space. A relentless surge of sword chi emerged from his body, forming intricate threads of sword chi before him. With the situation urgent, he needed to resolve this quickly. Russell placed his hands at his sides and circulated the vast sea within his dantian. Energy surged within, causing powerful forces to swirl. Suddenly, lotus flowers materialized around him, intertwining with threads of sword chi and bolts of lightning. Standing not far away, Godwin felt the immense power contained within these lotuses. Though his mind was clouded, even he was momentarily stunned by the vast power, unable to move. As Russell's arm fell, the lotuses erupted and raced toward Godwin. An awe-inspiring explosion ensued, consuming the sky with flames. Within this fiery sea, torrential sword chi mixed with devastating lightning. Russell retreated several dozen steps, surprised by the magnitude of his own power. After the flames subsided, Godwin's body lay on the ground, battered and broken. Had it not been for the pill that boosted his strength, he might have perished. Now barely conscious, Godwin opened his eyes one last time, examining Russell without resentment. Even as an inner disciple of the top 3 sects, and despite being under the guidance of personal disciples, none had ever pressured him like this unknown youth did. From start to finish, Godwin lacked the means to resist and remained at a disadvantage. That last move made him realize the true gap between them. Russell walked forward slowly. On the path of martial arts, life and death are unpredictable. You should consider yourself fortunate to serve as stepping stone for me. With those words, Russell drew the Eve sword again. One strike down. Godwin met his end within the ruins. A loud roar echoed as the space around them began to collapse. Cracks spread beneath Godwin's body, and the spatial rifts engulfed him. Russell looked up, observing the sudden changes in the surroundings. Just as he prepared to leave the ruins, he felt something was amiss. He had left Patrick inside the cave, and if he didn't save him, Patrick would surely die within the collapsing ruins. Thus, Russell flew swiftly towards the other end of the ruins. At this moment, Patrick inside the cave felt the ground shaking violently. Opening his eyes with confusion, after days of recuperation, the hidden illnesses in his body had healed. Fighting the Earth Dragon earlier had given him some insights into martial arts. Previously, his chi and blood had fluctuated, but now they were more solidified. When he regained his senses, he looked around confusedly as the cave shook violently. Spatial cracks appeared around him, splitting the space. Patrick's face changed drastically. He didn't know what tremendous event was happening within the ruins. As he prepared to leave the cave, a barrier of force blocked his way. No matter how he struck it, he couldn't penetrate the barrier. Trapped within, Patrick pounded on the seal before him with his fists, filled with frustration. Graceaster! My illustrious reputation cannot end in such a forsaken place? I didn't even get to see the inheritance within the ruins. What bad luck. Should have checked the almanac today. Patrick's efforts proved futile against the seal, and as spatial cracks closed in on him, he abandoned resistance. There was nothing he could do. Brother Edgarn, I can't accompany you on your journey through East Continent. From now on, you may have to face everything alone. Facing the seal, Patrick's expression turned melancholic. Eventually, he turned his head away, accepting twice, both caused by Russell himself. Of course, Russell would never admit to it lest it tarnish his noble image. The relic space is about to collapse. We must leave this place immediately. If we are caught in the spatial chaos, we'll die without understanding why. As he spoke, a huge vortex appeared overhead, devouring everything around it. Without hesitation, Russell shot upwards into the sky, vanishing instantly. Seeing this, Ned quickly followed, along with countless other cultivators who rushed to escape. In the end, everyone left the relic space. Outside the relic space, dusk had descended over the Kariset Mountains. The evening glow painted a magnificent scene along the mountain edges. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the mountains. The barrier covering the relic site collapsed, and the ruins inside crumbled into a heap of rubble. Moments later, a colossal spatial rift appeared over the Kariset Mountains, filled with chaotic currents that engulfed the entire relic site. Those watching were taken aback. Could it be that something happened inside the relic? Why did the relic space suddenly collapse? Someone voiced their confusion. They had been closely monitoring the situation outside the relic all day, afraid that any unexpected changes might occur. Nicola was first to step forward, intending to investigate herself, but Inrani held her back. Miss, there's danger ahead. With your current realm, if you get caught in the spatial chaos, you won't survive. I can't answer to the head of the family if anything happens to you. The clerk used his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier around Nicola, who pounded on it anxiously. But Russell is still inside the Saint Relic. If he gets caught in the spatial chaos, he won't survive either. Nicola clenched her fists tightly, helpless to save him. She could only hope for a miracle. If fate does not favor him and he dies in the spatial chaos, it means he wasn't destined to become an absolute powerhouse. Miss, you must manage the commerce in the future and cannot take risks. There's nothing I can do, said the clerk. In this vast world, geniuses fall all the time. Miss, there's no need to mourn for a fallen genius, he added, staring at the spatial chaos. He knew well that once caught in the chaos, survival was almost impossible. As everyone was lost in despair, a brilliant light flashed across the sky, radiating hope. Then, a vortex appeared, from which numerous figures emerged. Leading them was Russell. Seeing Russell, Nicola's heart finally eased, and a long-awaited smile spread across her face. Kid, who would have thought his luck was so strong? Looks like he's bound to become a powerful force. Wonder how much he gained from the Saint Relic, muttered the clerk, dissolving the barrier. Then Nicola rushed towards the sky. You little brat. Why did this relic collapse suddenly? Looking back at the crumbling relic, Russell felt a sense of having narrowly escaped death. It seems someone broke through to the venerable realm, disrupting the original rules of the relic. That instability led to its collapse, robbing us of any gains. Russell feigned regret, but Nicola saw through him immediately, her expression scornful. You think you can fool me with that act? You have enough prowess to secure anything you want from the relic. No one in this realm could stop you. I bet you got the most significant inheritance within, Nicola said with a smirk, fully aware of Russell's true capabilities. Not only in his own realm, even venerable level experts might struggle against him. Russell scratched his head, realizing it was impossible to hide anything from her piercing gaze. It felt like she could see right through him. Let's avoid talking about such matters here where everyone is watching. These people all harbor ill intentions. Who knows if they might try to kill for profit? Nicholas scanned the crowd warily. Everyone had come seeking the legacy within the relic, and finding nothing, they wouldn't give up easily. But Russell had been cautious earlier, always wearing a mask to prevent drawing attention. Thus, no one knew his identity, allowing him to blend in undetected, even hiding it from Ned. Hashtag chapter 542. The Amberley appears. Just as everyone was preparing to leave the Cariset mountain range, it suddenly began to tremble violently. In the depths of the mountain range, birds and beasts scattered in all directions. The demonic beasts let out deep roars, and dark clouds surged from every corner, obscuring everything. A powerful aura emanated from the heart of the Cariset mountain range, enveloping the entire region. The overwhelming pressure spread across the sky. Even the peak venerable realm experts present found it hard to adjust to this pressure at first. Who dares to act recklessly in the Cariset mountain range? Do you think this place is ownerless and can be entered and left at will? To cause such a commotion, if I do not show myself, would you dare to trample over my territory? As these words rang out, from the depths of the mountain range, countless demonic beasts began to howl. A massive figure appeared, looking like a giant ape radiating purple light. The Amberley's aura was overwhelming, his fur bristling, showing extreme anger. The demonic beasts behind him roared in unison, quickly surrounding everyone within the Cariset mountain range. Caught between wolves in front and tigers behind, everyone was in a dire situation, with no way to advance or retreat. Everyone was trapped in a deadlock. Russell gazed at the Amberley, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him. It seemed this Amberley had reached the peak quasi-saint realm, only one step away from becoming a sage. Even his subordinates were mostly at the peak venerable realm. A wave of demonic beasts could obliterate everyone in an instant. The situation became perilous, throwing everyone into disarray. Your Majesty, we did not mean to offend. We only came here seeking the blessings left by Inrani. For that, we deeply apologize. In the future, we will never set foot in the Cariset mountain range again. Please forgive us and grant us a path to escape. Suddenly, a peak venerable realm expert stepped forward, attempting to reason with the Amberley. However, the Amberley paid no heed to his words and condensed a beam of purple light in his hand. In an instant, the beam struck the peak venerable realm expert, turning him to ashes, completely erasing his divine consciousness. Everyone present sucked in a cold breath, realizing that the Amberley's actions left no room for negotiation. A mere venerable realm expert dares to negotiate with this king? If a sage among your human race were to intervene, perhaps I might consider sparing you. Besides, human cultivators are always deceitful, having killed countless demon lives. And today, you dared to create such chaos in my territory. Do you think I am without temper, letting you run wild indefinitely? Fred charged at the Amberley without hesitation. Tears welled up in Nicola's eyes. She knew this was a last-ditch effort on Fred's part. Without hesitation, she flew toward the exit of the mountain range, with Russell following closely behind. Given his current strength, Russell had no place in such a battle against the Amberley. Unfortunately, Russell was still too weak, unable to stand against a sage. But there were always stronger beings out there. Even in the Central Plains, there were individuals who could kill sages in an instant. At that moment, the ancestral sword on Russell's back quivered slightly. Darren seemed to have something to say. Boy, a mere quasi-saint throws you into such a panic? How shameful. Remember, you carry the mark left by a peerless master. This mark is your trump card. Even a fraction of its power is enough to kill this Amberley 1,000 times over. Darren reminded him. Russell suddenly recalled the mark planted on him by a supreme being in the Despair Sea. If not for Darren's reminder, he would have forgotten. But using the mark on this Amberley seems like a waste. The mark was Russell's ultimate self-preservation technique, capable of instantly killing even a sage, giving him an edge in the world. Who says this mark can only be used once? That's your narrow view. When I studied ancient texts, Darren continued. Hashtag chapter 543, the power of the imprint. Sullivan then elaborated on the method to Russell in a continuous stream. In short, you only need to extract a tiny bit of energy from within the imprint to annihilate this Kelly. However, this process demands an extremely high requirement for your physical body. Any slightest misstep could result in your soul being dispersed into the wind. After all, the energy intertwined within the imprint is terrifyingly powerful. Even at my peak, I might not be a match for the creature lurking beneath the sea of despair. It was the first time Sullivan admitted a disadvantage. When he stepped into the sea of despair, the creature below instantly saw through him and even discerned all of Russell's secrets. Although that peerless expert did not leave you any inheritance, this imprint is undoubtedly something countless people yearn for. You can venture into the upper realm alone, and this imprint will protect you. After a few moments, Russell turned to glance at Nicola behind him, tightly grabbing her hand, his eyes displaying unwavering resolve. Miss Edgarou, you wouldn't want to see that Clark die by the Kelly's hands, would you? Perhaps I can kill that Kelly. Saying this, Russell had ample confidence. The power of the imprint could obliterate even beings above the sage level. What more a peak quasi-sage Kelly? It was no problem at all. Nicola, however, showed a look of astonishment. To her, it was an entirely impossible feat. Don't joke around. If we don't leave now, Turner might have died in vain. When the Kelly catches up, we won't be able to escape from Carryset Mountain Range. I will make that Kelly pay with blood after we leave the Carryset Mountain Range. I will turn the entire mountain range upside down. Clearly, Nicola was a person who valued righteousness and loyalty. After all, Turner sacrificed his life for her sake. In contrast, Russell had no intention of leaving. Moreover, given Turner's strength, even if he fought tenaciously, he couldn't hold out against a peak quasi-sage Kelly for long. Better to turn back and fight their way through with bloodshed. Before Master toured the 10,000 worlds, he left me in Dragon City Pass and sealed an imprint within me. In times of dire need, this imprint can unleash his full attack, which would easily obliterate the Kelly. Upon hearing this, Nicola revealed another look of shock. She speculated that Russell's master must be a being even stronger than a sage. A full-strength attack from such a powerhouse would undoubtedly annihilate the Kelly effortlessly. Miss Edgarou, I owe you so much, and it's time for me to repay you. Anyone who dares to stop me this time, kill without mercy. Thus, Russell walked resolutely toward the depths of the Carryset Mountain Range. His silhouette, illuminated by faint light, appeared incredibly towering. At this moment, intense killing intent enveloped his entire body. With disheveled hair, he resembled a god of death, moving against everyone else. Deep within the Carryset Mountain Range, Turner stood with his hands clasped behind his back, blocking the path of the Kelly. He gazed at the Kelly before him without showing any hint of fear. Using his life to protect Nicola's safety fulfilled his duty. A newly entered quasi-sage realm? Even if this king spares you today, how long do you think you will live? You reek of death. Killing you would only sully this king's hands. With those words, the Kelly transformed into human form. To everyone's surprise, it turned out to be a handsome Gillis in white robes, exuding an air of grace and elegance, markedly different from his earlier brutish appearance. Turner remained silent. Even though the Kelly didn't take him seriously, he still tried to delay the Kelly as much as possible, even if it meant losing his life in the Carryset Mountain Range. In the next second, Turner's figure flashed and vanished before everyone's eyes. Conversely, the Kelly continued to stand firmly in place like a towering mountain, undeterred by Turner's aggressive move. You are just making a fool of yourself, playing tricks. With those words, the Kelly reached out through the air. The next moment, Turner appeared suspended in midair, tightly held by the Kelly's grip on his neck. Despite using every trick he knew, Turner could not break free. Suddenly, the situation grew tense. Any slight movement from the Kelly could end Turner's life. However, the Kelly did not act immediately. Instead, he stared at Turner with a mocking expression, hooking his chin with a hand in disdain. Humans like you are always so righteous, putting yourselves in harm's way regardless of your lives. Do you really think you can save those few children? Soon, this king will bring them one by one to your face, slowly torturing them to death, to settle old blood debts. This clearly touched the Kelly's sore spot. Previously, when human cultivators practiced in the outskirts of the Carryset Mountain Range, the Kelly never interfered. He understood that there were powerful figures among human cultivators who would not tolerate widespread destruction. Such actions would inevitably provoke retaliation from human powerhouses. Therefore, the Kelly often stayed hidden deep within the Carryset Mountain Range, ignoring everything and focusing on his cultivation to reach the sage realm. Once he achieved sage status, he would gain the power to challenge the top 3 sects, and no longer would the Carryset Mountain Range need to endure humiliation or expand its territory. Today, human cultivators dared to trample on his territory and cause such a commotion. If he ignored it now, more humans would come later. At that point, the Carryset Mountain Range would never be peaceful again. For the sake of the Carryset Mountain Range, the Kelly decided to make an example today to remind everyone that a peak quasi-sage Kelly still resided within. Boldness. If you dare harbor any thoughts of rebellion, the 10,000 Treasures Merchant Guild will never let you off. They might even eliminate the entire Carryset Mountain Range. With your peak quasi-sage power, you can indeed flex your muscles in these remote areas. But at the quasi-sage level, you're still nothing in Central Prefecture. Seeing this, Turner suddenly shouted angrily, glaring fiercely at the Kelly with eyes full of killing intent. If not for his limited strength, he would have killed the Kelly at all costs. Chapter 544, Confronting the Amberly. Doomed man. Truly irritating. I, your king, am about to step into the realm of a sage. Within this vast dongzhou, who could possibly contend with me? Beast races naturally have stronger physiques compared to human cultivators. Beasts capable of advancing to the sage realm possess relatively powerful bloodlines. Even as a newly minted sage, they can rival perfected sages. Over many years, the Carryset Mountain Range has always kept a low profile, and no one was willing to confront the Amberly. After all, dealing with an almost perfected sage-level Amberly is an arduous and thankless task. As he finished speaking, a red light surged in the Amberly's hand, laced with intense killing intent. The faint red glow cast upon his side face, revealing a cold and sinister expression. In the next second, the Amberly hurled the red light towards Turner. If struck by this red light, even if one survived, severe injuries were almost guaranteed. At the critical moment, a sudden gust of wind blew from the sky, making the deep trees in the Carryset Mountain Range sway continuously. The dark clouds overhead were also blown apart. The Amberly gazed around, feeling his scalp tingle with unease and a sense of foreboding. Then, a figure blocked Turner, none other than Russell. His hair fell on his shoulders, and the fierce wind lifted the strands between his brows, revealing resolute eyes filled with determination. Russell extended his hand, blocking forward as ancestral sword chi erupted like a flood, surging 1,000 miles without stopping. Threads of sword chi directly shielded Russell, while the battle armor he had obtained in the sage relic proved crucial. With a mental command, the battle armor covered his body, emitting fervent fighting spirit. At this moment, Russell gave off an air of supremacy, a charisma unmatched by commoners. With a thunderous roar, the red light struck Russell's body. In an instant, a sea of flames engulfed him, the explosion sweeping through the skies above the Khariset mountain range. The sound echoed for a long time. When the firelight finally dissipated, so did the noise. Up in the sky stood Russell, not a speck of dust on him, radiating an awe-inspiring presence as if all mortals were insignificant before him. An all-out strike from an almost perfected sage was powerless against Russell. Turner beside him was stunned, gazing at Russell in disbelief, scrutinizing him thoroughly. A peak master able to withstand an almost perfected sage without a scratch. Boy, why come back? You know it's a death trap, yet you insist on coming to your doom? This isn't the time to be a hero. If you don't leave now, no one can help you. I'm someone who cherishes talent. If you mistreat my young mistress in the future, even in the netherworld, I won't let you off easily. Turner barked. He glared fiercely at Russell, furious that the opportunity he bought with his life resulted in Russell voluntarily stepping into a death trap. Russell glanced back, forming a luminous thread at his fingertips, dispelling the binding force on Turner. In the future, take care of your young mistress yourself. I don't have such abilities to serve her. Today, I will destroy this Amberly. Having said that, Russell stepped forward unhesitatingly. One step caused the entire sky to tremble. Edgar Yin Yen rushed up, supporting Turner's shoulder. During the earlier encounter, Turner was already gravely injured. Given his condition, he couldn't obstruct the Amberly. Turner. He has a plan. Let's wait and see. At worst, we die together in the Khariset mountain range. Though she knew Russell was only a peak master, she stood behind him without hesitation. For some reason, standing beside Russell gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Turner sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Now, he could only pray. This seemed entirely impossible. Throughout history, Turner had never heard of a prodigy defeating an almost perfected sage at peak master level. If such an event occurred, the 10,000 Treasure Commerce Guild would spare no effort to recruit Russell. This once-in-a-millennia genius could rewrite history. His emergence could thoroughly disrupt the current order of the upper realm. But it was completely impossible. At that moment, the Amberly strolled forward, examining Russell with an amused look, his eyes full of disdain. Knowing there's a tiger in the mountain, you still dare to go? Just a peak master daring to swagger before me? Have you grown tired of living? Seeking thrill? For years, people have forgotten my past might. Now, even a peak master dares to challenge me. Since you've come, stay here. Finished speaking. The Amberly lunged forward with lightning speed. Russell's appearance had ignited his fury. If an equally strong opponent appeared, the Amberly wouldn't be provoked. But Russell, a mere peak master, daring to stand front and center seriously tarnished his dignity as Amberly. Don't you find it degrading for a peaked sage Amberly to attack a master realm? You only bully the weak. If it were a sage, would you dare speak so arrogantly? Shameless wretch. At this moment, Russell called out to Darren within his sea of consciousness. Without unleashing the mark's power, he would surely be obliterated by the Amberly. Even a single punch from this Amberly could instantly shatter his tendons and bones. The power disparity was too vast. Why panic? Never seen anything significant? Let this fearless fool rant a bit more. He'll cause no waves anyway, Darren sounded casual. Recalling his prime, even peak sages didn't qualify to meet him. At this critical juncture, Russell clenched his fists. If Darren faltered, he'd not only die but also endanger everyone behind him. Finally, he closed his eyes. Edgarf and death hung in the balance. Hashtag chapter 545. The demise of the Amberly. Suddenly, a fierce wind started to swirl around Russell. Centering on his body, the surrounding space began to distort. Russell closed his eyes, sensing the surging waves of power within his Danteon sea. Abruptly, he felt something missing in his mind. He projected his divine consciousness and saw a fingernail-sized streak of golden light floating out. This golden light contained an immense amount of energy. Russell's face showed disbelief. Previously, he had no knowledge of the mark's power. He only knew that it was some contingency left by an extraordinary powerhouse. Seeing the mark's power firsthand left him utterly awestruck by its formidable energy. In all of Dongzhou, who could withstand the might of this mark? With the mark's power, Russell could even dominate Dongzhou. In the next second, countless threads of golden light slowly floated out. One thread was extracted using Sullivan's secret technique. The golden light drifted from Russell's mind and ultimately attached itself to the Geno sword. From start to finish, Russell felt like nothing more than a tool. He sensed a sudden weakness wash over him, almost as if he were about to fall asleep. His Danteon sea remained full, but he still felt weak. His divine consciousness seemed stripped away. Just now, I separated part of your divine consciousness, simultaneously extracting the mark's power. Although this move has caused you some damage, this is the best way under the circumstances. Now, just admire my performance and watch how I slay this demon. A mere little this kid, both in talent and temperament, is exceptional. But the central continent is murky waters. How many geniuses have fallen here? If his talent becomes too dazzling, the major families will likely perceive him as a threat and eliminate him at all costs. In short, it all depends on fate. Isaya's eyes turned hazy. Even he couldn't fathom the thoughts of those powerful families. Yet, Russell had brought them surprise after surprise. Who knows, he might truly become a force that stirs the central continent. For now, the only thing they could do for Russell was to suppress this secret, ensuring those ill-intentioned families don't notice anything unusual. On the other side, at Khariset mountain range, the situation reversed dramatically. The Amberly found himself at a disadvantage, staring at the massive sword above him, his blood trembling. That overwhelming pressure came from deep within, stripping him of any will to resist. He glanced back at Khariset mountain range behind him, his gaze becoming resolute. If he turned back, Khariset mountain range would be destroyed, and he would end up like a fleeing stray dog. It was his life's work. He couldn't let it all go to waste. Thus, the Amberly stepped forward. One step, and mountains shattered. One master realm making a fuss? You think some noise can scare me? To die. The Amberly charged ahead. An overwhelming aura erupted, colliding with the giant sword. Sword chi cascaded down like floodwaters onto the Amberly. Finally, the giant sword cleaved through the Amberly, splitting Kariset mountain range in two. Deep within the mountain range, a 1,000-meter-wide canyon formed, filled with overwhelming sword chi. Moments later, the golden light condensed giant sword dissipated, leaving a huge fissure in the sky, a sight that struck fear into everyone. The Amberly lay dead, his body on the ground, devoid of all energy, his divine consciousness completely erased. To the beasts of Kariset mountain range, this was complete devastation. With the Amberly dead, their protector had fallen. Undoubtedly, human cultivators would invade the mountain range. They would lose their home. Alternatively, a new ruler might rise in Kariset mountain range. After all, with its 1,000-year history, order wouldn't easily crumble. Witnessing this, all the beasts scattered. Without their leader, they couldn't fight anymore. Suddenly, the beasts in the air flooded into every direction of the mountain range. This battle ended narrowly. If not for Russell's ace, today would have been catastrophic, and Isaiah surely would have perished. Chapter 546, comatose for 3 days. At this moment, the Zushi sword also reigned in its blazing sword chi, suddenly losing its luster and retreating back into the scabbard on Russell's back. Isaiah reached out with a hint of curiosity to touch the Zushi sword before him. However, the Zushi sword abruptly emitted a burst of sword chi, forcefully repelling Isaiah. This object is absolutely extraordinary. Not even the realm of Sage could cultivate such a wondrous sword. This boy harbors an incalculable number of secrets, Isaiah marveled. At this moment, a faint trace of sword chi still lingered at his fingertips. His curiosity about Russell's identity only deepened. Who could raise such an outstanding successor and leave such powerful safeguards on his body? It was surely not an ordinary person but a prominent figure known throughout Zhongzhou. Let me fetch something. Isaiah dove down and rummaged through the Kelly's body, retrieving a demonic core. Inside the demonic core lay immense spiritual energy. If auctioned at the 10,000 Treasures Trade Union, it would certainly stir up excitement among the peak Venerable Realm experts from surrounding cities. Possessing this core could help a peak Venerable Realm expert break through their bottleneck and enter the Near Sage realm. However, this item rightfully belonged to Russell, as he was the one who defeated the Kelly. After resolving this mess, they immediately returned to Launching Pass. The Kariset Mountains, after experiencing this great battle, had turned into a complete wasteland. Dense smoke filled the sky above the mountains. This battle left an indelible shadow in every beast's heart. Several days later, inside Launching Pass, Russell, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. As he attempted to get up, he felt a tearing sensation in his mind, causing dizziness. Where am I? He scanned his surroundings, focusing on the bedside. At this moment, Nicola was sleeping soundly, her head resting on the edge of his bed. Russell moved cautiously, careful not to disturb Nicola. Above the wall, the Zushi sword glowed white, and a voice echoed in his mind. Boy, you've slept for 3 whole days. This girl was kind enough to stay awake and care for you all this time. Where did you get such good fortune that a woman would be so devoted to you? Darren's words carried a sour tone mixed with rebuke. If you hadn't hidden the side effects of stripping the mark from me, would I have ended up like this? Now my divine sense has weakened somewhat. It might take over a year to fully recover. Russell silently rebuked, remembering the feeling when the mark was stripped from him. It was as if his soul had been split in two. Without my intervention, do you think you would have survived leaving the Kariset Mountains? You speak easily now, making sarcastic remarks after the fact. Even Darren didn't anticipate the significant side effects. After all, this method came from ancient books, and whether it would succeed was uncertain. Consider it a lucky coincidence. Looks like you don't have good intentions. Russell gave a cold snort and quietly slipped out of bed. Suddenly, sounds came from outside the door. Recently, I saw Miss bring a man back. She stays by his bedside every day. Many outstanding calls within Launching Pass couldn't attract Mrs. attention. What makes this man so special? Don't you know? It's Russell, who made waves recently in Launching Pass by defeating a Venerable Realm expert at master level. Only someone with such talent can be considered a match for our miss. We maids shouldn't speculate about matters of the adults. Walls have ears, and we might invite trouble. Upon hearing this, Russell fell silent. Soon, this news would spread throughout Launching Pass. There were many admirers of Nicola, and some self-important individuals wouldn't view Russell highly. Many people thought Russell was alone, with only a half-dead Pancher Security Bureau backing him, thus not taking him seriously. Russell rubbed his head. Behind him, sounds began again. Nicola rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Russell. You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days. If you didn't wake up, I really thought something happened to you. For those 3 days, Nicola had been personally taking care of everything. While servants volunteered to help, she refused, fearing any mishap, so she took meticulous care of him throughout. Thank you, Miss Edgarou, for your efforts these past few days. When Edgarn has the time, I'll arrange a table at Zue Xianju and invite Miss Edgarou. Russell clasped his hands together and avoided meeting Nicola's eyes. Then, Nicola pulled out a purple glowing demonic core from her sleeve and handed it to Russell. This core comes from the Kelly. It's rightfully yours. You should refine it soon. Keeping it on you draws too much attention and might attract ill-intentioned people. A near sage peak demonic core was incredibly valuable, possibly worth the entire Launching Pass. Russell stowed away the core. After 3 days of unconsciousness, he felt his spiritual energy more solid, sensing an imminent breakthrough. Miss Edgarou, please find me a secluded room. I want to see if I can break through to the Venerable Realm. Upon hearing this, Nicola was surprised. Not long ago, Russell had just crossed into the peak master level, and now he showed signs of breaking through to the Venerable Realm. Such martial talent was rare even across all of Zhongzhou. Thus, Nicola arranged a sealed room for Russell inside the 10,000 Treasures Trade Union. The room was bare, but the walls were made of special material that completely isolated his aura from the outside world. It also contained a formation to gather heaven and earth's essence. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Russell began circulating the sea of chi within his dantian. Currently, he had no plans to refine the demonic core. Given his current state, refining it now would be too extravagant, a sheer waste. Chapter 547. Ascending to the Venerable Realm. In the future, when he breaks through to the quasi-saint realm, consuming Achilles' inner core would make it even more efficient. Inside the secret chamber, Russell sat cross-legged, channeling his dantian chi and adjusting himself to the optimal state. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged through every meridian in Russell's body. His dantian was already brimming with energy. Russell clenched both fists and roared, veins bulging across his forehead, exuding an intense aura that made the entire chamber tremble. Within the tower of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Venerable Denver was leisurely drinking tea when he suddenly jerked, spilling his drink. This kid is making such a fuss just for ascending to the Venerable Realm. He might just tear down the entire Wanbao Chamber. Unperturbed, the Rani shifted his gaze to Nicola standing ahead. Denver, Russell will soon leave Launching Pass. Once he steps into the Venerable Realm, he'll likely possess power on par with peak Venerables. Among the geniuses of the upper realms, how many can keep up with him? This Gillis has good outcomes. The Rani remained silent, prioritizing Nicola's safety above all. Meanwhile, inside the secret chamber, Russell's dantian continued expanding. His aura, previously intense, now calmed. Suddenly, he stretched out his arms, releasing an explosive surge of energy. A thunderous boom shook the chamber walls. Then, Russell clasped his hands together, calming the released energy. Finally reached the Venerable Realm. With this strength, few below the quasi-saint level can match me. He felt the boundless power flowing within his meridians. Just a casual punch shattered the wall. Russell looked at his fist, a wicked smile spreading across his face. What spectacle would Shocking Thunder 3000 create now? Then, he left the Wanbao chamber. At the entrance, he saw Nicola. Miss Edgarou. Thank you. Russell clasped his hands in gratitude. The Wanbao chamber provided significant assistance while he stayed in Launching Pass. Without it, he wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. Regardless, he would never forget their kindness. Nicola glanced at him, then picked up a bracelet from the table. Brother Edgarn, use this bracelet to contact me if you need anything. In this vast world, there's nothing the Wanbao chamber can't procure. Russell took the bracelet. This connection brought him much convenience. Thank you, Miss Edgarou. After being unconscious for days, I need to return to Pancher Escort Agency quickly. He left the chamber. For several days, Russell had disappeared without a trace, neglecting his duties at the escort agency. Shortly, Russell arrived at Pancher Escort Agency. Compared to before, the place buzzed with more life due to the Launching Branches addition. With a Venerable Realm expert present and Russell's newfound strength, Pancher could become a top force in Launching Pass. But Russell had grander ambitions beyond this small town. The world was vast and full of wonders. Even Dongzhou alone offered enough exploration for a while. Walking into Pancher, the former decay was gone, replaced by well-ordered operations under Chavez's management. Chavez had been waiting for Russell's return. In the hall, all guards had waited long for him. As Russell stepped in, everyone's eyes fell on him. Everyone here is my senior. There's no need to be so formal. Let's continue as usual. I've brought back a generous gift today. As he spoke, Russell produced a spatial ring from his sleeve. Chapter 548. Haskell Mountain Empire. Immediately after, Russell threw the spatial ring to Chavez. The spatial ring contains secret techniques I painstakingly gathered. The scripture hall of the Rocksteady Escort Agency is currently vacant, and these techniques can certainly enrich it. Everyone should spend more time studying them. In the future, the Rocksteady Escort Agency will surely transcend Launching Pass and become a major power in East Continent. Chavez stretched out his hands to receive the spatial ring. It felt heavy in his hands. When he looked up at Russell, admiration was evident in his eyes. Despite being in Rani, since their life or death duel, he had been completely impressed by Russell's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forsaken his achievements in Launching Pass and joined the Rocksteady Escort Agency. He firmly believed that following Russell would provide a stage far beyond Launching Pass. With his talent, he could only reach the Venerable Realm if he spent his whole life cultivating. Without patronage from someone like Russell, he might never have such opportunities. To him, Russell was that patron. Russell's talent alone was enough to surpass him. Just a few days apart, the aura emanating from Russell filled him with fear. If they were to fight now, Russell's physical prowess alone would be enough to crush him. Desi, now that the demonic disciples have retreated, this is the best opportunity for us to develop. What are your orders? Chavez clasped his fists together. He understood that Russell wouldn't remain confined to Launching Pass. Matters concerning the Rocksteady Escort Agency needed to be managed by him. Chavez volunteered to take on some of the burden for Russell. Edgardal Chuan. With your insight, you've managed the Dragon City Escort Agency perfectly, so I'm confident you can handle the Rocksteady Escort Agency. After this, I might not intervene in the affairs of the Rocksteady Escort Agency. This responsibility will fall on your shoulders. Russell placed his hand on Chavez's shoulder. Chavez bent over, not daring to look up at Russell. Before Chavez could respond, sounds came from outside the door. The Henry has personally visited. Then, a guard rushed into the hall in 3 large strides. The Henry held considerable influence within Launching Pass. In many people's eyes, peak Venerable Realm cultivators were top-tier figures, and even unattainable by most. Hearing this, Russell turned his head, his gaze as calm as water. Unnecessary kindness often implied ulterior motives. Furthermore, there wasn't much connection between him and the Henry except for matters concerning the Sage Relic. Was the Henry here because of the Sage Relic? After all, White Flower Valley gained nothing from the Sage Relic. While pondering, the Henry appeared at the entrance. Young friend Edgarn, It's been a long time. All safe and well? That last time was truly perilous. Had it not been for a quasi-sage stepping in, we would have perished in Carryset Mountains. A few days ago, in Carryset Mountains, Turner single-handedly blocked the Amberleys' attack, giving those Carsons a chance to escape. Without Turner's bravery, everyone might have met their end. Henry, what brings you to the Rocksteady Escort Agency? Russell's demeanor remained composed. I just came to pay my respects to the Rocksteady Escort Agency, considering you are a significant force in Launching Pass. Since leaving the Sage Relic, White Flower Valley has been influenced by fellow Daoist Edgarn's willpower, dedicating itself entirely to cultivation. Had it not been for fellow Daoist Edgarn's guidance, this lad wouldn't have enlightened so quickly. The Henry's eyes kept glancing around, suggesting something unspeakable. Noticing this, Russell waved his hand and led the Henry to the backyard. Surrounded by mountains and streams, Russell spoke directly. Henry, speak your mind. No need to beat around the bush with me. Since the departure of the demonic disciples, the Henry had diligently focused on managing the city. Previously, someone committing crimes under his nose had already challenged his authority. Combined with the recent changes in Launching Pass's power dynamics, Russell's Rocksteady Escort Agency had risen to prominence. Russell's extraordinary talent threatened the Henry's position. In time, the Rocksteady Escort Agency might replace the Henry's residence, changing his status. Actually, the Henry was too narrow-minded. Russell hadn't given the Henry residence a second thought and wouldn't interfere with matters within Launching Pass in the future. So, let's be straightforward. With young friend Edgarn's talent, you will surpass me one day. Launching Pass won't be able to contain you, especially after gaining benefits from the Sage Relic. Your prospects are boundless. Before the Henry finished speaking, Russell interrupted. Henry, rest assured, the Rocksteady Escort Agency will never threaten the Henry residence. You can continue ruling Launching Pass as usual. Not only that, I won't stay long in Launching Pass. It's just a turning point for me. Russell was crystal clear about his plans. A genuine smile appeared on the Henry's face. He had misjudged Russell. One more thing to request from young friend Edgarn. Upon hearing this, Russell frowned and fixed his gaze on the Henry, who forced a smile. Fellow Daoist, Launching Pass belongs to the Haskell Mountain Empire. Although I'm the Henry, we must annually pay tribute to the Haskell Mountain Empire, which drains half of our treasury. Recently, Emperor Haskell decreed a martial contest called Haskell Mountain Martial Competition, aiming to select outstanding individuals from various cities for cultivation and representing each city's standing. As this matter is critical, Launching Pass must also send an outstanding individual to participate in the Haskell Mountain Martial Competition. Chapter 549, Blood Oath. Hearing this, Russell's frown deepened as he regarded the Henry with a serious expression. The Imperial tournament was not something that concerned him much. Moreover, he had no desire to get involved in conflicts between empires. During his time in the 3,000 small worlds, he had witnessed endless power struggles within the empire. Many people were blinded by ambition and power, their eyes clouded by greed. Russell had long seen through such squabbles. With his current talent, he might astonish Douglas, which could inadvertently drag him into the empire's internal strife. So? Are you asking me to fight on behalf of Launching Pass? Wouldn't it be better to have Malik fight for us? His strength is enough to stand out among the younger generation. Though his talent isn't remarkable, within an empire like ours, he can still be considered an outstanding figure. Russell shifted all responsibility onto Malik. In the future, Launching Pass would have nothing to do with him, so why should he waste effort on it? It would be thankless work. Since his last guidance, Malik had grown. Although he couldn't secure the top spot, his participation would stabilize Launching Pass's standing in Douglas's eyes. It was evident that the Henry had ambitions. He wanted to use Russell's talent to impress Douglas and elevate Launching Pass's status in Jacob's eyes. This way, Launching Pass could receive various resources granted by Douglas. Russell saw through the Henry's intentions immediately, thus being wary from the start. After all, there's always an ulterior motive behind unsolicited kindness. Daoist Edgarn, Malik is indeed impressive within Launching Pass, but in the vast world, he's just a grain of sand. If you were to participate, Launching Pass's status would be guaranteed. The Henry danced around the subject, reluctant to offend Russell openly given his identity and strength. After all, Russell had the support of the 10,000 Treasures Guild. The guild had shown its willingness to intervene at any cost, even at odds with the Henry's residence. Thus, as Henry, he could only discuss this matter with Russell diplomatically. Daoist Edgarn, don't rush to decide. I heard that there are other rewards besides the championship this time. The Haskell Empire has stood firm in Dongzhou because of the dragon spring within it. Soaking in the dragon spring for a day can cleanse and temper one's body, greatly aiding martial cultivators. Even imperial family members only get one chance to soak after adulthood. Moreover, Douglas has declared that anyone qualified can soak without time restrictions. Even the geniuses of the upper three sects are envious of the dragon spring, though Douglas has never been willing to part with it. Dragon spring? Russell wasn't particularly interested. Gaining the right to soak in the dragon spring would come with a price. If he drew Douglas's attention, wouldn't he eventually have to submit to the Haskell Empire? An unparalleled genius appearing within the empire would make Douglas go to great lengths to bring Russell under his command to strengthen the empire's foundation. At this moment, a voice echoed in Russell's mind. Dragon spring? To my knowledge, this spring is formed by the empire's fortune, nurtured by heaven and earth over millennia. The water of the dragon spring is the lifeline of an empire. It seems Douglas is willing to part with the dragon spring to recruit geniuses from all over. Since the rise of the upper three sects, the empire's influence had gradually weakened. The geniuses of the upper three sects came from various cities, as the sects were willing to invest resources into cultivating disciples. In contrast, the empire managed resources strictly, allocating them mainly to the imperial family, leading to their gradual decline. And in decades, the Haskell Empire hadn't produced any notable successors, causing Douglas some concern about the empire's future. In Dongzhou, other empires still eyed the region hungrily. Falling behind meant being oppressed by others. Young man, You plan to pass up the chance to soak in the dragon spring? For someone at your respected realm, this is a rare opportunity. Besides, you don't have a powerful force backing you, so all resources must be fought for personally. If you want to become a supreme powerhouse, you cannot afford to miss any opportunities. Darren reminded him. Russell realized his situation. Perhaps since coming to the upper world, his journey had been too smooth. Of course, he needed to prepare for potential dangers. To break free from Launching Pass's confines, he had to seek broader horizons. Thus, Russell turned to the Henry. All right, I'll represent Launching Pass, but you must give me some benefits. After all, Haskellshan Empire will shower favors upon us, and Launching Pass's status will soar. Russell's expression was half smiling, half serious, his gaze profound. Over the years, the Henry must have accumulated many treasures. A smile crept onto the Henry's face. He had anticipated this response. Though he was both Henry and a peak-respected realm powerhouse, he couldn't fathom Russell's true depth. Regardless of the cost, he had to persuade this formidable figure to fight. This battle was crucial for Launching Pass's future. For years, Launching Pass had been insignificant to Douglas, never producing any brilliant talents and thus receiving little attention. Now, they finally had an exceptional genius. How could he let go of this chance to shine? Russell was the turning point for Launching Pass. If he proved useful to Haskellshan Empire, Launching Pass would surely receive ample attention and benefits. Daoist Edgarn. Not long ago, I killed a peak-respected realm expert and returned to his small courtyard. He sat inside the array formation, taking out the spatial ring from the demon domain. He infused his spiritual energy into it, but there was no reaction. The spatial ring blocked Russell's spiritual energy completely. Russell felt puzzled. Had someone placed a seal or restriction on this item? His spiritual energy couldn't affect the spatial ring at all. After much effort, Russell still could not do anything with the spatial ring. No matter what methods he tried, he couldn't open the ring or explore its secrets. Suddenly, a lazy voice echoed in Russell's mind. Kid, you're such a blockhead, getting stumped by a simple spatial ring. Why don't you try dripping a drop of your own blood onto the spatial ring? It might unlock the seal. This spatial ring is likely made of special material with added formations. Its previous owner must have dripped blood to recognize ownership, making it impossible for others to open. Since the former owner has died, you can use your own blood to claim it. Following this, Russell extracted a drop of his blood from his fingertip and dripped it onto the spatial ring. Instantly, light erupted as the blood fused into the ring, followed by a surge of black mist. Is this demonic aura? In response, Russell formed seals with his hands and shot golden light from his fingertips, dispelling the surrounding demonic aura. Next, he once again channeled his spiritual energy into the spatial ring, which flowed in unimpeded this time. Russell projected his divine sense into the spatial ring, revealing its contents clearly. Mostly mundane clothes, nothing particularly eye-catching. Just as Russell prepared to withdraw his divine sense, another voice sounded in his mind. Hold on. Search through those clothes. I feel a familiar presence within them. Darren suddenly gave some direction. Russell emptied the contents of the spatial ring onto the ground, where clothes were scattered haphazardly. Suddenly, a jade stone fell out from the pile, emitting a faint glow. Russell picked up the jade stone and examined it closely, but found nothing peculiar after a long while. However, he sensed traces of the way within it, indicating that this jade was far from ordinary. Primal Chaos Jade? Brat, you're truly lucky. Even in my prime, I managed to find only one Primal Chaos Jade for the Spirit Clan. I didn't expect such a precious item to appear here. Without a discerning eye, few would recognize it. Russell held the jade, displaying a look of confusion. According to legend, there is an ancient place in the Upper Realm called the Primal Chaos Treasure Land, home to the beings who control the rules of the entire Upper Realm. The Overseer left 8 Primal Chaos Jades in the Upper Realm, serving as keys to enter the Primal Chaos Blessed Land. However, the 8 Jades have never been gathered, and no one has ever unraveled the secrets of the Primal Chaos Treasure. The 8 Primal Chaos Jades are said to originate from a powerful divine weapon created by the forces of heaven and earth. At that time, the might of this divine weapon shook the entire central region. But for unknown reasons, the divine weapon shattered into 8 Jades, scattered throughout the Upper Realm. If the fragments were gathered, the divine weapon's power could be restored. With a divine weapon, one can dominate the heavens and earth, with no one daring to complain. Chapter 551, Dancing Sword. As the conversation progressed, Russell grew even more excited. Perhaps in the future, he would have the opportunity to encounter the rumored Hongmon sacred land. Even a holy artifact was enough to cause a stir in the eastern continent. Once a divine artifact appeared, it was likely that all the mighty figures in the central plains would vie for it until their heads were broken and bloodied. Possessing a divine artifact would certainly lead to an exponential increase in power. The one who wielded it would effectively control the entire central plains, and by then, everyone would submit to them. You're still too far from reaching the peak of the Upper Realm, Sullivan reminded him. You don't even have the qualifications to meet the head of the Spirit Clan yet, let alone live on this desolate land of the eastern continent. For you, everything is too distant. Sullivan offered this caution. He had seen the mountains and rivers across the continent in his time, and had witnessed every aspect of human nature over a millennium. Though the landscape of the Upper Realm had undergone changes, they weren't drastic. It was nearing dusk now. The bedroom lit up with faint lights. Creak. The clerk pushed open the door and glanced at Russell, who was still practicing in the courtyard. Then, with a wave of his hand, he brought out a jug of wine from somewhere. There was a subtle change in the clerk's eyes. Brat, you've got some skills. At least you haven't disgraced the cultivators of our 3,000 minor worlds. Your strength has improved another level since we last met. Before long, you might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with this clerk. I can't let a younger generation like you catch up to me, or it would really be a loss of face. With that, the clerk drank a full jug of wine. Russell sensed subtle movements around him, then slowly opened his eyes and looked at the clerk. He gathered the energy from his dantian into his tendons and stood up. Glenn. Russell clasped his hands in salute, occasionally glancing at the clerk. He always felt the clerk seemed untrustworthy. He hadn't tortured him less before. Could it be that this time, the clerk had thought of some twisted idea again? With nothing better to do, why not come join me for a drink? I may leave this barren place someday soon, but you've been a good companion to me. You are the first person to get close to this clerk within Dragongate City. With that, the clerk took out the tidal wave that crashed across the sky. Rumble. The sound of the sword chi had already startled the entire Dragongate City, attracting the attention of all its powerful residents. However, no one dared to experience the might of the sword chi firsthand. This also alarmed the Carson. Standing on the observation platform, he gazed at the sudden commotion in the city. The power of a saint? Could it be the same saint-class expert who saved Dragongate City last time? What could have caused such a disturbance? A look of worry spread across the Carson's face. If a saint-class powerhouse decided to destroy Dragongate City, it would take just a thought. As the Carson, he could only watch helplessly as Dragongate City was annihilated. He might even die at the hands of the saint. A saint-class powerhouse was enough to hold an important position within the top 3 sects. Russell almost lost his nerve due to the clerk's performance. It wasn't the overwhelming aura that scared him, but the massive disturbance that might attract unwanted attention. So, Russell waved his hand, pointing toward the sky. In the next second, a huge barrier enveloped the sky, containing all the previous energies within it. Russell looked at the clerk before him. The clerk was completely engrossed in his sword dance, seeming to merge with his weapon entirely. At that moment, Russell lifted his cup of wine and finished it in one gulp. Suddenly, a burst of alcohol surged within him, bringing an unexpected sensation of clarity. When he raised his head again, he looked at the clerk with deeper insight. A feeling akin to enlightenment suddenly exploded within Russell. He felt as though he had grasped the sword intent from the clerk. The clerk's sword strokes were decisive, never lingering. Each stroke seemed gentle yet possessed immense power. With each strike, the space trembled violently. Clearly, the clerk was a living embodiment of a sword enthusiast, having refined his sword intent to an unparalleled level. Most people found it difficult to reach such a realm. If not for his current cultivation, the clerk could unleash even greater strength. Despite his aged appearance, when the clerk gripped his sword, he exuded a vibrant energy. Pity for a sword prodigy. If he had pursued the path of the sword wholeheartedly, he might have become a sword immortal. Don't see his decisiveness. In truth, there's always a lingering attachment troubling him. If he cannot sever this inner conflict, he will never advance further in swordsmanship and will remain at this level. Of course, everything depends on personal insight. If he can resolve his inner turmoil, he might create waves in the central plains. Hashtag chapter 552, sudden enlightenment. Enlightenment in a moment, and all ascends to heaven. Many people are troubled by unsolvable puzzles in their hearts, which haunt them for life, preventing any advancement on the path of martial arts. Only by breaking free from these shackles can one become a towering figure in this vast world. Staring at the clerk before him, his weathered face and deep, piercing eyes were like a beacon of light in the night. Though dimmed by age, they still radiated a fierce intensity. Clearly, this clerk had his own stories to tell. Sword energy surged around the clerk, who manipulated a long sword with incredible skill, as if it were not just a weapon but a lifelong companion. Russell looked at the ancestral sword in his hand, recalling how it had accompanied him through countless battles and brushes with death. Yet, Russell had never felt too deeply about the sword. He had always seen it as a tool for survival in the upper realm. Suddenly, a large stone seemed to drop into the calm lake of his mind, causing ripples that spread far and wide. When Russell gripped the ancestral sword again, a torrent of battle spirit erupted within him, and his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. In the next instant, he slashed. Holding the ancestral sword, Russell unleashed a formidable sword aura. No longer did he view the sword as merely a tool but as a trusted partner, bound by a bond as endless as the Yangtze River. The sword aura rippled out, tracing an elegant arc in the sky, then blossomed into dazzling light that filled the heavens. Russell could feel his sword skills improving dramatically. Previously at the level of Sword Dao Master, he now reached the realm of Sword Dao Venerable. With such talent in swordsmanship, even within the Haskell Shan Empire, few could match him. Even the Imperial family's sword masters might not surpass him. At this moment, Russell had entered a state of pure clarity with his sword heart. Ancient texts recorded that once someone mastered Sword Dao, they could cultivate a sword heart within their Dantian C, equivalent to a second Dantian. With this, they could wield anything as a sword. Only at that level could one truly be said to have embarked on the path of Sword Dao. Though Russell did not dare aspire to such heights, he would strive relentlessly toward his goals. One day, he would reach heights beyond the reach of others. Now, Russell gathered his Dantian energy, sheathed the ancestral sword, and calmed his mind. He turned his gaze back to the clerk in the courtyard. The clerk stopped practicing, his face flushed, sweat dripping from his brow. It's been a long time since I moved my bones. I'm old, and my body isn't what it used to be. The future of this vast world depends on you young ones. The clerk looked at Russell. With his sharp eyes, he noticed the change in Russell's aura. This boy has a talent for Sword Dao that matches mine. Yet he was born in a small world without a proper mentor. If he had been born in a powerful family in Zhongzhou, with endless resources, he would surely become a great master. But his path will be tough, lacking a powerful backing. The clerk murmured, having initially seen Russell as a passing stranger. Ascended cultivators from the small worlds were rare and often lacked outstanding talent. Suddenly, the clerk approached Russell, placing a hand on his shoulder. Boy, one day, we might meet again in the vast world. With your talent, you won't remain confined to launching pass. It's best to experience the landscapes of Zhongzhou. In Zhongzhou, there are geniuses even more remarkable than you. Only there can you feel real pressure. Russell had heard much about Zhongzhou, which left a profound impression on him. One day, he would step foot there unhesitatingly. Even without visiting, he had already entangled himself with some forces. Glenn, Russell asked, where do you plan to go next? Why did you stay in this desolate launching pass? These words struck the Clark deeply. In his prime, he had been a prominent figure in Zhongzhou. His current plight hinted at untold secrets. Perhaps when you enter Zhongzhou, you'll understand my troubles. We will likely meet again, but I must leave this place full of memories. The Clark glanced back at the guest room behind him, his eyes reflecting complex emotions. Russell stayed silent, sensing the depth of the Clark's secrets. As a powerful figure, he must have had many intricate ties. Without further questioning, the Clark supported his waist and slowly returned to his room. Russell watched him, feeling inexplicable emotions stirring within. Just then, Sullivan's voice echoed in Russell's mind. Zhongzhou is indeed complicated. Back then, the Spirit Clan avoided getting involved to prevent unnecessary trouble. With this Clark's talent in Sword Dao, he must have had some renown in Zhongzhou. Something must have happened there, leading him to hide in this desolate place. But things have changed, and he seems to have had a sudden enlightenment, preparing to make a comeback in Zhongzhou. Chapter 553, Journey to Tiangray City. Hearing this, Russell fell silent for a long while. Then he lifted his gaze to the starry sky above, feeling an array of emotions stirring within him. The land of Central Province was fraught with traps. Even a minor misstep could lead one into someone else's treacherous scheme. Given Russell's talent, it was inevitable that he would be targeted in the future and possibly manipulated. However, all that seemed too distant for him now. Next, Russell's eyes settled on the formation before him. He sat cross-legged in the courtyard, channeling the energy from his dantian. Soon, he entered a state of enlightenment. 3 days later, in the early morning, Russell emerged from his enlightened state. Slowly opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of stale air. His gaze turned slightly dim when he looked toward the main courtyard room. There was no trace of anyone inside, indicating that the place had been vacated. The Clark had also left Launching Pass, pursuing his own aspirations. Russell felt a touch of loneliness. Would they ever meet again? In the vastness of Central Province, two people were like insignificant specks of dust. By the time Russell arrived in Central Province, the Clark might already have established his own territory there. At this moment, the Carson had been waiting at his residence for quite some time. Jedediah had just come out of seclusion 2 days ago. Since absorbing the inner core of the Earth Dragon last time, he felt an imminent breakthrough. Eventually, he pushed himself to break through to the venerable realm. With his talent, he was considered a once-in-a-century genius in Launching Pass. However, compared to the vast Dongzhou region, he was rather ordinary. Russell soon appeared in Launching Pass as well. After preparing thoroughly, they set off together towards the Huashan imperial family. The Huashan Empire controlled over 100 cities. Dongzhou had 3 empires, forming a tripartite balance. Despite this, there wasn't much conflict among the empires, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. Carson presented their travel documents and smoothly entered the city. Due to the Huashan competition, Tiangray City was bustling lately. Visitors were mostly nobles and prominent families from various cities within the Huashan Empire. Everyone knew that brilliant geniuses would emerge during this event, and the Huashan Empire would pour resources into nurturing them. These geniuses were the ones who would shape the future of the Huashan Empire. Before this, Tanner had arranged everything for the far-traveled visitors. Outside Tiangray Inn, Russell and his group arrived at the entrance. This inn was under the auspices of the Huashan imperial family. To welcome talents from all directions, Tanner cleared the inn for the best experience possible. Tanner understood the current predicament. The royal family was corrupt, and none of his descendants were promising. Only by placing hope in the common people could they have any chance against the upper 3 sects. However, Tanner's thoughts were overly simplistic. The reason the upper 3 sects remained unshaken in Dongzhou was not just due to these factors. At this moment, Russell heard murmurs around him. I've heard that Tanner has invested heavily in this competition. Officially, it's about preparing for the Huashan competition, but in reality, it's about recruiting capable individuals. It's said that Jacob is willing to allocate 50% of the treasury's resources to nurture these prodigies. It seems the upper 3 sects have pushed Tanner to his limits. If the Empire can cultivate countless sage warriors, will the upper 3 sects still dare to look down on the Empire? It's rumored that geniuses from all cities will gather here. Perhaps we'll witness the best of the Huashan Empire's talents. Surrounded by incessant chatter, Russell smiled faintly and walked straight into the inn. Inside the inn, the atmosphere was tense, as it housed elites from different cities, leading to inevitable rivalries. Russell remained calm, walking directly to his room. The Huashan Empire's generosity was astounding. The scale and structure of the Tiangray Inn were impressive. Beneath the inn, a formation gathered the heavenly chi of Tiangray, covering the entire establishment. As Russell entered, he felt an overwhelming surge of chi. The construction cost must have been astronomical. Russell, however, paid little attention to the grandeur of the inn. Sitting in his room, he continued to train without delay. After some time, the Carson knocked on the door, entering with Jedediah. Edgardl friend Edgarn. Tomorrow is the heavenly competition. If you need anything, please let me know immediately. Don't let this important event be hindered. For the Carson, the Huashan competition was a turning point in his life. The fate of Launching Pass depended on this competition, and whether or not it would rise rapidly rested solely on Russell's prowess. The Empire would emerge from within the imperial palace. It was uncertain who would claim this title of prodigy. Following the Carson, a few people exited the inn. The morning sun cast a vibrant glow on the land, giving everything a sense of vigor. Looking back at the gathered crowd, Russell realized just how grand this Haskell Mountain tournament would be. Talents from hundreds of cities had gathered here, proud and arrogant celestial children who wouldn't even consider others their peers. Meanwhile, Emperor Haskell was already waiting in the arena. For the first time in a century, the heavenly imperial city saw such a grand event. Within half an hour, the arena was packed with people. Emperor Haskell sat majestically on the platform, overlooking everyone below with an air of imperial dominance. Gentlemen. A powerful voice echoed from the platform. Everyone immediately stood in solemn respect, showing reverence. This was, after all, Emperor Haskell's territory, and he held life and death in his hands. Your presence today brings much joy to this emperor. To see such remarkable successors within the Haskell Mountain Empire, radiating youthful vigor, reminds me of days past. Emperor Haskell spoke emotionally. Russell observed Emperor Haskell on the high platform, a slight smile on his lips. Inside his mind, a voice sounded. This Haskell Mountain Emperor has mediocre talent. Despite having reached the peak of near saint, his cultivation is primarily bolstered by the Empire's fortune. With his average talent, he can barely reach the threshold of near saint. If the Empire's fortune doesn't elevate in the future, his power will remain stagnant at near saint. Russell frowned. The Haskell Mountain Emperor likely hoped to break through his limits and reach sainthood via this opportunity. Within the Grand Imperial City, there were indeed saint-level powerhouses. Earlier, when Russell stood at the foot of Heavenly Imperial City, he sensed the aura of a saint within the city. However, this saint's pressure wasn't as formidable as before, and it felt lifeless, indicating someone near death. Should any emergencies occur within the capital, this saint would hesitate before acting, likely exhausting his spiritual energy before defeating an opponent. Sadly, the Haskell Mountain Empire was too poor, filled mostly with mediocre talents. A standout successor seemed unlikely to appear soon, except for Russell, who was an exception, a wild card. Should he showcase his potential, the Haskell Mountain Emperor would spare no resources to recruit him, considering it nothing more than a blink of an eye. The Haskell Mountain Tournament begins today. During the competition, do not attempt to kill each other. You are all citizens of the Haskell Mountain Empire and indispensable parts of it. Losing any of you feels like losing a piece of flesh from my body, gains significant advantages. After all, everyone sought what they needed. Chapter 555. The Possessed Garfield. Inside the Wu Bai of Haskellshan, various princes also participated in the competition. However, their talents varied greatly, and only one prince caught Russell's attention. That was the Garfield. At this moment, Russell gazed at the Garfield with a serious expression, feeling a mysterious aura emanating from him. Suddenly, the Garfield turned his head towards Russell, his eyes profound, revealing a glint of hostility. Suddenly, the founding master sword on Russell's back started trembling violently. Boy, this Garfield is definitely problematic. Based on my extensive experience, this boy has definitely been possessed. It likely happened not long ago. The possessor should be in Nirvana realm. Moreover, it seems he already harbors some animosity towards you. He probably intends to utilize all the resources within the current Haskellshan Empire to soar sky high. Plus, as a prince, getting resources is just a wave of the hand. If you display a talent surpassing his plans will be delayed for some time. Upon hearing this, a trace of ferocity emerged in Russell's eyes. This was the first time he encountered someone who had been possessed. Facing a Nirvana realm expert added an unsettling pressure. Why didn't you choose possession back then? Why did you instead hide inside the founding master sword? With the spirit clan nearby but unable to return to his clan, Darren needed Russell as a conduit to return. Therefore, Darren certainly wouldn't stand by idly if anything happened to Russell. With this reassurance, Russell felt at ease. Just as Russell was pondering, suddenly, the Garfield rushed onto the arena. Facing Russell, he pointed towards him. Launching pass. Russell, come out and fight. These are all unworthy rabble. In this vast empire, I can't find a single opponent who satisfies me. Only you qualify to be my opponent right now. Upon hearing this, countless people showed looks of resentment, raising their hands to vent their anger. After all, they were geniuses from various cities. Being belittled publicly wounded their pride. Garfield, we've never heard of your great prowess. In the Imperial City, you're only considered average. Do you really think you have the right to criticize us? That's right. In the vast Haskellshan Empire, there are countless experts. Do you truly believe only you can stand alone against the world? You don't consider us prodigies worthy of regard? Numerous warriors protested, venting their anger. Conversely, the Garfield didn't take these commoners seriously at all. Suddenly, a powerful malevolent aura burst from his body, enveloping the entire arena. Everyone gazed at the Garfield, their faces turning pale instantly, breathing becoming rapid. Truly, the pressure from a Nirvana realm mental force was formidable. It seemed this Nirvana realm expert met his natural end, unable to escape the cycle of life and death, leading to possession. No one dared contradict the Garfield anymore. The situation became tense. On the contrary, Russell coldly snorted, flicked his robe, and levitated into the air. With a wave of his hand, he forcefully dispelled the surrounding malevolent aura. Russell understood clearly that this Clark targeted him. No need to involve innocent people. Moreover, Russell sensed this Clark was eyeing him with ill intent. Russell's displayed talent was enough to impress a Nirvana realm expert. Facing a superior body, this Nirvana realm expert would naturally consider switching hosts, thereby achieving his grand ambitions more perfectly. Garfield, why show anger towards innocent people? This shows your lack of breath. These are your subjects. Why be so petty? Russell smiled. His unleashed aura collided with the opponent's. Instantly, a strong tension filled the air. At this moment, Haskellshan Emperor noticed the situation. Son, this is a matter concerning the entire court, not something for you to decide rashly. Stop misbehaving. The Garfield's demonstrated talent already won Haskellshan Emperor's favor. The Haskellshan competition is grand, and surely your majesty doesn't want it to end prematurely. With so many geniuses gathered, it's important to give them room to shine. After all, the future of the empire isn't built by one person alone but requires the infusion of fresh blood from the younger generation. The crowd applauded loudly. Russell had won over all the elites present while pleasing Douglas. For him, it was a win-win situation. Meanwhile, Mark appeared petty and short-sighted. Mark clenched his fists, standing on the platform, glaring fiercely at Russell below. Their gazes collided, creating a palpable tension. Russell was puzzled. Why was this man fixating so much? Was Mark willing to break the law and kill Russell on the arena? With Russell's talent recognized by Douglas, if Mark openly attempted murder, Douglas wouldn't let it slide. After all, the Empire's future was at stake, not just a trivial matter. Douglas stepped forward, smiling. To see such talents within our borders as Emperor, I am delighted. Let's continue the competition in order. What happened before was just a minor issue. With those words, Mark descended from the platform. Time passed tensely. Later, Tom encountered a great venerable realm expert on the stage. After dozens of rounds, he finally lost due to exhaustion. Had Tom strengthened his foundation earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have lost so thoroughly. He realized his shortcomings and vowed to improve. Still, he achieved a respectable ranking and might gain imperial favor. Some people may not come from prominent backgrounds, but with resources, they could achieve great results. In contrast, Russell faced no real opposition. No one forced him to unleash his full potential. Eventually, Mark and Russell stood opposite each other on the stage, their gazes filled with enmity. Why do you harbor such deep animosity? Are you truly Mark of Haskellshan? This question startled Mark momentarily. His expression showed surprise. Russell's words hinted at a deeper meaning, exposing Mark's true nature. Mark stepped closer to Russell, whispering softly in his ear, "You know too much. I had hoped to spare you, but now there's no chance. Some people die for talking too much." As he finished speaking, murderous intent radiated from Mark. Perhaps the Nabanic realm expert within him didn't expect to be exposed in this remote place, especially by a junior. To eliminate this Yin Huan, he decided to completely destroy Russell. To ensure this edit adheres perfectly to your instructions, let's refine it further. As he finished speaking, murderous intent radiated from Mark. Perhaps the Nabanic realm expert within him hadn't anticipated being exposed in this remote location, and by a junior, no less. To eliminate this potential threat, he resolved to chur more sa dao lin tianya for a more fluent and natural English translation. As he finished speaking, murderous intent radiated from Mark. The Nabanic realm expert within him hadn't anticipated being exposed in this remote location, especially by a junior. To eliminate this potential threat, he resolved to completely destroy Russell. This version maintains the meaning, reads naturally, and keeps consistent terminology and style. This Haskellshan competition offered a rare opportunity. Killing Russell here would provoke some royal displeasure, but who mourns for the dead? As the Christopher, any punishment would be minimal. Russell coldly responded, "Do you think this body can unleash your peak power? Even though you were once a supreme realm expert, I still have the confidence to destroy you. Don't entertain delusions about me, or the consequences will be dire." Suddenly, the entire arena shook. Before Russell could finish speaking, Mark attacked with a powerful punch, like a tiger descending from the mountains. It was unstoppable. A series of heavy thuds followed. Russell casually turned and punched back. The two punches collided with a thunderous boom, causing the stage to shake again. Energy waves surged outward. Both genuine venerable realm experts, and top-notch ones at that. Their duel was breathtakingly spectacular. Spectators watched with anticipation, hoping to see who would take the top spot. Most wished for Russell's victory, as Mark's arrogance had irritated everyone. These elite young talents naturally wouldn't let anyone trample on their pride. Chapter 557. Who will prevail? On the high platform, Douglas's expression was calm, his lips curving into a genuine smile that he could not suppress. Gazing down at his vibrant subjects, he felt myriad emotions. If he had given these matters more attention earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have found himself in this awkward situation now. He might not have been continually overshadowed by the upper three sects. As he reflected on this, Russell and the Garfield had already exchanged blows hundreds of times. It was difficult to tell who was winning at the moment. The Garfield had previously attained the great accomplished venerable realm, but his cultivation base was unstable. Most of his strength came from the resources provided by the imperial family. Without the backing of the royal family, given his natural talent, he would probably never advance beyond the venerable realm. However, there was a special rebirth realm expert within the Garfield's body. Despite the frailty of the Garfield's physical form, this entity was still able to push it to its limits. Russell's body was nearly at the quasi-saint realm, yet he could not gain an advantage over the Garfield. They were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Indeed, it's rare for someone with your extraordinary talent to appear within the borders of the Haskellshan Empire. Getting to this point despite such difficulties shows you've had favorable circumstances. If you were to offer me your body, I can promise you will one day look down upon the entire upper world from another vantage point. The Garfield's talent was average. While the rebirth realm expert within him possessed rich experience and enlightenment, it could not make up for the deficiencies of the body. No matter what, it could not satisfy the desires within. Conversely, Russell's body was different. If he could seize Russell's physical form, it might allow him to surpass his former peak and enter a higher realm. Foolish dreams. Russell rebutted. If this rebirth realm expert managed to take over his body, it would no longer belong to him. It would be like betraying himself. Russell would utterly vanish from the upper world. This rebirth realm expert was setting a trap, waiting for Russell to fall into it. But Russell was no fool, and he revealed a sinister smile, a provocation. He had no intention of giving the Garfield any mercy. I said before, victory is still uncertain. Are you so confident that you can suppress me? It seems I haven't fully shown my strength either. You are indeed a formidable opponent worth respecting. From now on, I won't hold back. Suddenly, Russell slowly placed his hand in front of him, a burst of energy surging from his feet, lifting him into the air and blowing his robes outward. Suddenly, Russell's eyes widened, his pupils shimmering like stars, radiating a unique and brilliant light. In the next second, lotus flowers appeared around him. These lotuses contained terrifying thunder power and razor-sharp sword chi. As they manifested, gusts of wind seemed to sweep through the surroundings. Everyone's expressions changed. They knew no one among the present prodigies could withstand the explosive force of these lotuses. What good is just having a body? By taking away someone else's destiny, you violated the heavenly Tao. People like you should be punished. Before you grow completely, let me extinguish the evil fire within you to prevent you from harming others. As he spoke, Russell pointed forward, a dazzling flash bursting from his fingertip. The surrounding lotuses bloomed and shot towards the Garfield. Surprise flickered across the Garfield's face. He had expected an effortless battle, but the sudden turn of events caught him off guard. He realized he must take this fight seriously now. Haskell-Shan Seal. The Garfield channeled his spirit energy from the Dantian Sea, adjusting his state to optimal performance. As his palm descended, the clouds above suddenly parted, a beam of light shining down onto the entire arena, bringing a bright glow to everyone's faces. In the sky, a giant hand emerged, exuding an ancient aura. It slowly descended toward Russell under everyone's watchful eyes. Boom! The lotus flowers clashed with the giant hand, bursting into stunning flames. A powerful explosion erupted instantly, sending intense shockwaves throughout the area. Everyone watching from below stared in disbelief. They couldn't believe two venerable realm experts could cause such a massive disturbance. Even if top-tier venerable realm masters fought, they wouldn't create such earth-shaking chaos. After the explosion subsided, two figures emerged from the fire and smoke. Both were slightly covered in dust, yet their fighting spirit remained unextinguished. The battle had entered a fever pitch, and neither was willing to give up easily. The Garfield clenched his teeth and snorted coldly. If this body weren't so weak, I could send you to meet Yama in an instant. It seems I need to use some special means to deal with you. The Garfield cracked his wrist joints, his expression still cold. At this moment, Douglas also sensed the gravity of the situation. He stood up, scanned the battlefield, and muttered to the Jerson beside him. Just wait. No matter who wins or loses, I don't want to see any harm come to the two fighters. They are both talents of the Haskell-Shan Empire, and losing them would be a significant loss. I didn't expect our empire to have hidden dragons and tigers. I thought all our prodigies had already been taken by the upper three sects. A barely concealed joy appeared on Douglas's face. If the two talents on the stage grew up to be pillars of the empire, they would certainly provide the capital needed to rival the upper three sects. Douglas had already made plans, and a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. He envisioned a future where the empire would rise to prominence because of these two talents. Chapter 558, Sword Might. Your Majesty. The Garfield seems to have already harbored murderous intent. It's feared that his rash nature can't be persuaded. The Jerson beside him also showed some hesitation. After all, within the empire, he was merely a minister at most. How could he interfere with matters concerning a prince? Moreover, given the talent displayed by the Garfield now, he was destined to be the undisputed heir to the imperial throne. If he offended this master prematurely, it would spell disaster for his future. He dares to act so recklessly without even ascending the throne and breaking rules right in front of me? If this is what he does now, imagine the chaos he'll bring if he inherits the throne. Douglas's expression turned serious. This match had already lost its initial significance. Both contestants had fully demonstrated their talents. Further conflict would only damage goodwill. The Jerson's face also grew heavy. Before him stood two geniuses capable of changing the empire's fate. They must not be allowed to come to harm. For a moment, he felt the immense weight on his shoulders. Refocusing his gaze ahead, his eyes became stern. On the stage, both individuals' auras remained evenly matched. Suddenly, echoes resounded in Russell's mind. Boy, there's no need to slay him under everyone's watchful eyes. Besides, there are countless experts in the royal family who won't let you kill him outright. However, this person's divine consciousness still holds considerable value. As it's the divine consciousness of a Nirvana realm cultivator, if I can completely refine it, my own divine consciousness will surely make rapid progress. Darren took an interest in the Garfield's divine consciousness. Thus, Russell saw no need to escalate the matter further. Defeating this fellow was but a mere gesture for Russell. After all, he still held countless trump cards in reserve. Once unleashed, this Garfield would surely lose. If this Nirvana realm powerhouse had possessed a disciple from one of the upper three sects, Russell might not have been able to contend. But this Garfield's talent was pitifully insufficient. With such a frail body, no matter how much effort he put forth, he wouldn't stand a chance against Russell. Millennium Convergent Boy, who are you? How do you qualify to practice a heaven-class technique? Could you be from some family in Central Zhou? The Garfield's complexion changed slightly. Even in Dongzhou, direct disciples didn't match Russell's talent. Simply put, such a prodigy could not arise from the barren lands of Dongzhou. Before he could finish speaking, the giant sword above began its descent. It plunged toward the Garfield. Should he fail to block it, death on the arena seemed imminent. Perhaps even a peak venerable wouldn't withstand the might of this sword. With a thunderous crash, the sword struck. Fire erupted instantly. A figure flashed across the sky, dispelling the flames with a wave of the hand. Under this protection, the Garfield remained unharmed. A man clad in armor stood before the Garfield, raising his arm, revealing the aura of a near saint. Of course, Russell anticipated this. They were, after all, members of the Haskell-Shan royal family. Would Douglas simply stand by while his exceptional offspring faced certain death? However, Russell had established his formidable reputation through this battle. This shocking clash was etched into everyone's minds. Soon, Russell's name would spread throughout the entire Haskell-Shan empire. He would gain renown even in the land of Dongzhou. But if Russell joined the imperial family, he would certainly face backlash from the upper three sects' talented disciples. Given the strained relations between the imperial family and the upper three sects, conflicts were inevitable in the future. Such a remarkable individual has emerged within the Haskell-Shan empire. Should we serve the imperial family together in the future, we must indeed look out for each other. In no time, I may not even be your match. Earlier, the Jerson protecting the Garfield could feel the terrifying pressure of the Millennium Convergent sword. Had Russell reached near Saint Realm, even the Jerson wouldn't have been able to withstand that move. So, In everyone's eyes, the Garfield's defeat was honorable. Cheers echoed below. Though the top position wasn't theirs, witnessing the rise of a prodigy filled them with admiration. They looked forward to the prosperity of the Haskellshan Empire in the future, perhaps even sharing in its bounty. No longer would they endure the disdain of the upper three sects' disciples. This moment, Douglas stepped down from the platform, his face showing satisfaction as he surveyed the scene, feeling deeply moved. Chapter 559, Taiji Sect. Since ascending the throne, Douglas has had to deal with both internal and external troubles. For years, he has been under pressure, but today, such an outstanding successor has emerged within the Empire's borders. This will surely help break through the current Kunjing. Correction. For years, he has been under pressure, but today, such an outstanding successor has emerged within the Empire's territory. This will surely help turn the tide. Conversely, hatred has taken root in the heart of the Garfield. If he could defeat Russell this time, he would then smoothly claim all the royal resources for himself. Correction. On the contrary, hatred has already taken root in the Garfield's heart. If he could defeat Russell this time, he would then logically claim all the royal resources for himself. These corrections ensure that the sentences read more naturally and fluently in English while maintaining the original meaning. With those resources, reclaiming his former glory would be as easy as pie. However, Russell's interference has already disrupted all of his plans. At this moment, the Nirvana Realm powerhouse within the Garfield had other ideas. If they could take over Russell's body, their future might surpass even their peak from before. Once the divine consciousness is extracted from the Garfield's body, he would become a cold corpse. Of course, this matter needed careful deliberation. After all, with his current physical state, he was not yet a match for Russell. Revealing his intentions would simply be courting death. Right then, a sage's oppressive aura suddenly erupted in the sky above the Haskellshan Empire. Dark clouds suddenly surged from all directions. The dark clouds obscured the blazing sun, making the atmosphere somewhat peculiar for a moment. Your Haskellshan Empire cannot provide him with adequate resources. Only our Taiji sect can pave a smooth road for him. Speaking, Gay turned his eyes back to Russell. Boy, we give you a choice. Join the Taiji sect, and you can officially become an inner sect disciple, enjoying unprecedented privileges. The Taiji sect sees your potential. Though your current strength isn't enough to be a personal disciple, I can make an exception for you. In an instant, all onlookers gasped. Taiji sect. It is a holy land longed for by countless people in Dongzhou. Becoming a personal disciple meant becoming a great figure in Dongzhou in the future. Such a rare opportunity presented itself. Moreover, with a sage-level powerhouse lowering himself, this opportunity would be hard to refuse for anyone. Douglas clenched his fists tightly. He didn't expect the Taiji sect to intervene unexpectedly. A genius like Russell would eventually become a powerful force. If used by the Taiji sect, he would certainly become a formidable weapon against the Empire's power. The situation became tense. Countless gazes fell on Russell. Just a slight nod from him would open up a smooth future. The next second, a smile appeared on Russell's face. Glenn, I am accustomed to being laid back and have little interest in sect power. Although the Taiji sect lowered itself for me, I still yearn for freedom. Please understand that I cannot accept. Russell bowed deeply, giving due respect to this clerk. For a moment, Gay's face turned pale and waxy. He never expected to be refused by a junior, especially after lowering himself. Douglas sighed in relief, revealing a sincere smile. Boy, who gave you such audacity? My master personally invited you, and you dare to be disrespectful. As he spoke, a wave of sword energy rushed towards Russell. Russell remained calm, stopping the sudden strike with just his hand. Boom. The ground shook. Immediately afterward, another figure appeared in midair. A younger man wielding a spear charged at Russell, looking fierce and ready to attack. Conversely, Russell remained composed. Lincoln, this is not the Taiji sect. Do you remember the principles your teacher taught you? Gay scolded the Gillis, but did not interfere, only pretending to do so. Russell understood the clerk's thoughts. By rejecting him publicly, retaliation was inevitable. Moreover, Russell's talent posed a threat to the status of the upper three sects. If Russell couldn't serve them, they would surely destroy him ruthlessly. Master, he is too arrogant. We need to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he won't respect us. Boy, dare you fight me? Lincoln pointed his sword at Russell. The atmosphere grew bizarre. Everyone held their breath. He was a personal disciple of the upper three sects, a peak venerable realm powerhouse. There was a significant gap in strength. Thus, Gay did not stop Lincoln, instead going along with him. Under countless gazes, Russell took a step forward. Come, fight. 2 words spoken slowly and firmly. That moment, the entire Empire's spirit was ignited. It wasn't that Russell wanted to save face for the Empire. He just couldn't stand the arrogant attitude. In an instant, tension filled the entire Imperial court. This time, the battle escalated, concerning the struggle between the Imperial dynasty and the upper three sects. Chapter 560, The Buddhist Sacred Body. None of those present made any move to stop him, not even Gay, who had just scolded him. In fact, Russell was like a rising star whose emergence had already touched the interests of others. Now, the top 3 sects only wish to see this star fall. Tosha's arrogance will eventually lead to your downfall. The top 3 sects are the best place for you now, but you have pushed this smooth path before you 1,000 miles away, wasting your talent. One day, you will come to your senses. As his words concluded, Gay closed his eyes. On the contrary, Lincoln had already charged in front of Russell. Opposing each other, their distinct auras erupted simultaneously. Douglas's face revealed a hint of worry. He was somewhat concerned because Russell was an invaluable genius. If he were to fall, it would be a massive blow to the Empire. However, Russell had already accepted the challenge. The others could only silently pray. Douglas's resolve was firm. If Russell lost, no matter the cost, he would rescue him from danger. The chief genius of the Haskellshan Empire. Let's see what you're capable of. With these words, Lincoln attacked, unleashing an overwhelming force. He thrust his sword at Russell, a piercing whistling sound filling the air. Suddenly, Russell took a large step backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. Lincoln persisted, striking again with his sword, continuously slashing at Russell. The resulting sword chi spread through the sky, shattering the clouds with every strike. Yet none of them landed on Russell. Coward! Can you do nothing but dodge? Have the guts to fight me head-on, and I'll strip you down to nothing. Lincoln's attacks were crude, leaving obvious openings each time he struck. Clearly, he didn't take Russell seriously and didn't consider him much of a threat. But Russell noticed all this. A smirk spread across his face as he watched closely. In an instant, Russell vanished from his original spot. The next second, he appeared behind Lincoln, and the ancestral sword in his hand fell directly onto his neck. Russell had perfected the ghostly shadow technique, allowing him to control the flow of surrounding space. However, against the truly powerful, the ghostly shadow had no place to hide. Just as Russell prepared to strike, a blinding golden light erupted from Lincoln. Buddhist sacred body. The words were barely out when Lincoln's entire body was enveloped in golden light, and a small golden figure appeared behind him. The little golden figure held a hand before it, muttering incantations. A wave of energy forced Russell back dozens of feet, but he remained composed. The Buddhist sacred body. That's one of the few heavenly rank secret techniques within the Taiji sect. I can't believe this Gillis has mastered such a technique at his age. With his strength, he can rank among the top disciples. With the power of the Buddhist sacred body, even a battle with a quasi-saint wouldn't necessarily put him at a disadvantage. This Gillis will surely make significant achievements in the East Continent. If such talent were to join the Haskell-Shan Empire, the situation wouldn't be so dire. Although Russell is talented, he's still unrefined. In time, he might be able to match Lincoln, but not now. Below, many observers believed Russell was doomed to lose. After all, Lincoln was a direct disciple of the top three sects, naturally having an aura that made him seem untouchable. The atmosphere was heavy. Suddenly, in the sky above, the small golden figure behind Lincoln extended a massive hand, reaching for Russell. Russell, however, did not retreat. Instead, he advanced despite the difficulty. Though only newly into the venerable realm, the aura he emitted was equal to Lincoln's. Edgarf and Death Sword Strike. Russell's sword slashed out, its chi reaching a saturated state. It transformed into a waterfall that struck the small golden figure's arm. The sharpness of the sword cut the golden arm in two. However, the golden figure's aura remained unweakened, continuing its assault. Seeing this, Russell laughed coldly as the space around him twisted. Lotus flowers appeared around him, distorting the space further. Each lotus contained immense energy. If unleashed, they could tear apart the surrounding space. Due to previous battles, Russell's Dantian was visibly strained, his breath slightly unstable. Therefore, this battle needed to be swift. Otherwise, he would soon expose vulnerabilities, leaving him with no room to maneuver. The lotuses burst forth, encircling the small golden figure. As they bloomed, terrifying energy erupted from within. Instantly, a force akin to mountains being overturned erupted. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The golden figure was engulfed in flames. When the flames dissipated, the golden figure had shattered into. Lincoln seemed invincible. At this moment, Russell tightly gripped the Eve sword, feeling the spiritual energy in his Dantian depleting visibly. His face turned deathly pale. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Damned boy. This time it looks truly dire. This Taiji Bagua formation is likely one of the supreme secrets of the Taiji sect. Being inside this formation, one can be unbeatable at the same realm. To defeat him, I must find a way to break this formation. Break the formation? Russell's eyes were fixed on the Taiji Bagua. Made from condensed spiritual energy, if the surrounding energy supply was cut off, perhaps the Taiji Bagua would collapse naturally. This idea sprang into Russell's mind. A faint smile appeared on his face. A word could wake the dreamer. Suddenly, a huge vortex appeared above Russell's head, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Supreme Heavenly Book. When in the 3,000 small worlds, Russell had learned this secret technique accidentally. Previously, focusing on relentless attacks, his body's energy remained sufficient, so such a secret technique was unnecessary. Recalling it now, perhaps this Supreme Heavenly Book could be the key to turning the tide. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy began converging toward Russell. However, the spiritual energy in the upper realm was too dense, quickly saturating his Dantian. Despite the engulfed Lincoln, no one knew if he lived or died. Russell's spiritual energy was drained, leaving him weakened, staggering, nearly collapsing to the ground. After the fire dissipated, Lincoln knelt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, covered in injuries. His aura had diminished, not like before when he was at his peak. Yet, his eyes still held a look of defiance. Admired by many as a personal disciple, he lost to an unknown Gillis from the Empire, despite being at the peak venerable realm. Humiliation washed over him. Russell walked slowly towards him, placing the Eve sword against his neck. In this battle, you have lost. Do you have any last words? Russell's eyes were indifferent, showing no complex emotions. Earlier, he had detected a murderous intent in Lincoln's eyes. Every move aimed to kill Russell. If not for his skills, he might have died. At this moment, Lincoln lowered his head. Then, sounds echoed from the sky. Hold it. A saint's pressure erupted. This overwhelming force clearly showed that Tiger wouldn't let his personal disciple die within the Haskell-Shan Empire. The Taiji sect invested heavily in cultivating such a talented disciple. However, Russell ignored it, continuing to slash with his sword. Suddenly, a powerful pressure crushed him. In an instant, Russell was hurled backward, crashing heavily into the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. The situation became precarious. Boy, I told you to stop. Grade, you not hear me? Or do you think my words don't matter? Do you think your talent makes you untouchable? Though this is the Haskell-Shan Empire, if I want to kill you, no one can stop me. Tiger harbored murderous intent. Russell struggled to stand. Indeed, as a saint, Tiger could easily crush Russell with just a bit of pressure. but it couldn't break his indomitable will. No matter what, he wouldn't bow to this saint. Old villain, you never intended for me to live. He aimed to kill me every move. Why can't I kill him? Russell pointed at the fallen Lincoln and shouted, beating up the junior. Here comes the senior. One day, I will step on you. If I survive this, I'll ensure the annihilation of the entire Taiji sect. Wiping blood from his mouth, Russell refused to submit to evil forces, despite facing a saint. Though his opponent was formidable, Russell met the challenge head-on. Chapter 562, Ellie. The sage's pressure enveloped the sky, as Gay pointed his sword at Russell. His purpose was clear, taking Russell's life. After all, the talent Russell displayed had already caused a sense of crisis among the three upper sects. To solidify their unshakable position, Gay would bear the world's condemnation to thoroughly eliminate Russell. Old man, do you really think I can't kill you? Just a mere sage realm practitioner. Even if I die, I can still take you down with me. Russell held the ancestral sword. The explosion of sage pressure made him feel as if his organs were shaking. If Russell unleashed the power of the seal, he could instantly annihilate this Gay. However, once he did so, he would also be pursued by the Taiji sect. He would have nowhere left to stand in East Continent. That was the harsh reality. People with power could indeed act without restraint. Russell's eyes were resolute, radiating fearlessness. Blood trickled from the corner of his eyes due to the immense pressure, but he stood firm against it. Suddenly, Gay's expression changed. In an instant of eye contact with Russell, he sensed an overwhelming killing intent. He felt that if he didn't kill Russell today, he would be killed by Russell someday. Thus, Gay decided not to hide. In an instant, he rushed forward, forming a golden light in his hand and striking towards Russell. Wretch, Gray. At this moment, another distinct sage aura emerged within the territory of Haskell Mountain Empire. The previously overcast sky began to reveal patches of light, which illuminated the earth, bathing. If anyone touches this boy, I will personally visit Taiji sect to demand justice. Ellie's voice carried significant weight. As fellow sages, Gay could only suppress his anger, clenching his fists while looking at Russell with lingering murderous intent. As a sage, it was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with a junior despite being so close, yet unable to act. Russell exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow, gazing at Ellie before bowing deeply. Earlier, he had prepared to fight to the death, even if it meant living on the run. He didn't want to see Gay living comfortably. Unexpectedly, Ellie arrived just in time, successfully defusing the crisis. Ellie, I, the sage, have offended you today, but you should understand the current situation in East Continent. Even if Taiji sect doesn't act, he cannot escape his fate. Haskell Mountain Empire cannot protect such a rising star, potentially plunging itself into turmoil. My message is conveyed. Let's leave the rest unsaid. Different paths lead to different outcomes. After speaking, Gay prepared to leave the conflict-ridden place. Based on the auras emitted by both parties, Ellie clearly had the upper hand. Throughout, Gay remained respectful. Now, Ellie's aura erupted again, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible cage trapped Lincoln. Since you lost the duel, shouldn't you leave something as stakes? Moreover, I watched every move this boy made, intending to kill. If not for your interference, he might have met his end already. It was evident that Ellie wanted to extort some treasures from Gay. Being a sage from the three upper sects, Gay undoubtedly possessed countless treasures. Besides, Lincoln was a direct disciple, a genius nurtured by Taiji sect with great effort. Seeing this, Gay gritted his teeth, his face pale. He thought this trip to Haskell Mountain Empire would go smoothly, but ended up losing both his resources and dignity. Take it. Gay took out a square box from his spatial ring and threw it directly to Ellie. Catching the box, Ellie weighed it in his hand, revealing a smile. Carter, do come often to Haskell Mountain Empire. I failed to welcome you properly this time, but do inform us next time for a better reception. Ellie's smile was cunning. Gay left without turning back. Seeing this, everyone sighed in relief. Conversely, Emperor Haskell rushed forward and knelt before Ellie. As a ruler, it was the first time anyone saw him bow so humbly. Ellie, we never thought you were still alive. Haskell Mountain Empire finally has a protector. What happened back then? Why did East Continent spread rumors of your death? Ellie reached out to help Emperor Haskell rise. Chapter 563, a century ago. At this moment, Ellie turned his gaze toward Russell. Boy, follow me. It's not suitable to discuss matters here. With that, Ellie waved his cloak, and a gentle breeze swept past Russell, lifting him off the ground. In the next second, Russell vanished from the spot. Deep in the back mountain, on the peak of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Russell's figure suddenly appeared, with Ellie and Douglas materializing beside him. Haskell Sean, I know you have many questions. After that great battle, I returned to Heavenly Emperor Mountain to enter hibernation. At that time, I was gravely injured, nearly losing both form and spirit. Even after centuries, my body still bears hidden injuries, and now I am but a fraction of what I once was, unable to support myself fully. Now that news of my survival has been revealed, the top three sects will certainly be wary of the Haskell Sean Empire. If these old fools find out about my injuries, they won't take me seriously. I had intended to remain hidden quietly, but I didn't expect such an outstanding talent to emerge within our empire. It's worth stepping out again for someone like you. As he spoke, Ellie cast another glance at Russell, admiration evident in his eyes. A century ago, the Eastern Continent witnessed an astonishing battle, where many sage-level experts were gravely wounded. It was the most brutal conflict on the Eastern Continent in 1,000 years. All the sage-level experts united against a common enemy, like rats on the same sinking ship. Suddenly, a demonic cult emerged on the Eastern Continent. They were exceedingly rampant, seizing half the land in a mere century, wreaking havoc with countless atrocities. The entire region was plunged into chaos. Ultimately, all the sage-level experts joined forces to combat the external threat. The battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights. They finally managed to annihilate the cult at a heavy cost, sacrificing 3 sages in the process. Back then, Ellie was also grievously wounded. Before that, he had hoped to break through to the Nirvana realm and become the undisputed strongest in the Eastern continent. However, due to the lingering effects of his injuries from that battle, it seemed he would never reach the Nirvana realm. Ellie, I will never forget your kindness, Russell said with a bow, clasping his hands together. Though their paths crossed by chance, Ellie still offered aid. Then, Ellie reached into his robe and produced the treasure he had taken earlier, handing it to Russell. This is the Spirit Suppression Pearl, truly a rare and valuable weapon. Edgardo Carter truly spared no expense. Before Ellie could finish, a voice echoed in Russell's mind. Spirit Suppression Pearl? It's forged from heavenly essence and rare materials, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, condensing it within the pearl. In short, it's a vessel. If crushed, it can unleash the full power of a newly ascended sage. Another life-saving treasure? Russell held the unremarkable-looking bead, sensing the formidable energy within it. Boy, I'm poor and don't have much to offer. You've brought honor to the Haskellshan Empire, and I've noticed. I can give you some advice. Don't let impatience or frustration lead you down the wrong path. Always stay true to your own path. You're destined to become a renowned powerhouse. Following others' guidance might eventually cause you to lose your way and stagnate. If you need anything in the future, you can come directly to Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Ellie stroked his beard. Over the years, to stabilize his injuries, he had sold everything he owned, yet his body remained broken. Reflecting on the past, he was once a peak powerhouse on the Eastern continent. Looking at Russell, he recalled his own glory days. If properly cultivated, Russell's path would only grow wider and longer than his. I must rest. The confrontation with Edgardo Carter drained much of my inner strength, leaving me somewhat weakened. With that, Ellie turned and walked into the forest. The others watched as he left. Douglas placed a hand on Russell's shoulder, his eyes filled with approval. The future of the Empire depends on you. The current situation on the Eastern continent remains tense, and for the Haskellshan Empire, every step is challenging. For years, we have lived under the shadow of the top three dissipated. Chapter 564, Purple Chi Rising from the East. The legendary Dragon Spring was nestled within the Light Dome. Over the Dragon Spring, visible white mist rose and lingered in midair, emitting residual warmth. Merely approaching the Dragon Spring, Russell could feel an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy washing over his face. For a moment, Russell felt invigorated. His previously depleted Dantian began to gradually fill up again. The extent to which you can refine the Dragon Spring depends on your own abilities. This is celestial spiritual essence. Years ago, members of the upper three sects offered astronomical sums to refine the Dragon Spring essence here, but I never bowed. Douglas gazed at the Dragon Spring before him, knowing it should be exclusively owned by the royal family. However, due to urgent circumstances, the royal house desperately needed talented individuals, so they had to use this resource wisely. However, Douglas did not feel any pain in parting with it. After all, even a respected realm martial artist could absorb only a limited amount of Dragon Spring essence. I will wait for you outside the canyon. With that said, Douglas immediately left. Russell then revealed a cunning smile. His eyes fixed on the Dragon Spring as his expression grew more intense. What he was about to do might make Douglas regret his decision. In one swift motion, Russell leaped into the Dragon Spring. The next second, his clothes were soaked by the Dragon Spring essence. Russell could feel the essence seeping into the pores of his limbs. In just a split second, he felt his Dantian becoming overwhelmingly full. When the Dragon Spring essence adhered to his flesh, Russell experienced a burning sensation on his skin. He frowned, his expression turning grim. Golden light gathered on his body's surface. Now, Russell's physical strength had reached peak respected realm power. Just a breakthrough away, he could challenge a quasi-saint realm purely through his physical prowess. Although the pain gradually numbed Russell, he resolutely plunged deeper into the Dragon Spring, allowing its essence to cleanse his body. After a considerable time, a golden shell formed on the surface of Russell's body, giving the impression of a transformation akin to a cocoon turning into a butterfly. Boom! Layers of scales covered Russell's body, followed by resonating dragon roars echoing in the sky. The entire canyon reverberated with these sounds. At this moment, Russell's aura was visibly ascending. One could see the Dragon Spring level visibly dropping as if absorbed by a bottomless pit. On the mountaintop, Douglas looked into the distance. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, sensing something ominous about to happen. It's time for Dongzhou to change. For 100 years, nothing has changed. This land has been too peaceful. I hope this boy won't disappoint me. He will be a sharp tool for the royal house, the key to altering the long-sealed silence. Douglas rubbed his temples. Inside the canyon, the Dragon Spring was nearly depleted. Russell's body appeared full, glowing slightly on the surface. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, and he let out a shout. In the next second, a towering force erupted from the canyon, enveloping him in brilliant light, illuminating the dark canyon. Crack! The golden light on his body peeled off. At this point, his physical body had reached its peak state, and his realm naturally advanced to great accomplished respected realm. Suddenly, a purple chi ascended from the east. Purple chi rising from the east. An unusual phenomenon. This is an auspicious omen. Dongzhou had been silent for thousands of years. During this time, no one had triggered such an auspicious omen. Today, Russell pushed his physical strength to its limit, possibly invoking this omen. If not for the gap in realms, Russell's physical power could have naturally advanced to quasi-saint realm. Miraculously, Russell invoked the auspicious phenomenon of purple chi rising from the east. The auspicious omen covered the entire heavenly Emperor City sky. Within the purple chi, there was a pressure of the great Tao. Countless people looked up at the sky with reverence. Standing on the mountaintop, Douglas was stunned. Against all odds. Truly against all odds. Heaven favors our Haskellshan Empire. This boy, born under an auspicious sign, will undoubtedly become a great figure in Dongzhou. Ha 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 ha. One day, The upper three sects will be trampled under the Empire's might. Douglas howled to the sky. Russell, still immersed in the dragon spring, remained unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, the ancestral sword on his back trembled. Boy, you have truly achieved much, triggering this extraordinary phenomenon, purple chi rising from the east. This is an auspicious omen granted by heaven, seen only by those with great destiny and fortune. Phenomenon. Mentioning this word, Russell suddenly looked up. Above the canyon, the sky was filled with purple chi. Russell was momentarily captivated by this magnificent sight, lost in its beauty. Boy, why are you standing there? This auspicious phenomenon contains the power of the great Tao, offering unimaginable benefits to you, Sullivan shouted. Only then did Russell snap out of his trance and soared toward the canyon's top. A beam of light pierced through the clouds, and Russell floated amidst the purple chi. Within the purple chi, all worldly concerns. To achieve something extraordinary, one must forge a path that deviates from the ordinary. His life was destined to be extraordinary. Even within the 3,000 small worlds, he bore an unfair fate. Today, he carried the hopes of countless people on his shoulders. If he fell, their hopes would shatter along with him. Throughout his journey, Russell adhered to ruthless justice, slaying those who dared to obstruct him. Gods or Buddhas, it mattered not. His sword was destined to sweep away all injustices within this world and challenge the entire upper realms. Recalling the past, memories flooded his mind. At this moment, Russell felt a complex mix of emotions. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, inferiority meant being oppressed. Only with immense strength could he stand tall as a formidable powerhouse. Suddenly, lotus flowers bloomed once more around Russell's body. This time, there were no violent thunderbolts or imposing sword chi. Instead, these lotuses exuded an ethereal purity, untouched by the mire. As if everything had merged into the lotuses, Russell suddenly opened his eyes, and the lotuses surrounding him burst into full bloom. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, filling the sky above the heavenly Emperor city. In the next instant, Russell stretched out his limbs abruptly. With a loud boom, petals from the lotuses fell, and a dazzling blaze enveloped her. Just speak your mind. Douglas pounded his chest, determined. In order to invoke the purple aura from the east, I refined an entire dragon spring pond. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Their eyes met, and an inexplicable emotion surged in Douglas's heart. Suddenly, he felt a churning sensation in his dantian. It took over a century to cultivate a dragon spring pond, which could have purified countless prodigies. Eventually, Douglas forced a smile. After all, the dragon spring was intended as the prize for the Haskell-Shan competition. Getting angry over this would make him seem petty. Moreover, sacrificing a dragon spring pond for a genius might be worth it. It's just a dragon spring pond. To nurture someone like you is indeed worthwhile. If you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to ask me directly. I will spare no effort to assist you. Douglas placed a hand on Russell's shoulder, though his heart felt torn. The phenomenon of the purple aura from the east had caught everyone's attention in Heavenly Emperor City. It wouldn't be long before this became a topic of conversation. At the summit of Taiji sect, Anrani gazed into the distance toward Heavenly Emperor City, his eyes heavy with concern. The person blessed with great fortune has appeared in Heavenly Emperor City. Is the city planning to rise to prominence? War Master Carter went to heaven and found himself restless, unable to eat or sleep peacefully. Hashtag chapter 566, the Emperor's Invitation. Old Gray? Back during the battle against the cult, he used his origin power, and it definitely left him with irrevocable injuries. Centuries have passed in the blink of an eye. Do you really think he still possesses the same formidable strength as before? If he were still as powerful as in his prime, why didn't he come forward when the Haskell-Shan Empire was being oppressed? He's just a spent force. If he insists on courting death, we must let him meet his fate, and we won't be blamed for not remembering old ties. No one can obstruct our grand endeavors. One day, the Taiji sect will also have the right to step into the central region. On the mountaintop, the Clark personally planted a flower pot. As he waved his hand, the flowers bloomed beautifully, exuding an enticing fragrance. A smile unconsciously spread across the Clark's face. Suddenly, his expression changed. A sharp blade flashed past, cutting the flower into two pieces, but in an instant, the flower grew back again. Seeing this, the Clark smoothed his sleeves, crossed his arms behind his back, and gazed into the distance. Eliminate all remnants. Do I need to handle such a trifling matter myself? The Taiji sect must never decline under our watch. With that said, the Clark walked straight into the forest. Carter Lau stood there in shock. After a long moment, a glint appeared in his eyes, followed by a tremendous surge of killing intent. Anyone who hinders the Taiji sect's ambitions will be spared no mercy. The purple chi from the east not only stirred the Taiji sect, but also the other two major sects. The eastern continent had been at peace for quite some time. With Russell's sudden rise, things are bound to get lively soon. Emperor City. Within the imperial family. As a guest scholar, since winning the championship, Russell's status soared rapidly. In this vast imperial court, he is now second only to Jacob, standing above countless others. But fame and fortune mean nothing to him. He must not allow petty gains to disrupt his heart. Edgarl friend Edgarn, though we are not from the same era, I feel as if we have known each other for ages. May I call you nephew? You know the current state of the world. As long as you stay in the Empire, any position within the Empire is yours for the asking. Now is the time to gather talents, and the Empire needs geniuses like you. Emperor Haskell-Shan put aside his dignity for the sake of stabilizing the Empire. For him, pride no longer mattered. Moreover, the Haskell-Shan Empire was established by the blood of its forefathers. Under the prolonged rule of the three superior sects, the Haskell-Shan imperial family has lost much land in his way. Still, the Haskell-Shan imperial family had befriended such a remarkable genius, a blessing for the royal family. Since your heart lies elsewhere, I cannot force you to stay here. It's good for young people to have lofty ambitions. If you encounter difficulties in the future, the Haskell-Shan imperial family will always be your safe haven. Emperor Haskell-Shan waved his hand. He was farsighted, knowing that letting Russell owe them a favor would bring immeasurable benefits to the Haskell-Shan imperial family in the future. After declining this invitation, Russell returned home, embarking on his journey back. A cloaked figure emerged slowly from the imperial palace. Your Majesty? You're letting him go just like that? What was the point of organizing the Haskell-Shan martial contest? The entire body of the cloaked figure was tightly wrapped, kneeling before Emperor Haskell-Shan. Long ago, R. Anderson foresaw all this. At that time, he predicted that a century later, the imperial family would face a great calamity, but also that someone would withstand this unprecedented disaster. A glint appeared in Emperor Haskell-Shan's eyes. That person who would withstand the calamity was most likely Russell. As long as we survive this calamity, the Haskell-Shan imperial family will reach its peak. Success or failure rested on this decision. Some had even listed Russell's name on the Bloodkill sect's bounty list. On the list, Russell was placed prominently, ranking highly among the targets. The Bloodkill sect was a notorious assassin organization in the Eastern continent, where its members were ruthless killers. People often paid large sums to have them carry out underhanded tasks. Once, someone offered a hefty reward to eliminate a Sage Realm expert. That sage suddenly disappeared and was rumored to have been killed by the Bloodkill sect. Even Sage Realm experts from the upper three sects dared not offend members of the Bloodkill sect, fearing unnecessary troubles. Moreover, Bloodkill sect operatives moved like phantoms, often leaving people baffled. It seemed that someone truly wanted Russell dead. Outside Heavenly Emperor City, Russell hovered in midair, halting atop a high ridge instead of moving forward. He drew his founding master sword with a smile. From the moment he stepped out of Heavenly Emperor City's gate, he sensed someone following him. To avoid drawing attention, he had led them into the wilderness. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Russell, his Danteon energy surging through his body. There's a path to paradise you refuse to take. Hell has no door yet you come barging in. Why hide? If you have the skills, show yourself. Russell raised his sword toward the sky and slapped. Phantom shrank. Russell vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he stood atop a mountain peak, a formidable battle aura erupting from within him. Boom. Thunder deafening. His previous battle armor covered his body, a powerful battle intent exploding outwards. Unification of 10,000 eons. Russell hurled the founding master sword into the air. Instantly, a colossal sword appeared in the sky. The massive sword cleaved through the clouds, striking the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure spun his hands, sending a seal towards the sky which enveloped the giant sword, gradually neutralizing its force. Clearly, this cost him significantly. Heaven-class secret technique? Young man, reaching this point means you must have many secrets. After I kill you, I'll slowly uncover them. The black-robed figure disappeared again. Short blades appeared from all directions, aimed directly at Russell. However, Russell remained unperturbed, calm, and composed. In an instant, the short blades surged toward Russell. He lifted his hand, lotus flowers appearing around him. These lotuses bloomed, emitting flames that engulfed the surrounding short blades. Remaining atop the peak, Russell stayed vigilant. For this battle, he was fully concentrated. As the flames dissipated, the black-robed figure floated. Russell felt an indescribable comfort coursing through him. The lightning strands formed an intricate armor on his skin. Russell exhaled slowly, a wisp of white breath drifting into the air before dissipating. At this moment, the figure in the black robe appeared midair. He stared at Russell with a look of fear creeping into his eyes, and his lips twitched involuntarily. What kind of secret technique is this? So terrifying. Who is this boy? Could he be the successor of some powerful clan from the Central Plains? If I let this boy escape today, and he brings reinforcements later, I will surely die. I cannot allow him to leave. Preston in the black robe clenched his jaw, determined to eliminate Russell no matter the cost. In the next second, his body transformed into a cloud of black mist, hovering in the air. Boy, you will die today. There's no point in struggling. I will erase you. As he spoke, the black mist expanded, enveloping Russell. A thick, malevolent aura filled the mist, swirling around Russell's body. The aura emitted eerie sounds, while also sapping his vitality. Russell's face turned pale as the pressure increased. Suddenly, he swung his arms, unleashing the lightning power within him. Edgardening surged from his body, coiling around everything. Appearing amidst the malevolent aura, the black-robed figure was also bound by the lightning. Despite his best efforts, he could not break free from the binding force that held him tightly. Following Russell's mental command, his arms extended outward, causing the lightning wrapped around the black-robed figure to explode. A deafening roar echoed through the clouds. For a moment, the surrounding malevolent aura vanished completely, and the black-robed figure was swallowed by the sea of lightning. Russell's face was deathly pale. This attack had drained every bit of spiritual energy from him. If not for the sage heart within his Danteon, he would have fallen right there. After a short while, the sea of lightning disappeared, leaving the black-robed figure charred beyond recognition. Despite his broken state, he still managed to stand defiantly on the ground, breathing faintly. He really is hard to kill, barely hanging on by a thread. If only I were a quasi-sage, I could have ended him in minutes. I wonder who sent a quasi-sage to hunt me down. Moments later, the black-robed figure finally collapsed but continued to emit a faint breath, looking half-dead. Russell frowned, stepping forward to search the body. From the parry, he retrieved a token engraved with spiky characters. After examining it closely, he stored it in his spatial ring. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Russell's mind. Someone must have targeted you, putting your name on a hit list from an Eastern Continent assassination organization. They didn't waste time. Someone came after you in just one day. The Eastern Continent is barren, so they probably paid a hefty price to hire a quasi-sage. Seems like you're quite valuable. Darren remarked casually, confirming Russell's suspicions. It must be the upper three sects. As prestigious sects, they can't act openly against me, so they resort to underhanded methods. But they won't get what they wish. One day, I'll grow strong enough to crush them entirely. Russell's gaze turned deep and distant. Had he not been outnumbered, he would have made the upper three sects pay dearly. As he pondered, the Perry suddenly grabbed Russell's leg. Startled, Russell turned back, realizing the man was still alive. Just as Russell prepared to deliver the final blow, a wicked smile spread across the Perry's face. Boy, even if I die, I'll take you, a genius, with me. To hell with you both. In the next instant, he ignited his quasi-sage heart. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire cliffside in fire. Back at Bloodkill sect headquarters, a plaque hanging on the wall shattered. The Bjorns sat up abruptly, his eyes wide with shock. The destruction of the plaque meant the killer they had dispatched had perished. Eric wouldn't have failed against a novice in the venerable realm. Could there be a mastermind behind him? Anger flared in the Bjorn's eyes, and he clenched his fists. Bloodkill sect had never failed when targeting even Sage Realm experts, yet now they lost to a mere venerable realm youth. Was there a Sage involved? With Eric's abilities, although he's just a quasi-Sage, no one below Sage could stop him if he wished to leave. Losing such a capable member was painful for Bloodkill sect. The Bjorn's expression darkened. The upper three sects only said this youth was in the venerable realm. If they had mentioned he had Sage support, Eric wouldn't have died in vain. One of the subordinates spoke up. We should demand compensation from the upper three sects for losing a powerful member. Enraged, the Bjorn barked. Demand an explanation from the upper three sects. Continue to assassinate this youth. There's nothing we can't accomplish within the eastern continent. We cannot tarnish our reputation over this. If there's truly a Sage acting in secret, perhaps we should deploy the immortal binding lock. Our mission is to assassinate this youth and deal with any Sage interference discreetly. I don't believe a Sage would dare openly challenge Bloodkill sect. With that order, several figures quietly left the hall. Chapter 569, Small Village. In a remote small village, the sudden sound of roosters crowing broke the silence. Wisps of cooking smoke curled up into the air, creating an idyllic scene far removed from the struggles of the outside world. The villagers lived simple, peaceful lives, seeking only enough to get by. Inside the thatched hut, Russell slowly opened his eyes, a wave of pain coursing through his body. The sharp pain made him wince and grimace. After the pain subsided a little, he glanced around. Where am I? At this moment, a boy beside him suddenly widened his eyes and waved his arms, calling out toward the door. Sis, this guy is awake. In the next instant, a graceful figure pushed aside the curtain and walked in slowly. You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for a whole half-month. Half a month? Russell vaguely remembered battling a Perry before collapsing. Fragmented memories flashed through his mind. He realized his dantian and internal organs were gravely injured. It would likely take a while to recover to peak condition. However, hiding in this small village meant no one could trace his whereabouts. Currently, in the eastern continent, Russell's reputation had spread widely, with many wanting to hunt him down. Why not spend some quiet days in this village for now? As Russell was about to rise, the girl rushed over and supported his body. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. You should rest more. Though dressed simply, the girl exuded a sense of innocence, like a pure white lotus flower emerging untainted from mud. At this point, the boy placed his hands on his hips and added, You gave sis a hard time these past few days. Astral landscapes, with everyone working diligently and living harmoniously. There were very few true martial artists in the village. Though it was part of the upper realm, there were still those who lived harsh lives. These people, of lowly status, never had the chance to learn martial cultivation methods, spending their lives hunting and farming in the village. Russell wasn't the type to be idle, especially after staying for half a month, which made him feel somewhat guilty. So, he went hunting in the nearby mountains. By dusk, he returned to the thatched hut carrying a wild boar, placing it before Louise. I just stretched my legs and happened upon a wild boar. Russell offered an excuse. Louise paused, worry evident on her face. Your injuries have affected your muscles and bones. It's best if you rest in bed. If you want better food, I can go to the market. She tidied up the boar while speaking. Russell returned to the thatched hut. At this moment, Beck burst into the hut, covered in dust, with tears streaming down his cheeks. Seeing this, Russell squinted, confusion crossing his face. He approached slowly, putting a hand on Beck's shoulder. Edgardo one, did someone hurt you? You can tell me about it. Then, Beck pulled his head from the pillow, tears brimming in his eyes. The kids in the village say I'm an orphan with no parents, and they won't play with me. This statement struck a chord in Russell's heart. Back in the 3000 minor worlds, his clan had expelled him because his parents had disappeared. If he had had support back then, the next morning, Russell heard rustling sounds as Lucas got up from the bed. It took him half a day to fulfill the promise made with Russell the previous day. Throughout the night, Russell was extracting the essence of heaven and earth to consolidate his physical body. If he relied solely on herbs, it would take years to recover fully. Yesterday, Russell tried to contact Sullivan all day, but there was no response. He wasn't sure what had happened. Could the explosion of the near St. Origin have affected Sullivan too? He could only find another way to awaken Sullivan. At noon, Lucas collapsed in front of Russell, his legs trembling. Such high intensity was a heavy burden for someone his age. Brother, I'm done. Sweat, like beans, dripped down from Lucas's forehead and fell onto the ground. Seeing this, Russell raised his eyes slightly to observe Lucas, surprised that a passing remark had left such a deep impression on the boy. After much thought, Russell took a cultivation manual from his spatial ring and handed it to Lucas. Follow the instructions in the book to cultivate your body. If you are highly insightful, you can soon step onto the path of martial arts. Don't reveal this method. Remember this when you venture out in the future. Even a common man bears no sin for possessing a jade without coveting it. Russell patted his shoulder. Although it was just an ordinary cultivation manual, in such a remote village, it was still something quite remarkable. If exposed, it might attract envy and cause others to fight over it. If Lucas could step onto the path of martial arts, he could escape the confines of the small village in the future. Holding the cultivation manual, Lucas's eyes lit up with sincerity as he nodded forcefully. In the future, as a martial artist, he could lead Jolie away from this isolated village and free them from a life of hardship. For Lucas, this was both a stepping stone and the only turning point in his life. Though young, his mind was more mature than most of his peers. Perhaps growing up orphaned, Lucas understood worldly matters earlier than others and possessed wisdom not found in his contemporaries. Looking into Lucas's determined eyes, Russell was moved. He had already become an important benefactor in Lucas's life, and given the debt of gratitude he owed, it was best to repay it all to Lucas. At least he wanted to be able to live without guilt. Thus, Russell gently stroked Lucas's forehead, showing a paternal expression. Boy, meet me at the village entrance at dawn tomorrow. Having said that, Russell stretched lazily and walked out of the thatched cottage, heading straight into the nearby deep mountains. Lucas had yet to enter the initial stage of body cultivation. If Russell could lend a helping hand, perhaps Lucas's starting point could be much higher in the future. Therefore, Russell decided to purify and refine his body. After this process, his future potential would be limitless, allowing him to step onto a broader stage. The purification method was not overly complex. It only required pouring beast essence blood over the body to cleanse all impurities from within, completing the purification. In the deep mountains, there were indeed a few powerful beasts worth noting. Although Russell was gravely injured, he still had overwhelming power against these beasts. Floating in midair, he released his divine sense, covering the entire mountain range. Shortly after, he chose his target, a giant ape. This giant ape had a respected realm strength and had long resided in the deep mountains, becoming the undisputed ruler of the surrounding area. However, it rarely left its lair or harmed the villagers. Russell hovered above a cave, with sword energy surging from within him. The next moment, golden scales covered his body, reflecting brilliant light and releasing an intense aura from his bloodline that spread across the entire mountain. Suddenly, birds and beasts throughout the mountain let out cries. Next, the giant ape emerged from its cave, its pupils contracting sharply, fear visible in its eyes. The overwhelming aura from Russell left an indelible mark on the giant ape. Either give me your essence blood willingly, or I will end your life and extract it myself. You have two choices, consider carefully. Chapter 571. Bandits come knocking. Now, an unprecedented opportunity lay before him. Seizing this olive branch would undoubtedly allow him to become a dominant power in the future. The giant ape's eyes revealed a hint of pleading. Russell was quite taken aback for a while. Indeed, he did lack a mount at present. If he could have an awe-inspiring mount, he couldn't imagine how majestic his future self would be. However, the giant ape's huge body was really too conspicuous. After all, Russell lived in a small mountain village. Capturing such a massive beast would inevitably attract attention. Submission isn't a problem, but your size is too large and very noticeable. I prefer a low profile. Before Russell finished speaking, the giant ape's body suddenly shrank, transforming into a small monkey child, looking incredibly cute without a hint of ferocity. As long as you are loyal, you will not be shortchanged in the future. With that, Russell left the deep mountains with the little monkey. He wandered around but didn't find any satisfactory beasts. By evening, Russell returned to the small mountain village. At this point, he could only reluctantly use the essence blood from the small monkey child to nourish Beck's body. After all, this little one was well practiced in physical cultivation, making its essence blood highly beneficial for physical rejuvenation. My sister. Beck showed no fear. His actions intrigued the bandit leader, who grabbed Beck, lifting him into the air. Seeing this, Jolie rushed up, grabbing the bandit leader's arm with a pleading look. Let him go. I'll go with you. This comment drew laughter from the other bandits. Fair maiden, as long as you ask, everything is easy. Even if you wanted the moon, I'd pluck it for you. The bandit leader leered, then lunged at Jolie. At a critical moment, a sword chi flashed in the sky, severing the bandit leader's arm clean in half. Next came a blood-curdling scream. Who's there? If you have the guts, show yourself. Sneaking in the dark doesn't prove anything. Have the courage to fight me head-on. The bandit leader glared around, his face twisted in rage. Zoran on fight? Do you have the qualifications to fight me? Don't overestimate yourself. Killing you would be as simple as raising a finger. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky, Russell. Dressed in white, he seemed like a savior, leaving an indelible impression on all the villagers. Simultaneously, his inner sword chi erupted, pointing toward the bandit leader. A mere immortal realm practitioner dared to challenge him? Despite his injuries, Russell still regarded this opponent with disdain. You are unworthy. This remark enraged the bandit leader, whose face grew more fearsome. Then he barked, attack him. All the bandits rushed at Russell. He wielded the Eve sword and slashed. Sword chi burst forth, followed by a loud explosion. None of the bandits could withstand his single strike. Realizing the enormity of his mistake, the bandit leader watched in horror as Russell approached. Were you the one making all that noise earlier? Do you really think you deserve arrogance? Just a mere bandit. Russell released his pressure, causing the bandit leader's face to pale. You can't kill me. My brother is the leader of the 7 Killers gang. If you kill me, you won't escape the consequences. The bandit leader kneeled, but kept his eyes fixed on Russell. Russell snorted. Threatening him now? Impatient with living? Without hesitation, Russell swung his sword, sending a burst of sword chi towards the bandit leader, killing him instantly. Chapter 572. Killing the 7 Killers gang. At this point, all the bandits were dead. Every villager's gaze was fixed on Russell. In their eyes, Russell seemed like a god, having saved the entire village with his strength alone. On the other hand, Russell's expression did not change in the slightest. His decisiveness in combat was unwavering. If anyone dared cross him, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Beck, great, you see that sword strike just now? One day, you too can reach my level. As long as you never forget your original intention. We martial cultivators must never oppress others with our power. These bandits got what they deserved. Russell turned and gently patted Beck's head. Just then, he seemed to see a shadow of his younger self in Beck. That fearless demeanor matched Russell when he was young. Right at that moment, Russell completely regarded Beck as his disciple from deep within his heart. Suddenly, Jolie rushed over, grabbing Russell's hand. Hurry up and leave. Don't stay here any longer. That man was the nephew of the Seven Killers gang leader. If you don't leave, you'll definitely be hunted by the Seven Killers gang. Jolie pushed him anxiously, her eyes full of worry. She had lived her entire life in this small village and didn't understand how vast and complex the outside world was. In her eyes, while Russell was strong, he might not be a match for the Seven Killers gang leader. However, Russell remained unperturbed. Although severely injured, he still possessed the power equivalent to an ordinary venerable realm expert. A venerable realm powerhouse in this desolate land was considered one of the most formidable existences. A celestial realm expert could claim a mountain as his domain. If someone had the strength of a venerable realm expert, wouldn't they establish their own sect or even found a nation? Don't be afraid. I will face whatever comes. Whoever dares challenge me will surely regret it. Russell was not worried about these matters. The treasures on these bandits' bodies belong to you as a token of gratitude for your care during this time. If the Seven Killers gang dares to come, I will make them pay. Having said that, Russell pulled Beck aside. As dusk fell, the light shone upon Beck's slender frame. Before them sat a massive furnace, which Russell's primordial fire had heated until it glowed red. Inside the furnace lay rare medicinal herbs. Russell had expended great effort preparing these to temper Beck's body. Jump in. Now it depends on your fate. The longer you endure within the furnace, the higher you will ascend in the future. I am merely your guide on the path of martial arts. If you cannot withstand it, you are not meant for this path. Russell added a few words before turning to glance at the little monkey on his shoulder. The monkey met Russell's gaze and felt a chill run through him, causing his fur to stand on end. It was time for the monkey to play its part. Russell waved his hand, his robes fluttering in the wind. Instantly, a cold light shot from his fingertip, striking the monkey. Blood streamed from the monkey's body into the furnace. Soon, the interior of the furnace was dyed red by the blood. Russell looked down and produced a pill, handing it to the monkey. Extracting the monkey's essence would inevitably leave lingering injuries, but Russell promised to compensate the monkey with endless benefits for following him. Now, the little monkey lay limp on the ground, breathing heavily, drained of energy, and dropped back to the peak of the Lars realm. After consuming the pill, his condition improved slightly. Russell focused his attention on Beck. Go in, he commanded sternly. Beck's expression hardened as he jumped into the furnace. Immediately, a searing heat enveloped him. Pain spread through his body as the essence tempered his flesh, almost tearing him apart. After all, he was only human. If he could endure such torment beyond human limits, he would surely achieve greatness. To ensure safety, Russell infused Beck with a thread of spiritual energy to protect his life. Time ticked away slowly. Beads of sweat dripped from Beck's brow, mixing into the furnace. His initially contorted face gradually relaxed. Russell was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Beck to possess such determination. Without extraordinary mental strength, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Suddenly, a golden glow emanated from Beck's body. With a loud boom, the furnace exploded, and Beck leaped out. Post-tempering, his body gleamed brightly. He swung his fists effortlessly, generating immense force. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Russell's face. This boy had not disappointed him. After this bone-washing ordeal, his potential was boundless. Master, accept my bow. If not for you, I would have spent my whole life in this small village, unable to experience the vast world outside. My life is yours. Do with me as you please in the future. Beck knelt down. Russell nodded. He had chosen well. In the future, Beck would carry on his legacy and bring glory to his teachings. In due time, we will leave this village. Cherish the remaining days. After speaking, Russell left with the little monkey. For Beck, this place held some sentimental value. It was where he grew up. But Russell felt no attachment to the village. He planned to settle the final matter before leaving, dealing with the Seven Killers gang. If Russell left silently, the Seven Killers gang would take out their anger on the villagers, leading to unnecessary deaths. Beforehand, he had inquired about the exact location of the Seven Killers gang from the villagers. They resided in a nearby town. That night, Russell appeared in the town. The streets were deserted, almost eerily quiet with few pedestrians around. Chapter 573, Making a Move. After a long while, Russell stopped at the entrance of the Seven Killers gang. He raised his eyes to gaze at the signboard before him, his face set in a stern expression. In an instant, he dashed into the courtyard of the Seven Killers gang. Inside the main pavilion, the lights were still blazing brightly. What nonsense! Someone actually dared to kill my nephew? Although he was often unruly and arrogant, who dares to touch a hair on his head on my territory? Do they really not respect the face of the Seven Killers gang? The gang leader flew into a rage, slamming his palm onto the desk before him with force. With one strike, he shattered the desk in front of him. The underlings around him flinched, all aware that their boss was protective and ruthless. If anyone offended him, they would meet a terrible end. Previously, a group of bandits had suddenly appeared in the nearby mountains, consistently suppressing the gang leader's nephew. Later, the gang leader stepped in. Within a day, he wiped out all the bandits, allowing his nephew to become Yusef of the mountain in the vicinity. Eldon, this matter doesn't need you to handle it. We will make sure that man wishes he were dead. The underlings fawned over the gang leader. After all, they relied on his influence for their current status. No need. Bring that guy here. I want to torture him myself, to make him wish he were dead. As he finished speaking, a cacophony of noises came from outside the door. this moment, Russell pushed the door open and entered, feigning innocence. I heard you were looking for me? Now that I'm here, there's no need for all this trouble. Instantly, all members of the Seven Killers gang turned to look at Russell. They had no memory of him, having never met him before. Who are you? The gang leader asked, puzzled, but polite, showing Russell some courtesy. Conversely, Russell barged in, turned to close the door behind him, and showed a sinister smile. Weren't you just saying you'd torture me until I wished I were dead? Now I'm standing right before you, ready for any punishment without a single complaint. Russell's expression was calm as he walked forward slowly. The grand main hall was filled with a heavy tension. The gang leader finally realized what was happening, anger rising on his face. It's you? You show up uninvited, and you really dare to provoke me at the Seven Killers gang. Since you've delivered yourself here, leave your life behind. Suddenly, the gang leader rushed forward, wind bursting from his feet, his body shooting forward like an arrow. In a flash, he was already in front of Russell, reaching out to grab him. At the last second, Russell's figure vanished, reappearing behind the gang leader the next moment. I'm giving you a chance to choose. If you can reform, I can spare your lives. Russell drew his Eve sword, stroking the blade, a mocking smile on his face. The smile carried a chill. His gang dared not speak or look directly at Russell. Everyone knew the insurmountable gap between themselves and Russell. Now you should all disperse. Don't commit heinous acts anymore. If you persist, I will make you pay. Russell shouldered his Eve sword, fearless. Fear spread across everyone's faces. No one dared to respond to Russell's words, but they all silently accepted it. The gang leader was dead, leaving them no choice but to retire. Remember what I said. Don't make me come back. Otherwise, I'll wipe you all off this earth. Finishing his words, Russell left the town. Everyone felt as if they had survived a disaster. Russell did not dwell on this matter. He returned to the small village. It was deep into the night. Beck sat meditating on the bed, circulating inner strength within his dantian. He absorbed the spiritual energy of the universe, emanating a faint golden glow. Russell merely glanced at him, then returned to his own bed. He also began absorbing the celestial energy. By now, more than half of Russell's injuries had healed, but he was now a notorious figure throughout Dongzhou. Many believed Russell had perished far away. Should he return to the martial world, it would cause another uproar. However, many people were now watching him closely. Without complete certainty, if he resurfaced, he would be betrayed again. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. At this moment, Russell pushed open the door, putting on an innocent act. I heard you were looking for me? Well, since I'm here, you don't need to go through such trouble. Everyone from the Seven Killers gang turned to look at Russell. They had no impression of this person. They had never met him before. Who are you? The boss asked in puzzlement, though his attitude was still friendly toward Russell, not showing any displeasure. On the contrary, Russell strode in, closed the door behind him, and revealed a sinister smile. Weren't you just talking about torturing me until I wished I was dead? Here I am, standing before you, willing to let you do whatever you wish without making a sound. Russell's expression was calm as he walked forward slowly. A thick tension filled the grand hall. Now, the boss finally realized who it was, his face flushing with anger. It's you, huh? After searching everywhere, I find you right here. Since you've delivered yourself, leave your life here. Suddenly, the boss lunged forward, creating a gust of wind beneath his feet, his body shooting out like an arrow. In an instant, he was in front of Russell, reaching out to grab him. But at the critical moment, Russell vanished and reappeared behind the boss. I'll give you one chance to live. If you repent, I can spare your lives, Russell said, drawing the Eve sword and stroking its blade with a smile, disintegrated into a cloud of blood, dissipating into the air. Seeing this, the other members of the Seven Killers gang were terrified, but dared not speak against Russell. None could meet his eyes. Everyone knew the insurmountable gap between them and Russell. You all should disband. Stop committing these atrocities. If you continue, I will make you pay. Russell slung the Eve sword over his shoulder, appearing fearless. Everyone's face showed fear, none daring to challenge him further. But remember what I said. If I ever visit again, I'll make sure you all vanish from this world. With that, Russell left the town. Everyone felt like they had narrowly escaped death. Russell didn't dwell on this matter, returning directly to the small village. It was now midnight. Miguel was meditating on his bed, cultivating his inner strength. He absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, emitting a faint golden light. Russell glanced at him briefly before returning to his own bed to cultivate as well. His injuries were mostly healed, and he had become a renowned figure across Dongzhou. Many believed Russell was dead somewhere far away. If he re-emerged, it would stir up another storm in Dongzhou, but many were watching him in secret. Without being absolutely certain, his return could result in another betrayal. Last time, a near saint intervened. This time, perhaps even a sage would come to assassinate him. Without using special means, he couldn't defeat someone at the sage realm. Chapter 573, Making a Move. After a long while, Russell stopped in front of the Seven Kill Gang's gate. He lifted his eyes to gaze at the signboard before him, then swiftly entered the courtyard of the Seven Kill Gang with a stern face. Inside the main pavilion, lights were still shining brightly. How outrageous! Someone dared to kill my nephew? Although he was somewhat unruly and arrogant, who would dare to touch him on my turf? Do they really not respect the face of the Seven Kill Gang? The gang leader flew into a rage and slapped the table in front of him. The slap shattered it into pieces. The subordinates around shrank their necks. They knew the gang leader was protective, and anyone who offended him would suffer greatly. Previously, a group of mountain bandits suddenly appeared in the nearby mountains, continually suppressing the gang leader's nephew. Later, when the gang leader intervened, all bandits were wiped out within a day, allowing the nephew to dominate the area. Eldon, you don't need to handle this matter. We will make that person wish he was dead. The flatterers around echoed. After all, their current status depended on the gang leader's reputation. No need. Bring that guy back to me. I want to torture him personally until he wishes he were dead. As he spoke, A noisy commotion came from outside the door. At that moment, Russell pushed the door open and entered, adopting an innocent stance. Hearing you were looking for me? I'm here now, so there's no need to go through such trouble. Suddenly, everyone in the 7 Kill gang turned their attention to Russell. They had no impression of this man. They had never met before. Who are you? The gang leader asked in puzzlement, but kept his tone friendly. Conversely, Russell rushed inside, closed the door behind him, and flashed a sinister smile. Weren't you just talking about torturing me until I wished I was dead? Now I'm standing right here, ready for any treatment without making a sound. Russell's expression remained calm as he walked forward slowly. A thick tension filled the grand pavilion. The gang leader finally reacted, anger rising on his face. So, it's you? To find what you seek requires no effort. Since you've come yourself, leave your life here. Suddenly, the gang leader lunged forward, his body moving like an arrow. In an instant, he was in front of Russell, reaching out to grab him. At the last second, Russell vanished, reappearing behind the gang leader. I give you one chance to live. If you turn over a new leaf, I'll let you off. Russell drew out Eve's sword, caressing its blade with a cold smile. The gang leader shivered, feeling unease facing Russell. Brat, you're really pushing your luck, coming to the 7 Kill gang and provoking me. With that, the gang leader attacked again. Russell sneered. With that, Russell left the town. Everyone felt a sense of survival. Russell, however, wasn't concerned. He returned to the small village. Night had fallen, and Beck sat meditating on his bed, drawing in spiritual energy. Russell glanced at him, then returned to his own bed, also absorbing the earth's spirit. His injuries were mostly healed. However, Russell was now a well-known figure in East Continent. Many believed he had perished elsewhere. If he re-emerged, he would stir the entire East Continent once more. Yet, numerous people watched him closely. Without absolute certainty, he could be betrayed again upon returning. Previously, a near saint had confronted him. This time, perhaps a saint would try to assassinate him. Without using seals, he couldn't match a saint realm opponent. The tone and style of the original text have been maintained, ensuring the translation is natural and fluent. Chapter 574, Assassination of the Garfield. Before this, Russell had prepared to stealthily infiltrate the Huashan imperial family in order to strike at the rebirth realm expert attached to the Garfield. Since sustaining severe injuries, Sullivan had been in an unclear state. To that end, Russell had been constantly thinking about how to awaken Sullivan. Ever since being in the upper realms, Sullivan had consistently supported Russell, helping him get to where he is today. If not for him, perhaps Russell would already be a cold corpse. Could it be that the explosion of the quasi-saint's essence affected Sullivan as well? For a moment, Russell was confused. After all, Sullivan was only a spirit entity. Even the slightest disturbance could cause his soul and body to be annihilated. Perhaps, by devouring the rebirth realm expert's divine sense, Sullivan's condition might improve significantly. Previously, Sullivan had been yearning for this rebirth realm expert's divine sense. Deep into the night, inside a small village, Russell stroked Miguel's forehead. He ultimately had to leave this remote place. After all, he carried too many destinies on his shoulders. How could he fulfill his mission if he remained secluded? Therefore, he left Edgardo Monkey in the village. As a venerable realm powerhouse, Edgardo Monkey could offer some protection for the brother and sister. Take them to Dragon Pass in the future. Regardless of the distance, once you reach Dragon Pass, find the 10,000 Treasures Merchant Guild. Russell whispered into Edgardo Monkey's ear. Then, his figure disappeared into the moonlight, gradually merging with the darkness. High in the sky, a shadow flashed past. Russell soared above the clouds, eyes fixed forward. This time out of the mountain, he resolved to change his appearance. If he were to show up as Russell, it would certainly stir up a storm and possibly attract some powerful experts to chase him again. Even within the imperial family, there would still be unrest. With so many people watching closely, the talents Russell exhibited had already instilled a deep sense of crisis in many. Only if Russell were dead could these people feel at ease. Suddenly, Russell vanished into a black cloud. When he emerged from the black cloud, his face had changed, and the aura around him subtly altered. Half an hour later, Russell's figure appeared inside the Huashan imperial family. He silently infiltrated the residence of the Garfield. At present, even a quasi-saint might not be a match for Russell. As long as no sage intervened, no one could threaten his life. The Garfield's residence was still brightly lit. In just a short period, the Garfield had risen among the princes and received Jacob's favor. Based on his talent displayed in the arena, he was sure to become a dominant force. However, no one knew the previous Garfield was no longer the same. Upon entering the Garfield's residence, Russell sensed an array already set up to conceal the atmosphere here. No wonder ordinary people couldn't notice anything unusual. It turned out the Garfield had meticulously planned everything. Inside the residence, Russell heard sounds of revelry. These noises made him frown unconsciously. Previously, the Garfield was refined and cultured. How could he now be such a lecherous person? It's unclear what significant event has led to the Garfield's drastic change in character. Although his strength has rapidly increased, he beats or scolds us without reason. I heard a guard died recently because he didn't follow orders. It was right after the Huashan competition ended, and upon returning, he vented anger on his subordinates. Outside the Garfield's residence, many guards patrolled. Everyone harbored grievances against the Garfield, but dared not express their emotions out of fear. At this moment, Russell bypassed all the guards and silently appeared at the window of the Garfield's room. He tore through the paper window and saw indecent scenes inside. After hesitating for a moment, Russell kicked the door open. Startled, the Garfield hastily pulled the covers over himself. Who dares be so impertinent? Don't you know the prince is busy? Get out of my sight. I'll deal with you fools later. The Garfield's status and identity among the princes had drastically changed. Now, he was favored, and as long as he didn't make a big scene, Acton would turn a blind eye. Russell slowly approached the bed and directly lifted the curtain. Gray. As he finished speaking, Russell slashed with his sword. The Eve sword had also been transformed in appearance. The sword energy fell, splitting the entire residence in two, turning it into ruins. Dust swept across the air. Once the dust settled, the Garfield stood intact before Russell, glaring menacingly. Who are you? How dare you attempt to assassinate me? Do you know who I am? You have disturbed me today, so you shall pay with your life. I will give you a profound lesson. With that, the Garfield lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, ready to attack. Due to the array concealing their presence, the Imperial family wouldn't discover the fight anytime soon. It seemed the Garfield had dug his own grave. Earlier, Russell wondered how he could act if the Garfield stayed within the Imperial family. Now, the opportunity presented itself. Really? I heard you lost to an unknown opponent in the recent Huashan competition. One day, I must challenge this unknown opponent and see how strong the most dazzling genius truly is. This comment reignited the Garfield's anger. He clenched his fists, fury rising in his heart. Losing to Russell was a lifelong shame for him, especially now that he was a proud Rebirth Realm expert. Chapter 575, Devouring the Gravine Consciousness. A mere Rebirth Realm practitioner, despite being reborn into a new body, still possessed combat experience that others could not match. This person had once been a dominant figure in the Central Plains, and even though he no longer held the same power, he could still crush his contemporaries. Russell, holding the founding Eve sword, continuously slashed at the Garfield before him, releasing waves of sword chi one after another. He aimed to finish the battle quickly, leaving the Garfield with no room for maneuver. After all, facing a Rebirth Realm expert from the past, Russell wasn't entirely confident. Moreover, they were still within the Haskellshan Imperial family. Killing the Garfield would certainly cause an uproar, which was undoubtedly challenging the Dishan of the Haskellshan royal family. The Haskellshan Emperor would surely investigate this matter thoroughly afterward. Asterisk correction for natural fluency and consistency asterisk. Furthermore, they were still within the Haskellshan Imperial family. Killing the Garfield would undoubtedly cause a huge stir, effectively challenging the Haskellshan royal family's bottom line. The Haskellshan Emperor would definitely launch a thorough investigation into this matter afterward. Rumbles echoed incessantly. Flames rose into the sky. The Garfield kept searching for an opportunity. He did not choose to fight head-on, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from Russell. A direct confrontation's outcome was uncertain. There are such geniuses within the borders of the Haskellshan Empire. I thought Russell was already surprising, but this person's talent surpasses Russell, muttered the Garfield. Not long ago, news of Russell's death had reached the Haskellshan Imperial family. The Bloodkill sect's actions caused quite a stir, making it hard for the Haskellshan Emperor to sleep peacefully. To witness the fall of a genius of the Haskellshan Empire was extremely painful for the nation. Therefore, the Garfield didn't think the person before him was an imposter disguised as Russell. Perfect. These past few days, I have successfully cultivated the secret technique from my previous life. Let me test the power of the technique that once dominated the Central Plains on you. As he spoke, the Garfield formed hand seals. Faint golden light enveloped his body. In the next moment, a moon wheel abruptly appeared behind him. It slowly ascended into the air, overlapping with the moon in the sky. In the next second, the Garfield pointed towards Russell. Behind him, the moon released a dazzling beam of light, charging towards Russell. Mixed within the bright light was a surging force like a flood. Russell's eyes revealed a hint of caution. This was a heavenly grade secret art. It couldn't be underestimated. Russell also floated into the air, forming hand seals with both hands. The founding Eve sword hovered before his chest. Kill. One sword between Edgarf and death. Who in this world can stop me? Russell shouted, emitting an indomitable aura. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, his resolve remained unshaken. Everything seemed like fleeting clouds in his eyes. With one slash, the sword chi became immense. Under the moonlight, the sword chi transformed into a blood-red wave. As it soared through the sky, it left a graceful arc in its wake. A thunderous boom echoed. An explosion resounded. Heaven and earth seemed to split apart. The large courtyard was engulfed in flames. After the fire subsided, the courtyard lay in ruins. Russell still stood mid-air, radiating a formidable fighting spirit that no one could block. Not long ago, Russell had reached the deepest level of comprehension with the one sword between Edgarf and death. Although the Garfield had mastered a heavenly grade secret technique, it was only at the entry level, unable to unleash its full power. The Garfield emerged slowly from the rubble, covered in blood and torn clothes, a ghastly sight. When did so many geniuses appear in Dongzhou? It seems this world is changing, but you can't kill me. Speaking, the Garfield turned to leave. Facing Russell head-on gave him no chance. Fleeing was his only hope of survival. Russell smiled sardonically mid-air, appearing instantly behind the Garfield. With the ghost shadow technique, no one could escape him. Russell raised his hand again, slashing out with the sword. The sword chi struck the Garfield, who fell into the rubble once more. Any final hope extinguished. Continuous blows had crushed his spirit. Earlier, the Garfield believed he would become a genius who would shock the entire Dongzhou. Losing to Russell had planted an indelible seed in his heart. Such humiliation never occurred during his time in the Central Plains, where he once shone among the best. Can I ask why? Why do you wish to kill me? We have no enmity. Are you here today just to take my life, or sent by someone else? The Garfield was concerned. He had recently possessed this body and had no feuds with others. Why would someone boldly come to the Haskellshan Imperial family to take his life? At this moment, Russell revealed his true appearance, his lips curling into a sinister smile. The Garfield's eyes filled with fear. No wonder he felt a familiar aura. It was an old rival. Russell, aren't you afraid of retribution from the royal family? You are now part of the Haskellshan Imperial family, while I am a prince. If you kill me and anyone finds even a hint of evidence, you will be wiped out completely. Even at death's door, the Garfield remained defiant. Only Russell knew the secrets hidden within him. If his divine consciousness inside him was erased, he would cease to exist. Oh, do you think I will leave any evidence? The divine consciousness of a rebirth realm expert is useful to me, so I must inconvenience you. Russell stepped forward and plunged the founding Eve sword into the ground. Instantly, the ground trembled, and a wave of energy enveloped the Garfield. Suddenly, all divine consciousness invaded the Garfield's body. Russell extracted the divine consciousness of a rebirth realm expert from the Garfield. A light sphere slowly floated out from his body, hovering mid-air. Suddenly, Russell's eyes widened, a golden glow erupting from his pupils as he swallowed the light sphere. Within Russell's mind, a new consciousness emerged. Where am I? You want to devour my divine consciousness? Don't think a bit of talent gives you the right to act recklessly. I will also shatter your body and bury you with me. The rebirth realm expert shouted, feeling his divine consciousness weakening, his consciousness gradually losing control. Chapter 576, The Bold Assassin. At this moment, Russell's mind was in turmoil, with waves of thoughts surging. He could clearly sense the intense resistance from the Nirvana realm expert's divine consciousness. However, the sea of divine consciousness appeared like a vast ocean, endless and void. From within the void came intermittent sounds, and deep within it floated a gray orb. It seemed unremarkable, but exuded an overwhelming pressure that spread throughout the entire sea of divine consciousness. This gray orb was Sullivan, though his presence was now exceedingly weak, all due to the massive explosion earlier. How is this possible? Why is there a supreme being destroyed completely? Truly despicable means. If you relied on your own divine consciousness, you wouldn't have been able to withstand that explosion. In the end, I took the hit for you. So, you should thank me. At that critical moment, Sullivan used his divine consciousness to shield against the explosion. His divine consciousness was already unstable. After the explosion, he fell into a deep sleep, at risk of dissipating entirely from the world. Couldn't I help you capture this coveted Nirvana realm divine consciousness? If not for me, your brilliant life would have ended right there. Russell muttered under his breath. Just then, noisy sounds came from his ears. The Garfield's divine consciousness returned to his body, regaining control. Meanwhile, Russell remained hidden in the shadows. Footsteps could be heard outside the door. Earlier, the sounds of battle had attracted royal experts. Immediately, Gravine consciousness filled the entire courtyard. Looking at the fiery sky and the ruins before them, heavily armored experts landed in the courtyard, supporting the Garfield's arm. Garfield, there's an assassin in the city. Follow me to the inner cabinet for safety. After settling you down, I will personally deal with this assassin. The Jerson blocked the Garfield from view. At this moment, the Garfield's vision focused, trunk in front of Russell, just inches from his nose. Cold sweat broke out on Russell's back. Turning his head, the Jerson was already approaching. Criminal, how dare you attempt to assassinate the Garfield in the middle of the night? What punishment do you deserve? One look at you tells me you're from one of the upper three sects. Why do you keep targeting our Huashan Empire's geniuses? Killing intent erupted within the Jerson. Instantly, the killing intent materialized around him, distorting the surrounding space. Oh no, a quasi-saint expert? Russell exclaimed internally, glad he had disguised himself earlier. If the Jerson had recognized him, it would cause significant unrest. Now was not the right time to reveal his identity. He would confront the upper three sects openly when he was strong enough. Currently, he needed to remain hidden. I meant no offense. Russell bowed deeply and suddenly shot into the sky, using Ghost Shadow Flash continuously. This quickly put distance between him and the Jerson. Russell had refined the Ghost Shadow Flash technique to perfection. Even a quasi-saint might not catch up to him. In an instant, Russell disappeared into the darkness. The Jerson gazed at the sky, a profound expression in his eyes. He got away. This matter must be reported to His Majesty immediately. This person is likely an assassin sent by the upper three sects, indicating they are preparing to attack the Empire. Such a commotion in the palace would surely worry Acton. As the ruler, he would be the first target. Should we invite Ellie out of seclusion? Currently, Ellie was the Huashan Empire's ultimate trump card. Without him overseeing the royal family, the upper three sects would likely wreak havoc in the Empire. Hashtag Chapter 577. Return to Dragon City Pass. Outside Heavenly Emperor City. In the dead of night, Russell's figure appeared in the misty moonlight, half of his body cloaked in shadows as he gazed at the city before him. Ultimately, he turned away. Someday, he would stand under everyone's gaze once again. By dawn, he appeared within Dragon City Pass, pulling down his hat brim to hide his identity as he strolled forward and entered the 10,000 Treasure Guild. At that moment, inside the 10,000 Treasure Guild, Nicola sat on an elevated platform with her leg crossed over the other, a listless expression on her face, her eyes clouded as if she had lost her soul. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. Miss, we've sent people to search for him, but we still can't find any trace of him, not even remains. It seems this time it's really true. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Miss, you must learn to let go. He was just a passerby in your life who could never stay by your side. In the future, you will witness countless geniuses rise and fall. You need to get used to it. Ever since she learned of Russell evenly. Sir, our guild conducts business independently. If you can't accept our rules, feel free to leave. We don't need your business. Nicola's anger flared. Her mood was already bad, and this only made it worse. Suddenly, Russell smiled and lifted his robe to cover his face. In the next second, his appearance changed, revealing his true form. Really? If the guild operates like this, then I'll leave. He turned to go, but Nicola froze in shock, then quickly broke into a smile as she hurried downstairs and grabbed Russell's sleeve. Don't go. Is it really you? Tears welled up in her eyes, a tender expression emerging. Emotions of longing filled her heart. Russell had been unaccounted for, but now he suddenly stood before her, making it hard for her to believe. As real as it gets. Russell opened his arms, a gentle smile on his face. Next, Nicola cast a wary glance and shut the door. If anyone leaks a word of this today, I will show no mercy. She scanned the room, ensuring the news of Russell's return remained a secret. At the time of his assassination attempt, Russell lacked self-protection capabilities, and keeping it quiet was the only way to ensure his safety. Let's talk privately. They both headed for the inner chamber. Inside the inner chamber, Nicola was somewhat nervous. What exactly happened that day? Why did rumors spread about you being assassinated? And why didn't you send us protection? The imperial forces of the eastern continent may cease to exist. For Haskell Mountain Emperor, Russell felt a slight gratitude. Bryson had treated him well, and there was a mutual benefit between them. The news of Russell's death must have saddened Jacob greatly. Hashtag chapter 578. Implications beyond words. The three supreme sects of East Continent are watching closely. If you show your face again, they will spare no effort to eliminate you. Why not return with me to Central Continent? Once we reach Central Continent, the 10,000 Treasures Trade Guild will protect you at all costs. You can then regroup and one day return. As Nicola recalled the anxious days before, she realized that she had become infatuated with the Gillis standing before her. For almost a month, she had been lost in thought, feeling like a mere shadow of her former self. She did not want Ellis to be plunged back into peril once more. Ellis slowly walked to the window and gazed out, his eyes reflecting an intense fighting spirit. I am not a delicate flower confined to a hothouse. The vast world is my refuge. No matter how arduous the journey has been, nothing has broken me. This time too, I can survive this calamity. If I flee, my Tao heart will falter, and I might never progress beyond this point. Heaven has destined me to stay in East Continent. Surely there is a purpose behind it. The influence of the three supreme sects was rapidly spreading across East Continent, making every step fraught with danger. Upon hearing this, Nicola fell silent. She knew she could not hold Ellis back. He was like a majestic eagle soaring high above, thriving in a world where only the fittest survived. In the future, Ellis would surely reach the pinnacle of the upper realms. The 10,000 Treasures Trade Guild would benefit immensely from such a remarkable talent, continuing its legacy for centuries. Inside the cabinet, they were both silent, but deeply concerned for each other. After exchanging glances, Ellis turned and left the 10,000 Treasures Trade Guild. An Ronnie figure appeared behind the screen, watching Ellis's retreating back with an unusual expression. Miss, our spies have reported that there's an assassin organization in East Continent called the Seven Killers Sect. On the day of the attack, the Seven Killers Sect sent a Quasi-Saint Realm expert to assassinate Ellis. It seems that the Quasi-Saint failed and met his end at Ellis's hands. It appears this boy now possesses strength on par with the Quasi-Saint. Upon hearing this, Nicola slowly rose, her eyes filled with worry. Perhaps one day, I too will look up to him. This Gillis is destined for great things. After finishing her words, Nicola pulled the curtain closed, her expression unreadable. After some time, Ellis returned to his old residence. Dust covered everything, and the old caretaker had long since departed. The place had been abandoned for a while. Gazing at the array formations within the courtyard, Ellis felt a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar presence outside. Raising his head, he saw Enrico. Enrico jumped onto the eaves, followed by light footsteps approaching from the doorway. Ellis looked up slightly as Lucas and her brother arrived. A smile spread across his face. Master! Finally, I see you. Enrico did well. No one dared to harm us along the way. Lucas grabbed Enrico by the tail, a radiant smile on her face. Enrico quickly jumped onto Ellis's shoulder. Afterward, I won't be staying here for long. You can consider this place your home. If you encounter trouble in the city, you can seek help from the 10,000 Treasures Trade Guild. Just mention my name, and they'll assist you. With these people around, perhaps this place would retain some semblance of life. Next, Ellis took out a ring from his sleeve and handed it to Lucas. This ring contains all the cultivation materials I have prepared for you, enough to support your cultivation until Immortal Realm. Once you reach Immortal Realm, you can experience the vast world firsthand and seize opportunities with your own hands. Lucas was not a delicate flower confined to a hothouse. Certainly, Ellis wouldn't let him live in pampered comfort either. Having said that, Ellis walked toward his room. Late at night, Ellis suddenly sat up from his bed, his gaze fixed on the distance as he released his divine consciousness over 100 miles. Suddenly, he felt a restlessness. Wrapping himself in an outer robe, he left the room. Enrico stood on his shoulder, looking in the same direction. To the east, about a few thousand miles away, a red beam shot into the sky from the mountains, spreading outward and dyeing the clouds blood red. Ellis's gaze was fixed on the horizon, a hint of caution in his eyes. What had happened thousands of miles away? At that moment, the Eve sword hovered in front of Ellis, emitting a faint glow. Boy, there might be an opportunity descending. With your character, wouldn't you want to investigate? Sitting and waiting isn't your usual style. Sullivan asked in response. Actually, Ellis had already been eager to go, fearful that this opportunity isn't easily attainable. There are likely many hidden experts and powerful figures who have noticed this phenomenon. Let's go check it out first. In a flash, Ellis transformed into a beam of light and flew off toward the horizon, disappearing into the darkness in an instant. Before this, Ellis used disguise techniques to avoid being recognized. Thousands of miles away, Ellis's figure appeared amidst dark clouds. In the mountains, birds and beasts cried out, and the towering beam of light made Ellis feel a surge of excitement in his veins. He clenched his fists and scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, unfamiliar auras appeared nearby. Turning around, he saw several Quasi-Saint Realm experts had joined him. It seemed these Quasi-Saints had also been drawn by the phenomenon, seeking the same opportunity. As a perfected Venerable Realm cultivator, Ellis still had the confidence to compete with them. Half an hour later, the red light gradually dissipated, and the dark clouds vanished. However, the mountain region still emitted a formidable pressure, making breathing difficult. The Eve sword emitted sword chi, enveloping Ellis's body cautiously. He decided to wait and observe. Eventually, someone would lose patience and venture into the mountains first. These pioneers often met tragic ends. Chapter 579. Phoenix Remains. Suddenly, a column of flame shot into the sky, then descended upon the entire mountain range. In an instant, the entire mountainside was engulfed in a sea of fire. In the next second, a phantom phoenix soared into the sky, its cries echoing around them. Everyone's gaze fixed on this phoenix soaring high above. No one expected the phantom phoenix to appear in the desolate lands of East Continent, exploding outwards. Instantly, he felt his blood boiling, as if it were evaporating. The essence blood inside his body trembled as well. In the next second, his body suddenly transformed into a shadow, darting into the radiant gate. Russell's figure was swallowed by the gate. The spectators were momentarily stunned. Following this, many people mimicked Russell, disappearing into the radiant gate one after another. In another world, Russell felt a storm brewing in his mind, affecting his entire body. When his vision focused again, he found himself in another world. Surrounded by an endless sea of fire, Russell felt an inexplicable restlessness. He closed his breath and concentrated, adjusting his state to its peak, recovering his physical condition to its best. He exhaled deeply, his expression turning calm. This is the Phoenix secret realm. Within it lies the Phoenix's blessing. If you have the chance, you might obtain the Phoenix's treasures. With these secrets, you are destined for greatness. Boy, everything depends on your destiny. I cannot guide you much on the path of cultivation. It all depends on your own fate. Russell gazed into the distance, his eyes resting on the fiery sea. Sparks constantly emerged from the fiery sea. Russell's clothing became drenched instantly. He circulated the energy in his dantian, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and bring us some unexpected joy. The hovering phoenix teased. The woman harumphed but said no more, continuing to meditate amidst the flames, absorbing the natural energies. Her emanated aura was immensely powerful. At that moment, Russell's figure appeared outside a castle. He gazed intently at the castle before him. Suddenly, countless quasi-sage powerhouses appeared beside Russell. There must be treasures of the Phoenix secret realm here. Opportunity is just ahead. Everyone rely on your own abilities. Phoenix secret realm. If I can master the Phoenix secret arts, I can make a grand display in Central Region. Who could stop me? Gentlemen, why argue over words here? We'll see true results soon. Countless quasi-sage powerhouses unleashed their auras, causing space itself to twist. Next moment, countless individuals charged towards the castle. A luminous barrier emerged from the castle, repelling the quasi-sage powerhouses. These quasi-sage powerhouses exhausted all their methods yet failed to break through the barrier. Inside the barrier, it contained an immensely powerful energy. Russell stood still, observing the castle. He intended to wait until the quasi-sage powerhouses were worn out before reaping the rewards. But the quasi-sage powerhouses couldn't break through the barrier at all. Everyone, let's join forces to break this Phoenix Remains barrier, and we'll share the opportunities together. As the words fell, everyone's expressions turned serious. Next moment, numerous techniques burst forth from the quasi-sage powerhouses. Flames surged upwards. For a while, the flames enveloped the barrier. Boom! Cracks appeared on the barrier, spreading like a spider web. Bang! The barrier shattered. Countless quasi-sage powerhouses rushed into the castle, a smile playing on Russell's face as he followed behind. Chapter 580. The Contention of Sacred Beasts. A thick layer of dark mist enshrouded the castle, and beneath this mist emanated an ominous, bone-chilling aura. Russell glanced at the swirling darkness, a sudden sense of suffocation gripping his heart, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Everything feels too coincidental, too smooth sailing. Could it be that someone has deliberately set a trap? Is there someone controlling all of this behind the scenes? The Phoenix is a divine beast of heaven and earth. 1,000 years ago, in the land of Zhongzhou, there was a clan blessed with Phoenix blood, a lineage carrying the essence of a sacred beast. At that time, this clan held an extremely high status in Zhongzhou, ranking among the most powerful. No one dared to offend this formidable yet unyielding clan. Phoenix blood grew increasingly diluted over the millennia, gradually fiercely. At this moment, a suit of armor appeared on Russell's body. To prevent any mishaps, he also released sword chi, which enveloped his physical form, isolating him from all external forces. Dark mist swirled around the Phoenix silhouette. In the next second, the mist darted into the space between the Phoenix's eyebrows. A miserable cry echoed in the air, eliciting involuntary shivers. Russell gazed intently at the Phoenix silhouette, a trace of apprehension evident on his face. What exactly is this dark mist? Russell murmured to himself. The Phoenix silhouette began to transform, with black mist swirling around its body. Its once vibrant feathers turned dark. An oppressive force radiated outward. The surrounding quasi-saints took a few steps back, their eyes revealing signs of fear. After all, the Phoenix was once a revered sacred beast, and its overwhelming aura came from its supreme bloodline dominance, suffocating those with mediocre talent. Russell remained composed. He possessed the essence of the ancestral dragon, and if he exerted his full strength, he might stand a chance against this Phoenix. However, this Phoenix silhouette was peculiar. A loud roar resounded. The Phoenix silhouette was engulfed in flames, with black flames wrapping around its entire body. In the next moment, the black flames spread in all directions, turning the castle into a sea of fire. Russell found himself amidst the inferno but did not struggle, knowing resistance would be futile. His armor protected him from the approaching flames, but the situation for others was dire. Some quasi-saints who touched the flames immediately burst into flames, unable to escape. Everyone. To obtain the Phoenix's legacy, we must first destroy this silhouette. Let's work together one last time, then divide the secrets of the Phoenix's legacy afterward. Everyone advanced together. Countless figures attacked the Phoenix silhouette. On the contrary, Russell did not make rash moves. His thoughts were clear, instantly recognizing the anomalies of the phoenix silhouette. With a loud roar, the phoenix flapped its wings, black flames spewing forth. Before these quasi-saints could approach, the flames had already consumed them. After all, this was Phoenix Flame, the most potent fire in the universe, capable of burning anything. In an instant, no one could withstand the attack of the Phoenix Flames, all forced to retreat. Those directly facing the flames fared worse, their bodies riddled with noticeable wounds. Even quasi-saints couldn't resist the overwhelming Phoenix Flames. For a moment, no one dared advance. Touching the Phoenix Flames might truly put them in peril. Seeing this, Russell sneered. All opportunists. Faced with adversity, no one, however, most did not have high hopes for Russell, believing he lacked the ability to contend with the Phoenix Illusion, considering he was only at the grand accomplished Venerable Realm. After all, that Phoenix Illusion had even overwhelmed quasi-saints, let alone a grand accomplished Venerable. Despite this, the rare spectacle of seeing two holy beasts manifest simultaneously filled many with unexpected joy. At this moment, Russell strode forward boldly while the primordial dragon illusion hovered in the sky, its gaze fierce and domineering, exuding an air of superiority over all. In the eyes of the primordial dragon, all creatures were mere ants. At the critical juncture, the phoenix attacked. Flames and black mist surged across the sky, merging into a single mass. Black fog enveloped everyone's vision, and looking up, disbelief clouded their eyes. If this sea of flames were to descend, everyone would likely perish within this secret realm. At this moment, a powerful figure needed to intercept this impending calamity. The fire could consume any quasi-saint, making everyone feel as insignificant as ants before the Phoenix Illusion. Just then, Russell stepped out calmly, his expression resolute. Not only was he unafraid, but the situation also ignited a deep-seated desire to fight within him. He wanted to experience the strength of this phoenix and determine which holy beast truly deserved the title of supremacy. A torrent of battle intent erupted from Russell, burning fiercely in his heart, and his body unleashed a shocking wave of sword chi. Thousands of threads of sword chi coalesced around him, blocking out all other forces. In that moment, Russell raised the Eve sword, pointing it forward with determination, his face devoid of any complexity. Who commanded you to open this phoenix ruin? What is your ultimate purpose? Do you really think I cannot see through this scheme? Russell asked, knowing that the appearance of the phoenix ruin was no coincidence but a carefully designed trap. This secret realm held no opportunities and might cost the lives of all quasi-saints present. The phoenix did not respond, instead shooting a burst of flames from its eyes. Next second, Russell lunged forward again. Suddenly, the phoenix and the primordial dragon behind Russell engaged in a struggle. Instantly, the outcome became apparent. The primordial dragon, being a manifestation of Russell's essence blood, was not yet fully formed and thus lacked true power. Russell's expression remained cold, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. With a thunderous boom, his body transformed into a meteor, hurtling forward. Unity of Myriad Aeon's sword. Russell roared, gripping the long sword tightly as sword chi erupted from his body. It spread across the sky, causing space itself to tremble. With the tearing sound, a crack appeared in the fabric of space. A massive light sword emerged from the crack, carrying an avalanche-like wave of sword chi. As the sword chi fell, it split the black flames surrounding the phoenix in two. However, it could not threaten the phoenix illusion. Instead, the primordial dragon above Russell began to falter under the relentless assault of the phoenix, leaving no room for resistance. Suddenly, the primordial dragon found itself at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Russell formed seals with his hands. Defeating the phoenix would not be easy. It promised to be a grueling battle. Russell couldn't reveal his 3,000 Thunderbolts technique in front of these quasi-saints, for if he did, he might stand a chance against the phoenix illusion. Facing the advancing phoenix, Russell engaged in a prolonged struggle, making it difficult for the phoenix to defeat him in a short time. Gradually, sweat dripped from Russell's forehead, his breathing labored, his face grim, and the hand holding the Eve sword trembling. Foolish boy. Do you need me to destroy this phoenix illusion for you? This phoenix secret realm truly seems peculiar. I have been away from the upper realm for a millennium. Has something changed there? Darren muttered in Russell's ear. Russell didn't take it seriously. If Darren intervened, it would come at a price, given that Darren was merely a divine consciousness. Had it not been for devouring a Nirvana realm powerhouse's divine consciousness earlier, Darren wouldn't be so lively. Their relationship was indescribable, yet they were deeply connected. Russell didn't want Darren to fall into trouble because of him. Besides, he wasn't certain he couldn't handle the phoenix, especially since the black mist swirling around its brow interfered with its mind. If he could dispel that black mist, things might change. He glanced back at the quasi-saints, his eyes filled with disappointment. If these quasi-saints were useful, he wouldn't be so strained. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you come to my aid? If I lose to this entity, do you think you'll survive? Besides, the ancient castle has already set up celestial barriers. Even with all your efforts, you won't break through. Russell shouted to the quasi-saints behind him. They exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. In the next instant, all the quasi-saints joined the fray. While individually they couldn't match the phoenix illusion, together, their combined strength made a difference. Russell's earlier efforts had already diminished the phoenix's power significantly. Hidden in the shadows, Russell observed the phoenix, waiting for the right moment to exploit its weaknesses. Suddenly, bursts of flames erupted from the phoenix, overwhelming the quasi-saints. Some quasi-saints were already injured. Together, let's crush it. Don't give the phoenix illusion any chance to struggle. They rallied, preparing for the final assault. Chapter 582. The Secret of the Ruins. Above the sea of flames, pillars of fire spewed forth, bathing everything in scorching heat. Under the nurturing power of the flames, the phoenix's wings shone brightly, radiating a more violent aura. At this moment, the phoenix's eyes were bloodshot, clearly infuriated by these presumptuous cultivators. The flames soared skyward, drenching each quasi-sage in the immortal, undying fire of the phoenix. Everyone was engulfed in burning agony, their faces twisted in pain. The phoenix's fire was purely yang, and without special methods, it could not be extinguished. The yang fire ignited everyone's bodies. The quasi-sages used all their skills but could not counteract the flames. If they could not dispel the flames for long, they would surely perish in the fiery sea. Russell watched this unfold, with no means to intervene. Why is my vitality suddenly draining away? This is definitely no ordinary flame. Everyone, unite and destroy this phoenix. It is devouring our vitality, seeking to be reborn from the ashes through us. If it succeeds, none of us will escape. Suddenly, someone shouted in the crowd, but it was too late. Vitality continued to drain, and some had already been burned into ash, their life force completely consumed. The phoenix continuously flapped its wings, unleashing endless flames that drenched every quasi-sage once more. Now, the phoenix's silhouette was becoming increasingly tangible. Its presence grew overwhelmingly powerful, giving the impression of a real phoenix. Russell felt the overwhelming pressure. If the phoenix revealed its true form, he would have no chance of resistance, and he would fall under its hand. Behind Russell, the Eve sword also emitted resonant sounds, its sword chi bursting out. Boy, find a way to escape this ancient castle quickly, or even if I unleash all my divine sense, I might still not be a match for this phoenix. It seems this phoenix intentionally revealed the phoenix ruins to draw attention to itself. Once it absorbs their life essence, its phantom form will gradually solidify. This is likely a scheme set up by some great power, and you are all pawns in this game. Darren also realized something was amiss. If things continued as they were, Russell would meet his end within the castle. In an instant, all quasi-sages perished in the flames, their life essence congealing mid-air into a massive blood orb, radiating immense energy. Next second, the phoenix swallowed the life essence, its wings gradually solidifying. It flapped its wings, causing the life essence to churn within its body. Russell's pupils dilated. He had to defeat it before the phoenix fully absorbed the life essence. Inside the ancient castle, the world was sealed with restrictions, making it difficult even for sage-level experts to break through. Ultimately, Russell's gaze settled on the phoenix. It looks like we'll have to face off directly today. Who knows who will come out on top? A smile crept onto Russell's face. In the next moment, waves of sword chi and threads of lightning erupted from within him, lighting up the sky. Lotuses appeared around everyone, floating amidst the roaring winds. Cloaked in billowing robes, Russell released an overwhelming aura. The lotuses lunged at the phoenix, erupting with tremendous power. In an instant, the phoenix's body was engulfed in flames. Boom. Instantly, the phoenix soared from the flames, untouched, its wings still gleaming, radiating a breathtaking aura. Russell's expression remained calm. It was all as expected. 3,000 Edgardening bolts. Russell shouted. Threads of sword chi clung to him, and lightning enveloped his body as he raised his palm. Gray. Next, the thunderbolts erupted, entwining the phoenix's body. Under the lightning's sheely, the phoenix only became brighter. / corrected to. Under the baptism of lightning, the phoenix only became brighter. At this moment, Russell's dantian was completely drained, his face pale. Yet a smile spread across his face. Russell was unwilling to die here. The gap between them was too vast. If he were at the sage level, maybe he could have matched the phoenix. But he was merely a great accomplished venerable. My lifelong reputation. Is it finally coming to an end? I cannot accept this fate. Russell screamed, slowly spreading his arms wide. The phoenix let out a long cry, a beam of light falling on Russell. Its wings began to fade, and Russell's consciousness was stripped away. He saw a shadow appear before him, then fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Am I dead? Where am I? Russell touched his head, feeling a sharp pain. He looked around instinctively. There, beside him, sat a woman in a robe. Her aura was overwhelming, distorting the space around her. Russell's face turned wary, his eyebrows furrowing. She was far too powerful for him to contend with. Boy, you've finally awakened. My mistress didn't want to see a prodigy die in the ruins, so she ordered me to save you. Even a sage would hesitate before daring to vie for opportunities in the Phoenix secret realm. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in midair, forming a graceful silhouette devoid of features. This being exuded an even more terrifying aura. Just a glance left Russell trembling in fear. Chapter 583. Paths untraveled, minds unaligned. In the hands of these two women, Russell had no chance to resist, and he did not intend to resist. These two women had not shown any intention of erasing him. Otherwise, they would not have saved him from his dire situation. Thank you for saving my life, venerable one. Russell stood up, clasping his hands in gratitude. As long as he was alive, it was the greatest blessing for him. The luminous figure stepped forward slowly, placing a hand on Russell's body. Suddenly, Russell felt a dizziness as the essence energy within him began to churn. It felt like all his secrets were being seen through. He was stripped bare before this woman, and he had no power to resist. With the ancestral dragon bloodline and Saint-grade secret techniques, given your talent, with time, you could rank among the top in Central Prefecture. But compared to our young miss, you are far inferior. You've only grasped the basics of the ancestral dragon shadow, lacking any semblance of its former glory. The ancestral dragon was once the paramount being in Central Prefecture. No one dared challenge him, and he was also the leader of the 4 Gravine beasts. And yet, you are just a worm, a half-dead worm that anyone can snuff out. You dishonor the name of the ancestral dragon. I wonder why he chose someone of mediocre talent like you. The woman inside the light sighed. Russell felt at a loss for words, unable to counter her remarks. Her words were layered with both praise and derision. elevating him only to plunge him back into despair. In front of you, my strength is indeed inadequate. However, I will strive to cultivate diligently and push myself to the limits to catch up with the footsteps of Ancestral Dragon. After hesitating for some time, Russell finally spoke. I hope so, the woman replied, leaving Russell speechless again. If I still see such weakness in you in the future, I won't hesitate to extract the Ancestral Dragon blood from you and pass it to someone more talented. It's for the continuation of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Russell felt even more powerless, realizing that this woman had evil intentions toward the Ancestral Dragon blood within him. Mississippi, do you have anything to instruct these young ones? If not for the present era of peace, they would have already been cast aside by the tides of time. With that, the woman who had been meditating stood up and focused her gaze on Russell. Their eyes met. For a moment, Russell was completely entranced by the beauty of this woman. In all his years, he had never seen such a stunning and captivating person. She seemed almost ethereal, with an air of disdain in her eyes. Even Russell felt intimidated, an unprecedented feeling for him. However, Russell quickly averted his gaze, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Ancestral Dragon successor? Though now is an era of peace, the upper realm may change. We cultivators must make the most of our time. Once you reach my level, you will understand the true meaning of these words. The woman gazed into the distance, while Russell struggled to grasp her hidden meanings. Do you know why the 4 Gravine beasts suddenly vanished? You may be unaware of the ancient war. Even the ancient families of the upper realm may not know about the ancient war. Once you explore wider realms, you'll understand what the ancient war truly is. Since you're the successor of the Ancestral Dragon, chosen by him, you must honor his legacy and display his former glory. The woman's tone was surprisingly gentle, devoid of any harshness. But devouring the essence of living beings seems too cruel. Countless lives are lost because of you. They haven't done anything wrong. Why should they pay with their lives? Russell mustered the courage to voice his objection. Recalling the previous scene, he still felt uneasy. The woman before him was the successor of the Phoenix Gravine beast, with a powerful bloodline that sent chills down even Russell's spine. What is life and death? This world is dominated by the strong. Without strength, what purpose does life serve? Besides, this Phoenix realm holds profound opportunities. If they were capable, they could defeat the Phoenix illusion and claim the inheritance within. But they overestimated their abilities. The woman showed no awareness of her mistakes, firmly believing in this logic. Russell found it difficult to refute her. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Since you put it that way, I have no choice. But I will never resort to using others' lives to advance myself. Russell sighed, his gaze shifting towards the horizon. Paths untraveled, minds unaligned. At that moment, the luminous woman stepped forward. Enough talk. I'll send you out of the ruins. Knowing too much might do you harm at this stage. Suddenly, a burst of light enveloped Russell, wrapping around his body. In the next instant, Russell felt his mind whirl as he appeared in the mountains, looking at the sunset with complex emotions. The secrets of the upper realm were indeed numerous. Even now, he understood only a fraction. This experience was a significant loss for Eastern Prefecture, countless quasi-saints perishing in the realm. To think it almost cost me my life in these ruins. Russell wiped the sweat from his forehead and flew toward Dragon City Pass. As he approached the edge of the mountains, suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning flashing ominously. Russell looked up at the ominous clouds, his expression filled with apprehension. His heart raced inexplicably, but then a smile reappeared on his face. Chapter 584, Sword Heart. Sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Earlier, the woman enveloped in radiant light had persistently emphasized Russell's talent, even attempting to take away the Eve Dragon's blood within him. However, she ultimately used her own power to reverse the course of events, bestowing an opportunity upon him. He gazed up at the sky. Thunderclouds were approaching, and faint bolts of lightning could be seen dancing amidst the clouds. A stifling atmosphere permeated 100 miles around, making it hard to breathe and causing an inexplicable sense of urgency. Even a quasi-saint who specialized in physical prowess might not withstand the surging thunderstorm, which gathered the heaven's essence from within a 100-mile radius. In contrast, Russell wore a broad smile. Most would be thinking about how to evade this imminent storm, but Russell had other plans. He pondered how he could absorb the lightning from the thunderclouds, thereby advancing his skill. 3,000 Edgardening strikes. 3,000 Edgardening strikes was Russell's trump card. Staying at the novice level would only burden him. Moreover, only by fully realizing its potential could Russell expand his capabilities infinitely. In an instant, Russell appeared within the thunderclouds as a torrential downpour began. The rain washed over him, cleansing his body. Boom! The sound of thunder roared deafeningly, shaking the entire 100-mile region. Birds and beasts on the mountains screeched and roared, awestruck by the formidable thunder that even made quasi-saints wary. Russell, merely a grand venerable, did not show any fear. Instead, he embraced the thunder. In a flash of lightning, a bolt of lightning rolled through the dark clouds, accumulating heavenly essence. Inside the clouds, the lightning gradually grew thicker and transformed into a mighty tiger. The tiger coiled itself within the clouds, its body covered in threads of lightning. In the next moment, the tiger rose, stretching its massive frame and staring intently at Russell below with a predatory gaze. To the tiger, Russell seemed like an ordinary mortal, easily turned to ashes with a mere swipe. Roar! The roar echoed through the heavens, shaking the sky. The previous dark clouds dissipated, but the mist lingered over the mountain tops, shrouded in gloom. Suddenly, the thunder surrounding the tiger unleashed its power. Threads of lightning descended from all directions, trapping Russell on the mountain. To Russell, however, these were endless opportunities for advancement. He circulated his Danteon energy, allowing the lightning to rage over his body without any resistance. On the contrary, he savored the experience, relishing the torment of the lightning. At this moment, the seed in his dantian began to sprout rapidly under the influence of the lightning. Furthermore, Russell's sword heart within also began to draw the heavenly essence, seemingly intent on solidifying it during this rare chance. Once his sword heart was formed, who among the younger generation could withstand his sword's might? Russell harbored such ambition, seeking to solidify his sword heart during this unprecedented opportunity. Facing such perilous circumstances, one misstep could destroy the sword heart and plunge him into eternal doom. Russell took a deep breath, then thrust both hands towards the sky, unleashing sword chi. Countless beams of sword chi enveloped him, his brows like sharp blades capable of severing anything. Russell lifted his hand and pointed. A brilliant light enveloped his body. Sword heart condensed. With his shout, time seemed to freeze as countless threads of lightning rushed into his sword heart, fusing with it. Upon inspection, it appeared that everything was intentional. Russell was channeling the lightning into his sword heart. Now, in Russell's dantian, the sword heart was wrapped in lightning, existing harmoniously without any sign of rejection. Regardless of how fiercely the lightning raged, he remained unperturbed, cross-legged above the clouds, savoring the sublime feeling of the sword heart's formation. Time slowly passed. In the sky, the thunder tiger showed signs of fatigue, its glow dimming as its energy was drained by Russell. Within moments, the thunder tiger vanished completely. Russell's sword heart was now fully formed, radiating brilliance and surrounded by flashes of lightning. Breathing out slowly, he opened his eyes, which shimmered with golden light. His pupils gleamed like blades, as if they could slice through everything. Just now, the lightning had propelled him to the peak of the venerable realm. His mastery over 3,000 Edgartning strikes had advanced, and with the sword heart, he now had the means to contend even against quasi-saints. Though unsure of his true strength, he felt an inexhaustible power within him. Suddenly, he waved his hand upward. His sword heart emerged, taking the form of a small sword made of lightning. With a gentle wave, a fierce wind swept through the forest, brushing past his face, bringing a refreshing breeze. Next, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky with a thunderous boom, landing in the forest. Russell held his breath, astonished at his newfound ability to invoke the celestial phenomena. Although it was currently minimal, given time and mastery, he might control celestial phenomena for his own use, potentially becoming the foremost person in Central Province. Hashtag Chapter 585. Joining the Taiji sect. Russell glanced at the sky, a smile emerging on his face. This opportunity was like a push in the right direction for him. Without the violent thunder force, he would have needed much more time to condense his sword heart. Now, with the sword heart by his side, he could even challenge a quasi-saint. Without delay, Russell left the mountain range. Outside the mountains, space tore apart, and out stepped the Kim. She emerged from the spatial rift with a thick smile on her face. It seems this boy has some use after all. If not for giving him a bit of pressure, we might not have seen such results. To condense a sword heart at the venerable level, how many throughout history have managed that? Given time, he will be another sword immortal. Another figure appeared in the spatial rift, the Poly. The Kim's gaze remained fixed on Russell's receding figure. But that's only for now. Who can predict his future accomplishments? I wonder if he can restore the glory of the ancient Dragon Eve. With his talent, becoming a towering figure in Zhongzhou should not be a problem. I only hope his vision is not so narrow, she murmured. Instantly, a burst of firelight enveloped her, and her figure vanished from the mountains. Meanwhile, in Dongzhou, a figure sped through the air. It was Russell. He did not linger in Longqing Pass but headed directly toward the Taiji sect. With newfound power, Russell could not forget the grudges of the past, almost losing his life on that cliff. The Taiji sect had no direct conflict with him, yet constantly tried to put him to death. If not for his grand fortune, he might have already perished at the hands of these Taiji sect Ranis. After a long while, Russell stopped at the foot of the Taiji sect's mountain. Looking up, the vast Taiji sect was tightly enclosed by a brilliant light, with an enormous Taiji formation gathering surrounding heavenly energy. At the foot of the mountain, disciples in Taoist robes bustled about. Gazing at them, a murderous intent flickered in Russell's eyes. In an instant, he suppressed it. It was not the time for wholesale slaughter, and these disciples were not his enemies. At the base of the mountain, Russell changed his appearance and approached the gate slowly. May I ask, what requirements are there if I want to join the Taiji sect? Russell placed a hand on the shoulder of a disciple before him, a slight smile playing on his lips. The disciple scanned Russell disdainfully. Russell had intentionally aged his appearance, looking like a middle-aged uncle. Uncle? You're already at this age. Even if you joined our Taiji sect, there wouldn't be much improvement. If you had quasi-saint strength, you might secure a guest position here. Embarrassed, Russell scratched his head. Young man, I've been stuck at the peak venerable level for over a century. I came to the Taiji sect seeking an opportunity to become a quasi-saint, my lifelong aspiration. The disciple pondered for a moment, then sighed and raised his hand, pointing into the sky. See that mountain peak? It's where the outer gate Rani resides. Don't get your hopes up too high. Leaving without another word, the disciple walked away. Russell flew towards the indicated mountain peak. On the peak stood a tall tower. It was desolate, devoid of any signs of human activity. Entering the tower, Russell focused on the Rani sitting atop the platform. A peak quasi-saint? Just one step away from the sage realm. Yet, Russell felt no fear. Peak quasi-saint? Russell wasn't sure he'd lose. Birch. I heard this is the outer gate registration office. Can I seek a position as a guest Rani to contribute to the Taiji sect? Russell clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. The quasi-saint scrutinized him for a long while before raising his head slightly. Peak venerable? With secret techniques, perhaps you could reach quasi-saint. Why do you wish to join the Taiji sect? Give me a reasonable explanation. With your strength, you could be a Carson in Dongzhou. Why constrain yourself here? The outer gate Rani mused. Instantaneously, countless replies flashed through Russell's mind. The Taiji sect is vast and filled with opportunities, even to meet sages. I've dedicated my life to martial excellence, and perhaps the Taiji sect can help me become a quasi-saint. Given a chance, I will dedicate everything to the Taiji sect. Pretending loyalty, Russell responded. The outer gate Rani observed him again before softly asking, "State your name first. The Taiji sect will allocate resources to you, and you must also contribute." Smiling, the Rani stroked his beard. Had Russell shown his true appearance, it might have startled the Rani. His real talents and strength rivaled those of the direct disciples. Even they might not match him. Russell had ulterior motives for joining the Taiji sect, to infiltrate and gradually dismantle it from within, but it would require careful planning. "Birch, my name is Edgar Tion, a genuine peak venerable." Russell bowed respectfully. "Edgar Tion. Someone will arrange your position and residence. The Taiji sect has few strict rules, just follow the regulations." The Grand Rani waved and retreated into the inner chambers. Russell sighed lightly. Joining the Taiji sect seemed surprisingly simple. Though he had only entered the outer gate, one day he would make his way into the inner sect and turn it upside down. Chapter 586, The Nightmare of Grerect Graceables. Among the outer sect, most disciples are tasked with various menial jobs. To enter the inner sect for cultivation, one not only needs to have talents far surpassing those of their peers, but also contribute greatly to the Taiji sect. By infiltrating the outer sect, Russell has already placed one foot inside the inner sect. Next, he would wreak havoc without any restraint, repaying all past grievances twofold. The old men of the Taiji sect probably still don't know that Russell is venturing deep into the den of the tiger. Dead of night, Russell changed into a black outfit. Even under the moonlight, only his shadow was clearly visible. Silently and stealthily, Russell sneaked into the inner sect. Indeed, the holy land of the inner sect was extraordinary. A massive formation sat within, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was incredibly abundant, nowhere near comparable to that of the outer sect. Feeling the abundance of spiritual energy, Russell felt refreshed for a moment. He exhaled deeply, reigning in his aura. After all, there were sages residing in the inner sect. A single slip-up might expose him, costing him his life at Taiji sect. It wasn't out of the question that there might be a Nirvana realm Rani within the Taiji sect. Although the possibility was low, caution was always better. Encountering such a monster by chance, even utilizing the power of the mark wouldn't guarantee eliminating it. After all, Taiji sect was one of the 3 major sects in Eastern Continent, so it was wise for Russell to act cautiously on this solo mission. At this moment, inside a grand hall within the inner sect, a group of Ranis were seated together, seemingly discussing important matters. The lead Rani had a head full of white hair, exuding an unfathomable aura. Upon closer inspection, he was actually a peak sage-level powerhouse. The 2 empires have been established on Eastern Continent for several thousand years. It's time to uproot them entirely. If we can seize all their resources, Taiji sect could rank ahead of the top 3 sections. Not long ago, I heard news from the Haskell Shan Empire. It turns out that Old Grey is still alive. Although he was once called the best below the Nirvana realm, his continued absence surely has its reasons. Based on my estimation, Old Grey must be in trouble himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand idly by as Haskell Shan Empire faced danger time and again. If he gets involved, let's take care of him too. Upon these words, the hall fell silent. No one dared to oppose. Since you all have no objections, then let's proceed. Let's resolve this quickly before the other 2 major sects discover our intentions and try to share in the spoils. At this moment, Russell appeared outside the grand hall. He had memorized everything discussed inside. Suddenly, the ancestral sword on his back trembled. Boy, there's a peak sage-level powerhouse inside. If such a powerhouse acts, wiping out Haskell Shan Empire would only take an instant. Just within this hall alone, there are 5 sage-level powerhouses. This level of strength would be considered top-notch in the Eastern Continent. I advise you to consider your own safety while thinking about Haskell Shan Empire's situation. Although Darren's words sounded harsh, they held true. A peak sage-level powerhouse was too distant for Russell. A single finger could obliterate him instantly. Just as he pondered, sudden commotion erupted inside the hall. With a swoosh, Russell turned into a beam of light, flying straight toward the back mountain. While he couldn't stop Taiji sect's current actions, he could create some chaos. He wouldn't let these Taiji sect fellows live too comfortably. Thus, Russell silently infiltrated the residences of the direct disciples on the back mountain. At this moment, in front of a mansion, a peak venerable realm direct disciple was cultivating. Russell hid his aura. Though both were peak venerable realms, Russell could kill him instantly. If he made a noise, it might draw the attention of those sage-level powerhouses. However, Russell just wanted to teach these direct disciples a lesson. In an instant, Russell entered the mansion and silently appeared beside the direct disciple. Suddenly, Russell took out a burlap sack and put it over the direct disciple's head. Then, like rain lashing against plum blossoms, fists rained down upon the direct disciple. Russell did not hold back. Each punch was delivered with all his might. Moments later, the direct disciple lay still, ceasing struggle. Russell tore off the sack, revealing bruises all over the direct disciple's body. Wounds covered his body, even fracturing some bones. Russell stroked his chin, inspecting the beaten direct disciple for a long time, then hung him on a tree branch outside the door. Next, Russell went in search of his next target. Throughout the night, Taiji sect was plunged into turmoil and bloodshed. All direct disciples suffered at his hands, none spared. Some were attacked while bathing or changing clothes, each left injured. The next morning, as dawn broke, Russell appeared in the outer sect, strolling out the gate and stretching lazily, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Right, something huge happened in the inner sect yesterday. Someone invaded and attacked all the direct disciples. When I came up the mountain today, I saw one of them with a bruised face. Moreover, these direct disciples didn't see the attacker's face. Who would dare offend our Taiji sect? The Ranis ordered a thorough investigation. Soon the truth will come to light. Early morning, all direct disciples were found disheveled, some even hanging from towering trees at the foot of the mountain. For the direct disciples, it was a monumental disgrace. Some vowed to torture the culprit to death if caught. Contrastingly, Russell felt no urgency. He had left no trace behind, ensuring no one would suspect him. Even if the peak sage-level powerhouse intervened, they might not uncover the perpetrator. This incident left the entire sect in turmoil, even causing anxiety among the outer sect disciples. Only a quasi-sage or higher could subdue all the direct disciples. Looking at the chaotic Taiji sect, Russell smiled. The drama wasn't over yet. He planned to make Taiji sect pay a heavier price. ####Chapter 587. The Herb Garden Falls. At this moment, footsteps approached Russell from behind. Suddenly, a hand slapped his forehead. Brat, what are you laughing about here? You accept the offering of Taiji sect but don't do your job? Yesterday, something unusual happened within the inner gate. I suppose you've heard about it. The inner gate will dispatch people to thoroughly investigate this matter. In the next few days, you need to patrol the outer gate to prevent any disciples there from falling victim as well. The birch of the outer gate suddenly reprimanded him. Russell furrowed his brows but nodded in agreement, hiding his anger and allowing a smile to spread across his face. As ordered by the birch, I will not hesitate, even if it means facing blades or descending into flames. As long as I'm here, no one will harm a hair on the head of any outer gate disciple. Russell patted his chest resolutely, his face showing determination. Meanwhile, he silently cursed the birch, vowing that someday he would make the birch pay. After glancing at Russell, the birch turned and walked towards the rear mountain. Watching the birch's retreating figure, Russell waved his hand, and then returned to his courtyard to continue sleeping soundly. In the middle of the night, Russell quietly left his courtyard once again. Donning a black cloak, he glanced towards the inner gate, his eyes darkening. I cannot target those personal disciples today. The Ronnies within the inner gate will surely be vigilant. They might have already set a trap for me. Now, if I act differently, perhaps I can achieve unexpected results. With that said, Russell's figure vanished. Inside the inner gate, silence prevailed. On the rear mountain, all the Ronnies were alert to their surroundings. They were all quasi-saints. Whoever did this? How dare someone invade our Taiji sect and cause havoc, disrupting my cultivation? If I catch that fellow, I'll certainly give him a lesson. A corpulent quasi-saint clenched his fists and punched aside, instantly creating a whirlwind that snapped a towering tree in half. We should keep an eye on tonight's events. If these personal disciples suffer, it would be a significant blow to Taiji sect. After all, they are the future pillars of Taiji sect. If this news gets out, Taiji sect's reputation will be ruined. Even with sages protecting us, we've been attacked. A disgrace indeed. Some personal disciples' doors now had quasi-saint Ronnies stationed outside. The rear mountain was like a web, waiting for Russell to walk right into it. However, Russell appeared inside the herb garden of Taiji sect. Facing the array of medicinal herbs, Russell couldn't help but smile widely. These herbs were the foundation of Taiji sect, some requiring centuries to cultivate. Long-term cultivation had even imbued some herbs with spiritual qualities. Who would have thought I'd strike the herb garden? This time, Taiji sect will bleed heavily. No more peace for you after offending me. Russell stealthily entered the garden like a thief. Due to yesterday's events, most guards were sent to the rear mountain, leaving the herb garden nearly unguarded. Russell quickly knocked out the few remaining guards, took out a spatial ring, and packed up all the herbs before setting fire to the entire garden. Clutching the full spatial ring, Russell walked away nonchalantly. At this moment, the ancestral sword watched over the herb garden and shouted angrily at them. Speak. Why did the fire start? This is a capital offense. The guards hung their heads, too scared to look the Ronnie in the eye. Just moments earlier, they were asleep. Upon waking, the herb garden was gone. Someone ambushed us. That person knocked us out and sabotaged the herb garden. Hearing this, murmurs arose among the crowd. Within just 2 days, frequent incidents had created widespread panic in Taiji sect. Another sneak attack? It seems this person is determined to wage war against us. Given the situation, don't blame yourselves. Minimize the losses as much as possible. Denvers, the perpetrator probably hasn't gone far. Let's pursue together and maybe catch him. Immediately, numerous quasi-saints flew into the air and scattered in all directions. Unbeknownst to them, the culprit remained at the scene. Chapter 588. The fish takes the bait. Until dawn, thick black smoke still lingered over the peaks of Taiji sect, refusing to dissipate. Yesterday's fire burned all night. At a glance, many disciples could be seen collapsed on the ground, their faces smeared with ash. Who set the medicinal garden on fire? With strange occurrences happening frequently these past 2 days, could it be someone deliberately targeting Taiji sect? The Ronnies are already investigating thoroughly. It shouldn't take long before the truth is revealed. If word gets out, many people will likely be waiting to see our sect's downfall. In thousands of years, this is the first time we've encountered such humiliation. The various Ronnies were intensively searching for the culprit. Unbeknownst to them, the culprit was leisurely strolling in the back mountains, lying on a pile of hay, gazing at the sky, and wearing a confident smile. No matter how hard the Ronnies brainstormed, they couldn't imagine that the mastermind was actually within the sect, even in Ronnie of the outer sect. However, due to the uproar, Taiji sect even mobilized a sage-level expert. Therefore, Russell had no choice but to keep a low profile. If caught by a sage expert, he wouldn't stand a chance. In the evening, in the outer sect, Russell placed his alchemy furnace in the courtyard and set up an array to isolate the chi. The array glowed faintly as it sat in the yard. Midnight. The outer sect was silent compared to the commotion inside the inner sect. At the moment, the inner sect resembled a giant cage, surrounded by the Ronnie's net, awaiting the culprit's appearance. Russell spread all the herbs he had collected from the medicinal garden on the ground. A fragrant aroma instantly filled the courtyard. If not for the array, the scent would have permeated the entire outer sect. Russell twisted his hands, stretched lazily, and smiled. Quite a big project. Staring at the assortment of herbs, Russell felt a surge of determination. Only by refining all these herbs into pills could he completely eliminate any evidence. Russell patted the cauldron. Next moment, flames roared up, turning the cauldron red-hot and emitting sizzling sounds. Seeing this, Russell grabbed a handful of herbs and threw them into the furnace. The intense fire roasted the herbs inside, releasing their fragrance into the air. Then, one by one, colorful pills emerged, filling the air with an even stronger aroma. Thus, Russell spent the whole night refining. By dawn, Russell collapsed, wiping sweat off his forehead, looking exhausted, his dantian completely depleted. Meanwhile, a pile of medicine bottles stood before him, causing a sense of pride to appear on his face. These were the fruits of his labor, pills that would cause a stir if sold on the market. Not bad for one of the top 3 sex gardens, he mused. Unfortunately for you, you met me. He swallowed a pill, feeling its spiritual energy course through his body, bringing unprecedented comfort. Then, he stored the rest of the pills in his spatial ring, removing all traces of alchemy. Deep into the night, Russell went out again. Edgarf and Taiji sect was unusually quiet due to recent events. The Ronnies were preoccupied with Russell's deeds and had no time for other matters. At midnight, shadows constantly flew back and forth over the back mountain, eyes in the dark watching every move. The Parker has spoken. Live or dead, we must find this person. He might return to Taiji sect. We must be vigilant to avoid the Parker's wrath. How long will this go on? Such a small issue causing panic everywhere. I doubt this person dares to return. After all, we've mobilized a sage-level expert. If he steps foot here, he's walking into a trap. In the darkness, 2 Ronnies, both early quasi-sage realm experts, were chatting. Suddenly, Russell silently appeared behind them, wearing a dark cloak to conceal himself. Without warning, he tapped their shoulders. Denver's, waiting for me? Russell's voice echoed in their ears. Instantly, the 2 Ronnies turned around, only to find Russell already vanished into the darkness. Who was that? Chase. Should we report this to the Parker? We saw a suspicious figure. You're silly. If we capture him, we might receive the Parker's commendation. Why not? Besides, he's at most quasi-sage. Together, can we not handle him? With that, they chased after the shadow. Soon, Russell reached the base of Taiji sect's mountain, slowing down so the quasi-sage Ronnies could catch up. Don't run. Boy, surrender. Suddenly, a torrent of fire surged toward Russell, engulfing his robes with a loud boom. Trapped in flames, thick smoke rose as the flames dissipated. The 2 quasi-sage Ronnies approached, smirking. Dead already? Such a weakling. Let's take his remains to the Parker for reward. Before they reacted, Russell emerged from the smoke, unscathed, smiling. The fish has taken the bait. Since you've come, leave your life here. With that, Russell soared into the air, charging forward. Chapter 589. Return to the rear mountain. The Eve sword was tightly gripped in Russell's hand, with sword chi adhering to his body, emitting piercing whistling sounds that distorted the surrounding space. Sharp sword chi wandered around Russell, who, despite being at the peak venerable realm, exuded an unmitigated aura as he faced 2 quasi-saint experts without fear. Gray. In the next second, the 2 quasi-saint experts launched their attack directly. They surrounded Russell from both sides, blocking him at the foot of the mountain. After all, they were within the territory of Taiji sect, and these 2 quasi-saint experts had the confidence to subdue Russell. With a boom, the foot of the mountain erupted into blinding light. Wave after wave of radiance struck Russell's body. However, he emerged unscathed from the blaze, a breeze brushing past him, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In a split second, thunder burst forth from Russell's body, winding around his physical form like silk threads. Boom. Russell raised his fist and smashed it heavily toward the quasi-saint expert in front of him, forcing him back hundreds of feet. Not only that, Russell swung the Eve sword again. The Eternal Unity sword. A roar echoed through the air. Russell slashed once more, releasing an overwhelming sword chi that struck the quasi-saint expert before him. The quasi-saint expert resisted the sword chi but was instantly reduced to ashes. Russell's gaze immediately turned towards the other quasi-saint expert behind him. Now, killing quasi-saint experts was like slicing vegetables for Russell. If it were a peak quasi-saint, perhaps he would have been wary, but a newly ascended quasi-saint was akin to lambs entering the tiger's den. Russell reined in his sword chi slightly, lest he attract the old monsters of Taiji sect. He was still within Taiji sect territory, and any misstep could mean death by a sage-level Ronnie. By the time the quasi-saint expert before him recovered, it was too late. Are you truly at the peak venerable realm? Why can quasi-saints not last a moment against you? Who are you? Could it be that recent incidents in Taiji sect were all caused by you? This is hitting iron, said the quasi-saint expert, revealing a look of apprehension. You're laughing even as you face death? Russell remained expressionless, moving forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. At this moment, he couldn't afford to let up. If the quasi-saint Denver escaped, he might attract a sage-level Ronnie of Taiji sect. Do you really think sage-level experts are just decorations? I don't know what methods you used to kill him, but you may not be able to kill me. There was still a significant gap between the quasi-saint and venerable realms, so the quasi-saint expert intended to confront Russell head-on. However, it was a wrong choice. In an instant, Russell appeared behind the quasi-saint expert, lifting the Eve sword. A storm of sword chi struck the quasi-saint expert, overwhelming him like a flood. This quasi-saint Ronnie had no chance to resist, completely suppressed by Russell. Next moment, the sword heart floated out of Russell's body. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light gathered in his eyes. Boom. Russell raised his hand and swung the sword. Sword chi surged, severing the quasi-saint Ronnie's body. His body bore countless wounds left by the sword chi, a sight both terrifying and gruesome. Russell slowly landed at the foot of the mountain, exhaling a deep breath, showing disdain. Just quasi-saint experts, so easily defeated? He thought it was some disciple returning. With those words, Russell misled the quasi-saint experts. Moments later, they exchanged glances, then looked back at Russell. Things are uneasy in Taiji sect now. It's best to stay within the gates and limit your outings. Leaving that remark, they rushed towards the gate. Russell's gaze turned to the distance, a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now, with all guards inside the sect dispatched, Russell quietly slipped into the rear mountain again. Inside the rear mountain, disciples were training, having forgotten the earlier lesson. Of course, with Ronnie's stationed within the sect, they believed they were safe. Unbeknownst to them, all quasi-saints had been lured away, leaving these disciples vulnerable. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the dark night, sending chills down everyone's spines. Chapter 590. Inner Sect Turmoil. The night was silent. Lincoln lay on a stone slab, gazing up at the moon with an expression of complete ease. A faint smile played on his lips. Not long ago, someone had launched a sudden attack within the mountain gate. Fortunately for Lincoln, he had been away training on that very day and thus escaped this disaster. Moreover, during his training, he had stumbled upon a rare opportunity. After this, he would likely rise to become the foremost disciple among the personal disciples. Suddenly, a cold wind swept by, chilling Lincoln, who shivered involuntarily as he looked around. When did the wind on the back mountain become so venomous? Lincoln muttered to himself. At this moment, a shadow darted out from the darkness. In the blink of an eye, Lincoln noticed it from the corner of his eye. He rubbed his eyes and looked out again. Have I been too fatigued lately? My mind is starting to wander. It seems I can't solely focus on cultivation. Balance is necessary. I wonder how Glenn's sister Mia has been. Once I become the foremost disciple, she will belong to me. As he said this, Lincoln let out a long, defiant cry. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed his shoulders, making him jump and shiver. He turned around sharply. Russell's face came into view. In an instant, Lincoln jumped up, pulling out his sword from his waist and pointing it at Russell. Russell, you're still alive, and dare to break into Taiji sect? Truly audacious. Don't you fear our Taiji sect Ronnies? Seeing Russell was alive stunned Lincoln. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The arena battle previously left Russell's mark deeply imprinted on Lincoln's psyche. Too bad I didn't die as you wished. Russell shrugged and slowly walked towards Lincoln, instantly drawing the Eve sword. Each step forward made Lincoln's heart skip a beat. In the next moment, a look of determination appeared on Lincoln's face. He seemed to have come to a realization. I obtained a legacy while training outside. Perhaps I'm not his match after all. Only by overcoming my fear can I become a towering figure in this world. Come. Today, we shall decide not only superiority but life or death. Lincoln lifted his sword at Russell, his face showing no fear. Russell furrowed his brow and sneered. Had this guy lost his mind during the last arena match? If Lincoln fled, he might have had a slim chance of survival. But to fight head-on meant certain death. This suited Russell perfectly. He would take vengeance against Taiji sect, starting with Lincoln. Beyond that, he planned not only to kill Tiger, but also to bring down the entire Taiji sect single-handedly. Just as Russell was pondering, Lincoln attacked. Since you wish to die, I'll grant you that. As he spoke, Russell swung his sword, unleashing a surge of sword chi. The moment Russell drew his sword, a flicker of panic crossed Lincoln's face. He clearly realized the gap between them, but it was too late. The sword chi struck Lincoln. In an instant, his head separated from his body, and he died on the back mountain of Taiji sect. Watching this, Russell sighed. Killing him was like slicing through a melon. If Lincoln had controlled himself, he might not have met this end. The title of foremost disciple had filled him with false courage, leading him to act recklessly. Edgardle did he know, there were always greater people in the world. Glen sect disciples. Can matters of the inner sect be something for you to pry into? Recent events are serious. Outer sect disciples should avoid getting involved for your own safety. With that, Russell swished his robe and headed toward the inner sect. Earlier, the outer sect Bart Denver had issued a notice. Both inner and outer sect members were to convene on the back mountain to discuss countermeasures. Clearly, these events had thrown Taiji sect into chaos, and few disciples were focused on cultivating. Meanwhile, Tiger had also intervened, calling everyone to gather on the back mountain. Inside the back mountain, dozens of Ronnies gathered around. At the center stood Tiger. Where previously some black hair remained atop his head, today it was all white, a testament to the recent stresses within Taiji sect. Moreover, his prized disciple had been killed. He wouldn't stand idly by. With many eyes watching, Russell carefully masked his aura to avoid drawing Tiger's attention. After all, Tiger was a saint-level expert. A minor mistake could reveal him. Against Tiger, caution was paramount. After all, nearly dying at this Clark's hands once, Russell knew if given a chance, Tiger wouldn't let him leave Taiji sect alive. Of course, if Russell decided to leave, even a saint-level expert wouldn't stop him. He himself wasn't sure how far his power had grown. Killing new near saints was child's play to him. Chapter 591. Winds of Change. Everyone, you've all seen and heard about the recent events. There's someone determined to oppose our Taiji sect head-on. How can we just sit by and watch? Now everyone in the sect is anxious. If we don't resolve this matter quickly, the consequences will be dire. The Glen Denver has already spoken. If he holds us accountable later, it will not be something we can bear. These incidents have been happening repeatedly. You've all been stationed here waiting for him, but that guy will make another move someday. Tiger faced everyone. For some reason, his gaze kept shifting towards Russell. Russell felt Tiger's gaze and involuntarily lowered his head to avoid eye contact. Could Tiger have discovered his identity? Impossible. Russell had used a special technique to alter not only his appearance, but also his aura. When did an additional Ronnie join us? I haven't seen this person before, said Tiger, pointing at Russell. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Russell. The intense gazes made him feel uneasy, fearing any slip-up might expose him. At that moment, they were deep within the back mountain, and even if Russell used all his tricks, escaping would be impossible. Reporting to Tiger, he recently came to the outer sect. I saw potential in him, so I assigned him a position there. Due to recent events in the sect, this hasn't been reported yet. The outer sect Birch stepped forward to shield Russell and explain. Russell remained bowed. The sect needs more manpower now. If you reach the peak venerable realm, or even quasi-saint, you could take on higher responsibilities in the inner sect. The future of the Tai Chi sect belongs to your generation, but you must contribute first. We won't keep idle people. After these words, Russell let out a breath of relief, slightly smiling. His cover hadn't been blown. Tiger. I'll risk anything for the Tai Chi sect. None present realized that the cause of all recent troubles was right before their eyes. Later, Tiger dismissed everyone after stressing important points. On the way down the mountain, the outer sect Birch offered occasional advice to Russell. Young man, I didn't expect Tiger to value you so much. Don't forget me if you rise high. Without my recommendation, you wouldn't be part of our Tai Chi sect. One last thing. Stick to your duties and don't overstep. With those words, the outer sect Birch turned and walked briskly downhill. Russell watched him go with a peculiar expression. It's time to deal with this fellow. His constant nagging is driving me crazy. After eliminating him, I can smoothly take over his position. A sinister smile appeared on Russell's face as he pursued swiftly. Late at night, the outer sect was eerily quiet. All the Ronnies focused on the inner sect, which was vital. Any mishap there could be catastrophic for the entire sect. Russell arrived at a mansion, holding a bottle of wine and a roasted chicken. He knocked on the door. Birch, want to enjoy a few drinks under the moonlight? App's hand rested on Russell's shoulder, every word heavy with intent. But Russell wasn't listening. Now he was plotting how to silently end this Birch's life. Once dead, he could inherit his position and delve deeper into the Tai Chi sect's inner workings. He had already become influential within the outer sect. Taking a significant role would expedite his plans. One day, Tai Chi sect would pay dearly for offending a certain empire's youth. Russell slowly stood, glancing out the window and releasing his mental energy. Finding no one around, a chilling smile spread across his face. Chapter 592, Taking Over. After finishing a pot of wine, the outer sect Birch's face turned rosy, and his eyes grew hazy. What kind of wine is this? Just one gulp made me feel tipsy. Truly fine wine. The Birch suddenly stood up, but swayed unsteadily. Of course, Russell had already used some means on this wine. Acting openly against the Birch within the outer sect carried significant risks. If any news leaked out, it would surely catch the attention of the sage-level experts. At that point, Russell wouldn't stand a chance. He brought the wine specifically to lower the Birch's guard. Now he saw an opportunity. Thus, Russell reached out to support the Birch. Birch, you're drunk. Go rest now. When there are benefits for the juniors in the future, I'll certainly not forget you. If anything good comes along, you'll be the first to know. I observed the heavens last night. Anyone can see that you're destined for immense wealth and power. Being just an outer sect Birch is a waste. It's a great honor for me to bask in your glory. Russell lavished praise upon the Birch. At this moment, the Birch swayed and with a thud fell onto the ground, rolling around. Edgar and Tion. Once I have authority, the first person I will promote is you. Do you know why I've always stayed in the outer sect? Wealth and status are fleeting to me. Relying on Taiji sect is like having a solid backing. Why not do so? With that said, everything played right into Russell's hands. A few moments later, snoring could be heard throughout the room. Russell bent down and patted the Birch's face. Denver. Denver. After calling out twice with no response, it was clear that the Birch was completely drunk. In the next second, the Geno sword appeared in Russell's hand, emitting a brilliant sword-chi light. Young man, you truly are vicious, using every despicable trick in the book. The Taiji sect got such an enemy as you. Indeed bad luck. If this continues, the Taiji sect will soon face serious internal problems, allowing you to take advantage. Just remember not to get exposed. Darren offered a warning. Ultimately, everything was under Russell's control. After I settle the Eastern Continent matters, I'll prepare to help you reconstruct your physical body. Edgarving inside the Geno sword all day isn't ideal. After dealing with the Eastern Continent, Russell could head to the Central Continent, which holds the true allure of the Upper Realm. Only by reaching the Central Continent could one genuinely understand the Upper Realm. The Upper Realm was full of wonders, while the Eastern Continent was relatively barren. By then, Russell would also have the strength to rival the sages. You kid, I appreciate your intention, but reconstructing a physical body isn't simple. Ancient texts describe methods, but the cost is too high. Do you know why many strong individuals choose soul snatching? Because it requires no cost. Darren's words made Russell ponder deeply. Without Darren's silent efforts behind the scenes, Russell wouldn't have reached his current height. After deep thought, Russell didn't respond immediately, but focused on the outer sect Birch lying before him. It's time to deal with him. With those words, Russell swiftly ended the Birch's life. The Ronnie was still dreaming and never imagined he'd die this way. Gazing at the Ronnie's corpse, Russell erased any trace of himself and left without looking back. The next day, the death of the outer sect Birch stirred chaos within Taiji sect. Many inner sect Ronnies got involved. Once again, Taiji sect lost face. A Grand Ronnie had been killed right under their noses. This incident alerted the inner sect Birch, who issued orders to capture the culprit. At noon, someone knocked on Russell's door. Stretching lazily, Russell opened the door to find inner sect Ronnies. Seeing their aggressive manner, Russell panicked slightly. Could he have been exposed? Impossible. Firstly, Russell had hidden his tracks well and left no trace. Suspicion wouldn't point to him. Edgar and Tion. Were you outside last night? Grade, you notice anyone suspicious? As an outer sect Ronnie, you should be more alert. These are special times. Any negligence might let schemers take advantage. Relieved, Russell feigned confusion. Last night, I was meditating. I heard a brief noise but didn't pay much attention. For the loss of Birch, I'm saddened. I'll take responsibility for outer sect affairs and find the murderer. Russell's expression was resolute. The inner sect Ronnies saw no reason to doubt him. After investigating, they left a message. Given the outer sect Grand Ronnie's death, You temporarily replace him until further notice. With key figures lacking attention on the outer sect, this may be an opportunity for you. Watching them leave, Russell smiled slyly, planning to make Taiji sect pay for their oversight. For the next few months, peace reigned in Taiji sect. Most forgot about the past events. No matter how hard they tried, the real culprit remained at large. Within months, Russell reached the quasi-sage realm, becoming a respected quasi-sage expert. Yet, Russell's true strength remained a mystery even to himself. Regularly appearing in the inner sect, he became a favorite among the Ranis, earning access to significant inner sect matters. Chapter 593, Assault on the Haskell-Shan Empire. 2 days ago, Tiger summoned all the inner sect Denvers for a gathering. Russell was an exception, having earned the right to participate in inner sect matters. A group of quasi-saint realm experts convened to discuss strategies against the Haskell-Shan Empire. Due to the presence of Ellie within the empire, no Denver of the Saint realm could make a move. A confrontation between two saints would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties. Moreover, 2 other ancestral sects were watching closely. If the Taiji sect's saint-level expert were to be gravely injured, the other 2 ancestral sects would surely apply pressure on the Taiji sect, making it a self-defeating strategy. Now, everything was ready. Only a favorable opportunity was needed. With a once-in-a-millennium chance, the Haskell-Shan Empire would inevitably fall in the war. Tiger sat at the head of the table, scrutinizing everyone with unwavering eyes. His gaze casually swept over Russell before he cleared his throat. Suddenly, the room fell into complete silence. Everyone, the previous turmoil has been put on hold. The Glen Denver has ordered the assault on the Haskell-Shan Empire to overthrow its millennia-old rule and usher in the era of the top 3 sects. Tiger's expression was resolute. As he spoke, no one seemed overly surprised, as if this had been expected. The top 3 sects had already made significant progress toward their rise. Only by overthrowing the dynasty could they truly usher in the new era of the top 3 sects. But the Haskell-Shan Empire still has an unparalleled expert within its borders. If the Taiji sect deploys a saint-level expert, that person will certainly interfere, leading to severe losses. After extensive discussions day and night, we have decided on a plan. First, let the quasi-saint experts take the lead. Even then, the Haskell-Shan Empire cannot withstand our assault. Should that formidable expert dare to intervene, our saint-level experts will surely exterminate them. Tiger remained unperturbed. This move was also a way to gauge the depth of the Haskell-Shan Empire's strength. If Ellie dared to confront the Taiji sect during the battle, it would likely end in his demise. Beside him, Russell was lost in thought. The Taiji sect had finally made its move. The Haskell-Shan Empire had once shown him grace, so he couldn't stand idly by. If indeed the saint-level experts would not intervene unless Ellie did, then Russell might become the key to turning the tide. Below the rank of saint, Russell believed no one could rival him. Furthermore, he had deeply infiltrated the Taiji sect, and everyone had let down their guard around him. Who could have predicted that the Haskell-Shan Empire, in its death throes, had planted a spy within the Taiji sect? Looking around at all the Denvers, there were dozens of quasi-saint Denvers. For Russell, they posed a significant challenge. Each one was a genuine quasi-saint expert. You have no objections, right? Tiger's words interrupted Russell's thoughts. He recovered and gave Tiger a meaningful look, silently vowing that one day, this man would pay dearly. 3 days from now, gather all inner and outer sect disciples to attack the Haskell-Shan Empire. Go prepare yourselves. After speaking, Tiger pointed at Russell and added, You, come with me for a moment. Surprise flickered across Russell's face as he suppressed his unease and followed. In the rear mountain, Tiger picked up a leaf absent-mindedly. His figure appeared desolate since Todd's death. He couldn't let go of the hate. Even months later, the memory lingered. Todd was his life's work, his heir. He had invested countless resources and efforts. Cultivating another talent like Todd would take an unimaginable amount of time. Tiger was troubled by this. Unbeknownst to him, the culprit was standing right before him. Young man, to break through to the quasi-saint realm is impressive. It looks like the Taiji sect will gain another pillar of strength. I hope you can maintain your integrity. One day, I will promote you to the inner sect. Some people mature late, but are great contributors. Your foundation is remarkable. You may achieve much in the inner sect. After the Haskell-Shan Empire falls, I will report your contributions to the Glen Denver. Tiger seemed to favor Russell. Previously, Tiger felt a strange affinity whenever he looked at Russell, sensing something indescribable. Under Tiger's gaze, Russell shivered slightly, offering a nervous smile. Thank you, Tiger. I will throw myself wholeheartedly into the battlefield. Within 3 days, I will ensure the Haskell-Shan Emperor surrenders. Russell glanced at Tiger out of the corner of his eye. At that moment, Tiger was completely unguarded. Retire. I need some solitude. Tiger waved his hand dismissively, looking weary and aged, devoid of any spirit. Or rather, he had grown numb. On the contrary, Russell felt no pity. This was what he deserved for attempting to kill Russell, thus forming this karmic bond. So, Russell left without looking back. 3 days later, the Taiji sect was fully prepared. All disciples gathered at the foot of the mountain, their faces filled with determination. In the past few months, Taiji sect disciples had stayed confined within the sect, forbidden to train outside. This pent-up energy now surged within each cultivator, eager to unleash. Advance towards the Haskell-Shan Empire. Upon command, all disciples soared into the sky, heading towards the Haskell-Shan Empire. Within the Haskell-Shan Empire, chaos reigned. Frontline reports confirmed that Taiji sect disciples had entered the empire. The border defenses crumbled under the fierce assault of the Taiji sect. Inside the imperial court, ministers were in disarray, with some fleeing overnight. Emperor Haskell stood on his high platform, his hair turned white overnight, his face lined with worry. He gazed at his crumbling empire and sighed. It seemed inevitable. The 1,000-year-old empire would fall swiftly, and no one could prevent it. Chapter 594, Continuous Retreat. Your Majesty, I have prepared a carriage for you. We can leave through the rear gate of the Heavenly Emperor City at night. Only by preserving our foundation will the Empire have a chance to rise again. The country may fall, but its mountains and rivers remain. Our soldiers will hold off the Taiji sect for you, and we hope you will avenge us in the future. For the grand cause of the Empire, their deaths will not be in vain. To live another day is to fight another battle. At that moment, a heavily armored Jerson rushed into the hall, kneeling before Douglas. Conversely, Douglas stared at the scene before him and suddenly laughed out loud. He did not stand up, but instead shifted his posture and continued sitting on the dragon throne, seemingly with no intention of leaving. As long as the nation exists, so shall I. If the nation falls, I will fall with it. How can I allow my soldiers to endure this inferno alone? Soldiers, listen to your orders. All cultivators within the city are to join the battle. Anyone who attempts to flee will be executed on the spot. Bring out my battle robe. Today, I will fight alongside my soldiers and see just what the Taiji sect is made of. A king is chosen by heaven. Why should I fear the common man? In times of national crisis, I am no different from the people. If I were to escape, I could never escape the shadow of national collapse and personal loss. Better to die honorably in battle than let the Taiji sect rest easy. With that, Douglas rose from his seat with a burst of overwhelming fighting spirit. For a moment, the hall fell silent. The Jerson stood and gazed at Douglas, his eyes filled with admiration. After some time, Douglas, clad in a blood-red battle robe, appeared at the gates of Heavenly Emperor City. All the powerful figures within Heavenly Emperor City now stood at the city walls, watching the distant horizon as they awaited the arrival of the Taiji sect. Below the walls, soldiers held weapons with fearless expressions, ready to face death. If they fell, the Empire's legacy would crumble, and the citizens behind them would be left defenseless. Shortly after, a thick cloud of smoke began to rise in front of Heavenly Emperor City. Behind the smoke, the banners of the Taiji sect appeared before everyone's eyes. In no time, the Taiji sect arrived beneath Heavenly Emperor City. Dozens of quasi-saint realm experts lined up, their overwhelming auras shaking the entire city. Douglas, still planning to resist even as death approaches? Do you truly believe you can change the outcome? If you surrender control of the Haskell-Shan Empire now, we might spare you an intact body. If you insist on resisting, I don't mind annihilating every last one of you. Even the citizens within Heavenly Emperor City will suffer. A peak quasi-saint from the Taiji sect emerged, walking through the air and slowly approaching above Heavenly Emperor City. A look of disdain crossed his face. To him, the Haskell-Shan Empire was already doomed. Conversely, Douglas swung his sword upward into the sky. Both being peak quasi-saints, their auras matched equally. What arrogance! Do you truly believe the 1,000-year foundation of the Haskell-Shan Empire can be destroyed overnight? Sword energy sliced through the sky, exploding mid-air, illuminating a dazzling light that reflected in everyone's eyes. At that moment, Douglas also ascended into the sky, the two powerful auras clashing, distorting the surrounding space. Soldiers, listen to your orders. Anyone who dares to step through our gates shall be killed without mercy. The survival of the Haskell-Shan Empire rests in our hands. Do not let these vicious foes exploit any weakness. Suddenly, Douglas charged forward. His soldiers followed him, suspended in mid-air, charging into battle. On the other side, Taiji sect disciples responded similarly. In an instant, both sides clashed intensely. The sky above Heavenly Emperor City was bathed in flames, turning the sky a crimson red. Dark clouds gathered. An oppressive aura enveloped Heavenly Emperor City, making breathing difficult. The Taiji sect's combat strength was extraordinary. Dozens of quasi-saint experts joined the fray, tipping the scales decisively in favor of the Taiji sect. Furthermore, Taiji sect disciples were well trained, while Haskell-Shan Empire soldiers seemed more like irregulars. Under relentless attacks, vulnerabilities quickly became apparent. Eventually, they were forced to retreat to defend Heavenly Emperor City. Everywhere below, the ground was littered with soldier corpses, the stench of death filling the air. Many soldiers guarding the city gate were injured. Even Douglas bore numerous wounds, yet his gaze remained defiant. During their earlier confrontation, he had realized the gap between himself and the Taiji sect's peak quasi-saints. Douglas, do you now understand the difference between the Empire's strength and the Taiji sect? The peak quasi-saint who faced Douglas still hovered above Heavenly Emperor City, looking down at all the Imperial soldiers like a celestial king surveying his domain. A tidal wave of pressure descended. Suddenly, endless dark clouds floated above Heavenly Emperor City, lightning flashing within. Torrential rain poured down. Many soldiers at the city gate lowered their heads involuntarily, their morale low. Clearly, they had accepted that the Empire was no match for the Taiji sect. I am not dead yet. If you want me to bow, trample on my corpse. Otherwise, not even a saint can make me yield. Douglas tore open his robes, revealing shocking injuries. Despite his severe wounds, his fighting spirit burned brightly. Russell, observing from a distance, took a step forward, his cold gaze sweeping over every member of the Taiji sect. Sword energy erupted from within him. In the distance, a figure stepped through the air. Waves rippled through the sky like water splashes, spreading outward, with Russell standing alone at the entrance of Heavenly Emperor City, facing all members of the Taiji sect. Young man, stepping forward bravely is commendable, but this isn't the place for reckless. A quasi-Saint Peak Ronnie strode forward, gradually expanding his pressure. He originally thought that just relying on pressure would subdue Russell, but contrary to expectations, Russell remained unaffected, standing firmly atop Tandy City, his figure appearing immensely imposing as he stood alone before Huashan Empire. Acton instantly recognized Russell's back. Instantly, myriad emotions welled up within him. He had thought Russell had died at the hands of Seven Killers sect, yet here he was standing before him alive and well. At this moment, Russell exuded an aura of invincibility. Your Majesty, with me here today, no one can set foot within the Empire. Come if you dare, old men. Russell pointed his sword towards all directions, appearing like a grandmaster. Suddenly, Russell's expression twitched and in an instant, he revealed a sinister smile. Oh, right. Those people who died within Taiji sect recently were all killed by my own hands. When you allowed 7 killers sect to attack me, I vowed to repay you fold for fold starting today. His words hung in the air. All the Ranis of Taiji sect showed fury on their faces, glaring angrily at Russell. Wicked child, it's actually you. This is the perfect chance to eliminate your threat and seize control of Huashan Empire. Denvers, obey the order. Anyone who resists shall be killed without mercy. At his command, dozens of Ranis charged towards Russell, conjuring wave after wave of colorful light in the sky. Russell gripped the Eve sword calmly, his eyes brimming with barely contained killing intent. One man blocking 1,000 soldiers. If this event were to occur, perhaps in the future, the entire Huashan Empire would sing praises of his heroic deeds. Gray. 10,000 Ians unify sword. The brilliance of the sword heart erupted forth. Radiant light intertwined with myriad threads of sword chi spinning through the sky, splitting the clouds above and leaving a straight fissure. Edgard shone down from the rift, illuminating the entire Tindi city. Tindi Mountain. The blazing sun merged seamlessly with the peak of Tindi Mountain, creating a breathtaking sight. The light reflected on every soldier's face, adding a glimmer of hope to their eyes. The sword chi transformed into a radiant rainbow, descending with a deafening roar. A burst of fire enveloped the skies above Tindi city. In the next second, countless figures fell from the sky, engulfed in flames, crashing heavily onto the ground. Upon closer inspection, they were the Quasi-Saint Ranis from Taiji sect. Some of them were merely novices at the Quasi-Saint realm, unable to withstand his attack. Next, Russell gathered his strength and launched a counterattack. Dazzling thunderbolts surged forward, wrapping around Jedediah's body like shackles. Jedediah was immobilized in midair. In a flash, Russell moved like an arrow released from a bow, instantly appearing beside Jedediah. Russell raised his hand and grabbed Jedediah's neck. Old man, go die for your master first. Next, I'll make all those from Taiji sect who offended me bury you. Before Russell could deliver the final blow, more Quasi-Saints attacked from all directions. Though gravely wounded, they refused to wait passively for death, knowing that once Jedediah died, they too would soon follow. Jedediah reacted quickly, using the opportunity to escape from Russell's grip. His face flushed red, gazing at Russell with disbelief. Why would a novice at the Quasi-Saint realm possess such formidable strength? A novice Quasi-Saint capable of confronting a sage-level powerhouse. Such a feat was unimaginable even among the prodigies of Central Continent. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew from the horizon. Russell shook his head, his face reflecting profound emotions. Since you all wish to interfere, prepare to face my retribution. Your lives will serve as the price for my anger. Quasi-Saints, Edgarch ants. Russell extended his arms, releasing a powerful energy surge from within, engulfing his entire body. Chapter 596, No Mercy. Pinpoints of starlight floated out from Russell's body, suspending in midair. Gradually, the starlight transformed into lotus flowers hovering in the sky. Within these lotuses lay astonishing energy. Sword chi and lightning mixed together, causing the space around them to distort. Suddenly, lotus flowers from all directions attacked the Quasi-Saint Denvers. The lotuses bloomed as they landed on them. Instantly, Edgartning mixed with sword chi exploded. Boom. Deafening thunder roared through the heavens, echoing endlessly. On the city walls, everyone was dumbfounded. Douglas's eyes showed a hint of profundity. After several months, Russell's strength had surged. Even peak Quasi-Saints were no match for him. Even I might not be his match now. This Gillis has boundless potential. Taiji sect can never hope to eliminate him. If this battle is not lost, the future of Haskell-Shan Empire will rise. Next, it will be Taiji sect's turn to suffer, and eventually, those old fools will experience what it means to lose everything. Douglas gazed at the land before him, filled with emotion despite his grave injuries. Russell. This youth stage will not be confined to Dongzhou alone. Central Zhou will also have his place. Who would dare to think ill of the Haskell-Shan Empire under his shadow? Douglas smiled. Though Heavenly Emperor City lay in ruins, the empire's foundation was preserved. Time slowly passed. The flames finally dissipated. In the sky, several figures fell to the ground, all from Taiji sect Ranis. Tiger stood shakily in the clouds, but he did not fare well. His body was covered in blood, his consciousness fading, and his gaze became unfocused. Do you still want to resist? Russell, high above, looked down upon Autry. Pressurizing force erupted, landing entirely on Tiger. At this moment, Tiger could no longer withstand it. His body trembled violently, and he fainted. Russell glanced back, delivered another slash, annihilating Autry, turning him into ashes that dispersed into the air. All dozens of Quasi-Saints died by Russell's hand, without exception. Over decades, this was the largest battle in Dongzhou. Russell's name would be inscribed in history, becoming a legendary figure. Who, in the history of the upper realms, could achieve such a feat? Destroying dozens of Quasi-Saints alone, and only just entering the Quasi-Saint realm. This time, Taiji sect paid an unprecedented price. Its mainstay forces perished within the borders of the Haskell-Shan Empire. All disciples of Taiji sect panicked, scattering in all directions. Then, the warriors at the city gates sounded the counterattack signal, pursuing the fleeing Taiji sect disciples. Douglas instantly appeared beside Russell. Daoist friend Edgarn, long time no see. This time you've saved the entire empire. If you hadn't acted, our empire's legacy would have been destroyed. Douglas was overwhelmed with gratitude. Earlier, he was prepared to die, but unexpectedly, help came. Your Majesty, I owe a favor to Haskell-Shan Empire. Seeing it in peril, I naturally had to act and prevent its suffering. Russell laughed softly, his eyes looking toward the distance. Soon, news would reach Taiji sect. Even the few saint-level experts wouldn't remain calm. Staying within Haskell-Shan Empire territory equated to waiting for certain death. Next, Russell would retaliate. he would shift from passivity to initiative. Only by taking the initiative could he control the situation. Suddenly, a token appeared in his hand. Qisha Min. Our enmity must be settled. In the future, Russell would change the entire landscape of Dongzhou alone. Half a day later, the news reached Taiji sect. Several saint-level experts sat together. The Grand Rani exploded with anger, striking the table, causing cracks to appear on the floor. Russell, why hasn't this hazard been eliminated yet? And how did he infiltrate Taiji sect? Carter, you've always handled this matter. How can you explain such a significant mistake? If the Bjorn blames us, who will bear his wrath? The Grand Rani's face was filled with rage. Under their leadership, Taiji sect had declined and left the ranks of the top 3 sects. They initially planned to destroy Haskell-Shan Empire and develop their power, but things did not go as hoped. Tiger buried his head. Recently, Russell danced before him, and he failed to detect any danger, even considering promoting Russell. Thinking of this, Tiger shrank back, not daring to meet the Grand Rani's gaze. Recently, I sent Qisha Min to assassinate Russell. They reported success, yet this boy survived. It's my negligence. If the Bjorn blames me, I will take full responsibility. Tiger felt a heavy heart. If he hadn't offended Russell then, perhaps he wouldn't be in this predicament. Unfortunately, fate had led to this outcome. Go and destroy Russell immediately. He must not cause further harm to Taiji sect. Consider this redemption. I will personally explain this to the Bjorn. The Grand Rani glanced at Tiger, sighed, and turned away. Other Ranis didn't dare speak, gazing at Tiger with sympathy. Much later, Tiger slowly rose, stretching, walking outdoors, gazing at Taiji sect's beautiful scenery, his eyes shouting at the entrance. Who dares to intrude upon our 7-kill sect? Bring them down. Despite his command, there was no response from the vast sect. In the next instant, 2 black-robed assassins were hurled into the palace from the entrance. One of them, covered in gruesome wounds, lifted his hand weakly towards the Bjorn. Bjorn! Escape! Quickly escape! As he spoke, his breathing abruptly ceased, and his body slumped heavily to the ground once more. Footsteps echoed from outside. A towering figure appeared before the Bjorn's eyes. It was Russell. No need to call out anymore. Every assassin within the 7-kill sect has been eliminated by me. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Russell held the Eve sword, wiping it methodically as a grim smile spread across his face. The Bjorn shivered, even his legs trembling. Russell's sudden appearance left him bewildered, his eyes filled with confusion. Who are you? Our 7-kill sect has no grudge against you, so why have you attacked us? The Bjorn took small steps backward until his back hit the wall. Grudge? You dare speak such untruths? Do you remember the person Taiji sect asked you to kill recently? If it weren't for that assassin's incompetence, I wouldn't have survived. Otherwise, I would have met my end at your hands. You probably never imagined that your enemies would find you one day. Today, I shall eradicate the 7-kill sect entirely from Dongzhou. Suddenly, Russell made his move, slashing a powerful sword strike towards the Bjorn. The last moment, the Bjorn pressed something behind him. A radiant light enveloped Russell, absorbing the sword aura. Looking down, Russell saw an array beneath him. Starlight began converging around him, forming an eerie darkness that tightly wrapped around Russell. Numerous tentacles sprouted from the ground, binding him. These tentacles began draining his inner strength. Moments later, the Bjorn emerged again, hands on his hips, walking casually over to Russell, sizing him up with disdain. Boy, challenging me. You're far too inexperienced. I've never seen anyone dare to single-handedly invade the 7-kill sect like you. This array can eliminate even a sage. Do you think you'll survive? The Bjorn looked assured, believing Russell would die within the array. Conversely, a sinister smile flashed across Russell's face. A voice resonated in his mind. Boy, don't listen to his nonsense. This is a low-tier array full of flaws. Even a respected one could break through it. Just channel all your inner strength into the array until it's sated. Once it's overwhelmed, it will crumble on its own. In a breath, Darren identified the array's weakness and found the way to counter it. Following this, of course, pragmatism dictated wisdom. He preferred becoming Russell's slave rather than dying at his hands. Chapter 598, Ghostly Creature. An opportunity? If I had died under the hands of the 7-kill sect assassins, who would have given me another chance to live? Since 7-kill sect is now entangled in this chain of events, it must pay the price. As the master of the 7-kill sect, you are the source of all evil. Moreover, didn't you just try to kill me a moment ago? Russell slowly advanced forward, and the floor cracked beneath his feet. The opulent palace turned into a desolate wasteland, its chaos stemming from the hidden causality between the 7-kill sect and Russell. In the next instant, the Lars sword was placed at the master's throat. Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out, accompanied by splashing blood that sprayed onto the walls. Thud. A head hit the ground. After this, the 7-kill sect would completely disappear from Dongzhou. There would be no more mentions of the 7-kill sect on these lands. On the contrary, Russell's deeds would spread throughout all of Dongzhou. With one man and one sword, he eliminated all experts below the sage realm of Tai Chi sect, daringly infiltrated the 7-kill sect alone, and emerged unscathed after 7 entries and exits. Such an event would shock Dongzhou for hundreds of years. In the future, Russell would establish his own faith in Dongzhou. Suddenly, as Russell stepped out of the palace behind him couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed into ruins. At this moment, Russell's gaze fell upon something not far away, an underground passage. This passage led directly underground. If not for the collapse of the palace, Russell wouldn't have discovered this hidden place. Looking into the dark tunnel, Russell's curiosity was piqued. So, he took a deep breath and strode towards the depths of the tunnel. Meanwhile, he ignited a flame in his hand, lighting up the tunnel. Inside the tunnel, There was a straight path that seemed endless, with echoes reverberating through it. As he went deeper, an inexplicable chill enveloped Russell's body. The Lars sword floated beside Russell. Boy, there's something peculiar here. I can vaguely sense something wrong, Darren muttered in Russell's mind. Before the words finished, a glimmer of light appeared before Russell. Following the light, he finally saw the secret hidden beneath the 7-kill sect. Beneath the 7-kill sect was a hidden chamber. On the wall of the chamber hung a desiccated shell. It emitted a foul odor. Even before Russell approached, a hoarse and muffled voice sounded. Who is there? 7-kill. Why have the offerings diminished recently? If you want the 7-kill sect to become the foremost power in Dongzhou, obey my commands. Otherwise, I can easily take back everything you've built. Across the world, countless people revere me. It is your good fortune to be chosen by me. This moment, Russell's eyes also fell upon the shell, feeling an inexplicable revulsion. Before Russell could respond, Darren's voice echoed again in his mind. Ghostly creature. Finally, after 1,000 years, I've encountered this abomination once more. Unfortunately, it's only a shell. It seems a powerful being has sealed this ghostly creature within it. From what I can see, if this ghostly creature were at its peak, it could wipe out all experts in Dongzhou with a single gesture. As soon as Russell heard the word ghostly creature, memories flooded his mind. Earlier, while studying ancient texts, Russell had come across information about ghostly creatures. Ghostly creatures are the most entities, born from the malevolent thoughts in the universe, free from the constraints of causality, transcending ordinary existence. They survive by devouring consciousness, and once they consume someone's consciousness, the physical body dies too. About 10 million years ago, various prestigious sects united to exterminate the ghostly creatures. That battle shook heaven and earth, alarming numerous powerful beings in the upper realms. That battle lasted for months, leading to even the prodigies from 1,000 years ago pale in comparison. If you inherit my legacy, you will stir up storms across the central plains. How about we cooperate? The ghostly creature extended an olive branch to Russell. However, Russell only smirked derisively. No wonder he felt an unusual aura from the Berkeley. This ghostly creature was the root. The 7-kill sect must have committed numerous heinous acts under its orders, and its ultimate goal was to break the seal on its shell. But then, Russell appeared and disrupted its plans. Cooperate? Dream on. These petty tricks may have fooled the Berkeley, but not me. Ghostly creature? I still have ways to ensure your complete destruction. It seemed the previous Berkeley hadn't realized this was a ghostly creature, perhaps mistaking it for some hermit sage. Chapter 599. Glenn Carter's Pursuit. At this moment, the ghost creature panicked. Bundles of black mist floated out from its body, hovering mid-air. The black mist was interspersed with a faint aura of malice. Don't kill me. As long as you're willing to cooperate with me, the Saint Rank secret technique is within reach. I will do my utmost to push you to the pinnacle. However, every word the ghost creature spoke was ignored by him. Go and repent in hell. With those words, Russell swung his arms, delivering a powerful strike. The might of the sword swept across the sky. A streak of polar light emerged, landing on the ghost creature's body. With a deafening boom, cracks appeared on the ghost's body, spreading rapidly. Within moments, its shell turned to ashes. A mass of black mist emerged from the crumbling body, but Russell moved swiftly, grasping the mist firmly in his hand. Where do you think you're going? Russell sneered, inspecting the black mist before him. This mist must be the true form of the ghost creature, but having been sealed for 1,000 years, its power was no longer what it used to be. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been hiding under the 7-kill sect's protection, barely surviving. Let me go. My lord can trade all secrets in exchange for my freedom. Despite its efforts, the ghost creature could not escape Russell's grasp. After a few breaths, it stopped struggling. I don't need your secrets. To consort with such evil entities would sully my reputation. Suddenly, a burst of primal flame erupted from Russell's palm. Under the burning of the primal flame, the ghost creature let out piercing screams as the black mist and dense smoke turned into ashes. The screams gradually faded, eventually disappearing into Russell's ears. Russell's eyes cleared up. He extinguished the primal flame and sighed involuntarily. Just now, when burning the ghost creature, countless terrified souls echoed in Russell's mind, their shrill cries never ceasing. It seemed that the 7-kill sect had killed many people, offering their souls to this ghost creature, leading to today's achievements. In other words, the 7-kill sect was a place steeped in corruption, committing atrocities beyond conscience. Had he died at the hands of that quasi-saint from the 7-kill sect back on the cliffside, his soul might have ended up as fodder for this ghost creature. After settling everything, Russell straightened up, turning back towards the passage. Before leaving, he set a fire. The raging flames engulfed the entire territory of the 7-kill sect, completely burning it to cleanse its sins. Russell slowly walked out of the inferno. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in the sky. It was Glenn Carter. Glenn Carter had apparently been waiting here for a long time. When they met each other's gaze, tension filled the air. Carter's eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent, even making his arms tremble with anger. His hatred for Russell was undying. If not for Russell, he wouldn't be in this dire situation. Russell, it's been a while. Finally, I've caught you. You, who always settle scores, came here just as I expected. The 7-kill sect led me right to you. Next, I'll rip out your tendons and bones, letting you experience living worse than death. I won't let you die easily. Your corpse will become a human swine, forever barred from the cycle of rebirth. Glenn Carter's thoughts were exceedingly vicious, and his hatred reached its peak. Recalling past events only deepened his indelible resentment. On the contrary, Russell placed his hand on the Zushi sword. He had long wanted to fight a Saint Realm expert. Now was an unprecedented opportunity to settle old scores with Glenn Carter. Who would prevail? All would be revealed soon. The biggest mistake of your life was failing to eliminate me then, you old fool. Let me see what the Saint Realm has to offer. Old man, Please don't disappoint me. As he spoke, Russell spread his arms wide, sword chi floating around his body, lifting him into the air. A gentle breeze brushed past, stirring the inferno behind him. Glenn Carter slammed one arm downwards, shouting, "The essence of Tai Chi." Suddenly, a Tai Chi diagram spread from Carter's feet, covering him with black and white hues. Standing within the diagram, Glenn Carter extended one hand forward, the other behind him, posing like a martial arts master. Tai Chi Chaos Fist. Abruptly, Glenn Carter's sleeve tore apart, revealing a muscular arm. His fist gathered black and white lights, which formed a giant fist several dozen zhang large. As Carter's arm descended, the giant fist charged forward. Russell casually slashed with his sword. The sword chi transformed into a wave of energy rushing towards the sky. In an instant, the sword chi struck the fist, which then transformed into a tiger with a gaping maw, devouring the sword chi. Just as it rushed towards Russell again, Russell's face changed. He tried to counterattack, but it was too late. The fist derived from the essence of Tai Chi struck Russell's body directly. Instantly, Russell was swallowed by flames. Boy, see if you die this time. To me, you are nothing but a minor annoyance, with no chance of turning the tide. Glenn Carter stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the air, gazing at the flames with unyielding murderous intent. After a few breaths, the flames roiled suddenly. A figure burst out, covered in sparks. Luckily, Russell's body was already at the saint level or more, or that punch would have injured him. The force of this punch wasn't enough. If it had been slightly stronger, it might have hurt me. Russell brushed off the dust and turned to look at Glenn Carter nonchalantly. Before he finished speaking, Russell vanished. Chapter 600, Russell vs. Tiger. Reappearing, Russell was already behind Tiger, instantly unleashing a powerful sword strike. The force of the sword reverberated through the sky, its energy bursting forth like wildfire. Tiger seemed momentarily flustered. He hadn't anticipated that Russell's understanding of the way of the sword had reached such an unfathomable level. Who in Dongzhou could match Russell's mastery of the sword? Russell's comprehension of swordsmanship made him arguably the best in all of Dongzhou. Thus, Tiger dared not be the slightest bit lax. Being able to spar evenly with me right after attaining quasi-sage realm, it seems you truly harbor many secrets. In time, I will unveil these secrets for my own ascent. I should have eliminated you at any cost earlier. Leaving you alive has only caused me unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, a Taiji Bagua mirror floated behind Tiger. The mirror emitted alternating black and white light that enveloped Russell. Staring at the Bagua mirror, Russell felt his spiritual energy being drained away, creating a sense of weakness. He even sensed the mirror tugging at his soul. In that moment, Russell felt a brief daze. Taking advantage of this lapse, Tiger surged forward again. The Taiji Bagua array beneath his feet expanded abruptly, encasing Russell in alternating black and white light. Tiger's attacks were relentless, each move flawlessly linked, aiming to give Russell no chance to retaliate. A genuine sage-level powerhouse, how many in all of Dongzhou could stand against Tiger? Even against a junior, he exerted his full strength, underscoring the seriousness he placed on this battle. Gray. As he spoke, dark clouds churned in the sky, followed by sudden winds sweeping up. White light split the dense clouds from above, revealing a bright streak in the sky. Radiant light pierced through the gloom. Within the clouds, a fierce tiger with black and white stripes lay atop the heavens. The tiger opened its massive jaws, roaring towards Russell with a deafening sound. Then sounds kept echoing into Russell's ears. Yet Russell's consciousness was continuously stripped away, leading to a state of mental disarray. Boy, snap out of it. Don't let this Clark get the better of us, or we'll both fall here. As the words echoed, starlight blossomed in Russell's mind, releasing brilliant light. Edgark, a dried-up well filling with fresh spring water, a renewed vigor filled him. Suddenly, golden light erupted from Russell's body. The sound of dragon roars resonated through the heavens. What is the power of the Eve Dragon? This is the power of the Eve Dragon, the ruler of all beasts, the supremacy over all. At the same time, immense pressure burst from within him. The entire sky was engulfed by overwhelming pressure. On the cloud, the fierce tiger's eyes revealed a trace of fear, its body involuntarily shrinking back. Next, the space behind Russell began to warp, and a golden dragon phantom. I wouldn't be your match, but now, even with the Saint-class secret art, you cannot defeat me. The thrill of personally extinguishing an unparalleled genius. In an instant, the essence of Taiji emanated from Tiger. The Taiji sect's founding secret art truly lived up to its reputation. Suddenly, the thunder serpent created by 3,000 thunderclaps collided with Tiger's Taiji essence. Blinding light exploded outward. Boom. The ground seemed to sink slightly. The original site of the Qisha Min was reduced to ruins, barren of all vegetation. Meanwhile, in the sky, the golden dragon phantom attacked the fierce tiger. Under the ultimate bloodline suppression, the tiger had no defense, quickly dissolving into a ball of golden light before disappearing into the clouds. In this battle, Russell held a slight upper hand. During their exchange, Russell also felt an invisible pressure. However, boundless fighting spirit surged within him. Besides, he intended to test his limits, so the fiercer the fight, the better. Moments later, the flames in the sky finally dissipated. Tiger knelt on the ground, covered in shocking injuries, his aura dimmed. Despite this, he still looked at Russell with defiance. Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have means to match a sage realm. If I had insisted on killing you then, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Tiger wiped. He was about to die at the hands of a junior. You've condensed a sword heart. Indeed, you are 1 in 10,000, a true genius. It seems this Clark misjudged you. Dying by your hand, a genius like you, can be considered an honor. With those words, Tiger slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, blade met flesh. Russell did not hesitate for even a moment. After all, Tiger deserved his fate. Had he not used his strength to bully others, he wouldn't have ended up like this. This was Tiger's destiny, unchangeable by anyone. Immediately after Tiger's death, Russell suddenly fell to his knees, clutching his chest as internal organs churned violently. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The Saint Realm truly is extraordinary. If it weren't for the 3,000 thunderbolts, I probably wouldn't have been able to defeat this tiger. Russell wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After searching through Tiger's remains, Russell left the scene immediately. No wonder the Saint Realm powerhouses were so formidable. Just the resources possessed by Tiger alone rivaled half the wealth of an empire. Should Russell want to establish his own force in the future, these resources would be indispensable. The threat posed by Taiji sect wasn't completely eradicated, considering how Russell had made them pay dearly time and again. They would undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate Russell, especially if a Saint Realm expert intervened. Russell had this prodigy comes from our Longqing Pass. Today, let me experience the brilliance of this young overlord. Russell's lips twitched slightly. In an instant, his figure turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already atop a pavilion, with Edgaru Ruyan beside him. Long time no see. You really prepared quite a surprise for me. Saving Huashan Empire was all rumors. I didn't do anything legendary, merely repelling a few nobodies. Russell scratched his head, smiling slightly. Edgaru Ruyan shot him a sideways glance. Luck? It seems your current strength is enough to contend with a Saint Realm powerhouse. With your abilities, you could thrive in Central Continent, rather than lingering in the barren East Continent. If you wish, you could easily rank highly on the Central Continent's Fengyunbang, with countless major forces willing to lower themselves to recruit you. At that point, dealing with Taiji sect would be as easy as squashing an ant. Corrected. If you wish, you could easily rank highly on the Central Continent's Fengyunbang, and countless major powers would willingly lower themselves to recruit you. At that point, dealing with Taiji sect would be as easy as squashing an ant. Note, Fengyunbang, seems to be a proper noun in this context and is kept as is. For better readability, major forces is changed to major powers. The sentence structure is also slightly adjusted for fluency. Edgaru Ruyan sighed, understanding the irreconcilable hatred between Russell and Taiji sect. Russell was always on the brink of danger, causing her constant worry. With backing from a powerful force, why fear Taiji sect? I have a mysterious master watching over me. With this master, no one can harm a single hair on my body. Don't worry about it. Russell laughed awkwardly. However, Edgaru Ruyan rolled her eyes. Not long ago, she had investigated Russell's identity thoroughly. How could someone from the ascended lesser worlds possibly have a terrifying master? Everything Russell said was just deception. Of course, this was why Edgaru Ruyan was so worried. Still, Edgaru Ruyan didn't expose this secret. Though she knew the truth, she wouldn't become a stumbling block in Russell's path. Everything was destined. Recently, I had someone investigate the background of Taiji sect. Taiji sect has a Nirvana realm sect leader who has been in seclusion for decades. His current strength is unfathomable. Be extremely cautious. This sect leader had never shown himself publicly. Given the recent upheaval within Taiji sect, if the sect leader learned of this, he would spare no effort to eliminate Russell. On the other hand, Russell remained unperturbed. Meet soldiers with Jursons and floods with earth. Being timid would only hold him back. So what if the sect leader was in the Nirvana realm? One day, he would surpass even that realm, by which time Taiji sect would no longer exist. Chapter 602, Parting Ways. Nirvana realm? If I had been born several decades earlier, would Taiji sect even have the audacity to act so recklessly? Russell gazed out of the window. At this moment, Edgaru Ruyan slowly entered the inner chamber, and Russell followed closely behind her. The two walked into the inner chamber at a leisurely pace. After a long pause, Edgaru Ruyan finally revealed her hidden concerns. Soon, I will leave Dongzhou. There has been an incident at the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce, and my father wants me to return to our clan as soon as possible. It was clear that a hint of sorrow clouded Edgaru Ruyan's face. Russell turned his body slightly, his gaze fixed outside the window without responding for a while. Edgaru Ruyan's background was extraordinary, predestining her not to remain in Dongzhou indefinitely. If not for fate's alignment, they might never have met. Good news. After all, Zhongzhou is where you truly belong. Only there can you find the vast stage to showcase your abilities. By the time we meet again, you might already be in control of the entire 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps then, I might really look up to you. Russell smiled faintly, uttering words he did not wholly believe. Edgaru Ruyan's lineage was exceedingly noble. The 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce was the largest merchant organization in the upper realm, with countless powerful figures within its ranks. Even Nirvana realm experts held no special rank within it. A single word from the chamber could eradicate Taiji sect entirely. However, Russell found himself struggling over Taiji sect, highlighting the stark contrast between their backgrounds. Edgaru Ruyan remained silent. She turned away, her eyes gleaming with unshed tears, which she quickly reined back. Remember to seek me out in Zhongzhou when the time comes. Hopefully, by then, you'll have become a formidable figure in your own right. Her words seemed to carry another layer of meaning. Moments later, Russell pushed open the door. Once I personally destroy Taiji sect, I'll prepare to head to Zhongzhou. Leaving those words behind, Russell hesitated, but ultimately stepped through the threshold, his figure vanishing from Edgaru Ruyan's sight. Edgaru Ruyan did not attempt to retain him, closing her eyes slowly. At this moment, the clerk appeared beside Edgaru Ruyan, his gaze locked onto Russell. In just a few days, even this clerk cannot see through this Gillis anymore. Given time, he will surely achieve great things in Zhongzhou. But one wonders if the ancient ones in the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce will take action. Miss, you do not belong to Dongzhou. With your talents, you are destined to become a peerless figure in Zhongzhou. Why worry about fleeting emotions? Upon returning to the clan, the patriarch will activate your pulse wheel, fully unlocking your constitution and erasing memories of these past years. Mentioning this, tears trickled down Edgaru Ruyan's cheeks. Her thoughts became chaotic, suggesting she harbored many untold secrets. Clearly, her potential rivaled Russell's. Meanwhile, in Dongzhou, a Taiji sect, the birch sat on a high dais, staring at the shattered jade tablet before him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Gay is dead too? Killed by Russell? Who is this Russell, and why is he persistently targeting Taiji sect? Failing to eliminate him will bring punishment once the Clifford emerges from seclusion. It seems this time, I must handle it myself. The birch clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with malice. Having other sages intervene would likely result in the same outcome. Taiji sect was in shambles and could ill afford further losses. Thus, the birch decided to go after Russell with everything he had. However, Russell had gone into hiding. The only way to force him out was to target the Haskell-Shan Empire. During its crisis, Russell might reveal himself. Once that happened, he would ensure Russell's demise within Haskell-Shan. Given Russell's displayed talent, with time, he could become Dongzhou's top figure. Eliminating him now would quell the birch's growing anxieties. Time passed. In Longqing Pass, Russell returned to his small courtyard, meticulously maintained by Lucas and her brother. After months away, Lucas's strength had surged to near core formation level. Years ago, Russell hadn't even reached the martial path at her age. Without Russell's resources and techniques, Lucas wouldn't have progressed so rapidly. Russell distributed the pills he had refined in Taiji sect, giving half to Edgardal Monkey and the other half to Lucas. These pills offered him no more benefits. Moreover, Russell preferred solid foundations built through hard work, not shortcuts. Months flew by. Russell spent most of his time meditating within an array formation in the courtyard. Due to the altered time flow inside the array, what felt like years to him were mere months externally. He used this time to consolidate his strength, ensuring he could withstand future encounters without injury. After washing up and changing clothes, Russell headed towards the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Months later, Edgar Urian had already left. Standing before the place where they first met, Russell felt myriad emotions. One day, Russell would step into Zhongzhou. He wondered what circumstances would greet him upon reuniting with Edgar Urian. Though a chasm separated their statuses, Russell cared little for such differences. He would bridge that gap with his strength, eventually standing before Edgar Urian again, unchallenged by anyone in the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 603, Edringering Edgarka Ghost. At this moment, a person blocked Russell's path. This person was dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an aura of nobility, and every gesture was filled with disdain. Are you Russell? The person raised his eyes to glance at Russell, his face full of arrogance, completely disregarding the person before him. In the next moment, he took out an envelope from his hand and handed it directly to Russell. This is a letter left for you by Ethel. Before she left, she repeatedly instructed me to deliver this envelope to you. The person rolled his eyes. Russell opened the envelope on the spot, and the lines of text came into view. Gazing at the melancholy handwriting, Russell felt as if a heavy stone had dropped into his heart, instantly stirring up waves of emotion. After a long time, his hands still tightly clutched the paper before him, while his mind solidified a resolution. In the future, one day, he would surely go to Central State, and stand atop Central State. At this moment, the person's words interrupted Russell's thoughts. Boy, there's an unbridgeable gap between you and Ethel. The difference between you isn't something that effort alone can fill. The foundation of Wanbao Commercial Guild has accumulated over thousands of years. Do you really believe that your own strength is enough to match the legacy of Wanbao Commercial Guild? Even if you reach Central State, you'll still be a frog at the bottom of a well. Central State is the most prosperous place in the upper realm, not somewhere you can easily step into. Oh right. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about Ethel, you might one day leave this world without a trace, dying an unknown death. As he finished speaking, that person walked straight back into Wanbao Commercial Guild. Russell stared at the man's back, involuntarily raising the corners of his mouth. Was this a threat? Or perhaps, the people within Wanbao Commercial Guild didn't want Russell and Edgar Urian to have too much entanglement. Russell smiled faintly. No one could predict what the future held. For several months, Russell stayed in his courtyard, consolidating his physical strength. His understanding of the 30,000 Edgardening strikes also deepened. Indeed, 30,000 Edgardening strikes was a holy level secret technique. However, the version Russell possessed was just a fragment. If there was a chance to set foot in Central State, Russell would spare no effort to find the latter part of 30,000 Edgardening strikes. If he could cultivate 30,000 Edgardening strikes to its peak, it would certainly become a formidable backing for him. Several months later, above Dragon City Pass, suddenly, dark clouds gathered. Black clouds loomed heavily over the city. An enormous pressure descended upon Dragon City Pass, making countless people look up, feeling as if the sky were about to collapse. Even the ground trembled under the weight of the sand and rocks. The Carson, struggling to overcome his fear, hovered mid-air. At this moment, a figure appeared from within the black clouds. Glenn. What business brings you to Dragon City Pass? The Carson clasped his hands in greeting. Although he was at the peak venerable level, he couldn't gauge the strength of the person before him. Facing such overwhelming pressure, he lacked the courage to meet the other's gaze. Fear arose, causing him unprecedented dread. It seemed that this powerful individual could determine the fate of Dragon City Pass with just a wave of his hand. Go away. You aren't qualified to speak to me. With a roar, the Carson plummeted to the ground. A single word had rendered the Carson defenseless. Could it be? Dragon City Pass's doom was near? Terror filled their hearts. Without anyone to stop the assault of this powerhouse, Dragon City Pass truly faced impending danger. Russell, I know you're hiding in the city. Don't make me force you out. If you continue to be timid, I will massacre everyone in the city, using their blood to quell my wrath. If you choose to remain a coward, I will exterminate all the people of Huashan Empire. With my power, it's within my grasp to destroy Huashan Empire. At that moment, the figure emerged from the dark mist, none other than the Parker of Taiji sect. dressed in a long robe, he had already gathered celestial energy in his hands. He was at the peak sage realm, able to stir storms with a wave of his hand. Once he reached the nirvana realm, he would transcend reincarnation, unaffected by the passage of time. Of course, very few could achieve this step, which was like a chasm. A cultivator who became a nirvana realm powerhouse was a 1 in 10,000 prodigy. Back then, this Parker was also a heaven-defying talent in Eastern Continent. But compared to Russell, he fell short. Clearly, the Parker intended to use the lives of the entire city to force Russell out. Given this Ronnie's methods, he was perfectly capable of committing such inhumane acts. Now, he had only one thought: to eliminate Russell quickly to prevent future threats. Russell's demonstrated talents were truly frightening. At such a young age, he could contend with peak sage realms. If allowed to grow further, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, in his courtyard, Russell emerged from the formation. He also took the time to bathe and change clothes. He looked up at the sky, his gaze landing on the Parker, truly like a stubborn piece of dog skin that won't let go. I didn't seek revenge, yet Taiji sect came after me. It seems this battle cannot be avoided. Russell swung his arm. Immediately, the Geno sword was in his hand. At this moment, Darren's voice echoed in his mind. Russell, the one coming means no good. That Clark is a peak sage realm powerhouse. With your current strength, you don't stand a chance against him. If you insist on fighting, the outcome is hard to imagine. The situation is unfavorable for you. Absolutely don't be the first to act. Despite Darren's warnings echoing in his mind, Russell's resolution was firm. No matter what, he wouldn't allow the citizens of Dragon City Pass to suffer even the slightest harm. They were all innocent. Moreover, this was personal enmity between him and Taiji sect. The bell must be unknotted by the same hands that tied it. If he didn't come forward, Taiji sect would take out their anger on innocent people. Continuing to hide would violate his Dao heart. His martial cultivation path was filled with obstacles, and he never wavered even when facing powerful opponents. Only by not violating his Dao heart could he walk a longer path ahead. Chapter 604, Duel with the Birch. Until this moment, Russell had made up his mind. No one could change his decision now. Can you hide forever? It's inevitable to face it sooner or later. Why act like a coward? Besides, the people in the city are all unarmed civilians living in peace and simplicity. Drawing them into this conflict is my fault. What if he kills me? Cause and effect have already determined this fate. Whether I can survive this calamity depends on my own abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, Russell waved his robe. In the next second, his body rose into the air, defying the overwhelming pressure, floating high above. At the same time, the Birch's gaze focused on him. Their auras erupted, colliding and sparking in the vast sky. You finally showed yourself. I thought you'd be a coward for life. A sinister smile appeared on the Birch's face. With his back to the light, his features were barely visible. Why hide from Taiji sect? To me, Taiji sect members are like grass. That Clark Carter came alone seeking revenge and ended up perishing. What? You want to experience the taste of humiliation too? At your peak as a sage, do you truly believe you can act recklessly in Dongzhou? Russell stood firm, his demeanor unwavering. Both of them were equally matched in terms of aura. Brat, still stubborn at death's door. Let your blood honor the fallen souls of Taiji sect. Join them in hell. Suddenly, the Birch summoned the power of heaven and earth. Above, the white clouds began twisting, gradually forming a vortex that devoured surrounding energy. The nearby flora and fauna withered under this whirlwind of absorption. Then, a formation appeared within the vortex. The Taiji Bagua formation. It was formed from black and white energies, brimming with fierce power. The essence of Taiji it contained was terrifying enough to warp space itself. Truly worthy of a sage. Just a wave of his hand and he unleashed the full strength of the late Gay. Facing such an attack, Russell felt slightly overwhelmed. Yet, he puffed up his chest, ready to meet the challenge head-on. After all, behind him stood tens of thousands of innocent civilians. In a broader sense, the entire Haskell Mountain Empire relied on him. If he fell today, the Haskell Mountain Empire would face unprecedented disaster. Timeless Unification Sword. Thunderstrike 3000. At this moment, Russell decided not to hide his true strength any longer. He had reached a level where he could protect himself with a sacred quality secret technique. Hesitation in such a dire situation would only lead to his death at the hands of the Birch. Above, the cloud layer parted under the strike of a massive sword. From the depths of the clouds, the giant sword slowly descended, emitting a faint glow. The light gathered and condensed onto the blade. Rays of sword chi burst forth like silk threads. Amidst specks of starlight mingled with violent sword chi, it seemed capable of slicing through everything. Meanwhile, Russell was enveloped in a thundercloud. His ancient dragon bloodline surged. A golden dragon phantom appeared behind him, its mighty presence undeterred by the peak sage. This was Russell's trump card. Revealing all his cards, he aimed to deliver a decisive blow against the Birch. Of course, Russell still had one last resort. The power of the mark. In a critical moment, he would naturally unleash the mark. With the power of the mark, he could annihilate the Birch. However, the mark was a move that harmed both attacker and defender severely. It demanded immense psychic strength. If his mind couldn't bear the burden, he would also face annihilation. In short, the outcome was grim. This was why Russell hesitated to use the mark. Previously, even just a fraction of its power sent shockwaves through his consciousness. Unimaginable. What kind of cataclysmic effect it would have if fully unleashed. But regardless, he could drag the Birch down with him. Sacred quality secret technique. Sword heart. You truly kept your talents hidden. Killing you would indeed be a great loss, but you're a genius. Such a pity. But, I will not hold back. As the Birch spoke, he took 2 steps forward, causing the sky to tremble. Darkness engulfed the heavens. The giant sword descended, its sword chi radiating outward. It struck the Birch directly. An overwhelming Taiji force assaulted Russell. In an instant, blinding fire exploded across the sky. Moments later, the vortex absorbed the flames. Instantly, Russell emerged from the sea of fire. The birch remained encased in black and white light, unscathed. Seeing this, Russell wasn't surprised. Without hesitation, he advanced again, appearing beside the birch in an instant. His punches rained down like blossoms in a storm, but they caused no harm. Russell stepped back several dozen paces. Clearly, the birch had cultivated his physical strength to near-peak sage levels. Russell felt the pressure. He realized there was a significant gap between him and the birch. Defeat seemed inevitable. Of course, he still had one last move. The power of the mark. Was he truly going to unleash it? It was his last resort, but Russell wanted to test his limits, to see if he could stand against the birch. Thus, he pulled up his sleeve, assuming a fighting stance. Advancing, a powerful battle spirit erupted from him, sweeping outward while immense internal strength exploded within him, began to wane. Each word from the birch reverberated in his heart, and now his heart was utterly dead. Death approached, and he had lost the strength to resist. Suddenly, the Eve's sword floated before him. Russell, pull yourself together. Since you've taken this step, you cannot give up. If you do, think about the countless civilians behind you. They will surely be plunged into hell. What does it matter if he is a peak sage? No one is invincible. Everyone has weaknesses. These words reignited the fighting spirit in Russell's heart. A flame erupted within him. With a loud boom, dark clouds filled the sky, and amidst them were flashes of lightning. The thunder crackled loudly, but Russell stood immobile under the cloud of lightning, as solid as a mountain. Next, the power of the thunder struck his body. Countless bolts wrapped around him, and Russell only felt a tingling sensation, without any pain. His face revealed a look of enjoyment. To be able to stir the power of heaven and earth without reaching the sage realm, indeed, you are a once-in-a-millennium talent. Keeping you alive, I might die without knowing why. To safeguard the Taiji sect's 1,000-year foundation, eliminating you is inevitable. As the birch finished speaking, his figure suddenly shimmered and appeared beside Russell in an instant. However, as he approached, an invisible force repelled him forcefully, preventing him from even touching Russell's clothes. A surge of lightning knocked him back 1,000 miles. This was the lightning born from celestial essence, which had only just shown its potential. Russell hadn't fully unleashed its full might yet. In an instant, the thunderclouds churned. In the next second, lightning transformed into beams that fell upon Russell's body, cleansing it. The overwhelming thunder entwined around his body, forming an impenetrable armor on his flesh, radiating with residual power. In the next moment, he took a step forward, causing the sky to tremble and the ground to shake violently. Ripples of light surged from the sky. At this moment, Russell opened his eyes sharply, and his eyes emitted a sharp, piercing light. His gaze was like a blade, capable of piercing through any soul. The brilliance in his eyes landed on the birch. Suddenly, the birch felt a surge of fear and froze, unsure of what to do. Was this the capability of a near sage? Even he, a genuine peak sage, felt unprecedented fear. If hit by this thunder's might, it was unimaginable what would happen next. Thus, the birch braced himself, fully focused, not daring to relax for a moment. Any slight mistake, and he would be gravely injured in this battle. In an instant, Taiji essence surged, covering his body entirely, naturally forming an unbreakable armor that blocked all external forces. Gray. I am a sage. Don't defy me. As he finished speaking, a blast of alternating black and white Taiji essence shot towards Russell. But Russell merely smiled faintly, lifting his hand and pointing a finger. Edgard erupted from his fingertip. At this moment, the clouds and wind stirred in the sky, and thunder roared. The thunder's might condensed into a beam of light that fell directly to the ground with a loud bang. 1,000-threaded lightning descended, covering the birch's body. Now, the birch was within the lightning, and it was unclear if he was dead or alive. Meanwhile, Russell's condition wasn't optimistic. He fell down, heavily landing on the cliffside. Mobilizing celestial power had already exhausted him. If he couldn't defeat the birch, he wouldn't have any way to respond next. Blood trickled from the corner of Russell's mouth. The forced use of celestial essence put immense strain on his internal organs. If his body exceeded its limits, the consequences would be dire. If Russell continued using this move, it would tear him apart. So everything depended on fate. Flames rose high into the sky, spreading over the mountain peaks. Within the fire, faint thunder crackled. Russell's gaze never left the flames. His expression was grim, and he unconsciously clenched his fists, afraid that the birch would emerge from the flames again. Chapter 606, Russell's Victory. Moments later, the flames finally dispersed, and a figure slowly descended from the sky, its body crashing heavily onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Russell also strode forward, landing in front of the Parker. The Parker was covered in shocking injuries, each one seeping fresh blood continuously. The blood dripped, staining his gray robe red. Just now, Russell had invoked the power of heaven and earth, yet he still couldn't eliminate this Parker. It seemed this Parker truly had an incredibly resilient life force. Suddenly, the Parker's body twitched violently. In the next second, the Taiji aura burst out from within him again, enveloping his physical body entirely. At this moment, the Taiji aura transformed into countless threads of silk, constantly flowing through the pores of his skin into his body, continuously nurturing his form. In a single breath, the Taiji aura continued to expand. Visible wounds on the Parker were healing at a rapid pace, causing astonishment to spread across Russell's face. An incredulous look appeared in his eyes. He thought the Parker was critically injured and wouldn't be able to. He might really dissipate into nothingness, leading to the same dead-end path. Facing Russell was akin to a dead-end alley with no way out. Next, would he truly have to face death? Russell was unwilling. Having stumbled along this far, he wasn't about to give up now. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would seize the opportunity. There must be a way out of this dire situation. At this moment, Russell kept encouraging himself internally and finally stood up again, facing the Parker with unwavering determination. Though the sea within his Danteon had dried up, turning into a barren desert, he showed no fear. Sage Realm. I will kill too. One sword, 10,000 ancient times. In the next moment, Russell swallowed a pill. The pill transformed into a stream of sweet water, flowing directly through his veins into the sea of his Danteon. A wave of comfort spread through his body. Suddenly, sword chi erupted from within him. Russell continuously swung the sword in his hand. Another slash was unleashed. Sword chi burst forth, transforming into countless threads of silk that adhered to Russell's body, forming a visible protective layer. In the sky, a massive beam of light emerged in the shape of a sword. The giant light sword slowly descended, heading straight for the Parker, and the overwhelming sword chi began to extinguish the Taiji aura on his body. However, at this moment, sand and stones flew over the ground, and looking up at the sky filled anyone with dread. Russell clutched the Eve sword tightly. Even in such a dire situation, he did not abandon hope. Killing intent surged from within him. He launched a full attack against the Parker again. Want to kill me? Not that easy. Before Russell could finish speaking, endless Taiji aura rushed toward him. Overwhelming pressure also followed suit. Russell felt like bearing a 1,000-pound weight on his shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Pressure caused Russell's orifices to bleed. His legs shook uncontrollably, and the spirit chi within him was being drained continuously. Chapter 607. The Old Man Reappears. Under the vast heavens, who could have thought that someone at the near saint level could engage a peak sage in combat for so long? Throughout history, Russell was undoubtedly the first person to achieve such a feat. If he were to win this battle, his glorious tale would be inscribed in history, becoming a legend remembered for millennia. However, the gap in realms was too great. Moreover, the Jarrett was not an easy opponent. He had once been a world-renowned genius. In an instant, the Jarrett appeared beside Russell, looking down on him with disdain. His eyes were piercing, like those of an emperor gazing upon his subjects. The intent of Tai Chi burst from within him, the aura of sword chi. Every step he took caused the heavens to tremble. This was the Clark from the small courtyard. Though he now exuded less malevolence, an immense fighting spirit radiated from him. No one could fathom what he had experienced in the past 2 years. He now seemed like an impenetrable mountain. The Clark's sword chi was extraordinarily intense, as if one strike could sever the heavens. Who are you? I advise you not to interfere with Tai Chi sect matters. Otherwise, I don't mind taking care of you too. A sword cultivator? Based on your aura, you're likely at the sage realm. To reach this level is already commendable. Why risk yourself? I'll give you one chance. Leave launching pass now, and I will overlook what happened. If you insist on defending this boy, I will personally deal with you. As he spoke, another burst of Tai Chi intent exploded from the Jarrett's body. At the same time, a sword aura erupted from the opposite side of the sky, colliding with the Jarrett's, causing a thunderous boom. However, the Clark had the upper hand. Despite his wounds partially healed by Tai Chi intent, the Jarrett's internal organs were still affected. The Jarrett retreated several hundred feet, crashing into the mountainside, his chest heaving. Are you threatening me? What can the Tai Chi sect do? You're just a bunch of ancient relics. With your talents, you won't even reach the Nirvana realm. What makes you think you can challenge me? I'm giving you a chance to crawl back to your Tai Chi sect and abandon any plans against this boy. Otherwise, I'll personally visit your sect's Tai Chi intent stood no chance against the Clark's technique. Panicked, the Jarrett stumbled backward, clenching his fists. He realized his opponent was far beyond ordinary, almost incomprehensible, like a towering, endless mountain. The Jarrett's resolve wavered, yet he remained steadfast in his intention. Chapter 608. The Denver's Demise. This time, no matter the cost, he would ensure that Russell met his end. If Russell were allowed to live, it was not difficult to foresee what awaited the Taiji sect in the future. He would undoubtedly obliterate the entire sect with just a sword, and soon. Given the talent Russell had displayed, it was only a matter of time before the Taiji sect would be eradicated. Sir, you cannot take this man away. The Taiji sect can pay any price. We will owe you a personal favor. Just let me kill this boy, and in the future, whatever conditions you set, I won't bat an eyelid. The Parker finally chose to concede because he realized he had no room for retreat now. His only option was to negotiate with the man confronting him. At this moment, the Clark straightened up and slowly said to Russell, "Boy, you've truly made me proud. I've heard of your deeds, how you alone wiped out dozens of Ranis from the Taiji sect. Where else in the world could you find such a talented genius as you? Of course, since I'm here today, I naturally won't leave you in danger. This crisis is something I'll handle for you. That Clark isn't my match." The Clark spoke gently, and Russell managed a weak smile. All he wanted now was a peaceful sleep. He had exhausted every bit of strength during this battle. Meanwhile, the Clark had already walked into the sky. Facing the Rani, his eyes flashed with determination. Taiji sect? How much do your favors count for? I don't lack for favors. Many people in Central Province owe me debts. With just a snap of my fingers, countless strongmen would level your Taiji sect. By the way, isn't your sect leader a rebirth realm expert? He has the qualifications to talk with me. You, on the other hand, don't even have the right to negotiate. As he finished speaking, the Clark suddenly lunged into the sky. His figure turned into a beam of light, enveloped by overwhelming sword chi. In an instant, he slashed with his sword, the blade tearing through the air, splitting space itself. The sword chi surged toward the Parker, striking him directly without a hint of resistance. A massive gash appeared on the Rani's body, blood staining his robes red. With a thud, the Parker fell to the ground, this single slash clearly demonstrating the Clark's intentions. The surging sword chi gave the Parker no chance to retaliate. Moments later, he struggled back to his feet, though as a Saint Realm expert, he wouldn't fall so easily. Why is there such a large gap between us when we are both at the same realm? Are you from Central Province? It seems you're from Central Province. Let's end this today. Our paths shall never cross again. Sir, you don't need to harbor any ill will towards our Taiji sect. Saying this, the Parker took 2 steps back, clearly contemplating retreat. Given his strength, he wasn't a match for the Clark. A simple gesture from the Clark could annihilate the Parker. However, the Clark had no intention of letting him go. In a flash, he appeared behind the Parker, blocking his path. Wanna run? Grade, you ask this sword in my hand? Since you chose to attack this boy, you must be ready to bear the wrath of me. Don't think only the Taiji sect has backing. Bullying the weak, using strength to oppress, that's the conduct of the Taiji sect? Huh? Truly despicable. Next, I'll take your corpse to the Taiji sect and see if their patriarch dares harbor any sinister thoughts. The Clark tightened his grip on the long sword, his understanding of swordsmanship evidently reaching a depth beyond ordinary comprehension. Even Russell, who had grasped the sword heart, couldn't fully understand the Clark's sword chi. 2 years ago, when they parted ways, the Clark's sword chi hadn't been so formidable. It seemed he had experienced much during these 2 years in Central Province. The Parker looked around, trying to find an escape route, but all exits were blocked by the Clark, leaving him with no choice but to confront the inevitable. Another surge of sword chi struck him, engulfing his Taiji energy in overwhelming force. Gray. A faint smile appeared on the Clark's lips. In an instant, the Parker's figure dissipated into a faint glow, vanishing into the clouds. Thus, the Parker ultimately perished. However, the root of evil remained. The Taiji sect still harbored dangers, especially since its patriarch was a rebirth realm expert. If the patriarch learned of this event, he would surely seek retribution against Russell. Therefore, to ensure Russell's safety, the threat from the Taiji sect needed to be completely eliminated. At this moment, the clouds in the sky began to disperse. The Clark sheathed his sword and landed beside Russell. He looked at Russell, who had already fainted. Carrying him back to the small courtyard, he tended to him. Half a month later, Russell finally regained consciousness. At the bedside, Jolie was still caring for him. Slowly getting up, he walked into the courtyard. As he exited, the Clark appeared beside him, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Boy, you've certainly grown capable. Bringing back a young wife after 2 years. The Clark raised an eyebrow at Russell. However, Russell blushed awkwardly. If the Taiji sect were to harass the Haskell Mountain Imperial family in the future, the situation could spiral out of control. He still had intricate ties with the Haskell Mountain Empire. If the Imperial family faced difficulties in the future, he would have to lend a helping hand. Thus, if he wanted to go to Central Region, he must first eliminate Taiji sect, or else endless troubles would follow. Consequently, Russell shared his thoughts with the Clark. Naturally, with his current capabilities, challenging Taiji sect's leader head-on would be courting death, cutting off his own retreat. Therefore, he still needed the Clark's protection. Although this Clark was at the Saint Realm, his power rivaled that of a Nirvana Realm powerhouse. After listening to Russell, the Clark frowned, his expression turning solemn. Certainly, he was not afraid of Taiji sect. However, taking on a Nirvana Realm expert was no small feat. After some contemplation, he agreed. We should set off for Taiji sect immediately. We can't delay these matters any longer. The Clark gazed into the distance. After finalizing their plan, the 2 figures vanished once more from the courtyard. 2 days later, atop Taiji sect's mountain peak, the Clark took the lead, striking with his sword. The sword chi hit Taiji sect's gate, causing several Saint Ronnies to fly out. Who is it? To dare offend our Taiji sect? Looking for death. The Saint Ronnies prepared to attack. However, Russell stepped in front of them. You are my opponents. Dealing with a few newly ascended saints posed no challenge to Russell. His strength was enough to contend with peak saints, making handling newcomers effortless. Then, Russell wielded the Eve sword, dashing forward. The sword continuously swung, while the saint experts kept retreating, unable to put up any resistance. The sect leader appeared mid-air. The oppressive aura of a Nirvana realm expert enveloped the sky. High above, the leader's gaze fell on the Clark. Who dares offend our Taiji sect? I haven't come out of seclusion for a long time, since someone has cast malicious intentions toward Taiji sect, digging a grave right under my nose. Perhaps they're tired of living. As he spoke, the leader waved his hand, tearing space apart, instantly appearing beside the Clark. He struck a palm directly towards the Clark. Palm force erupted. The Clark retreated hundreds of feet. Truly a powerful Nirvana realm expert. Today, let me see just how strong a Nirvana realm expert is. With that, the Clark charged forward. Above Taiji sect, dazzling flames erupted. Flames surged into the sky, staining it blood red. Neither Russell nor the Clark sought to avoid battle. Their intense combat desires propelled them forward. After a long while, Taiji sect's Ronnies began showing signs of defeat. Visible wounds covered their bodies, while Russell stood unscathed in the sky. All grudges should end here. With that, thunderous power exploded. Thunderclouds gathered above Taiji sect, followed by rolling thunder that reduced a mountain peak to ashes. After the thunder dissipated, the Saint Ronnies lay in pools of blood, lifeless or unconscious. Beside him, the Clark battled the leader. Their fight neared its end. The leader steadily retreated, cornered by the Clark's relentless assault. Russell observed the Clark. A hint of awe arose in his eyes. This Clark was an abyss of power, unmatched even by Nirvana realm experts. It was unimaginable just how powerful this Clark truly was. Within minutes, Taiji sect's leader was utterly defeated by the Clark. Taiji sect was completely vanquished, destined to vanish from Eastern Region. Of course, this battle lasted 3 days. Other sects sensed the crisis and severed ties with Taiji sect immediately. The legend of 2 men single-handedly confronting Taiji sect would spread throughout Eastern Region, becoming a myth. At that moment, on Longqing Pass Mountain, Russell admired the sunset, a profound emotion reflecting in his eyes. He gazed into the distance, imagining the landscapes of Central Region. Then, the Clark appeared beside him. Boy, what are you thinking about? The Clark also watched the sunset, a smile on his face. Old man, finally leaving this place. Strangely, I feel a bit reluctant. In the vast stage of Central Region, can I still shine brightly? Central Region still held Russell's concerns. So, regardless of what lay ahead, even if it meant braving mountains of blades and seas of fire, he would set foot in Central Region. Central Region? It's up to you. But following this Clark, you'll surely be well off in Central Region. The Clark's gaze turned hazy. Central Region. Even he had only glimpsed a tiny part of it. Before Central Region, he felt like an insignificant grain of sand. Stirring it with one's own strength nearly impossible. The end.